respect from 1xbet, 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 respect, respect from 1xbet, respect from 1xbet, respect from 1xbet, respect.
Welcome, folks, back to the RES Regional Series 3 European Edition. New day, new games. It's day 3 of the 3rd edition. I'm getting messed up a little bit, by the way, because we had like 2 days between Season 2 and Season 3, but we're kicking things off with another one, and we're kicking things off with a fresh face on your screen right now. It's Mr. Alan, who's decided to join me in today. How are you doing, brother?
I call it a surprise attendance for all involved.
Sure.
But we made it over, and we're ready for some Counter-Strike, and obviously game one particularly today should be a spicy matchup. So, yeah, I'm excited to be on the show, and we'll see what it has to offer in all senses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it will have to offer quite a lot. I mean, you're joining in for your first cast here at the RES for the 3rd edition of Europe, and you're joining in for elimination games. So it's going to be really interesting. It's day 3 for everyone at home that's probably unfamiliar. We're going to take a look at some of the groups. We have a GSL format, 4 groups, 4 teams in each group, and 2 teams from group qualify for the playoffs. Those are the matchups that we have on offer today. They will take place in respectively Group A and Group B, as we're going 1 game in Group A, 1 in Group B, and yeah, that's the template that we're using for the 3rd and 4th matchup. We have the Gaming Gladiators taking on 9 Pandas, and then DMS taking on Alliance. Those are the elimination games in respectively both groups, Alan. And then we have Alternate Attacks taking on Passion UA, and Bleed taking on Bait Esports, as both the 3rd and the 4th game will be direct matchups to qualify for the playoffs.
It must be said from the offset that going back to a GSL 14 groups versus Swiss is such a welcome change.
Right.
It's so much easier as a caster, as a viewer, and a player, and whatever, to understand the significance of each game if you're playing in a group stage format and you're not playing some long extended Swiss with best of ones into best of threes, and then, you know, the seeding system, who knows what's going on here.
Sure.
There's no messing about. These teams have lost a game, and now they're going home if they don't, put up or shut up. They need to play well today.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. It makes you understand, because like you get that 1-in-1 game in the main Swiss and the best of 3. You don't really put too much emphasis on it, right? You don't put too much focus on it. But here, you lose 1 game. Next one is elimination straight out of that. And we're going to take a look at it. You did tell me before we got on camera that you were a little bit surprised by some of the results from round 1. I'm going to actually quote you. How the hell are both Gaming Gladiators and 9 Pandas in an elimination game? Well, they are both in an elimination game, and they both didn't pick up a map in their opening games against, respectively, the Alternate Attacks and the Passion UA young Ukrainian squad. So we're seeing a matchup that, on paper, you could expect to be a playoff game, even a semi-final game, maybe on a good day for both those teams. Well, not even on a good day, just ordinary, expecting this one to be a semi-final game in a tournament like that. But you're seeing it in the lower bracket of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those graphics that comes up. You're like, is this wrong? It looks flipped. It looks upside down. Gaming Gladiators and 9 Pandas should obviously be the winners game in this group. And for both of those teams, they'll feel like, how on earth have we got this lower bracket matchup? How have both of us ballsed it up at the same time and ended up in this situation? It's got to be said, both teams, they weren't particularly good series. They weren't close series. Gaming Gladiators got absolutely smashed in their game up against Alternate Attacks, and they're using a stand-in at the moment. So both of these teams, they can play better Counter-Strike, and they've got a tough matchup today to stay in the tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah, they have a really tough matchup to stand the tournament, and the same could be said about our second game. I feel like the second one, though, as we're going to take a look at Group B too, I feel like the second game is a bit more expected in the sense of you're looking at that DMS team. They were actually able to take Bleed to distance, 24 rounds on one of the maps, but still, you're expecting Bleed to be able to take down the young CS squad, and then on the other side, you have a Bait team that made it all the way into the semifinals of the previous res, taking on an Alliance that has been in a pretty worse form. So I feel like Group B is the group of logic. You see both those games, you see Bleed taking on Bait in the winners matchup, and then DMS taking on the Alliance in the lower bracket, and you feel like this is how things should be. This looks normal.
For now, let's see how the Counter-Strike pans out, because that could always be a little bit wacky. But yeah, certainly for Beat and Blade, they're looking okay. I'll tell you what, if Game Gladiators or Nine Pandas survive this group and then end up going through to the next stage, there might be a team that gets a rough matchup in the next stage. Thinking, how did this team even come second in their group compared to the winner? So, yeah, lots of spicy matchups to come, and I will be stoked if I get to see a Dust 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, there is a big chance that we end up being there, right? We're going to take a look at, obviously, now starting to focus a little bit more on our first game of the day. We have the Gaming Gladiators taking on Nine Pandas. And you did point out that Dust 2 could be coming in. Now, we're going to have some time to talk about the veto later on, but all I'm going to say is we have a Nine Pandas team that has been struggling with their map picks recently. In fact, the last time that they actually won their map pick was 8 best-of-3s ago in a matchup against TSM. And we know that TSM is in a pretty precarious spot. So that was an ESL Challenger League game. They've lost their last 8 best-of-3s in a row. Things after the major have been really bothersome for those guys. They played 13 best-of-3s, picking up only 4 wins. And you know what? I actually feel kind of bad about it because we know that those guys can play great CS. We know that they're a solid team. They have good fundamentally players. They have a good idea on how to approach the game. It's been a project that needed a lot of time to build to, so you know it's something consistent. It's not something that's going to go overnight, but they haven't been able to get the results of their opponents.
Yeah, I think a lot of us fundamentally felt the major was an overperformance, but that's not to say it's a bad thing. It's more like we're not sure they can sustain that. But yeah, you're right. The drop-off has been a little bit too steep for our liking, and we know Clax, Glowing, Dynades maybe. These guys can be good players, so they shouldn't be falling off the cliff. On the flip side, of course, formerly Ecstatic, now Gaming Gladiators, great run at the major. They'll be disappointed not to have made it further after going 2-0 in that stage, but they still played great Counter-Strike. They've been in great form at times since then, but obviously, as we said, this last matchup here in this tournament didn't go so well. So, and they also lost another series earlier in the week that wasn't great either. So I need to see some more consistency from this team because everyone comes off the major saying Ecstatics, you know, they're the hot kids on the block, but I've only seen their ceiling. I need to see their average Counter-Strike look better.
Yeah, right. The thing that makes it a little bit more understandable is the fact that they could be a little bit tired, but we're going to get into the veto right now, and I'm looking at Nine Pandas. Okay, I'm disappointed. We go for the Ancient. It's not going to be a Dust 2 pick into it. It could still get floated, but you know what the Nine Pandas say? Not today. We're not going for that one. So we have an Ancient coming in from the Nine Pandas. We have the Inferno for Gaming Gladiators, which I feel like at this point is pretty standard. And then if it goes to the third and final map, we're going to check out a nuke. So yeah, Alan, give me your initial thoughts on this one.
I think Nine Pandas would have preferred Anubis last. The picks kind of make sense. The Dust 2 ban, though, it's a bit of a chicken move, isn't it? To ban it towards the end. I think I would have left it. I have no idea how much teams have practiced the map. Certainly anybody that's been around long enough will be able to play somewhat reasonable game of Dust 2 without really any practice. So I'd be intrigued, but yeah, they went first in the veto. Maybe they didn't have a choice. Maybe they lost the coin toss or however they do it. But yeah, I mean, whoever banned Dust 2 here wasn't going to get a favorable third map.
Yeah, I feel like that too. I feel like, by the way, Dust 2, because going back to the point that you made yesterday, we got to actually watch the first Dust 2 official in CS2.
Wow,
it was of course it was Zero Tenacity to pick into it. It was against the Sinners, but what you said was pretty, I'd say pretty reasonable. I mean, the nades haven't changed. 90% of the utility is the same. And let's not forget, most of those players spent, what, like 6-7 months in the open beta that they had the pleasure of playing just one map and one map only, which, interestingly enough, happened to be Dust 2. With that being said, though, we're going to jump into map number 1 straight away. And we have a tactical timeout coming in from the Nine Pandas before the pistol round, something that you usually don't see in the first halves. Well, there's a couple teams. Sinners, for example, is a team that likes going for tactical timeouts before the second pistol rounds of the games. But yeah, before the first one, that's interesting.
Someone was still in the toilet, I guess. It tends to be this sort of situation. You definitely
guys, wait, I just have my coffee coming out of the coffee machine. Just give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you don't come into the first pistol unsure of what you're going to do. I think you kind of know that going into the game, but as said, either way, this should be a banger. Gaming Gladiators, Nine Pandas. You didn't expect them to be in this lower bracket game, but now there's some spice here. Maybe in that first matchup, they knew they had some leeway. Not anymore. And they need to perform well now. It's going to be an A-split donut round from Nine Pandas. Yeah, Julie's not quite doing the work as expected. Salazar gets one for his trouble, but these trades for me I like this for the T side. It's thinning out the defense. Double peek in towards the red room. 2 kills for Gaming Gladiators. And this has been absolute carnage in towards mid and red room so far.
That's a pretty tough spot for CS right now. 1 versus 3. He's got the pit 250 right, but no armor. He can hear the steps. Doesn't have the bomb either. He just needs to time this one perfectly. Get an instant kill onto Kragan. Not ready for the angle, and Kragan is going to mow him down with the dual Berettas. As you pointed out, the refrags didn't look bad for the 9 Pandas. I don't think they themselves expected to spot out the player in towards Donut, then see one more on the other side of the red smoke, and hear more steps. I think in that scenario, obviously, you just rush out middle. You see the Donut player, you feel like you're gonna have at least some room to work with in towards CT spawn, but it didn't feel like it. The CTs were completely prepared and the rotations were really quick.
Spicy start. Just what we wanted. And 9 Pandas say, we don't fancy a Tech 9 armor force buy, but we'll save. We'll get AKs out in the following. And yeah, bomb plant would be amazing. A couple kills, even better. And they've got, at the moment, they're going to the right side. Granted, Kraken's pretty hot on the heels, though, so it's going to be a little bit trickier now.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect a little bit more from Kraken. We did have a short conversation about it, but that opening game that they did lose to alternate attacks, that was probably the first and last time in my life I'll see Kraken post 17 kills over 2 maps of play. And it was a big off day, but this one's starting really nicely. All right. Yeah, Queenix is having a field day against the Ecos. Of course, that duo of Queenix and Kraken being the longest standing one of the Gaming Gladiators. Well, from back when they were still ecstatic, from before that on Masonic. And I actually have a pretty interesting fact for you about that. Because Kraken and Queenix have been playing together for quite a while. They've played 678 maps together. And the first official that they played together was, because they're Danes, on Nuke, and that was in 2021. I am Summer Open Qualifier against Budapest 5, 16-12 victory. This is for how long they've played together, and they've been inseparable ever since. So that's a little bit more than 3 years now.
That's commitment. That's commitment. You wouldn't want a third wheel around them. Because you're not going to get a lot of attention.
It's more solid than a lot of people's marriages.
They're still young. There's time for it to fall apart. Don't worry. It can all go wrong. Paddy gets aggressive. Look at that. Flashbang is perfect from Nodios. And he's absolutely farming them. You'd think he's he's on a Gatling gun the way he's mowing down these players. What a trio of entries. And 9 Pandas are probably sat back with these remaining players wondering what the heck just happened.
Yeah, that feels a little bit claustrophobic, and if it wasn't claustrophobic enough, Queenix is already coming in on the flank. They were thinking about it, but the timing is not going to go in their favor. Glowin's been spotted. Itis balance any moment now should go down unless he turns around. He won't. Kill goes in favor of Queenix. Push comes in. Paddy with a triple. No, actually a quad K on the MP9, just gobbling up those kills. And now this is feeling a little bit scary for 9 Pandas, or should I say sketchy at the start of this game, because you are looking at, obviously it's your map pick, it's just 1 buy round that you've lost, but the fact that the first 2 rounds felt really comfortable, then the first buy round they go into with what, 3 MP9, so it was a massive bonus round there for the Gaming Gladiators. They just sent it down lane, and it felt like they were getting a lot of favorable fights, and they were up against rifles that had some nades too to work with. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they just run over them.
It's kind of a bonus round too. They just get aggressive.
Yeah. Throw
the MP9 in the mix. They've scooped AKs off the ground. Now it's another ego for 9 Pandas. Of course, there was no bomb plant. They never got near that far. This is about as good a start as you get. And 9 Pandas certainly looking ahead to future gun rounds. Need to change something up. I don't think they'll be getting defaulting into B like that again.
No. By the way, I had a really fun fact about Dust 2. If we had gone to a Dust 2, you know what? Actually, the last time Kraken and Queenix played Dust 2 was against Clax Seized and Delayed, but they were a Singularity. That was in 2022.
A while ago.
Yeah.
I'm still willing to bet Dust 2 professionally doesn't really look any different to how it did then.
No. By the way, yeah, casted it yesterday, pretty much the same. This one, though, is not the same as the previous round. The latest, denying 2 on the Tech 9, that's what you need. You want to keep it competitive. Even if it ends up going in favor of the CT still, just make sure it's going to be expensive. And that's actually put a lot of pressure on Queenix. Now, he's going to be able to alleviate a little bit of that with the first kill and a bonus thing, but now it's Nodius that needs to step it up.
Paddy's got a flank. Very early into donut. But it looks like Caesar's anticipating that. Game Gladiators feel like this retake. They got so much money. They should play for exit at a minimum. Time is dwindling a little bit. Nodios going to poke in through Temple. He's praying for a good duel. He gets it. He gets it the hard way.
Sure.
Nodios gone, and well, that is quite an eco round. Or I guess half by.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you could be feeling a little bit hard done if you're gaming Gladiators, right? You look at the HP of both C's denied this balance and you realize those were a couple pistols. The reason that Paddy didn't go in towards Donut initially, right? Because he had a chance to get a kill from behind. They spot him out. He just stacks down one of the players but doesn't confirm the kill. And he decides to reposition straight after that. This is a bit of a painful one. I mean, it felt like there was a lot of gaming Gladiators players in a position to get a multi-kill. First the players towards middle, then Queenix in towards Donut, but all of them just get either shut down immediately or just refract 1-for-1. Deletus with a big double in towards mid with the Tech 9. So finally you get a good start to that T-side campaign. Let's see if you're going to be able to chain up consecutive rounds.
Just some early nadage. Feels like the real action's going to come on A soon. I think we've got a boost for Idis balance. And I hope for Kraken's sake he doesn't walk into this. Don't think he will. They're very spread out, 9 Pandas. They're trying to do everything at once here for the moment. But they haven't really got any map control. That will have to change soon. And they're running out of util to do it.
Yeah, the good news about that is the fact that you're just toying with the util of the CTs right now, especially after you win around with the pistols. You know, this is kind of a deal breaker for the money on the CT side, so util is going to be running out, and you can see on 50 seconds there's just one smoke, one HE, and 2 flashes left for the gaming Gladiators. So now the 9 Pandas can start taking all that map control. The thing is, they might not be ready for the AVP of Salazar, and that flash needs to be perfect.
Good kill, but we're going a long time after the flashes. Salazar capitalizes on the gap.
Oh my God.
Can't find that frag. A little bit awkward. Bomb, though, at the same time is heading towards A. 20 seconds remaining. These guys need to go. Salazar with the first. Makes it 2 as Seas tries to deal with him with the util. Tag as well onto Idis balance. And what are they going to do? Save 6 seconds? Nothing else to be done.
Yeah, that's going to be 4 rounds on the CT side. And as you pointed out, you're playing it out slow. You're playing it out smart. You're trying to burn through the util of the CT side. But the issue comes in when you just walk out of middle into an AVP. You lose one player. You have no chance for a refrag. And then on, what, 30 seconds, you're trying to make your way into the A-bomb side with little to no utility left. And once again, as you pointed out, it felt like the timing after the first flash and, well, I guess I'm not even sure if you can call it the swing towards middle. It was kind of like them trying to jiggle their way out of there, but that was a little bit off. And then the flash in towards the A-bomb side was the only thing that you had to deal with the AVP of Salazar. So the big green ends up being the game-changing factor here for the gaming Gladiators. We see a second tactical timeout for the 9 Pandas already. 5 rounds deep. You just have 1 left. And I know it's really early, but usually that would be considered scary signs.
Yeah. I mean, look at the first 2 gun rounds. First gun round, 9 Pandas run a pretty standard default heavy lead towards B and get absolutely massacred. Next gun round, they're like, okay, guys, we're going to pump the brakes enormously. We're going to play super slow, give all this ground, and that doesn't work either. So, needless to say, we need to get some middle ground. And that's the first time, by the way, I've seen that. The nade
It's really over, right? It's really cursed when you look at it. Yeah. Ooh, nice high-low. Well timed. No chance for Kraken. Spots ball, but couldn't really find the kill. And all right. Well, maybe this is the change that you needed. Just send him in towards middle. But now you don't want to give that advantage away. Nodius drops 1. You still have the man advantage. And you have some time to work with too. Some nades still to use. I mean, not a single smoke, which could be a problem. Especially considering the opposite on the other side. Then you have just 1 flash. And Salazar, once again, might be in the right position.
Surely this isn't weird. Walk straight into it. So unexpected. Ice balance now on the angle. It's a good trade.
You don't believe he's going to be alone and playing that position with an AVP though, right?
They're man down. But Salazar has been quite mobile so far, so yeah. Most unexpected. Problem is, even though Nodios is on location, they don't really know what's going on through this CT side. Now they're getting the noise cues, and Nodios is getting peppered up. He's not going to be long for this world. Glowing comes in from CT. Ooh. And Paddy's got a save.
Yeah, that would have been the kill to pretty much justify him going for the round there. Glowing 27 HP to spare, and that was a good round for him. He was a bit of a slow starter, going at 0-5. And you know what? Glowin was actually a player that I wanted to talk about a little bit, because obviously everyone's going to remember him for his performance of the last chance qualifier for the RMR, right? Or for the major at the RMR, where he just had a lifetime performance in those couple best of threes to qualify the 9 Panthers to the major, even though they couldn't make it for pretty unfortunate reasons. But he's been going through a really tough period after the major, which I think obviously mentally not a lot of people can imagine what those guys did go through, right? Qualifying for the biggest event in most of their lives. I mean, for everyone bar C's, that was their biggest event ever. So not being able to participate surely mentally could be a little bit draining. And you're looking at some of the games for Glow, and obviously the last chance qualifier was an overperformance, but before that there was a lot of strong tournaments for him. He's always been a really solid rifle. Post that though, you're looking at some of the matches in some of the tournaments. You're looking at an 0.8 at the Bedboom Dahe close qualifier. You're looking at an 0.78 rating at the Thunder Pick close qualifier. You're looking at just 1.06 at the second edition of Rez. And now, after that first best of 3 that they played here against Passion UA, he's currently sitting on 0.91. Yeah. So let's imagine a world where 9 Pandas just go through an early exit here too, and they lose to the Gaming Gladiators. That would be 4 consecutive really troublesome events for Glowin, and it's just ESL Challenger and those couple of games that we did talk about in the pregame that they're giving you some kind of hope. But it has been a really tough one for him, and as much as the latest, for example, is having good performances, Klax is having good games, you kind of feel like you want to see that Glowin of, well, it's going to feel a little bit odd saying that, but that Glowin of old.
We know he's got more in the tank. Have to question if, certainly going into a major, your intensity level, the practice of individual, improvements, face it games, whatever it may be, that is probably going to be unsustainable over a season. So I'd say with reasonable certainty, that's probably a factor here. But yeah, you're right. The drop-off is a little bit too extreme. And for 9 Pandas, clearly, given the situation here in this tournament, they might need him. They might need him on this map as well. Here comes the execute. Nodios is surely in a lot of trouble. Finds the first kill. Backs into cave. Sees with a great frag to catch Patty. Going up onto the ledge. That bomb's going to get planted. And with the deep smoke in towards CT, the back lanes, Game Guys might have to save. This doesn't feel on.
No, absolutely it doesn't, right? I mean, Kragen's the only one with the kit, and he's coming in towards Shelf all alone. Now, Nodius could have helped him out, but it still feels so uncomfortable with that deep smoke in towards CT. You need to wait it out. This is when it goes for the fade. They can still try and get a couple exit kills, and I don't mind that too much, to be fair. I mean, the money on the CT side isn't too great, but locking them down could have been good. Well, never mind. They were just escorting their teammate out of there, so making sure Nodius gets out of dodge. You're going to get to replay that buy round in the next, but as we said, it kind of felt too risky. You're losing half of the time that you have to operate with just because of that smoke in towards CT, and you didn't really have a nade to try and pry it open, flash over, and try and storm the back of square by force. It's around that. From the perspective of the 9 Pandas, they win pretty easily. I mean, they make their way into the bomb side. They get a 1-for-1 pretty much. Nodius drops one. They already had the opening kill prior to it. But Nodius gets one, still has cave control, and you just get away with the round without having to go into another fight.
I'm surprised the odds are that close. I think Gaming Gladiators are pretty heavy favorites for this series. I mean, granted, they have been a little bit inconsistent in their last few games, but I do kind of truly believe they are the better team in this sort of matchup. And maybe that will bear out. Are you going through this smoke, brother? Feels like he is. He is going through the smoke. And Nodios almost gets caught out. That would have been a desk slammer if he died to that.
On the reload too, by the way. Thank God he wanted to fall back and tap that reload once. I disbalanced on the boost. Not spotted out by Paddy. He crosses towards the right-hand side. Well, now he's seen him, and he has a tale to tell about it. I disbalanced with a great opening kill. Now you can reset, try and clear out cave where, you know, there was one player, but look at that. A lot of proactivity from Salazar. The CTs have a really good 3-man stack in towards the B-bomb side. Only issue is they're pretty much locked out of the bomb side itself, but they still have some Muto, and they can try and get a little bit closer.
Still a molly on Queenix. Kragan is a lucky boy to be alive.
Wow.
Got away with that. This is going to be very intriguing. Salazar, of course, he's staying in towards mid-elbow. He can call that. It still has to be B, guys. There's no escape for them. They have to come past me. So Gaming Gladiators are in a weird spot where they know what's coming here on the bomb site. But can they hold 5 on 3 on the site proper? Kragan finds 2. As Nodios takes contact on the other side. That is an unbelievable pistol kill. And Glowing left alone. He's in trouble now.
He's in a lot of trouble, and Queenix is on the line with the AVP. He's not missing that shot. What the hell was that from Kragan? Sorry, I gotta go back to it. I mean, first of all, the swing that he goes through over cave, that was extremely risky. He realized that they needed someone on the bomb side in order to hold on, right? What we talked about pretty much. They had 3 people in towards the B bomb side, but all 3 of them locked in towards the back lines. All 3 locked in towards short or long. So it felt really uncomfortable. He does take the initiative. He turns around, gets a double. This 3rd kill though, Klax thought he had him killed. He fires a couple bullets and then he's onto the next player. He thought he had the kill. And then he realizes he didn't finish off his meal, so Kragan just pulls off the ESP and gets the 3rd one. That was absolutely massive from Kragan. I mean, it's a triple kill that you get gifted by fortune, but you know what? He's gonna take it.
Still, though, their money's in such a precarious position that this round could be double up. And with those mid-entries, again, surely they've already got to save these remaining players for Gaming Gladiators. They're running this way for now, but this util landing... just as they're getting wind in their sails, man, I think they're about to get reset pretty badly.
Wait. Give it a second. Nodius, no one in towards A main to cover, so he can go for those peaks fairly easily. Well, now they should be calling it off. Yeah. If he was able to double up, and if the OP gets a free kill, but an AVP on the retake, it should be impossible, and you should be looking after the economy. As we said, last round was quite sick, but still losing a lot of players in towards that B bomb site means that your money is not going to be in a great spot. And you know what? The 9 Pandas have been doing a really good job and just bouncing back every single time Gaming Gladiators get around. It feels like they're not unable to chain consecutive rounds on the CT side, and that's all right for the 9 Pandas right now. Also, middle, proving to be a little bit of an issue for the CTs to deal with.
Okay, we'll see if they choose to give it in future gun rounds. This isn't the first time in this half that 9 Pandas have kind of done what they've wanted early on in mid, and they take the spawns and throw the fast nades. So yeah, a couple rounds left to go here. Loss bonus, I think Gaming Gladiators are going to force, so obviously a bit of a tech pause for now. But when we get back into the action, I think they'll have to buy, because if they save here, they're still going to be on Famasses or something on the next with 2, 3, maybe 4 players.
All right, Notice is back, so we should be good to go. And in the meantime, ladies and gents, because we did take a look at the odds a couple times, but if you wanna take advantage of those odds, of course you have to be of age and you have to be responsible. But make sure you go and check out our lovely partners over at 1xBet. You can click the banner below the stream. Head over, use our code, which is 1xRESEU, not res as a no with a Z, with an S. And yeah, you're gonna get up to 130% bonus, which is quite nice. Yeah, Gaming Gladiators would kill for a money bonus right now.
Certainly would.
Salazar's fine. I mean, he's having the time of his life. He's fully armored, diffused kit, full belt of util with an AVP. Just doesn't have a pistol upgrade. Everybody else, miserable. Well, bar Nodius.
See what Salazar chooses to do. It feels like their best route into this round, and he might get a good opportunity.
Alrighty.
Salazar aggressive towards A, flashes in early as Klax peaks. Queenix Never stood a chance against aim that brisk. And
That's
now
big,
we
though.
are looking at Salazar and saying, you need to produce some magic here, brother, to hold on to this site.
They would expect him though, right? I mean, you catch that pistol up close. Surely you think that he had something in mind. Surely he didn't think that he would just push all alone. Salazar needs a big play. Flashes are absolutely perfect this time around though, and he's gonna get no shot at it. Not a single bullet leaving that chamber of the Ope.
Well, if anybody wants to learn how to use their flash as well to get A into the A tunnels and then onto the site proper, that was very impressive. The double flashes they did early to take the tunnels were really well timed. And then I think you're right. They knew Salazar was there, so they pump the brakes, they take their time, and they use perfect entry flashes onto the site. Salazar would have had a tough time, even if he was on a more aggressive angle, ever getting a good fight. So yeah, 9 Pandas. Showing there's some depth to this team. It's not lame. They definitely practice a lot to run around like that.
Yeah. Also, it was a good little detail there. Obviously, a lot of people are throwing in the Carrigan smoke now in towards Donut, right? The deeper variation of it. It makes it a little bit easier. You're not allowing the CTs to get up close in person on the right and left hand side to try and spam a potential planter, but it's a little detail when you're playing against the broken buy and you know they've invested a lot. You catch that pistol up close in main. You probably know there's going to be a rifle joining in and it just is coordinated in towards main. So as you pointed out, you can make an educated guess there's going to be one more CT that's heavily equipped. It doesn't matter if it's an AVP or M4. You smoke in that deep smoke and you know that if you get that kill onto this player, it's probably going to be a save. So you're alright with taking the fight. Even if it's a 1-for-1, you know it's going to justify them just committing to the decision to save. So as you said, some good little details for the 9 Pandas. It's looking solid on the T side. It's a pretty well executed game plan so far.
Bear in mind, the game Gladiators have won some pretty wild rounds for some of their round wins, so...
You know what? Sending out the latest for a double kill out middle is sometimes a game plan too. When you have a player like that, it could be a part of the game plan. Just like, we're relying on this guy to win us 1 or 2 rounds.
Might as well. You've got a name like that. Somehow, Salazar's got the opener.
Wait.
This is getting a little bit frisky here. Kragan peeks out, there goes seized. Bomb.
Oh no.
They're going to try and plant it. Could get spammed, comes off it. Don't blame him. But the whole time, Queenix has been on this flank. Clacks for the moment, looking the right way, but doesn't have the HP for a duel. And of all the rounds, brother, for them to make mistakes, how is it this one that's left in a 1-on-3?
Look at the patience of the player in towards CT2. Salazar is not giving him anything, and now they've spotted him out. Now they know exactly where the latest is. He knows exactly where they are, and wait a second, they've given him 2 fights out of nowhere. Queenix goes down, so does Kragan, and it's the USP in the 1 versus 1. Salazar has no idea. It's just a tap on the defuse. He doesn't realize it, and the latest has just bailed him out big time.
What just happened? How did that fall apart so briskly? Gaming Guardians look flustered. The only way Gladiators could have won that round easily, well, I say easily, in the easiest fashion would have been actually planting A and killing Salazar and getting in behind. Why are we all peeking? Just play on. He's got to plant the bomb, guys, to win the round. And that wasn't going to be likely. Interesting. Well, at least they got money here to buy again. But Gaming Gladiators, some chinks in the armor, that's for sure.
Yeah, riding on the wave. Great late flash from Salazar, and Kragan is just gonna gobble up a nice little triple kill for the man at the end of the first half. Gaming Gladiators level things up. It's 13-6 for Kragan, and it's 6 apiece for the 9 Pandas and Gaming Gladiators. And you know what? It is a... They did have money to bounce back. It is a one-off that you're getting after losing that previous round. But just think about it. You win that one, you bounce back straight up, you level things up. With the previous round, with the pistols, if you convert out, you could have been looking at a 7-5. I guess it's still alright because you end up winning this one. You could be feeling like you could have had the advantage going into the second half, which would have been ideal considering it's not your map pick either, and the 9 Panthers are still staying really, really competitive here. On the back of how it all started, that was a 4-1 lead for Gaming Gladiators, who are still the favorites to take this map home. But you know what? a Danish team on the T side, even though it's Enshin, and I love saying it's really easy to run out of ideas when it comes down to T side Enshin if you're playing against the proper CT side team. You can't overlook the Danes. They always seem to have something up their sleeve.
Kragen's come into this game angry. He is not happy about what happened against alternate attacks in their previous series here.
I mean, he might get more kills on this map only than he did in that entire best of 3. He's already on 13 and he had 17, for those of you that weren't here in the pregame when we were talking about it. 17 in that entire alternate attacks best of 3, which, you know, he's that type of a player that you're never going to be critical of when you see that, though, right? Because you know how high the ceiling is and you know that he's reasonably consistent, usually. So with him, it's just every now and then you're going to have an off game, but every now and then means every couple months he's going to have that type of an off series. So it's nice to see him being back. Of course, he's been given a lot more freedom now, by the way. This is a change that's been interesting recently. You compare some of the games that Paddy and a lot have played before the major and after the major, and you notice that Paddy's not taking so much space and so much initiative anymore. It's actually Kragen, especially T-Size, that just initiates 80% of the duels now. Well, it's not 80. That's a bit of an over-exaggeration. But yeah, I mean, you get the point. It's like 30, but 30% is a lot on T-side. And it was back then, it was actually Paddy. Well, back then, like a month ago, it was Paddy to be leveled up with him. But that was just toughly Kragen, and Paddy's just doing a little bit more supportive work, so giving him a little bit more space, and he's been playing well so far.
Kragen you can just see it. He's playing with such confidence. The way he's swinging for every duel, and he just isn't missing the head. He's an absolute laser pointer at the moment. So I'm intrigued to see what he's going to do with that AK in his hand. As a reminder, this is 9 Pandas pick. We know Game Gladiators have played a good amount of Ancient, especially over that major cycle. So we expect it's good stuff from them. But yeah, this series it could be real trouble for 9 Pandas, I think, if they can't get on top of this map. Of course they can. They're in a good position, but yeah, gotta have the wits about them.
Yeah, I feel like it's the fact that you're looking, if you want to look at the stats, you're probably going to just favor the 9 Pandas to get their map pick. But you look at the amount of times that Gaming Gladiators have played it. They've actually, because Inferno has been a stample, I guess, for Gaming Gladiators, and it has been their most comfortable ground probably in the last couple months. But they've actually played more officials on Ashen than they have on Inferno, right? So you're playing up against a team that knows what's up. They've had the chances of failing a lot of times, succeeding a lot of times on this map, so it's always going to be difficult, and the depth that they usually have on their T sides is quite decent. Now, ladies and gents, in case you're wondering why you're looking at us and not the game, that's because we're experiencing some technical difficulties that unfortunately can't be resolved with us being in the server. So you're gonna have to look at myself and Alan for a little bit longer. But you know what, Alan, I actually have a good question for you right now. Because you were you used to be a coach back in the good old days, right? So you've been in that position a couple times, probably, where things for the team are not going perfectly. You're going through a tough time, but it's not that type of a tough time that requires changes, right? Because it doesn't feel like this is the case for the 9 Pandas, because they were a really good team. Then you go through a really interesting hurdle of not being able to go to the major for whatever reason, which could be really discouraging. So if you're Zoma right now, and considering that obviously he's going to be quite close and working on that with alongside C's, who's a lot more experienced too, and even though it's really painful for him, he's still going to be the quote unquote father figure of the team in that scenario. So what's the mindset? What are the conversations that you're having? Because it kind of feels like even if they don't really succeed in fighting over what happens to them, it kind of feels like you can't really fault them for it, right? That was a pretty disappointing experience that they were going through.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a lot of things out of their control. They're from, let's call it, an unfavorable region of the world at the moment. I think is a fair statement in terms of being a competitive Counter-Strike player. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mitigating factors. For them, their bread and butter beyond that has always been these sort of online tournaments. Obviously, they are in better form now than they were, say, 6 months ago, so they're playing even more. So they've just got to play in the here and now, and fundamentally they're not winning games because their Counter-Strike isn't good enough. You can put all the asterisks there, you can talk about stuff outside the server, but at the end of the day, their defaults aren't good enough. They're not playing well individually. Their communication's off. There is a real problem behind the scenes. Of course, on the surface, we can point in different directions, but at the end of the day, The only yardstick they have is how they play on the server, and right now it's not up to par with where they've been in the past. So whatever's going on there, there is a reason for it, and they should be able to, if their schedule's well balanced, if they're not burnt out, they should be able to assess and find it if they're of that caliber.
Yeah, you know what? I would actually love to keep it up and proceed with the Ted and Alan podcast, but they have informed us, unfortunately, that this one will take out a little bit too long, ladies and gents. So we're going to be right back in just a couple minutes, we hope. We're going to send this into a little bit of a break. Technical difficulties. Right now, the team is working on resolving them, but stay in front of the screens. Any moment now, we could be returning with the continuation in the second half of this session.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Alrighty, welcome back, folks. We are back after a short, well, not so short technical timeout. Of course, we do apologize for that, but there was some technical difficulties that had to be resolved. And you know what? Thankfully, we have the best team, and we had the best team working on it. That's what people say, like big corporations when they have an issue, right? We have our best man working on the problem, and you know what? Our best man were able to come out with solutions. So we are good to go. We should be good to go any moment now. Don't mind the graphic. And yeah, Gaming Gladiators, 9 Pandas, half number 2, map 1. It is the map pick of the 9 Pandas. And Alan, we hopefully are not gonna. We're hopefully won't need to get into the beaver facts that I told you about, because I have some
Save those
wild...
for the next tech pause.
Yeah, but I have some wild animal facts to talk about. What's your favorite animal, by the way?
The mole rat.
The mole... What?
Why not? Frisky little creatures.
Right.
Didn't see that coming.
No, I didn't see a mole. Was there... The little pinky creature on Kim Possible was a mole rat, right?
That was a naked mole rat, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that show for a long time.
What was his name? I think it was Rufus or something like that.
How on earth do you remember that?
I have no idea. It's good memory.
Graphic memory, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I do remember too? I do remember that we were actually gathered up today to watch some Counter-Strike, and thankfully we're going to be going back to action. Pissed around of the second half coming up. The Gaming Gladiators now on the T side. Smoke double flash for Salazar. Smoke Molotov for Paddy. And then on the other side you have a smoke diffuse kit for Seized. And well, that's about it for him. A B play coming up, and it's a straight up rush out of spawn.
Spawn's going down. That is for sure. Seized, kit in hand. So they are ready for a retake, but of course, ceded plenty of control. Plax is a way off, so they'll have to wait for him. And we'll see where this smoke is going to go. Gaming Gladiators look like they're going to fight. They want to get these duels before it gets into a retake proper. Kills, though, not going their way. 2-for-2 trade for the moment.
Molotov for the bomb.
To the bomb site. Smoke is down, and Kragan can't connect. This is absolute carnage. And the molly, that is brutal.
Oh, he's sticking it.
He's going to stick it through either way. That was wild.
Right. They're able to get away with it. This is absolutely crazy. Gaming Gladiators should have had this one in the back. I don't think they realized there was a kid. And the fact that they used the smoke for a cave, they have no smoke for the Molotov, it just felt like it was perfect for Paddy to win them the round. Especially with the Molotov. Kragan doing God's work from the back of the side once again with that quick 1-2 punch. The latest, though, coming in huge in the pulse plan with a couple of kills himself to get him over the line. And as you said, just sticking the defuse through the flames. No issues for Seized. But the first buy is coming up. Bomb plant, a lot of kills found. Kragan on an AK-47, Nodius on a Galil that has already been tagged down massively. But the T's have been able to get that cave control thanks to the instant molly off of the doors in towards B. You're pushing them back, so not too safe for the 9 Pandas so far, but they are ready for the first buy. 3 M4s in the mix, a decent amount of util, not looking too bad.
Eyes on Kragan. He's had a great map so far. 2 kills off matching his last series.
We're gonna make that point. We're gonna mention that like 5 more times.
Yeah, well, that's because he's gonna prove that was the outlier. He's gonna prove that he is not mucking about, and he does not want his team to bow out in last place. Clearly, a scoreline already indicates that. And let's hope we can get a good engagement in this round. They'd love Kraken to open it. All 5 players in mid for Gaming Gladiators. They have no real room here to pivot. Now they're going to loop back out. It plays back into A main. They have not got much util to end with here.
Yeah, and this could be a little bit of an issue. Thankfully, you do have the M4s to work with, but as of right now, they're heading in towards that A-bomb side, and you have an MP9 towards the back of the side, and that's not going to stand tall, meaning this balance needs to go huge, and he nearly does. But look at Kraken. He's got a phenomenal timing. Couldn't know the first rotation, and he knows there was one more in towards Tempo. They should be ready for Glow, and timing's everything on that P. Queenix trying to catch him off guard. Glowin still ends up winning that fight. And is the flank coming in from the main position? Actually, Salazar, the time was running out. He had to stick it, but Kraken wasn't close enough to protect him. Round's over. Kraken needs to make sure he doesn't go down after time. 9 Pandas have made it work. Ooh.
Just about. Yeah, Gaming Gladiators will feel hard done by. Heck of an entry from Patty as they're starting to enclose on the A-bomb side, but not quite the staying power. Timeout in for them. And they'll have to eco this round. If they had a plant, maybe they could force around the AK, but it's just too much to ask. It looks so good when Kraken is cutting off the rotations. You thought, surely they're going to be able to deal with glowing, but they couldn't.
Yeah, I think that's what he relied on too, right? Because in that position, you could be saying, but why does Kraken not arrive in towards the A-bomb side a little bit earlier? He's got 2 teammates towards the bomb side. He's given the information. He's killed another guy. He's sticking around to make sure that Glowin is going to be the only one challenging that bomb plant. So as far as he's concerned, he feels like he's done his part, right? And he's going to just activate and play for the post plant and after the bomb goes down, but it doesn't really happen. Unfortunate for him, they still decide to go for the force buy regardless, and this is a bit of a risky move.
This feels like too much.
Good catch the CTs off
9 Pandas
guard.
have very bad money, but they've got a great buy. A good trade there, fortunately for them. Patty, though, comes through the smoke. This man, though, up on top doing work. And feels like I've lost a lot of its sting as this round for Game Gladiators up until now. What is going on here? How are players getting in behind?
It's clear. Surely the moment that C's gets that kill, it's a little bit scrappy. Surely now you've realized the Queenix. At this balanced rotation player, nowhere to be seen. C's gets that kill from the top of shelf. Bomb's gonna go down. Only issue is Queenix has no gun nearby. All the fights happening towards middle, so you gotta stick to the Diego, and that's not gonna make it easier. Wait a minute. He deletes C straight away. And I just balance is coming in from the same position, but Queenix has so much time to reposition. Now, has I just balance heard those steps? I don't think so. He has no idea. He's got a kit. He's got a Molotov. Where do you want to throw that, though? You want to throw it in towards main, or you want to use it in towards CT main? It goes. Timing on the peak is good, and Queenix gets that 1 peak. 32 HP to spare. A 1 versus 2 with the Diego. He didn't need a rifle to clutch it up.
Series defining round. That should have been the gimme. That should have been... I still don't agree with the buy. Even after seeing it work, 9 Pandas should have snapped the money there and be way ahead, but it flips back. You're going to see the replays. It was just such carnage coming off the ledge the entire time, and of course the 1v2 from Queenix does not miss. And look at the opportunities provided his team. Look at the investment from 9 Pandas. They have nothing. The util is a joke. How do you win this round as the defense?
You don't. As simple as that. You shouldn't be. Just a couple pistols, a couple MP9s. You're hoping for a cheeky double kill from behind this balance. Oh my goodness! What's going on? How are people getting away with that many multi-kills with pistols?
This isn't allowed. We can't stream this. This is ridiculous. Oh my. Shell-shocked as much as me probably at the moment are the Danes. What do you do? Re-smoke on towards Donut. Seized is still backside. These guys are going to come through the Donut smoke, surely, when someone takes contact. Bomb gets tapped.
Oh, they're sticking
Here we go. Surging through. 2 kills for Clax. And Salazar not long for this world. Oh, no. That should have been the moment they get back into the map.
How does he get away with a double? That was the pit 250 as well, by the way. That was the worst weapon that they had going into the round. Everyone else at least had a 5.7, a Diego, an MP9. That's the only P250. Look at that second kill. That's nasty. That's too much. That's too much. He shouldn't have gotten that. And as you said, they've run out of Yuto. I'm actually surprised that they decided to stick the plan straight up. I feel like they were just tunnel vision on the fact that they needed to get money for the following up round, because now you look at the investment, it's just one AK on Kragan and everyone else is ecoing. Salazar is the one that did drop that AK, so Teammate of the Year award for him. $150 in the bank and you're just playing with a Glock.
Shell shocked.
Say it again.
Shell shocked.
Thank you.
Well, obviously praying that Kragan here does a lot of work. They're buying the next will not be good. Well, they're on 2-4 loss.
Yep.
It's going to be AK armor on most of the players. Some will have to go on to Galils. Util probably won't be perfect either. And yeah, the 9 Pandas, it looks like finally we are going to have a clean round. I didn't know those were possible in this second half, but we found the unicorn in the end.
You're just saying that because you weren't ready for Queenix to get a triple kill out of a 1 versus 5 with a Glock. Neither was he. The latest shuts him down straight up. Double digits for the 9 Pandas. 5 alive, finally. As you pointed out, this is starting to make a little bit more sense. And the purchase from the Gaming Gladiators is going to be really awkward. Now, Patty's going to take one for the team. He's dropped over a rifle to Salazar, I believe. And he's going to be the one down to a MAC-10 or a Tech-9. So probably sending him first here. He's going to invest some money into Yuto. They should have one more Galoo in the mix, and that's going to be on Queenix, who's opted for the Yuto too. It's not too bad of an investment, but you're working with really limited Yuto here.
Investing all of it here early. Look at the aggression. Doesn't work. Kragan.
Failed smoke.
Finds 2, yeah. Lands in the bricks. Well, we know CS2 can be a bit funky with the nades. I wonder if our lineup was just a smidge off. That is a brutal way to die. They really would have traded well, I think, at that smoke being on point.
I don't think they need to trade if the smoke is on point, right? Because they win the first fight, which was the harder one, but still, they somehow might end up winning the round. Kragan, no ammo left, and Glowin goes absolutely nuclear with a triple kill. It's a miracle that the Gaming Gladiators are able to catch them off guard like that, but still fall short. And I'm going to rephrase that, actually. It's a miracle that the 9 Pandas get hard done so much by that failed piece of Yuto, and they still end up winning the round.
This hasn't been good from Gaming Gladiators. Really been a bit of a mess, this map, for them. Think of the rounds. They've, after plants, crazy situations. That has got them a long way to 7. In terms of consistency, gun rounds, good decisions, it's been all 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas have truly played an excellent map so far.
Yeah, you can probably count like 3 rounds where you could say that the Gaming Gladiators were all in all the better team when it comes down to just a full-on buy round, right? Because you're thinking about that 1 versus 2 clutch with the Digo, which we can't really count as a round that they just straight up fundamentally CS-wise outplayed the 9 Pandas, right? You're thinking about that one round that we pointed out where well, in the first half, they were able to get away with it a little bit scrappier. So, yeah, there is a couple of scrappy rounds in the mix for the Gaming Gladiators. I mean, losing the pistol round in the second half, I guess, does them a little bit more justice that they were still able to get away with 1 kill. But especially in the second half, it has been pretty dire on the T side.
They're not getting bomb plants. They're getting slammed. 9 Pandas are opening the rounds well. They're rotating well. Dardades, of course, is being an absolute monster at the moment.
Also, Glowin is getting multi-kills, and that's always a worrying sign.
So yeah, I think that they should be really happy with how this map has gone. Bodes well for their series.
You know how I like putting it, by the way, for the 9 Pandas? I like saying, if Klax doesn't need to have positive KD, then the team is functioning really nicely. Because while the team was going through their... Well, they are kind of still going through it because they've lost their last 8 best of 3s in a row, right? But at the start of this, when they were 4 games deep, you could see that Klax was the only one bringing in the numbers. And obviously, he's on some maps, he's got good positions for that. He's most of the time the guy that you're going to let to his own devices on the other side of the map and just let him do, right? For example, T-side overpass, you just send the monster and he does whatever the hell he wants to. But if that player is by a significant margin the best player on your team, then something else is not going wrong with the pack, wherever the pack is, right? So it's nice to see that even though Klax is on 6 and 12, it doesn't feel like he's not doing his job. It just feels like the team is functioning well for the 9 Pandas.
Only 2 to go. And check out the force buy from Gaming Gladiators. They really don't want this to stretch this out. We'll be up against 5 map points, so they're going all in. There's no AKs. The util, again, isn't brilliant. And in a map like Ancient, where you use so much util to default, they've already burnt a lot. And clearly, it hasn't gone well on the defaults either. This is looking tiresome for the Danes.
Yeah, that's difficult. 1 smoke, 2 flashes, not a single AK in the mix either. 3 Galils and 1 MAC-10 you're working with. And you gotta look for something. You're a man down too. If that wasn't enough, the 9 Pandas, they can just relax. CS though, gonna start going in forward and spots out Salazar. That's giving him enough of information. A quick reposition, doubling up in towards the cave. We might see a high-low in play here for the rifles. And that's exactly what they go for. 9 Pandas just playing from the back of the bomb side extremities, and this is looking really good. On the fate of the smoke, Paddy is just going to be unpleasantly surprised by this, and he goes down, not a single kill, and they can just hold on.
He still finds another. Dialed on his head. Okay, 1 collected. It is just Idis Balance on this side of the map, and he's going to get aggressive. Takes a wide angle out towards the long side of the back lanes. But now the cavalry's here. It's going to be so much more difficult, getting peppered up by util as well. Kragan can't finish the job, and well, he might get 1 kill there, but with 8 HP, 1 man can just sit on the bomb, surely get covered by his comrade. We had to find them. Why are they looking out towards that direction? Miscommunication, perhaps. I can't believe Kragan's even in this round. Kit scoops. There will be a defuse, but for a second, that was looking very perplexing.
Did they think he was going around the pillar?
They must have.
Yeah, there's no way you thought he was in towards short and in towards the backside of square, right? There's no way you assumed he could be there, but he just escapes right out. Well, actually, you know what? He got that kill, and I think he had the time to strafe from the right-hand side to the left-hand side of cave, right? From the CT side's perspective. So that means that he actually technically had the time to push in towards short too. That's why I think they just lost him completely. Well, they still end up winning the round.
The bomb is like a... The bomb's not planted for that side. They could have just stuck it. Who knows what's going on there, but no harm, no foul, I guess. This map is still looking superlative for 9 Pandas, despite the confusion. And Gaming Gladiators, look at the call here. 5 out mid. They have nobody towards the extremities. They are lucky that Klax isn't continuing to push. As 9 Pandas pump the brakes and say, let's just play a passive round because we've got the numbers. They've got no util. We're in a great spot.
Yeah, you got to group up and hope for somebody to go absolutely huge. You need your spacing, your opening fight to go your way. You do have a couple AKs in the mix, but you're up against an AVP and you simply don't have the util to deal with it. Idis Balance gets 1, Klax with another. Rotation starting to arrive, and this should be done and dusted unless Notice goes absolutely nuclear, but it won't really happen in the 1 versus 5. Glowin shuts him down. The 9 Pandas finish off Ancient on fire on the back of winning 5 in a row, dropping only 1 on their CT side, as this was, we can fairly say, the most comfortable map out of the 9 Pandas that we've seen in their last 8 best of 3s in all tournaments.
Yeah, and they didn't have necessarily the best start to the map in general. Remember, Gaming Gladiators were way ahead, pistol win with lots of money. So yeah, I mean, all in all, that was about as good as it gets. Very few mistakes. Of course, we had a couple bizarre individual moments maybe, but all in all, great comms. Their execution on T-side was really good when it was needed, and on CT, the individuals are shredding, they're rotating well. That's the 9 Pandas that played great at an RMR. Not the 9 Pandas I've seen in the last 2-3 weeks. That was much better.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, they've had massive issues with picking up their map picks so far. I know I've mentioned the 8 loss streak 20 times already probably, but you kind of can't look over it. I feel like the main issue there is the fact that they've been able to actually pick up maps in 4 of those games. They were 1-2 losses, but they weren't their map picks. So technically, this is the first time they've won their map picks since that TSM game that we mentioned in ESO Challenger, which was their last victory too. So who knows, man? They've been doing a good job at putting up a fight on the map picks of their opponents. Certainly exciting times for the 9 Pandas on the back of a pretty solid engine. Inferno, though, still to come in, and it is the map pick of the Gaming Gladiators to see if the Danes are going to be able to bounce back. Kraken with a good performance, Queenix with a couple of good moments, so good signs for the Gaming Gladiators individually at least, but on a team level, they need to try and match up the 9 Pandas on map number 2. We're taking a little bit of time before that, though, ladies and gents. We're going to throw it into a short little break, and we're going to be right back with Inferno right after the break.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
One comfortable engine later, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the second map of the series, elimination series of Group A between the sides of the Gaming Gladiators and 9 Pandas. On the back of not picking up a single best of 3 in the second edition of the RES for Europe, 9 Pandas looking to change their fate a little bit and do one better here in the third European Cup. Whereas the Gaming Gladiators making their debut under that organization, first participation after the first edition where they were still ecstatic and made it into playoffs, are on the ropes, Alan. They're one map away from elimination. It is their map pick we're going into, but things for the Danes didn't necessarily look too clean on Engine, so to speak.
Yeah, I guess there's two ways to look at this. There's go off the history, which says this is a good map for Game Gladiators. They picked it many a time in a series, whereas on the flip side, 9 Pandas haven't played it so much in recent times. But in series, you're right. Counter-Strike in map 1 wasn't good enough for Game Gladiators. They made a few too many mistakes. They were never dictating the pace of that map, really. So, these have a good chat between these maps. And come into this a little bit better. Here we go. Molly's over. Flashes in next. Nade lands right on top of them. Can't believe more didn't go down. Ooh. How on earth they come out of this situation so well? Man advantage now. Bomb going down. It looks good.
Yeah, it does. The CTs, are they thinking about a save? They're looking for a flank right now. Queenix isolated himself at the start there. He could have provided an early opening, but now nothing's happened. They go for the swing on the back of the flash. This balance goes down straight up. That's going to be the end of the round. There's nothing you can do about it.
It looks so good for the CTs. We've got 2 pairs of Julies. We've naded them pretty heavily as they're coming through the smoke.
And they're running through a smoke. Yeah.
But they could never, it just never managed, the 2 players never played off each other, really. The player on top of first takes the initial contact, then dies, and the one into a CT can never get a good duel. I don't know if the flashes really caught the CT player well, but they never pinged off each other terribly, in terribly good fashion.
Yeah, so Deletus was blind as he was trying to go down from the box. Glowin straight up just didn't connect. Got deleted by Queenix. That following up kill was the big difference maker, as you pointed out. The fact that the 9 Pandas never really felt too comfortable going for the retake. They had no kit. They were a man down. And sadly, we go into a technical timeout as we've lost Seized, unfortunately. And you know, the 9 Pandas need him. He's the captain of the team. I guess you could say they will be praying for his quick return in the server.
I think he's back.
Oh, yeah.
And there shouldn't need to be a reset, a match medic.
Right,
because,
he's gone again.
Or anything. Okay. Well, we hope for his speedy return.
Yeah. I assume you haven't played Counter-Strike since the update, have you? Did you play? Yes. Okay. So apparently there was that thing. Wow. Imagine what went through Queenix's head right there, by the way. But apparently there was that thing right after the update, because it's CS and it's the game that we all love and adore and live for and breathe and eat and drink and sleep. You get the idea. After a big update, there's some glitches every now and then. There's some unconventional things that just don't go the right way. So there was a glitch where if a player was to press escape or tab while being in the server, their game crashes.
Not ideal.
No.
Sounds pretty par for the course, though.
If you're a face it guy just spamming tap all the time, you're just getting 10,000 crashes per game.
Oh, we about to have a mid push.
Yep.
Yes, we are. Here we go. No messing about. Forced by out. And they're getting aggressive. High disbalance doesn't last long on that scout. And this is absolute carnage. But the trades for now looking good for the T side. They know Klax is very likely alone. And they're going to swarm players now actually back into the library. C's gets a... C's got a... that was a long range.
Bro, onto the apart? No.
It must have been tagged down a bit, the player, right?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
That would be... oh my god, he might catch the bomb as well.
They've seen
This
him.
is wild. Kragan backs out. Nodios comes in behind.
Oh my god.
A great
All
try
right.
from C's. That was great.
All right, we got a confirmation that apparently the player in towards the apartments was tagged indeed. So, but it was still a headshot with a 5-7 from that range.
It's one of those kills where you're sitting on board and you're like, oh, the player mid-side got it. And then you realize, no, he didn't. Even the player swinging out library from that distance. Oh, that was a wild round. But,
yeah, there it is. And apparently Klax tagged him down with the scout. So that was just C's finishing things off. It was a good 2 versus 1 though for the Gaming Gladiators. They were able to catch the timing, I guess, spot him out and played it safely enough. So the force buy doesn't net anything for the CTs. And now it's back to Eco, and Salazar is pretty much dead. Patty needs to make sure he doesn't follow suit. Oh my. Right. Things are a little bit better now that Nodius has collected that double.
Nobody panic. I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Everyone relax. They might need to chuck some of these guns out of the map. One AK retrieved.
NJ just instantly repositioned into a triple stack in towards the B-bomb side. Now, I like that from the Gaming Gladiators, though. They're not really overthinking it, but that push is nice.
Yeah. But they also know the guns. They know
don't
where
have the
guns
weapons.
If they keep doing damage, obviously the last round did massive damage.
Oh, there is an AK.
There is an AK. Let's see. One more kill here, and Game Gladiators are in a lot of jeopardy come the first gun round.
Yeah.
Let's see. Gonna let the pistols play for now and see what they find. Lead. That's the answer.
Yeah, nothing for now. Disbalance is going to try his best to at least get 1 kill here, and Queenix, he doesn't really need to go in there. They can all save in towards the pit. Wants to make sure he doesn't get caught on an awkward timing. Yeah, got to fall back. Make sure that him and his teammates will be all good and healthy. Disbalance goes down, and they will be all good and healthy at the end. So 2 AKs, 1 Galil saved up. All things considered, though, this is not a bad eco for the 9 Pandas. You get away with 2 kills, a saved AK-47. That's all right for your money going into the first buy round. Not looking too troublesome.
Yeah, a couple of the Gaming Gladiator players are not going to have much in reserve. Salazar buys into a Galil to get full util. There is a little bit, especially if they get a bomb plant. They'll definitely buy the next whatever happens. So there's initial duels again, which ever so well for 9 Pandas, but didn't have the weaponry to back it up.
Yeah. You know what? In that situation, obviously it's a lot easier to say as a spectator, but had they gone for a double or a triple man swing in towards second middle, it could have gotten really hairy for Nodius there. Thankfully, it was just 2 pistol players peeking one after the other. Glowing though might be a little bit too late for that flash play, and indeed he is too late. Patty just ahead of the play so quick. Glowing had no idea. Now Diletus is all alone and he needs to try and hold on.
He's gets 1. Paddy gets aggressive through the CT smoke. He's lost his teammate out towards ruins, and look at that. Ripcord is pulled. Glowing can buy for himself. Sees can maybe drop an MP9, so there'll be a decent investment in the next, and they can't afford to throw these guns away. What an injection of pace. Nine Pandas were not ready to be contacted into on B that early.
Yeah, and this is a great call for the Gaming Gladiators, right? You usually see, I guess I'm gonna compare that to, well, rest in peace Overpass, but on certain maps when you know that there's it either relies on utility or the presence of an AVP for the CTs to be able to lock in a certain part of the map early on, and you know it's the first buy round for them, and they've lost the pistol, they've lost the conversion, they've lost the anti-eco. And then you probably know U2 is not going to be great for the CT side. You can try and take a chance, right? A lot of people would try and bring up the pace. I feel like that was a good way to bring up the pace without really indicating that you've done so, right? You just contact your way up. You know they wouldn't have the money for an AVP. That would be the case on Overpass, and while a lot of people would go for an A contact play, let's say, first buy round. This is the case here with the lack of U2 on the CT side. You know the nades are not going to be present. You wait it out. You see there's no initial utility. You hope that you're going to be able to catch a timing on that quick play in towards the top of Banana, and it works out perfectly. It's a complete shutdown, but as you said, Nine Pandas, plenty of money for a reinvestment, and that's a great risk breaker there for iDisbalance to open things up.
Let's see how Gaming Gladiators respond. Quick flash to clear, nobody close. Corner Molly lets Gaming Gladiators take top Banana control. Don't need to fight this, brother. Retain your man advantage. This Gaming Gladiators are pretty eager just to find a duel to even up these numbers. They're not going to get one now. Very spread out. Couple players here towards mid and Boiler. They'll take a little bit of control. iDisbalance repeaks.
Oof, quick.
Beautiful. 2 for him, and Dane's looking desperate.
Yeah, and this is iDisbalance just playing with all the confidence in the world because he can put his money that there's not an AVP on the other side of this angle. It's still a risky one, but makes it work. And now they're forced to commit to that B play.
It's a mowdown. It's a massacre. And Nine Pandas are going to get on the board here, surely, in a very convincing fashion. 5 alive, 27 damage total taken. That will revitalize them a little bit, I should think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you go into the first buy round, as we pointed out, you get caught by a timing, and it's nice to realize that this shouldn't be discouraging you too much, right? I mean, you're just like, oh, you silly Gaming Gladiators, you got us this time, and then you just reset for the next round, right? You don't think about it all too much. You know you're not going to get caught by that timing twice in a row, so just reset. You let iDisbalance look for a kill towards middle. He opens things up, completely locks in the A-bomb side on his lonesome. It felt like a really simple and easy round for the Nine Pandas to convert from their perspective, and that's exactly what you need. Now you need to make it consecutive rounds too.
Had to give this one up. Just way too much util coming out from the T side. And the way Gaming Gladiators are grouped, they're certainly thinking of going into B early, but they've seemed to have changed their mind, looping back into mid now. Need to make a decision. Still got 4 smokes, that could definitely take brackets just fine. And yeah, at least for now, thinking about some more map control before making a move.
Yeah, feels like a necessary precaution though, right? You weren't really contested for that banana control too much, and you do have the U2, you do have the time, as you pointed out, to retake brackets, so you want to make sure there's no shenanigans going on the CT side, and it might end up being a B split here. Smoke coming in, Seized is on the other side of this, on the off angle on top of the bench, but he's all alone, and if they get that kill, they can split in towards the B bomb side, and that's a great opener by Nodius.
I'm a little bit stunned he's looking towards the boost.
It's an A-Rap.
He's played a few rounds. Mobbing further out towards that direction. iDisbalance between a rock and a hard place as his teammate under the balcony. That's Clax. He plays the headshot angle. 1 found, traded by the man on top. 2 for Queenix. Pair of headies. And that was a beautiful sequence from Gaming Gladiators. That is how you take progressive map control, isn't it? Take brackets, throw the split smoke, take towards long, then immediately into the wrap, split the site. Perfect.
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect. Makes it a lot easier too, right? Because if you smoke the arches, you need to be careful about that off angle that C's was playing. You need to be careful about library. You need to be careful about the moto angle as well, especially if there's an AVP, which there was in that case. So as you pointed out, deploying that split smoke, first of all, it makes the B players stay in towards the B bomb side, because you know the split is a possibility on paper, especially after you've gotten banana control early on, and you know they haven't regained that. You up until the last couple of seconds of the round actually had a person holding for that, so you know the two B players are going to be standing there. You spot out C's. The moment that you get that kill, not only it makes it easier and it isolates the angles that we talked about that are behind that smoke, but you get the kill. From that point on, the CTs are just staying 2A, 2B, not really necessarily sure whether it's going to be a split or an A play. And yeah, after you don't see anything else towards the arches, you just know you have two more people that you need to find out in towards the back of the bomb site. Great work by Queenix to get those kills. Looking really sharp right now on some of those short strafes, by the way, the T's. And that's a good sign. Look at that from Queenix. That's peak pre-fire map performance right there.
He's putting in the hours. Putting in the hours. That's for sure. Okay. Well, Stumble Ones to Gaming Gladiators right back on their feet. To get into round number 7. It's already looking like a pretty fine T side. Can they make more of this? 9 Pandas on the reverse. See if they change up how they approach this defense. This B site has been a lot of early util and ultimately get forced off by Gaming Gladiators. So let's see if 9 Pandas can get more out of the util and their numbers on B this time.
Yeah, it's quite difficult when you're playing up against a player like Kragan, right? We did mention the confidence that he had on map number 1. Even though they lost it, he still ended up on, what, 24 and 13. And we know that his style in towards B is just, most of the time, make sure that you have that control over Banana. He's not one to give it away too lightly, even if he's all alone. So when you're up against him, you know he's going to be giving you a fight. And especially when he's hitting the shots, playing with a lot of confidence. This time around, though, the hot area around the map is actually in towards that A bomb site. Queenix in the apartments, a couple players grouped up in middle. Kragan's the only one just making sure that the CTs don't get over aggressive in towards that B bomb site. But it does look like it could be a bit of an A take. And if you're trying to just push them back, you're not being able to do so far, as Balance is still sticking around. And he's going to look for that opening kill, lands the tag, but needs to make sure he gets out of dodge. And this is great work by the Oper.
Let's cut the head off this snake. What do you do now if you're Gaming Gladiators? Kragan's tagged as well, as is Nodios. Queenix is praying for a duel against Klax, but doesn't get a good one. For a moment, Seized was leaning B. So at just the wrong time. Boost is here behind New Box. Kragan doesn't clear it. Don't think you can blame him. Information, though, handed to these T players. They know where both of the defenders are. Salazar spams. Oh. First man gone glowing. They know exactly where he is, but they're forced into the plant by the bomb timer. Queenix swinging to try and deny it, and they leave just Salazar with so much to do in towards Fountain. He can't find his feet and loses his life.
Wow, you know what? I can't lie. There's a couple things that left me completely that were completely mind-blowing at the end of that round. First of all, how is Glowing able to get away with a double kill from the back of the side like that? Especially the second one, he was already that low on HP. And first of all, the moment that I see Cease walk through that smoke on the fade and give a 1 versus 1 to Salazar, that was terrifying. As you pointed out, though, a much better round for the CT side all in all. For the first time, it felt like you were able to disturb the default of the Gaming Gladiators. You were able to push them back and not let them get that map control that they were after in the past couple rounds so comfortably. And it changes up the round completely. Great work by the AVP of Idis Balance. At this point, you can just tell that he's feeling all right on the CT side of Inferno. I guess you can make the statement that he is the reason that they picked up 2 rounds here on the CT. The first time, he picked up a double kill in towards the A-bomb side, forced him into a B play that never worked out, and this one was pretty similar, to be fair. He gets 1 kill, a tag onto a second player, denies them the map control in towards the brackets, and then rotates up to find a second kill. So 4 kills and a half, I guess you could say, for Idis Balance so far when it comes down to buy rounds that the 9 Pandas team has been able to pick up. Quite impactful on the AVP.
Despite the scoreline, 9 Pandas have kept the money very honest for their opponents. That's why we're straight into half by here after a round loss. Call from the Danes is to get aggressive, straight up short.
That's
here
dangerous.
We go, they pick the right site. It's just Klax here for the moment. Sees it behind the Moto smoke. 2 for Klax. Kragan finally trades and makes it a double. Hedge removed. Salazar cutting off the rotates. Bombs down. This could get very interesting very fast. Is cleared in the corner. And now these remaining two called upon. Phoenix up close. Molly is so annoying. Can't move. He's gone. Kragan had a great first map, but this is too much to ask.
Whew. That gets a little bit scrappy there for a second, right? I mean, they're still able to convert it with 3 people surviving courtesy of the double kill from Delatus and the one from Midas Balance, but that was such a great call for the Gaming Gladiators. You just send it out middle, and it's the A bomb side that has only 2 players towards it. You see Klax get that double kill, you're thinking, okay, now we can have a breath of fresh air. Everything's gonna be all right, but then Kragan just comes out of nowhere. First one, flash was perfect. Second one seized, not blinded by the lights, but blinded by the AK of Kragan. A great sequence. Just a quick reminder on how dangerous he could be in those situations. And this time, Kragan wasn't the one to go in first. He was the one on the refrags, doing a lot of damage. As you said, keeping them honest was the task for this round. That was just a half buy for the Gaming Gladiators. They get 2 kills. They get a bomb plant. Now we're back to the rifles.
Rock and roll.
Baby.
Back on it. Still, though, feels like a lot more life to this game than there was 5 minutes ago. Panthers heading back a little bit harder here on the defense. And the thing about their Inferno is, we said it, they do play quite a lot of this map in the past. It's just recently, not much match time. Whereas their opponents, only for Gaming Gladiators, entry again for Kragan. He has been crisp today. He isn't missing.
Yep. No. And you know what? This isn't the feeling that you're getting out of a tier 3 player that's just having a good game. This is the feeling that you're getting from a high quality player. You just look at him play. It's really satisfying. The way that he wins some of those fights, the way that he's approaching his fights. And this is satisfying too, getting a headshot off the AVP. But Kragan, unfortunately, while you're blind, you can't really do anything about it, my friend. Now, Paddy has caught a bit of a timing, but CS should be aware of that possibility. Surely he's looking for it. Steps made, position indicated, and Paddy shuts him down. They know Glowin is going to be all alone. Question is, where will Glowin be playing from? Deep smoke in towards Banana, and Paddy, this is really smart. He's just going to give it away. He's going to allow his teammates to creep ever closer in towards that B-bomb side. But Glowin's still playing this one from a really precarious angle, and that could be good for one. This is a big kill. Paddy shuts him down. He shouldn't have won that fight.
Glowing had to swing. He was a dead man if he stayed put, so you can't blame him. But even so, left his teammates in a tough position. Klax clears. Queenix gone. But these up fronts are ever so strong. Bomb is out towards Coffins. The nade on Idas balance. And if it goes the right way, Paddy might be gone. Paddy's going to peek. Can't get a good engagement. Here comes that nade. Oh, right on top of them. Salazar left. They don't expect him to be here. Why would there be 2 players and there not be an immediate trade? Bomb is way too far gone. And it will be 6 for Gaming Gladiators.
Wow. Okay, this game is starting to deliver now. This is starting to get really entertaining in the last couple of rounds. The start might have been a little bit stale there for the 9 Pandas, but the last couple of rounds, they've just been going blow for blow. Exchanging hits. A lot of pace by the T's, and they actually go for a tactical timeout, and I'm not completely against that. Paddy with a big round here, the in-game leader. Taking that kill onto C's, then coming in from CT, slowing things down, waiting for his teammates to get closer and make life a lot more uncomfortable for Glowin in that position. It's not a bad angle in that situation. Not a lot of people would clear it out, but the moment that you don't get away with a single one, it's a bit difficult. And I like the idea for the tactical timeout. You realize you've just won the round, but you've still lost all 5 players. The buy round is coming up from the CT side, and you're pretty much stuck in that really interesting spot on the T side, in which you don't really get put too often, where you've just won a round, but the CTs will have a better investment than you. And you're in a reset territory. 3 Galos, 2 AKs to work with. Yuto's looking good, but the CT purchase once again is the best one possible, so there still is a way back for the 9 Pandas into that first half. They can still make this one a tied up score line, especially if they convert this round.
Okay. Ooh. Straight up mid. Straight up mid. Playing around the side of the smoke. Caesar's gone.
I think that was Patty just spamming from ramp, by the way.
You're right.
Oh.
Salador was the one out mid. That is a bad day in the office for Seized.
Yep.
Unlucky, brother.
That's good, though. A good response from Klax shuts down Notice towards the other side of the map. And now if you're gaming Gladiators, you're kind of forced to commit to that B play. But Balance is leaving to pick up some Yuto. He's going to spot the smoke now. And this is a whole lot of trouble. He's committed to getting that Molotov. But it might not be enough to stop them. That might have to be the safe call. And I think it is.
What was the point in that molly? He throws it and then saves. Oh. Oh, well.
Maybe you're hoping that one Molotov would have made them actually reroute back in towards the A-bomb site. And in towards the 4-man stack.
You'd be lucky. You'd be lucky.
Yeah, probably not.
Wow. 9 Pandas take a big risk of leaning there towards A, and unfortunately this time they get it wrong. At least it means they're carrying guns forwards, but this is actually their chance to put Gaming Gladiators money in the bin, and has not transpired. This is getting a little bit out of control. It's not beyond the point of no return, but 9 Pandas are going to have to play some pretty mega Counter-Strike if they want to bring this map back.
Yeah. You know what's the thing, though? I actually feel like this is a move of confidence rather than the other. I think you look at Klax, obviously he's on 11 HP. You have an AVP that's low on HP too on that retake. You're looking at that first half and you're comfortable with the fact that you're going to be able to put up a pretty competitive second one on the T side. And you know you're after 4 or 5 rounds. You know the difference for you between having 5 or 6 rounds on that CT side is not that massive. But if you risk going for the retake and try and go for the tied up score, you can reset your money, you can give them more, and then you're endangered of a 9-3 half, sorry. And I feel like this is just the 9 Pandas showing, okay, we need 4 at minimum. If you get 5, that's good, but it's not that big of a difference. You're trying to hold on to the money. This could get out of hand really quickly, though, as Glowin gets one, but they're just flying at him, and Kraken with a double kill. If it wasn't for C's, that round would have been over already.
Klax is on a different continent right now. Let's get over and help his teammates. And check it out with the util for this T side. There'll be a re-smoke in towards CT. C's going to go ahead of it. Bit of a spam. They have nades on Klax, so they could break this CT smoke, but there will not be much time left. This has to be flawless when they go in.
Yeah. Oh, that Molotov might be it. You can't wait it out. Time's running low. Molotov is going to go in towards Notice's position. Not even sure if it's not going to fail, actually. No, it forces him out of the angle, but there's not enough time. He's actually going to burn down to a crisp, but the Molotov in towards Riz. It just seals the deal when Klax gets one more through the smoke, but Cease is going to go down.
Nodios is committed to the cause. He didn't move. He was like,
I thought the Molotov failed, by the way.
Get out of ruins.
I thought it was about Molly. I'm just looking at it on the minimap. Like, he's not moving, is he?
Wow. See here on the replays. This is what happens when if you take a map, a site like Inferno B this early and you've got money in the can. There's just so few choke points to get back onto it that you can just chain util. It's really hard to retake, so pans out pretty well. Remember, it was the first gun round as well where they went for a reasonably similar round. I mean, that was a contact play, but same rough idea of hit B early, change this pace, catch 9 Pandas off guard. Doing a good T side. Very varied, a lot of different looks.
Yeah. We saw that default look. We saw the quick plays every now and then that they have those gimmicks when they feel like they can get away with it and catch a gap in towards Banana on the quick walk. We saw some defaults transpire into a B execute. We saw some quicker B commitments. We saw that split smoke into an A wrap round, and now by the looks of things, we're going to see another A split on the cards, which is going to be relatively quicker than some of the rounds that we've seen from them, but the CTs posted fairly nicely for this one. Moment player on top of the balcony playing anti-flash, seized in towards the pit with an M4, and I had this balance in a good position with the 2 flashes to support his teammates if need be.
Oh, this balance is so far out. Huge pressure on Clax and Seas. Flashes, though, are good. Clax, though, connects. Where's the trade? Too late. Seas connects from mid-sight. I can't believe they've held on that well. 5 alive? That was the weakest site.
Oh my goodness. What happened there? Look at that spray from Clax. Gets the first one. He kills him through the rooftop. And Siege just deploys that defensive smoke and wins him a triple kill. And as you said, the call for the Gaming Gladiators was perfect. Yeah, look at that once again. He killed him through the roof. Whoa, banged him. That's probably the first time I've seen a wall bang like this one. And the round worked out perfectly for the Gaming Gladiators, right? The smoke, once again, with the split smoke, but this time it's a different variation. Last time they wanted to go out long and pick up that fight. That's why Idis Balance moves in towards CT. He's ready for a potential B split. This is something that, again, they did a couple rounds ago with Patty. So you get the Oper out of position and you get just those 2 rifles standing. You do it perfectly, but you just don't get a single kill. So, yeah. Going into the second pistol round of this map, 9 Pandas slightly favored to win it, but it all has to start it off with a pistol round victory, and it's pretty heavily invested into utility. What if Nodia just deletes the latest straight away?
Look at that. We're already kind of giving up here on B. Okay, reset, go again. Clax finds 1, but there's still 2 defenders. We're going towards CT. And the fast banana flank is coming ever so quick. Queenix is in behind. Salazar's there. Jumping kill. Look at it on the HUD. Love to see it. Salazar, the sole player left towards the A side of the map. He gets traded, and suddenly, from a 5-on-3, it's game time. Game on.
Put on the joggers, boys. Sprinting towards the A-bomb side. You know it's going to be clear. You've just killed 2 on the flank. Patty, quickest rotation, but he's just hoping for a cheeky bullet through the smoke. Not too far away. But still not connecting. Boost on top. Not going to delay. And actually, that might have been heard. They might know what's going on. The swing comes in. Idis Balance needs to find at least one of them tapping away, but the Glock is not connecting. He's got enough time for a reload, and they're coming in from different directions, but the bomb doesn't get planted. They don't really need to peek him right now. 20 seconds. They can just wait for him to get in the open. Jumping Glock not going to connect this time around, but it connects onto the second. Idis Balance, take your time. 10 HP, no armor. 1 bullet away from greatness in the 1 versus 2, but Nodius denies.
That was wild. That was wild. Cut Idis Balance some slack. It is hard to hit shots like those on a pistol round when players are moving left and right, ADing.
And not looking at you.
Excellent try from 9 Pandas to recover the round, and it's a real shame actually they didn't get the bomb down, because they would have loved a force behind this. But
also 1 tap. A 1 tap, 1 bullet left the chamber.
There you go.
That's the one
margins.
highlight you see on YouTube, and you know it's from a YouTuber that's just cheating, and that's why they're doing all of those plays, right? Remember the good old days with the B-hops and the flying scouts and stuff like that? That's the type of a highlight.
Boon era. Let's call it that. Okay. Hello.
Woo. Hello,
This
Boon.
force, this is suddenly got a lot more interesting.
Now you're scared to give them the fights. Issue. Kragan just has 1 smoke left, so he doesn't want to waste it too early, but eventually he'll have to, and his teammate is burning, so they know what's going on. They know Patty's up close, a lot of damage done,
And
that's giving away the whereabouts of 2 more.
They know it's 2B right now. They should commit A really fast. Here we go. Call comes over. Mid-rounding is on point. They're taking long at the same time. Kragan has got a lot of work to do. Doesn't really have the gun for it. What do we got? Nodios Pip. Teammate backside. Salazar gets 2. And yet again, what a hold. 4 for Salazar. 9 Pandas made the right call. They made the right decision, just couldn't overwhelm the site.
Yeah, it was a good reaction, right? But they don't. Another thing they don't realize: you actually leave the B bomb side where the 2 MP9s are, and you go into the 2 rifles on A who are playing in the crossfire, right? And you didn't have the flashes to deal with them. And that's one of the. Well, I guess he was trying to have a peek at the sacred book of Counter-Strike. Quite forbidden. Salazar though with a big 4K from the back of the bomb side. Kragan with a quick rotation too to support in the previous round, even though he couldn't really get into a fight. But it all comes down to the rifles being, again, impeccable. 2-man holds in towards A against 5 people so far this game have been surprisingly good and efficient. Both times, both teams not dropping a single player on those defenses. It's not usually how it's supposed to work.
No, that one especially. I mean, even without the flashes, I still was certain they were going to get overwhelmed. There was just too many directions that the T's are coming from. Not to be, though. 9 Pandas have to take an eco. It's not a great one either.
No. I mean, you're in danger of losing this map 4-13, and if you're the 9 Pandas, yes, the Gaming Gladiators have played a really good game, of course, times better than the one that we saw on Engine, but you're not getting the feeling that the 9 Pandas are necessarily doing anything wrong so far on this map. I mean, there has been a couple odd situations, but in all fairness, it just has been a much improved performance from the Gaming Gladiators in contrast of just the 9 Pandas being off.
A lot of close rounds.
Yeah.
If you just look at the frag counts for both teams, and you can see that pretty even.
Yeah.
So 9 Pandas have been in this game more than the scoreline might suggest.
Exactly.
Just Gaming Gladiators are winning a heck of a lot of the 50-50 rounds. All of the close situations, they seem to be finding a way. Okay then. Well, question for 9 Pandas, is there life left on Inferno? Well, we go into Nuke, because now is last chance saloon. Got to produce something different. Some aggressive entries, a change of pace. Give us a different look. Let's not bow out in submission. Let's die on our terms.
Great damage early on. Patty gets an opening kill in towards Banana. Another big nade onto the latest in towards the top middle extremities. Minus 41 for him. It's a great start for the Gaming Gladiators, and this is just a bit of a bonus for the CTs once again. I mean, you have the MP9. Is he thinking about going through? Okay, he was just picking up an AK. That's fine. I was gonna call out madness there.
Big kill from Clax. Sent towards apartments. Gonna give these CTs a thing or two to think about as they readjust for a second. Okay, they are. B is given. And that bomb clearly not committed, so they better find some frags here on A.
But that could work out. Bomb still dropped in towards the T-ramp position, and the aggression coming out in towards A. Clack shuts down Nodius. Does he realize one's pushing down middle? Absolutely not. Patty drops the C4, and now the penny's starting to drop. Now you spotted 2 more, and you've caught a great timing. You know exactly what's going on. Kragan coming out of the B bomb side. That was a really awkward round from Gaming Gladiators' perspective. But the 9 Pandas should be able to stay alive here. Kragan probably not even in a position to attempt that round here. You can hold on to the AK-47. You're going to have plenty of cash. Salazar can put himself onto an AVP. Patty can purchase for himself. You can drop over an M4 to Nodius. You can have a proper buy round going into round number 17. But the 9 Pandas stay alive, and they turn a 4 versus 5 into a 3 versus... well... no.
That's how maths works.
Yeah.
Okay, well, clearly a long way to go before we're getting truly excited about this map, but that was a nice round in isolation, and got to be said, Clax is having a brilliant map. He is looking sharp, he is hitting shots, and, well, he's doing everything he possibly can to keep his team in this match.
Remember what we talked about on Engine, right? When the team is struggling and they're not able to squeeze it together, Clax is the one trying to hold them on and keep them in the matchup. And we're seeing a really good example of it right now. Obviously, Inferno is a map that gives you a bit more leverage, I feel like, when you're, especially T-side lurk. You just get to pick your fights in towards the apartments so well. You get a lot of freedom to work with, so to speak. T-side Inferno might be one of the best maps for lurkers to have a lot of impact. You get to toy around the presence that your team is showing in towards B. Then they can rejoin and play with you in towards the A-bomb side. You have multiple different possibilities to approach it, to peek into it. course, it depends on whether the CTs want to be aggressive in towards the apartments too, but Klax has been doing a really good job. And the 9 Pandas, I like that tactical timeout. You recognize this buy round that's going to happen right now is probably your way back into this one and making it at least somewhat more competitive. Or it was just a preparation for a technical timeout. Could have been the case.
We'll say it's the former. Okay, we're back in the action, but yeah, we still need a couple more gun rounds from 9 Pandas before we're truly intrigued where this map is going.
You know what? I'm a simple man. All I need is 2.
Beautiful stuff. So we get it. Otherwise, we're going to be on map 3 very, very soon. Nuke as well. As you mentioned, all the way back in the veto, because 9 Pandas took out Dust 2 towards the end, left them a little bit exposed. I think Nuke is reasonably Danish favoured. I may say so. So give Inferno a good crack. Not done yet.
Pushing the T's back. A lot of Uto being exchanged in towards that top banana area. That's a big nade, and the bonus damage from the Molotov as well. Gonna tag down Glowin. Remaneuvering though in towards that A-bomb side, expecting an A play here to Gaming Gladiators, and Paddy's realized nothing's going on towards the other side of the map, so no reason to rotate away, and especially considering Salazar has no Uto left to work with. It's going to be a little bit slower here for the CTs, and for respectively both sides. The T's just trying to play it in a standard default, get banana control, clear out brackets, put Klax in a good position where he can potentially cut off some rotations if he wants to later on, and then gather up into a B play. And he'll even rejoin with the team.
What have we got left? One flashbang on B. One flashbang. Salazar commits dark with the AWP. Paddy's saving this for the execute. Trying to help out his teammate. Here we go. Salazar can't connect on the first. Surely we'll get some more. Jaws seized. That is brutal.
That's it.
B-bomb site annihilated. And we're going further into Inferno.
They make it look so simple too, right? I mean, the CTs didn't have any Uto to fend them off with. It was just that one flashback, alright, but the T's didn't have too much Uto either. It was just one flash for the T side, smokes for us and CT, and just one Molotov. That was about the extent of it. So Paddy was in a... not even... I don't think they had the second smoke for us, actually. It was just one smoke in towards CT. Utility extremely limited for the T's on that take. Salazar going down without a kill, big issue. Same happens to Paddy, and now they're thinking about the hunt. This could be massive. You get those guns out of the hands of the CTs. They'll have little to nothing left to work with in the next round, but they're not going to overextend, realizing that their money as well isn't in too great of a position. And yeah, there was no smoke for us. Oh, wait, there was, but it just failed.
It's all good. They survived.
It actually worked out in a good way. I mean, it failed, but it worked. That was turning a deficiency into efficiency, because it offered a fight against Paddy, and he didn't get away with a single kill, and he was isolated and alone and cold and afraid.
Alrighty, what have we got? 3 saved guns, eco around it, smattering of util for the CT side. Where are the guns? 8, 9, and 0. One on porch.
Yeah,
The other 2
one
on
expert.
B.
Favoring 9 Pandas to... Well, no, favoring the Gaming Gladiators to win it, but 9 Pandas surely in a position to potentially give them a run for their money. Of course, you can head over to 1xBet, click the banner below. Use code 1XRESEU to get up to 130% bonus, as the M4 is going to be trying to get up to 200% bonus in this round. It's just a hot buy around the hero rifles. Queenix might need to go huge. There's one.
Oh, that was massive. If Queenies can get out and stay alive, that is huge. So scared to peek further are these T-side players. Kragan gets another. This was meant to be, you know, do damage at best. We're playing for the next round as Gaming Gladiators. This was not a full investment. Paddy with another. That's a high HP player gone. What on earth do you do if you're 9 Pandas? Save the guns? Because I don't think you can win this round.
That's terrifying. Everything's falling apart right now. You win that previous buy round in such a convincing fashion. You're making us believe that there could be a chance. You go into a pretty dangerous buy right against 3 rifles, but still a half buy for the CTs around those saved weaponaries. Tonight this balance will even go down, so no AVP in the next one. Even if CS has enough money to drop one over, this is just a disaster right now for the 9 Pandas. 6 consecutive map points here for the Danes. We wanted a response. We've gotten a response on Inferno. Look at that once again. Queenix, first kill is his. Bonus damage on another. Kragan wins that fight, and that was the only chance that they had to actually fight back in the round. If Kragan goes down, the round is on. The moment that he gets that kill, round was already decided pretty much.
Okay. Well, this feels a little bit dire if you're a 9 Pandas fan. Sorry to say. I mean, a bit of a miracle to save this map of Counter-Strike, or we will be on nuke. Okay. Take it one at a time, though. That's all you can do in their position. And it's clearly is the first port of call. How do they want to default? Nodios, wide out in mid at the start. Thinks better of it. Smoke's in front of himself. We're going through the smoke. 9 Pandas maybe have a read. Been a lot of rounds. With numbers towards B at the start. Here we go. Flash through. But the cavalry is coming. Salazar's clearing banana. 4 on A now. Ooh. Nodios with the opener too. I'll call it. This is nuke.
It could be. It might as well could be the beginning of the end right now. A perfect setup. All 4 CTs in towards that A bomb site. And the 9 Pandas don't really look like a team that has too many options. They don't want to commit here though. They feel there's blood in the water. But it's their blood. And they don't really feel that comfortable going back either. I mean, you try and give it a go, but now you've seen the AVP, you might realize Salazar is going to be alone, but can you really push him back? It's just one player, and Salazar needs to fall back eventually. That's going to drag at least 1 rotation, makes it a little bit more doable in towards that A bomb side, but you still need to find those kills.
Rooting back now. Okay, well, I still think we need a mistake from this CT side. Queenix gets aggressive, he didn't need to. Nodios up next.
No way.
He's the sole player on the side proper. He is gone. How have they recovered this round? Gaming Gladiators. Defeat from the jaws of victory in this round. I mean, they still have a buffer. They're probably still going to win this map, but this should have been done. There was no way into this if they stayed put.
CS is celebrating so much, by the way. He's rejoicing right now. The fact that him just running back in towards Banana, forcing the AVP out of position, after that, just dying without getting a single kill has made enough to allow his teammates to somehow find a path into that A bomb site. That was supposed to be absolutely impossible. It was such a great start. A 5 versus 3, but they're unable to convert. Klax wins the first fight. Pit player isolated. Obe dies alone. You had 3 people in towards that A bomb site, and all of them die as if they were solo in towards it. 1v1s, the majority of them felt like they were favorable fights for the 9 Pandas too. You ask Klax, Sidus, Balance, and Glowing how they've done it. They wouldn't be able to give you an answer, but they are still alive. And give or take 1 more round, the Gaming Gladiators could be starting to experience some minor financial issues. I know it's a long shot still. It's still 5 that they need, but a 3 versus 5 to stay alive.
It's hardly promising signs from Game Gladiators to lose a round like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well,
that's cool.
If you win it here, nobody will remember. This tends to be the case. And the util damage is endless. An airstrike.
What's going on? It feels like both teams just have 20 sets of nades. So much utility raining in towards that B bomb site. Banana area. No HEs left in the server. Just 3 Molotovs, 2 for the T's, 1 for the CT side, and Patty's going for the re-aggression. Flash coming in, but Glowin's ready.
Huge pressure on Kragan. First collected. Still work to do. And that was too much to ask. Yeah, instant save call. Look how quickly Nodios is out of there. 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas really couldn't afford to have lost a couple rounds ago against the saved guns and the pistols. This would be so competitive right now had they not. But still, they're making a very good game of this.
They are, right? And it kind of feels like, although it's not over, you could still on paper try and force OT here, but it seems highly likely the Gaming Gladiators are going to be able to close it out eventually. And we had that conversation in the first half that this has been an extremely closer game than the score suggests. Right now, you're just feeling that painfully if you're a Nine Pandas fan, and it stings, right? Because your team has not been playing badly. But you look at some of those rounds that have been able to slip away. You feel like they should have had them. That half by, of course, against the Hero Rifles being a prime example of one. A lot of them in the first half, so you lose the pistol round and the conversions going into the second half. It's honestly a miracle they're still in this with all the rounds that they've lost. And they are still giving it a go.
Okay, rock and roll. We are off. 3B start for Gaming Gladiators. The intent is clear. They want banana. Patty has taken so. Obviously, a lot of use expended to pull that one off. We smoke for the bottom of banana. So for now, they're quite comfortable, but these nades won't last forever. That's when they'll get their metal tested.
Yeah, I guess. Nice. I guess Kraken still has a Molotov and a smoke in towards B, so that's fine, but the reaction in towards the brackets is coming out. Flash is perfect to get Salazar off the angle, and he actually had to get out of there real quick to make sure he doesn't go down. Still, Ob spotted, fended off. You get that part of the map, split smoke coming in. That's going to drag Salazar out of position and into the arch, but the bomb is still holding, and Patty pushes forward. Deletus will punish.
I think there was a slight gap between the next smoke blooming. And Paddy would have been better just tucking into the corner, wouldn't he?
Oh, no. That's dangerous.
Gaming Gladiators.
What a timing.
Salazar's no idea. He's a dead man. Kragan, the sole player. Everest to climb. And he's not even a base camp. Nowhere near. He's in the ocean. This is quickly becoming a match.
Yep. Now this is becoming competitive, and now you don't really have the choice of holding on to 3 guns anymore, right? You just have the 2 M4s left, and you can see the thought process. It felt like it was so simple for the 9 Pandas. We are gonna get to it later on, though. They're on the hunt, and this is massive. Now you're not thinking about your money on the T side anymore. You're just thinking about getting those guns out of the hands of the CTs, and honestly, you can send maybe 2 or 3 players in there. Obviously, you don't want to give them away an AVP, but an execution onto that A-bomb site. If you get those guns, they're going to be left with nothing to work with. Just a couple pistols, and Nodius is already out of the equation. It's just Queenix left, and he's been spotted out. Surely he doesn't get out of this one alive. Oh, bullet right in the chest. 9 on the board for the 9 Pandas. No money for the Gaming Gladiators to justify a full buy. Well, truthfully, they will be able to bring up a half buy going forward. A couple of upgraded pistols, some util, but that's going to be about the extent of it.
They should full eco. I'm going to keep calling teams out until they do it. There's no point trying to damage the economy. If you full eco here, you get 2 gun rounds. End the map. You force buy here, you got 1 gun round. Maybe 2 if you save, but I'm going to keep saying it, Ted. I'm going to keep saying it until people listen. The game changes. As soon as one team is on map point, economy isn't the same anymore because you can't reset people.
Sure.
And that's what they need to learn.
But you know what? They truthfully believe that they can win this round with 3 smokes and 5 sevens. And if there was a map for you to win a round with 3 smokes and 5 sevens, it would have been Inferno.
It's true. But I'll be reminding you of this when they get to the last round and a half of the map, and they don't have rifles.
And I'll hold you to that statement. I'll be waiting for the reminder.
Okay.
Well, a 4-man stacking towards A, though.
Yeah.
It is a good read on the situation. Thing is, even against the 4-man stack, when you're splitting through long side and through short, it's really difficult to hold on from the pistol's perspective.
We're going to need some ranged 5-7 shooting yet again. It's on the T side. Smoke is down.
Motor smoke
Paddy's
needs to
coming
come in.
over too. No flashes for this one. We're going in dry. Here we go. Player up in apartments for the CT side can make it very awkward. Shots exchanged. It's a bit of a mess, but the frags are flying the way of 9 Pandas. That's very good going to only lose 1 player when all 5 are there. By the time you're wrapping the site, that is very impressive.
Yeah, that was a great little detail there. They didn't make any noise going into that play. Didn't rush into it. They just contacted their way into it, right? And we did say that the smoke in towards the motor was supposed to come in from the CT side, but it was so late because of the fact that they didn't know that the T's were making their way closer into the side, right? They didn't hear anything whatsoever, had no idea the T's were so close. So yeah, the smoke doesn't really end up making that big of a difference, because under other circumstances, you see that smoke is starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. You don't feel safe enough to just send it in towards the B bomb side. Now when you're up against pistols, you might have to go through the smoke on low time, and it could have just thrown the spanner into the works. That's what you're hoping for if you're gaming gladiators in that situation, but it doesn't work out for you. So another tactical timeout, and now suddenly we're just 2 away from ulti. And that could be 1 buy round and another scrappy investment if you don't hold on to a single gun and you end up losing this one in round number 23.
Want to get it done
Stressful.
here and now. It's been ages since they had an opening kill. It was that round, remember the 5-on-3 where they should have ended it. That was the last time it was looking truly good for gaming gladiators. Since then, not so well. Okay, Salazar AWP in hand, out towards Porch, praying for an overzealous 9 Pandas player, but give 9 Pandas credit. They are not presenting many easy fights at the moment.
No, not really. They're just letting the CTs try and play their own default and see how they react later on into the round. And once again, it's a 4-man lean in towards the A-bomb side. But so far, the T's have been really good at pushing Paddy out of that position in towards Banana and forcing the rotations on the other side of the map.
He gets it. Flashbang to try and get Idis Balance onto the angle, and Salazar wins. And this is absolutely their best chance for a bit of time now to close out a map that should have been done a while ago. What have we got? Patty jump spotting to lock down Banana, has his molly, can call a teammate back over now. Kragan is sprinting, as is Nodios, and 9 Pandas are going to commit. Smoke down in CT, flashbang for Paddy to peek. First player out, Glowing's looking towards CT. Lost his teammate though.
They have a
Paddy
molly.
commits to backside. Molly's gonna flush him out as he moves in towards oranges. And will he get cleared? Yes, he will. 3-on-3 now. Nodios peaks. And this man is not missing. 9 Pandas.
No way.
Intent on getting this to overtime.
And now you need to save. You're Salazar in a 1 versus 3. He was thinking about it. He was 1 whisker away from getting a kill onto Klax, but now suddenly he needs to save. What a round that is from Delaytis. And that's another 5 versus 3 that they convert.
Yeah.
That was a
That is
3v5.
unthinkable.
You lose the first player in towards the boiler. You're forced into a B play. Paddy has a Molotov. He spots you out, deploys the molly. You run through. Everything's being heard. Kragan is quick enough on the rotation with the flashes. Paddy gets 1 more, so you get a 5v3 out of it. 2 more people, bar Paddy, rotating. Kragan gets refragged straight up. Paddy gets mollied out of position. The latest from the heavens takes him down, and you might even lose the ult. That's a big no-scope here from Salazar. He needed to hit that shot. Take a look at that once again. There's the first one. There's the second from Paddy. And look at that from Delaytis. Just coming in huge and the most important round of the game so far. What a sequence.
You can't even really blame Kragan. He only presented himself for a millisecond.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, he was trying to escape, right? He was trying to tuck his head down and fall back to disengage, but Delaytis just didn't let him.
And now I can say it. You've got 2 MP9s, a FAMAS, and not full util. Lucky you saved that AWP, or your buy would have been really bad for this
Had you
final
fully
round.
ecoed, you would have had a full purchase. And now you're playing with a half buy, and you've lost Salazar early on, so shame on you. That was the moment we were waiting for, right? That you were waiting for. Yeah.
I mean, teams just muscle memory buy in those situations. They're not thinking about it.
Yeah.
They really... I think the top teams do, but maybe a little bit further down without all the experience.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not that hype when you see a full eco with 3,500 at a 9-12 score in the arena, but they do it sometimes.
There's a quote from Alain Frost, Formula One driver, that said, like, the best way to win is to win the race at the slowest speed possible. It's the same philosophy of you want to win your game of Counter-Strike with, you know, the least invested, the lowest risk throughout.
Sounds like a financial guru advice too. Well, playing towards that A-bomb side coming out. Wrap smokes in place, and the big issue here is you're not really hearing anything on the back of that Yuzu. It's just the smokes. Patty's gonna walk through thinking there's just one on the other side, but there's a whole lot of them and he doesn't get a single one. And this is a whole lot of issues because Kraken's good just for the one. Nodius needs to hold on, needs at least one kill out of this one. Otherwise, the round will be going astray and we would be going to overtime. But Queenix with a double kill needs one more, but it's the flying eye disbalance on a Tech 9, and this one goes into overtime.
What are you even thinking at this point if in the Gaming Gladiators camp?
I
How
was
has this
gonna
got to
try and
overtime?
explain this round.
Disaster. Their mental must be in the bin. As we said, they haven't taken that many pauses either, whilst this has slipped a long way. My money is on 9 Pandas to close out now in overtime, because Gaming Gladiators, how many more times they're going to get man advantages and not convert? It is a little bit unsustainable. Whew.
It's terrifying. It looks like you're just going through a modern way of torture for the Gaming Gladiators. It's just been such a long couple of days, losing 3 best of 3s back to back without picking up a map. Here, the 9 Pandas dominate you on map number 1. Finally, you get your shot at a potential 13-6 win. That was a 12-6 lead.
Yeah.
For the Gaming Gladiators, you could have won a comfortable map finally, but there's no end to their misery. This goes into overtime, and this is an issue, right? As we pointed out, this is not main Swiss, it's GSL. So you lose your second game of the group, you're out. This could be the Gaming Gladiators bombing out of the tournament last place.
Yeah. I mean, you could make somewhat of an excuse saying very unlucky to be playing 9 Pandas in an elimination game. But
no, you know what? There's a lot of asterisks, as you pointed out. Obviously, they're going to be tired. They're going to be burned out after, you know, the really intense schedule they've been through the last couple months. But it still feels like an underwhelming result.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be judged on their performances just like every other team is. It's a sport. Nobody would give respite to a top team. You know, a world-class top 5 team after one. You know, if they had a bad streak of tournaments, the asterisks don't matter. Someone's head is still in the chopping block. And for Gaming Gladiators, yes, there might be some reasons this performance is coming afoot, but in the here and now in the game I've just watched, 2, 3, 4 chances perhaps to clean the map out, and we're not taking pauses. We're getting flustered. We're making mistakes. Every afterplan, 9 Pandas are looking more composed.
Yeah, and can you really fault them? I mean, they've converted 2 3v5s. The second one on the back of a delayed is 4K. The first one, I don't even think they know how they were able to get it over the line. So at this point, you've just won so many unlikely scenarios for the 9 Pandas. You feel like you can make everything work, no matter what happens in the first 30 seconds of the rounds. And speaking of the first seconds, this has been an extremely stale one for the first minute, but Nodius finally opens things up. Queenix with another, and this is looking much more like it now for the Danes.
Ooh, that was close. I wondered for a second if 9 Pandas had the read on the mid stack. Doesn't look like it. They're going to keep pressuring this side of the map. There's nobody in pit. Salazar behind default. One in towards Cole. Clax jumps down, can't get the kill. Readjusting. The last second is Salazar. And trading onto the last player. Glowing goes down. Well, there you have it. You wait a whole while, and finally Gaming Gladiators get another round on the defense.
You know what? That would have been too much if Klax was just able to drop down, get the kill into the Opera, because then the rifle on the bomb side surely gets overrun by 3 people running at him and just charging full speed. That could have been another man disadvantage situation for the 9 Pandas. So finally, the Gaming Gladiators win 1 round, and you know how Counter-Strike law works. You need just 1 out of 6 in order to close it out. You lose 6 in a row, we get into OT, and you straight up win the first round of overtime. That's how CS maths has been for quite some time, ladies and gents. It's not quite high-end mathematics, but it does have its charm. And now they're looking great.
Yeah, that flash, I think it came just after C's peaked, actually. Even so, Salazar was always going to pull the trigger when he's on the tight angle. So opener for him, another man advantage for Gaming Gladiators. They have not been short of those whilst on the defense. Regulation and now overtime. Look at the call for the CT side. We're going to lean 4 towards A for a moment. Now they're getting the read that the brakes have been pumped. Body is going to slow down and allow time for Paddy to get back and join his teammate. There's still 2 smokes as well on these B players. Surely those get heaved soon. Here comes the first. And we're going to go through. Here we go. Flashes in. Paddy gets 1. Make it 2. Pax finds a kill in the end.
Oh,
okay. Still some life left in this round, perhaps. Bomb is going down.
This is extremely doable. You've got an AVP. You can post him aggressive in towards the run side. This balance is going to get a clean 1 versus 1 against Odious, and he wins it. And he's got another one. He's not missing. Finally, the refrag comes in. But where's Klax right now? He's had plenty of time, and the HE doesn't go towards the right position. It could have been enough to take him down had it gone in towards the new box, but it doesn't. Queenix, you need that 1 versus 1. Not again. Surely not again. 9 Pandas, not a 2 versus 4, and he's played that to perfection. He's played him like a Fido. Klax just needs to peek. Round is his, and 9 Pandas level things up once again. How is that possible?
Klax is a monster.
That's a
He's
2v5.
a monster. He eats them alive as he runs onto the bomb site. This perhaps as strong an advantage as any. Here's Paddy's 2 kills. 5 on 2. Maybe that was a slight overface from Paddy, but he'd already done his job. Why is his teammate out in the open? That is a disaster. Whatever happens, Gaming Gladiators are going to have a painful demo review tomorrow going through some of these rounds.
Yeah, could leave it for tomorrow. If that game ends up not working out, what is going on? This game is complete madness. They're just falling apart. Another 5 versus 4, and this time it's just people walking through smokes and towards the apartments. And Salazar is all alone. Idisbal is holding. Of course he's holding for this. This is just falling apart for the Gaming Gladiators. It feels like the end of the world.
I mean, it's too late now, but where are the pauses? Just have granted, every round is falling apart in a slightly different way, but the through line is obvious. We're getting opening kills and then allowing way too many duels. Players are out in the open. Where are the crossfires? Where's the util? I'm a little bit stunned. 9 Pandas themselves probably can't believe they're still in this game. The number of situations where it's taken some mistakes and misplays. I mean, heroics too from 9 Pandas, don't get me wrong, but this is wild.
There is a great saying, you can play as much as your opponent allows you, and truthfully, as you pointed out, the 9 Pandas, especially Klaxon delayed, they've had some phenomenal rounds, but you gotta give them the chance to make all those plays, and they have been getting those chances. And right now, as you pointed out, when so many things work out for you on the 9 Pandas side, you kind of feel bad if you're not able to close out this map. You feel like everything's just aligning for you. The entire universe, all the stars are just screaming at you. You need to close it out in a 2-0 fashion and eliminate them. You've gotten away with way too much.
Okay, well, the map isn't over yet. As Dower as we're talking. It's only a 1 round lead. Molly, though, finishes the job of the nades. All right. Well, you've had a masterclass if you're Gaming Gladiators on how to play from a man deficit. It's your turn now to cite that revision.
Yo. That was hot. They're not aware of Kragan being that close, and this could be interesting. He's got a really good timing. Do they spot him out? Yes, they do, but they lose one, and he knows exactly where Glowin is. He's under a whole lot of pressure. You need to hold on, and Kragan's just gonna mow him down. That's the round.
Yeah. Taste of their own medicine. Is how that feels like. I guess a little bit unlucky on the jiggles to never spot Kragan. Kragan was just at the right time on every jiggle to get a little bit closer and ultimately cause massive problems. But yeah, of course, 9 Pandas exposed themselves to that, how they played. On B, 14 apiece. This is old school, 1st to 16.
Yeah, by the way, I did tell you about the story of Dust 2 yesterday, Zero Tenacity Sinners, right? That was a double overtime. First map of the day, Dust 2. So technically, we're yet to see a Dust 2 game end after 24 or less played rounds.
How does
There's
one
been a
even
lot of
practice
overtimes.
Dust 2 if it arrives like that? I guess they don't.
You don't know. You just remember how you played it. I guess, again, going back to the point that during the open beta, you had 6-7 months of playing just that one map. I guess you just go into offline servers, and that's the practice that you get. You don't get team-on-team practice.
You literally need 2 CT long takes and 1 T-side long take, and you can play a professional level Dust 2. That is unfortunately the truth. Obviously, you'd like a little bit more in the long run, but that's about it to get going. Maybe one setup when you're giving long as CT.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know what, Dust 2, I'm not a defender of Dust 2. It's a pretty flat tactically map for me, but yeah, two long takes on CT and one long take on T.
I mean, you can play it. I'm not gonna say you're great, but you can play it. You could win against anybody with that much.
I guess.
You need some pretty cracked individuals behind it. But it's not like...
it's a little detail. If you have some towers going for 40 kills, you're probably going to get away with it. And it's the same way that if you have Clax dropping 29, you're probably going to get away with it.
These guys would be great at Dust 2.
Yeah.
Why do they ban it? Who knows? Maybe with a bit of practice they can put it in the pool.
Maybe we see it in the second game.
This is bad. Game Gladiators, they're not going to save, clearly. There's no point. And I guess there's no rotations from 9 Pandas, so at the moment, just these 2 players. Clax is low. Now we're starting to smell the ruse. It's just glowing now left on Banana. Position given away. Salazar does find the kill onto Slack, so the bomb site. Lone defender, Idis Balancer connects. That is good. That alleviates a lot of the pressure. And I think this is too much to ask for Paddy. 9 seconds. It's not going to be possible. Even if he finds frags, there it is. 15 for 9 Pandas. Map point, the first of theirs. Can they convert?
Yeah, it's map, match, and elimination point for the Gaming Gladiators. You win this one, you're just kicking them out of the tournament straight up. And who would have thought going into this tournament, the Gaming Gladiators, one of the teams that you're looking at and probably expecting to be amongst the favorites to even win the entire thing, to bomb out of the group stages without picking up a single map on offer. That was perfectly played by C's, to be fair. And I just balance getting that kill.
It's not inconceivable that this overtime could decide.
Yeah.
I mean, plausibly a quarterfinalist, but possibly a semi-finalist as well.
Yeah, for sure.
9 Pandas can still. If 9 Pandas going to play in this form, I mean, if you're in the winners game of this group, you're thinking we need to win this winners game because 9 Pandas are coming for us. They're coming for us.
Yeah, Clax staring at you.
Yeah.
Through your soul. Look at that little man with the glasses on the picture. He's ready to torment you and hunt you in your dreams.
I'm going to have nightmares. And I'm not even on the losing side. I'm winning. Either way.
My man stays winning.
Yes, indeed. Okay, here's the critical juncture. Bombs at B. Call is obvious. Idis Balance on location. It's glowing with him. Glowing's got a smoke primed. Gonna need a good flashbang. Idis Balance off the angle. Oh! Switches the nade. Just the wrong moment. Nade is damaging. Glowing behind the pillar. Peaks Kragan gone. Trade is good, though. And it's going to be a retake to decide the map.
Bomb. Plants it. Post plant. Not over comfortable for the T's, to be fair. These two have banana control, though, and this is big. And Salazar getting that kill onto the this balance. This could be a good start to it. Smoke for the left-hand side in towards banana or for the bomb. Flash is going over for Clax. They need to win all those fights, though, and Salazar just posted on the angle. Misses the first one. Still, though, time is running low. They need to get those kills, and this is so difficult. To re-smoke it towards CT from the T. Surely this is way too much. Surely we're going to go into another overtiming. The Gaming Gladiators stay alive after their first round of fighting for survival in the tournament.
Okay. Take a breather. Let's relax. Bout 2 of overtime to come. Here we go again with the replays. Paddy. Nice frags. And of course the re-smoke into CT made it all too difficult. Ooh, a bit of time to reset before we go again. Bit of time to reset. I'm still back in 9 Pandas. I still think they're going to win this.
Well, you know what? I'd actually agree with you, but right now I'm just down the river, just having fun. Just enjoying my stay. And that's, you know what, that's the main goal of it. We've gathered up here towards some Counter-Strike and be entertained, and so far we have been entertained by those series, and by this one specifically, for sure. Glowing, pushing in, and by proxy, the team that was in a position to close out the map just a couple seconds ago should be the one to win the first round of the next overtime, and Glowing puts a pretty good start to it.
Looking good. Looking good. Brakes applied as Gaming Gladiators reassess. What is the next move? Players out mid. Let's commit in any direction. Praying for overfacing CTs, but it's not going to come. Split smoke is out. That gets blocked by a Molotov. Trying to bisect the CT side. Seized for now, has to play behind it. 2 players walk out. 2 towards Banana at the same time. They'd love to split the B-bomb site.
Oh.
Seized waits to activate. Moving now into Arch.
Oh, he's gonna walk behind him, surely. He's just fading the smoke. The moment that he doesn't see anything, he's going into our CT. This is a big play from Seized. They might not be ready for this. This is massive. There's the first one. Is he ready for a second? Absolutely, yes. Seized. A monstrosity of a double given towards CT, and now surely you know what's going on. 20 seconds. The B play is coming, but it's not gonna happen. Salazar, tail tucked between his legs, is going the hell out of there, and he might not even be able to hold on to the AVP here.
Well, doesn't matter so much. Honestly, he should probably just... As long as he didn't die after time. If he didn't die after time, it doesn't really matter, but... yeah.
But honestly, he should probably just die.
Yeah, you might as well. I mean, you also got the higher loss bonus as well. Okay. Okay, you got my attention, 9 Pandas. Glowing getting into this map too. Of course, Clax remains ahead of the pack. Idis Spartans had a sleeper good map. If he wasn't in the shadow of Clax the entire map, we would have been saying a lot more about him. He's been great.
Yeah, he's been moving around the map really nicely when you think about it. A lot of the time, he doesn't really, especially on the CT side, the rounds that they were losing, he didn't really get to be involved that much. And we can say the same for the latest in this scenario. Thankfully, they have Glowing on the other side of the smoke, just spamming to get an equalizing kill. But they have lost their hero with no cape in the meantime in towards A. So it is Idis Balance's name that we should be hoping to say here if you want to see another round for the 9 Pandas. But he is all alone, and there's 4 people around him.
Surely he's dead, man. This place can be out of apartments. Yep. Gets cleared. It's going to be 16 for Gaming Gladiators, barring a catastrophe. I mean, you might as well save the AKs as CTs, I think. I don't think you're going to get much more out of this round. Dragon peaks. CS goes chasing. There's one kill, but...
He wants to give it a go. Really wanted to, but it will be the save. As you said, money not really going to be an issue after you've already won one round, but might as well hold on to the AKs. Want to enable that one-shot kill potential on something else than an AWP. CS2 is still going to go for damage. Dosha? Yeah. Molly the corner. There you have it.
There's really no point. I mean,
It failed.
I think he's just doing that for fun.
Yeah.
And I guess he's happy to play on an M4, or just determined.
Yeah, I mean, he was just going for the cool highlight right now. It was like, how cool would have that been? I just deployed them all. It's all three of them die. Get brained on. It's my ex-teammate too. They're probably still friends, so they could have had a good laugh about it. But doesn't work out.
Okay. Round 33, of course. Maybe we should expect some good stuff on CT. We saw in regulation. What is the call here? My partner's thinking about a banana take, but he sees from the off. Frags, though, coming real fast. That was aggressive in apps where they lost the player. Now a man advantage. Plenty of util still. Glowing might get swung here. Paddy's on the angle. That was a little bit too much. Should have played more passive. And I think Game Gliders might commit here. Nade into the smoke. Gliders needs to be careful. He plays in behind Fountain. One for him. Important kill. But still under pressure. Paddy rounds the site. Queenix on location now. Gets up on top of first. Site recovered. Nade will clear for now. This is endless action. Now the flank comes in from Clax. Idis balance through the smoke. Critical kill.
Bullets.
Queenix goes for the plant as he continues to feel the lead flying around him. Clax then arrives just in time. And Idis balance, smoke or not, he is not missing anymore.
No, you can't stress how important it is the fact that he gets killed through the smoke, by the way. That would have been such a competitive 2 versus 2 post plan. I mean, you can easily favor the Gaming Gladiators. They get the post plan. Flank is coming in from Banana. It was going to be a little bit too late for the party. And that wasn't his only one. We didn't catch that, but all right. I mean, Delatus does a great job of staying alive there and getting the first kill, but I just balance just getting kills through smokes this round. Everything just working out for the Oper, and those are the type of plays that make you feel like you should be winning this map. When this is working out, you just don't see a world where you don't close it out here and now. And now they were able to get 2 on the CT side. This is where both teams struggled originally. In LT number 1 as well. This one is just going and going and going and not stopping.
War of attrition. Who's got the stamina? Probably not me. So let's get this done. Okay. What are you going to do, 9 Pandas? Pretty default spread for the moment. Choosing to play out of Banana. Might come back in for some control, though. A little bit later as Kragan. A little bit awkward coming through the smoke, but no harm, no foul. That's nade. Not sure that's worked so well for the T side. There is a trade. Take a lot of damage for their trouble. Salazar still on location. No love lost in terms of Banana control for Game Gladiators. Okay. I'm surprised Idis Balance is alive. Was there a good flash to take Salazar off the angle?
Yeah.
I didn't see one. It looked like he just drop peeked it.
Yeah, I think he did. I don't think he knew the AWP was there. Well, now he does, and he actually re-peeked right into him, but they need to be careful. Paddy's playing that up-close angle. It's a 3-man setup in towards the A-bomb side. They have no idea. They haven't spotted Paddy yet. They know there was one behind the smoke, one in towards short, so they might just walk out unsuspecting of Paddy, and he will mold him down. It's just glowing left. The low HP player from that initial Banana endeavor, and 40 HP won't be enough
Tip for tap.
to even give it a go.
Tit for tat. 17 apiece yet again. Definitely feels like a war of attrition at this point.
And yeah, he did dry peek him the first time and the second. And both times it didn't work out for him. Leveled up once again, 17 apiece. For those of you that are just joining in, just a quick reminder, Gaming Gladiators actually are fighting for their tournament live here in Group A after losing their opening matchup to alternate attacks. This one much closer, but could be a lot more devastating.
Okay. 4 on banana for 9 pandas. The triple app stack. No, sorry, Nodius is out towards porch. Still, though, heavily laden is this area of the map from Gaming Gladiators. Clax doesn't know it, but he might have done the right thing there, not going in for control.
Yeah. They want to commit quickly in towards that B-bomb side. And this is, again, as you said, they don't know it, but this is honestly the perfect call for the occasion. You have no quick rotations towards B, just one smoke on Kragan and one flash on Paddy. That's everything that the CTs can rely on.
Oh, that's a big kill. And Mighty holds some rotations. Dynadev gets an opener. It's just Patty. Finds one, but shows his position. Hounds are loose now, and he has gone. Nodios, impossible spot. 1v4. I guess he'll try his luck, but it's just too many directions to worry about. Player in behind as well. There we go. 18 to 17. Second opportunity for 9 pandas to close this series and put the Danes out of the event.
Yeah, it was such a simplified call too, right? You just wait out the CT utility, retake banana, you straight up commit. Clax is throwing in a bit of a fake towards the brackets. He even gets the kill to the swinging player. I mean, if he doesn't, it doesn't make that big of a difference for the context of the entire round, considering how successful his teammates were towards that B-bomb side. But he still does, and that's another thing that works out for you. He's been impeccable at this balance now, starting to rack up the numbers too. We did mention that he's been playing a great game of Counter-Strike himself, up to 25 and 14. The two of them combining for 57 kills, Alan. And when you have 2 players getting 57 kills, you feel like that should be enough. He's a demon. Oh my goodness. He's heard a second.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. He was thinking about it. Running the coals. Right decision, though. Bide your time. Man advantage now. Patty all alone over towards banana. Kragan's taking a risk and has lent elsewhere. The smoke is not a brick wall. It's going to fade as Patty falls out. Oh, he's lucky nobody was over towards the ramp side. As 9 pandas come for some control. Patty still has this smoke to buy time. But he wants to be frugal. To save this as long as possible.
Yeah, they have just left him completely. They've abandoned him. Look at the setup. It's heavy and towards short, but it's the perfect call. Patty's fended him off, but no. Wait, the bomb is still making its way up banana. They're just going to give it a bit of a go in towards middle, but they're going to fall back. This is going to be a B play. This is dangerous. Even if the upper finds that kill, Patty's still alone, and there's no quick rotations to support him.
He's missed the molly. Or it bounced to it. I'm not sure what happened there. That was not the idea. Still, though, Gaming Gladiators commit to their A setup. They haven't moved. Paddy tries to block the coffin smoke. Idis balance can't connect. So the man advantage swings back in favor of the Danes. Bomb now getting planted. Look at this. Cavalry is coming. Free from banana. No util left for 9 pandas. Clax trying to make a play around this smoke. Not ready for it. Glowing gets one, but there's so many players coming from banana. I can't believe he finds another. Ooh. And we're going again. 18 apiece. And this was 9 pandas' best chance. For sure.
Yeah. You gotta feel like it. Patty does God's work, though. The fact that Patty stays alive for such a long time, finds a double kill, that was great. I mean, honestly, the only other way that could have worked out better for the T's was if you didn't fail that Molotov in towards Porsche and the upper didn't get away with a single kill, but still it should have been enough. Executing onto the B-bomb side with a single Patty on the other side with no nades to work with. He just blocks off the smoke, gets away with a double, wins time for the rotation, and it all comes down to the latest in the 1 versus 2, but they were never ready for a triple flank from Banana. This game just never ends. It really never does. We're going into a third overtime here, ladies and gents. We had double OT yesterday on Dust 2. We got triple OT on Inferno here. The Danes refusing to give this one up. I'm starting to feel like I live in an illusion, by the way. How is it possible for Klax and Idis Balance to be sitting on respectively 33 and 25 kills, and for the Gaming Gladiators to have just 2 people over 20 kills? How is that the same game?
I guess it means Gaming Gladiators save a lot, I think.
Yeah.
Something like this. But yeah, this
and less competitive
what
when
is
they
going
lose
on with
a
these
round.
smokes? What's happening there?
I don't know. But that's a mushroom.
Yeah. No nukes let off here. Knows what's going on there.
Maybe in a little bit.
They're thinking about making a play out of apartments. I guess hunts around us too, but this smoke hold them at bay for now. These Gaming Gladiators lean into their 4A setup. Was 9 Pandas will know they've lost Banana, so don't be surprised. I wouldn't have thought the mid could be loaded up. That's more like it. That's where it's meant to go.
Yeah. Flashed off the angle. Looks a lot better, and Paddy gives away his position. That's scary. Has to run out of there. Now, they could recognize the setup from a couple rounds ago, and I feel like they are. Pulling back in towards the B-bomb side. You know that's Kragen's alone, and this is a big pickup. You know he was alone. You can just storm your way into the B-bomb side. It's completely empty.
It's a foot race now. No mollies, no HGs. Yes, we have some players here, but there's a lot of work to do. Through the smoke goes Nodios. Paddy was always going to be in a tough position, but the headshot is brutal out of glowing. Look at that. 9 Pandas punch right back and reclaim the lead.
Oh, if you're Kragen right now, you're just scratching your head. That was... You know this is on you. You know you shouldn't have gone down there. And yeah, there's the... I don't know. That was odd. That was a weird smoke.
Before the smoke. I mean... You know that Didus Balance is someone who's going to AWP the entire half. You know he's killed players already in regulation. In that sort of spot. So a slight lapse from Kragen. I guess we'll cut him some slack after a really great map 1, but yeah, mistakes this late in the game only get more painful if you were to lose in the end.
Well, I was gonna say this is a great chance for the 9 Panthers to get 2 here on the T side, but you know what? We've seen both teams get 2 on respectively both halves and or both sides and not being able to convert. So I guess we just go with it. We just go with the flow and enjoy the nice view and the river. 9 Pandas aggressive in towards Banana once again. Paddy has to be careful not to go a tad more aggressive than necessary. Still pretty methodical in the first 30-40 seconds of the round. Once again, Protocol fight in towards Banana. Klax left to his own devices in towards the apartments. He's been a merchant and a half, and this one is starting to shape up as another straight up B play here for the T's as soon as the early Uto from the CTs expires. And they're officially out of smokes.
What do with the guns? Still there's Molly though. Smoke is designed just like so. Land up on the ledge. Move the flowers boost is a possibility. 9 Pandas are going to commit. Nodios is here with this HE grenade. That'll go into the smoke in no time when he gets confirmation. Here we go. They'd gone. Smoke dispersed to Venodios. And this is looking impossible. Indeed it is. We're back on even terms, and Nodios, a great display.
Yeah, I mean, again, it just feels like once you go that deep into a matchup, you're not going to see tactically the biggest outbraining of them all, right? You're not going to see the most structured game ever. At times, even things just become a little bit random. You feel like you've been able to get away with a couple of rounds, with a couple of calls like this one in regulation or in the previous overtimes. You just go with it, and it all comes down to how good the communication on the other side is. If they're going to have a player in the right position, if he's going to do the right thing, and Nodius certainly did the right thing here. Well-timed rotation. Nate's open to smoke, a triple kill for the man. We're leveled up once again. This time, though, he's switching things up a little bit, getting ahead of the smoke on the edge of the Molotov. Of course, not burning there, and that Nate won't really tag him too much. He's getting a lot of map control early on, and this has usually been the map control that the T's have waited a little bit longer for. But look at the setup from the Danes on the other side. They are walking forward. They want to take the fight to the T's.
Big kill. Big kill from Salazar. C swings for the trade. Not ready for a third player on location. This is looking good for Gaming Gladiators. Touch wood. Said that a lot in regulation. My heart couldn't take another huge advantage falling apart as Clack starts to come in.
Oh my god.
Balcony
No
head
way.
removed.
No way.
Radios up next, and he is sweating bullets up against Clax. Never say never. This round's still on.
Yeah. Nodis just needs to stay alive. He just needs to win time. Big nade on top of Delayed, but Clax is still alive, and he's been playing outstandingly, out of his mind so far. That would be way too much, though, surely. A 2 versus 3. Round number 39, and 2 of those CTs heading in towards short side. Smoke for Salazar, a couple flashes. Clax needs to go huge.
He can do it. He's a monster. He has been a monster! 1 to go.
No!
Head found. He's unbeatable.
How? What do you need to do in order to stop this guy? How does that happen time and time and time and time again? And check it out, by the way. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a replay of that. How snappy was that reaction on the fact that his teammate from the side gets the kill onto the short player? To flick onto that long player and get that following up kill. That's a 2 versus 4. That's another one in overtime. First kill, nasty. Look at that. Look at that flick. That's outstanding. That's flow state performance right there. Clax is just on another level right now. He's decided he's winning this map for his teammates. 37 and 19. Honestly, if he doesn't win that map, I feel bad for him. With the type of a game he's had.
He's an absolute monster. What more could one man present? And he's given his team more opportunities. It is... If they hit many more map points without winning, we will ask a few questions, but given the game Gladiators gave up 6 to end regulation, I'm still in the 9 pounders camp. I still think they're going to get this done. And that man Clanks. Clanks is the forerunner. Oh! That is brutal. Flash is perfect. And they'd be ill-advised to continue committing here. Players peppered up, and there's still 2 in defense. There's util as well on these remaining guys. And licking their wound, Gaming Gladiators back out. Even for this round, with this HP, they need a miracle.
Yeah, that was big counter util, by the way. They didn't molly close. They just double naded and double flashed behind Delayed to make sure they set him up. Oh, gonna dry peek. Surely I disbalance has that kill. Oh, gets off the angle. But look at Clax. Once again, there's blood in the water, and Clax is a shark. He's so hungry. It's another multi-kill for him. He just can't be stopped. You can't evade him. You can try and escape him. You can try and go to the opposing bomb site. He's always gonna find your way back to you. And Queenix is going down any moment now, surely. He's been spotted out. They know exactly what's going on. Sees this, not giving him this fight. He's just going back. He's just toying with him, wasting his time. Bomb stop planted for you. Clax goes down. Molotov Makes it so awkward. There's another one. They can just take the defuse. Queenix can't do anything about it. Even if he gets that kill onto C's, then he will do so. But the round is already done and dusted. And Queenix gets that final kill for good measure. But it's just style points at this point. 9 Pandas get 2 more map and match points.
This feels like the moment. This feels like the moment.
I mean,
if
it isn't, what more does my man Klax need to do to win a game?
Mr. Dyler, they didn't do too bad on that round either, but yeah, Klax. Savage stuff. Savage stuff. Round 41 to come. Approaching 2 maps worth of MR12. Wild stuff. And how do 9 Pandas distribute the forces? 3 towards B to kick this one off. Not showing it for now. They're playing passive. Playing on the side itself. Now they're going to go in for the take. Flashes in. Molly behind the half as they start to clear. We'll see if Gaming Gladiators get a read that this could have been 3B. Problem they've got is the bomb. Well, that's in a different postcode.
Yeah. It's in a different country, not even a different postcode. It's not a city or a neighborhood. It's on the other side of the globe, and someone needs to go back and recover that sooner or later. There's 55 seconds on the clock. It feels like they've actually forgotten about it. I mean, you have 4 people.
It really limits them. They can't commit. If they got a kill on A, they can't really commit very fast.
Kragan needs to get that bump and head in towards his teammates as soon as possible.
Timing's not great for Seized. Comes off the angle. Here's the smoke in towards Library.
Has realized it.
Very exposed. So exposed. No Dios with an opener. Idis Balance looking the wrong way, but he was hung out to dry. Seized needs to go nuclear to save this round, and he does not. Yeah,
that was awkward.
Way too static from 9 Pandas. They kind of asked for that.
Yeah, and it felt like, even though it was really static, it felt like C's just didn't want to expose himself. And I mean, you understand, it's not the most comfortable fight in the world, but his teammates were not in a position where even if he communicates that he's off the angle, they can do anything about it, right? It didn't feel like they were. Obviously, he wanted to make sure they don't push him in towards the arch and he doesn't just go down. But even if you do, you still have 2 more teammates in towards the B-bomb side. You could make a case about him being able to justify being a bit more aggressive in that situation. And still, the Gaming Gladiators, they stay alive on the first one. As 20 on the board. 1 more. And we're going into overtime number 4. And this would officially be where Klax loses his mind.
Let's not talk about that, Molly.
No, they won the round. No need. I'm pretty sure he's aware the Molotov fell too, so no need to be picky about it.
Okay, quick pause, but we're back underway. Chance 4 for 9 Pandas. So approaching probably the same number of gun rounds to get it done as Gaming Gladiators had. This is map point number 10 we've seen over the map so far, which is quite a lot. A good quarter of the rounds-ish have been against somebody winning the map. Just need that killer instinct. 1 entry. 1 moment of magic. It's just another 5 seconds on the Klax highlight reel. That's all we need.
Yeah. Not even 5, maybe just 2-3 seconds, and that's going to be a straight up Haps pop. This is what a time that is to call it for the first time so far. Klax needs to go huge once again, but it's so uncomfortable. He feels pressured. Counter U2 is good. Now they can focus their attention. Idis Balance in a whole lot of trouble. It's a miracle he still gets away with a kill.
This is awkward. So awkward is the CT side. U2's got to be perfect. There's a re-smoke onto Moto. They've got 1 HE grenade, and I think C's will have to use this to get through the Moto smoke. It's Kragan. Waiting in apartments, waiting for his moment, waiting for confirmation. Peeks out, Dynades connects. Still, though, there's so much util to navigate. Time is running out. Salazar with another.
No
I don't
way.
think there's time to pull this off. We're due another battle over time. The game that cannot end. It's a good kill from Dylades, but way too much to ask. Here we go again.
Wow, the show must go on no matter what happens. And this game is not ending, ladies and gentlemen. If you just tuned in, well, you've missed out on 2 hours of Inferno action here. Well, not 2 hours, an hour and a half, let's say. Hour and a half of Inferno action. 42 rounds played out already. As we head into the 4th overtime of this elimination game of Group A between the sides of the Nine Pandas and Gaming Gladiators. Both sides just refusing to give up. Both sides is going blow for blow on Hail Mary plays at this point.
What a call.
Of course.
Apps
Yeah.
pop against elimination from the tournament. If you get that wrong, if they're playing, you know, top bulk site, if they're playing
Pit.
double pit, you're definitely dead.
Yeah. Even bulk pit.
Whoever made that call is a very bold man.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I instantly just had my eyes locked on all of their hairstyles, but yeah. No one's bought. Actually, is Castle bought? I don't think he is. I think he's about on the he's on the same level as I am, so I'm allowed to say it.
Okay.
So he's half bald. That's how we call it. He still has some style points left.
Okay, well, no surprises. I imagine this tech pause is more of a toilet pause, and I don't blame them.
Exclamation mark casters paused the game, so Alan can go to the White Office.
It's all right. I have my mic is wireless. Take it with me.
Right. I thought I noticed a bit of a change of scenery 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Just having a walk in the park and screaming at Counter-Strike. What better than that? Well, we're back to the swing of things. And Kragan gets ahead of the play a little bit, trying to get that opening kill. But Glowin was ready. A 3-man start from the CTs to counter. And now Gaming Gladiators feeling a little bit more pressure to fight for some real estate. We'll try and do so in towards that A bomb site. And there actually is a lot of space for them to work with in towards that part of the map. Or rephrasing that, there was. Rotation already arriving, seized extremely quick on repositioning, and Nine Pandas have quickly reset from picking up that opening kill into a comfortable 5 versus 4.
Still, is very passive. One entry in this round changes.
Big kill.
Does not come. Midas balance. Kill for him. Maybe there's a route to getting a bomb down here on B, but assailing in the afterplant is going to be ever so difficult. Molly buys even more time. Smoke mid-sight. Delays even further. Another for glowing, and this round is over. How on earth do you clear the bomb site out, get the bomb down, get into good afterplant with 30 seconds remaining? They're still behind New Box. Ever so annoying to play against. And there you have it. Nine Pandas back on the board.
You know what? This round was sick from the Nine Pandas. What I want to emphasize on was the transition between us looking at the smoke from the Hawkeye view and into the player that was just getting his vision back from the flash into Horsepool. That transition, that was my highlight of the round. That was great. Shout out to production. That was sick. But yeah, I mean, you got the first one here. Certainly gonna put you in the right mood. And you know what, the Nine Pandas, they have in the last couple overtimes been the team to dictate the pace, and it's obviously a bit upsetting and frustrating that you're unable to close it out, but then the Gaming Gladiators just always feel like they're in a deficit, and they're trying to fight back against adversity, which is probably like that because it's been true. Patty still finds that refract, and Glowin is all alone in towards the B bomb side. There's 3 people on the other side of this. Quite important for him to be able to put an end or a stop to that play, and he is, but the rotation is going to come in towards that A bomb site. Klax has just picked up his 40th kill, but he's all alone.
It was always going to be a tough task, and he has had a monstrous map, so we'll let him off.
I mean, what's going through my mind is finally I've seen that he can miss.
Mortal, as it turns out. Still, though, going to give this a look in. Bit of damage onto Salazar, but no bueno. No frag. Game of Gladiators punch right back. The game that never ends seems set for another tied scoreline.
Unless... Well, no unlesses. Kragan gets his first kill of the round and is the final one that they needed. Nodius and Salazar now up to 29 alongside Patty, so it is a bit of a team effort, by the way. This is crazy. We're 44 rounds in, and the kill distribution on the Gaming Gladiators is just the Danish kill distribution, man. Bottom frag 21, top frag 29. You have all those 5 players just playing on the same frequency pretty much, whereas you look at the other camp, I mean, it's pretty evened up too, but you have one Klax just standing right on top of everybody else, and this is looking like a B-rush right now. Patty first spawn, back 10. Let's get it.
Are they going to go in?
Oh.
They've pumped the brakes for now. The counter volley
look
is
at
so
these.
good. And this is a mess. This is a disaster. They've met with flames. Received a mortar strike. And I hope they're praying, because that's all they've got left in this round.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great reaction. Look at Seasden towards despawn. They're just looking for him, but you can't find him. There's a snake in the grass, and Seas might get caught on timing here, to be fair. I think he will, yeah. Nodius gets that kill, so finally you'll deal with him, but there still is one more player in towards the A-bomb side. What that does, though, is going to make Klax start repositioning in towards the A-bomb side, and actually, Gaming Gladiators, they do have a man advantage if they want to go into a B play. Glowin and Delayed is on the other side. If the execute is good enough, and there is plenty of util for that to come true for the Gaming Gladiators, there could be a way back for them.
Needs to be perfection, because if they end up in a gunfight, that gunfight might not last very long. With this HP util now over, but none of it onto these CT positions. That's big. Never stood a chance. Never stood a chance. Queenix is red HP. 2 in the bank for him. Holly is not ideal. I mean, he was going to die anyway, so...
Yeah.
Can't... well, he can actually just laugh at it. What just happened?
Yeah, he probably doesn't get away with the round, but yeah, that was a... that was a rather precarious moment.
Right. I think Nine Pandas have had most of their success actually on T side. I think it's CT side they keep not
You know
getting the
what?
second
No,
round.
I wanted to make that point before the start of this overtime or towards the end of the last overtime's first half. It's been too many at this point. Yeah, at the end of OT number 3 first half, I wanted to make that point. We've seen the Nine Pandas pick a 2-round CT, 2 rounds T, 2 rounds CT a couple times already. So, well, the other way around. Twice they picked 2 on the T side, and once they picked 2 on the CT side. But yeah, they've had their chances, so don't try and look for the logic in there. It's just what happens, happens. We're just having fun.
I can't even remember 2 overtimes ago. My brain is mush. And can only imagine what it's like for the players at this point. Pretty sure Kip Yoga can run marathons faster than this map of Counter-Strike. Ridiculous.
Mush doesn't sound too bad, to be fair. Quite hungry. Delayed is quite hungry for headshots, and oh, this is starting to look a little bit dire now. Big issues. The A-bomb side collapsing in a matter of seconds. It is just Salazar. A 1 versus 5. Something special required, and he does deliver a double. Oh my goodness! Salazar! Where did that come from?
Gotta focus up these remaining players. Cannot let a moment like that sit in your head. And Idis Balance does not. Kragan gone, just Patty. I mean, Salazar pulled off some absolute heroics. Gave his teammates a chance, but even then, doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Paddy does find a good duel. Very awkward for Klax. Teammate wasn't able to help either, but Paddy
He's lost him.
Doesn't expect a player in pit. There you have it. Let's call it laboured, but ultimately they do win the round.
Oh my goodness, what more can this game deliver, honestly? We've seen everything from 2v5s, 2v4s, 3v5s to 1v2s, 1v3s, clutches. The only thing we haven't seen so far was a 1v5 from an open towards A, and Salazar nearly provided. What a sequence that was from the Oper. Sadly, not enough to guarantee them the round here.
Yeah, I mean, something else we haven't seen is a team win a round on that point. And there's been quite a few of those. Here we go, though. 2 chances on the offense. Just hold your nerve, Nine Pandas. Your moment will come. You'll get an entry. You'll force a mistake. Look at the call. Apps pop.
Not again.
Queenix gets off his molly in time. Oh, he goes through.
They're running through.
That is a questionable choice. Seized gets 1. If they can find Queenix, this still might be on. Seized, what is happening? Free for him. Hat-trick of frags. Nodios on the side, though. Is the lone man remaining. Seized. Shouting at I Disbalance. Get over right now. As Nodios backs off. Re-smoke onto Moto. Bit of a pause, a breath for this T side. And Nodios now has a tough decision. Try and make a play or not. Molly at hand. And I think he's just going to wait the smoke, isn't he?
Yeah, he will. He knows that Seas was in towards the graveyard, but if you molly him off and the spam is not good enough, you've lost the round. If you push through the smoke and someone's holding, you've lost the round. No lot of cases where you're going to be able to get away with it. Molotov as well is going to make life so much harder. Flash in, flashed into oblivion, gets the first kill, and now it's 1 versus 1. Does he remember? Does he clear out Seas? Does he think about it? Absolutely not. And Seas will close it out with the 4K. Of course, it has to be the captain in the 9 Pandas send Gaming Gladiators home.
Okay, that was a long map of Counter-Strike. My gosh, that really went on for quite a while. I mean, it was Game Gladiator's map pick. It's not 9 Panda's best map, so I guess to give them a lot of credit for hanging in that game.
Yeah, sure.
They themselves will know that not many occasions were they getting that map to overtime because there were so many chances for the Danes to get it done. So I guess credit for 9 Pandas. It's not their best map. They got it done. But on the flip side, for Gaming Gladiators, that is a painful way to go out in last place. That is penalties of Counter-Strike. That is... How do you even bounce back from that?
Yeah, I mean, it feels a little bit painful, right? You have that extremely successful run going into the RMR, going into the major, past the opening stage in a 3-1 fashion. You get a victory in that main stage, in the group stage. You get a map off of G2. You play great Counter-Strike. You go out of the major, you get signed up by this organization, but ever since, things have been a little bit worse for it. There's still a couple of tournaments in which they've been able to do all right, but now you've lost 4 best-of-3s in a row without picking up a map, and it kind of feels like maybe the packed-up schedule was taking the better of them. And I feel like from that point on, if you're the Gaming Gladiators, you know this is not a permanent thing. You know this is you not playing your best Counter-Strike that you can offer. But maybe we're getting up to that point where if you're on the side of the Danes, you feel like you need to take some time off officials and just try and reset and work on a couple of things. Because, yeah, things have been extremely problematic in the last couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, you can always reallocate how you practice. I mean, certainly when I was coaching Endpoint and we had really busy schedule, your officials kind of become your scrims. You don't scrim that much. You reflect, you do demo review. That's what they need to do. It's their fundamentals that are laying them down. There's not an individual problem. It's not like they're not getting opening kills. Pistol rounds are fine. That isn't the problem. It's man advantages, it's fundamentals, it's communication when it's really hectic.
Sure.
And maybe there are some mitigating circumstances. Maybe they are a bit burnt out, but in this open circuit, for a team that's not a Blast or ESL partner, as soon as your ranking starts slipping, your invites slip, your opportunities to retain that ranking slip, and it is a death spiral. So they do need to pump the brakes at some point and level off.
Yeah, as you pointed out, we can only judge by the stick that's going up, right? And that stick is your officials and your results. And unfortunately, that stick for the Gaming Gladiators recently has been a little bit troublesome, but the 9 Pandas stay alive. And as we pointed out, they will be playing against the loser of that alternate attacks and Passion U8 match, which kind of feels like even though they're coming in from the lower bracket, they will be considered the favorites no matter what happens on. With that being said, though, ladies and gents, we're going to try and fly through into our next game. We have a quick little break coming up, but we have DMS taking on the Alliance in an elimination game in Group B right after the break. We're sending it in there because even though that was just 2 maps, it was a hell of a long second map, so we're a little bit behind with schedule. So quick little break and we're going to be right back.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back, everybody. You are watching the RES Regional Series 3 European Edition. We are ready to kick things off with our second series of the day. It's Elimination Day here. Well, not the entire one, but the first two games at least here at the group stage of the RES. And we just witnessed a dramatic turn of events as the 9 Pandas 2 Old Gaming Gladiators making sure that the Danes get eliminated straight out, the first team to go out of the tournament, surprisingly enough for a lot of people. But now we have another elimination matchup on the line, Alan. We have DMS taking on the Alliance in the Group B. And as much as I know you don't know too much about DMS, and that's probably the case with most of our audience, and it was the case with myself and Jack before we casted them the first time around, taking a look into it, the Alliance have been showing some shaky form recently, but that one map that they were able to take off of bait, and just in general, the fact that they should be considered the favorite going into this matchup has given us some sense of security for the Swedes this time around, is it?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, first off, this is a much more expected lower bracket game, isn't it? Yeah, par for the course this group so far. And as said, Alliance, I'd say pretty heavy favorites. They're just more versed to this level of competition. They've got players like Twist who are infinitely more experienced than any of his opponents. So I'm sure there are some good aimers. I'm sure there's some good young guns on this DMS squad, but I do believe that Alliance, if this project is going to work, if it's not really long-term potential, they need to be cleaning up a series like this.
Yeah, I mean, they should be straight as that. I feel like no more conversations could be had about that. Obviously, on the other side, you have a DMS team that is actually quite interesting. I mean, you look at some of the guys. Obviously, you don't have a single player that you can put in the zone and say that he is the guy with previous big experience and he is the guy that you expect to be leading the team. There's more so a couple names that you could be recognizing from projects such as the Cloud9 Academy. Then there's a couple guys, including Collage, that have been on some more notable teams in the CES community or the CES space, like Bade. There's a couple guys that have been on Amiga for a little bit. So it's a pretty interesting one, but all things considered, even though they were able to get 11 rounds off of bleed on one of the maps, I feel like that should be pretty much the same extent that the Alliance allowed this one to go out of reach, right? Going into a game like that, even though it's always dangerous to be playing against those young CAS teams, you should be going into it expecting to be able to control the game. Even if firepower-wise, those guys are going to be really good, and they will be really good firepower-wise. They are the demons of open qualifiers, but you still want to show that you know how to play a better and, more well-taught fundamental Counter-Strike than them.
Yeah. But as much as we're framing this matchup in that sense, that is the angle. Is DMS are the big underdogs. They have nothing to lose here. Even getting into this competition in the first place is a great boon for them. More experience against top teams, better chance for overall ranking points. They can watch the demos after and learn from this, and that's got to be the approach coming into this. If they come into this thinking, we're under massive pressure if we lose this round of the tournament, that's really the wrong mindset. They need to come into this thinking, what an opportunity we have. Alliance, we know they're not formidable. We know they made some mistakes. It's not an unthinkable matchup to make it competitive. And you got nothing to lose. So, pick some wild maps and give it a go.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's what they did against Bleed, right? The first map, they got completely shell-shocked, 13-1. Second map, felt like the pressure was alleviated, and they were able to get away with 11 rounds. But on the other side, as we pointed out, we have a couple guys that will be feeling the pressure a little bit if that one gets a little bit too close. But again, you have all the experience in the world. We're going to take a look at the Alliance lineup for sure. You already mentioned, you have people like Twist. You have people like Pleasant, like Robin. Guys like that have been playing the game for, well, more time than you and me have been watching the game pretty much, right? So you're looking at that lineup. There's so many guys that have been a part of the Swedish team for such a long time. Robin has been posting some great numbers recently as a captain. And I feel like that has been the big issue for that team, is the fact that it feels like you have the individuals to provide some firepower. You're looking at Pleasant, you're looking at Twist, you're looking at Avid, you're looking at Bowden, and the numbers haven't been great. Actually, so far in 2024, the highest rated player of this team is Twist, and he's standing on 1.04 rating. This is how inconsistent it has been. Every now and then you're seeing a good performance from the Alliance, but most of the time they have been struggling for consecutive results. I feel like a game like that, though, as much as it could be a confidence booster if you get a pretty comfortable 2-0 against a team like that, it could start you off pretty nicely. It could fire back and actually be a pretty tough pill to swallow if you end up losing or just struggling too much against the likes of a team like DMS.
I mean, I feel like on a very kind of base fundamental level for Alliance is when you're playing for that org, the expectation has to be good results. And hopefully that comes into fruition. Oh my, it's happening. It's happening.
Let's get it. We're going for it, baby. You wanted to see a Dust 2? We're gonna see a Dust 2. And not only we're gonna see a Dust 2, it's the first map of the series.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Alliance, respect points acquired.
But why in a matchup where your favorites would you pick Dust 2? What are they thinking? This is madness. You've given... I can't believe the first two maps are Dust 2 Mirage when in the position Alliance are in. Is their map all that bad that they have no pick?
I mean, you could usually...
I respect it, but...
All right.
I respect it.
Sure.
But why would you...
I was going to say, I think...
They might lose this series. I'm not going to lie.
Usually, if you're looking at the Alliance, it's probably going to be an Anubis or an Ancient. I feel like that they can rely on. I think those are two of their more solid maps, so to speak. They were trying to get in that overpass later on. Well, I guess quite soon. Well, not soon, but recently. But yeah, it is a bit of a risky one when you think about it, right? You're playing up against a team that is, well, not famous, but the standard best of one team that you don't want to get in open qualifiers that picks into Mirage, and then you just pick Dust 2 into them. But you know what? Let's get it going. Dust 2, baby. Second one of the tournament. First one was a double overtime between Zero Tenacity and Sinners, and this one will surely deliver as well. Now, taking a look at 1xBet, just a quick mention before we get into it. Banner below the stream. 1x RES EU code, 130% bonus. Let's get us going.
This is the first Dust 2 I've casted in a long time. And I won't lie, part of me likes that we're back. Should be a lot of fun. This round doesn't feel like it has a lot of legs at the moment. Avid and Twist are very low, but now the bomb is planted for long. Don't know how this last man gets good jewels. Mr. Kalash.
Jump shot's the first one. Now. Oh. Alrighty. That was clean. Execution coming in straight after, though. Avid with a good double. Bowden with the triple, and the pistol round goes in favor of the Alliance. Now, one conversation that we can have, by the way, I'm going to give you some more context on DMS, because obviously we did mention that they've had a couple players that have been parts of, Cloud9 Academy. That's Height and Smed. You have Kalash, who was a part of Bait and Rune Eaters, where he played with the likes of Duke Fishera and Ice and all of those guys. You have... well, pretty much that's what you have in terms of recognizable team names. They are 5-1 in advanced as of right now. And they have been doing a really good job at it. With that being said, though, we're not going to get too much time to chit-chat. It's a B rush. And Alan, officially, welcome back to Dust 2, my brother.
Yeah. Just need a fast long take. Jumping,
You know what's the crazy part about it?
I didn't know it worked on YouTube.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's a bit precarious, because technically all nades are flying.
Interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
So... Interestingly enough, in that Zero Tenacity and Sinners game, we had to wait until overtime number 2 to see the first B rush.
Weak effort, especially in CS2, where you could actually maybe you could even time a nade in case there was a smoke there. I think it probably you're better off running through smokes than you were ever in Go. It's almost easier to do it now.
Yeah. Also, you have
B pops. I think B pops are going to be extremely common.
Yeah.
I'll be very intrigued to see how they play B with smokes, because people might start playing the double stack jiggling and then smoking in front of themselves and stuff. A bit like when you play New Box and Inferno and you smoke in front of yourself.
Sure.
Because what are you supposed to do against somebody nading for a tunnel smoke and just going in? Remember how people used to just play like 1B in the B rotate,
Yeah.
just lean mid super hard? You can't do that now. It'll be interesting.
Also, the T's have pretty quick insta smokes now for pretty much everything off of spawn. There already has been a couple lineups discovered. Quick smokes on the fly for window and door. Well, not really needed in this round.
I need a hinge smoke from all spawn spots, please. That's what I want. Somebody will find them.
Well, when I said insta smokes, I didn't mean off of spawn. I meant you have a lineup.
Boy, come on.
Oh no, on the rush.
Where's the fun in that?
On the fly. You're just running and you have a lineup. You just throw it as you're running in towards the B B tunnels.
Excellent. It's like Cobble all over again.
Yeah.
And that was a great map.
Loved it. MSL, my goat.
I'm intrigued. I mean, there's some stuff. I mean, there's the cross smokes that Alliance just used to get up from long to sight. Those are now much more precarious with HEs flying into them.
Yeah, I guess.
There's the CTs could, I mean, a long corner smoke the T's used to throw to get out. The CTs could nade into that, and then, you know, there could be an AWP just behind it.
Yep.
It's going to be really interesting. This might actually be one of the maps where the nade mechanics changes it the most.
I feel like it would be, right? Because it's one of the most open maps in the pool. So smokes in general have always been really important, right? It's pretty basic utility that everybody knows, but like smokes in towards the doors on middle, whether it's the pixel one on the left hand side or a waterfall smoke that falls on top. This is a possibility now and exists. Whether it's Xbox, whether it's long cross, whether it's short smokes, you get the
That's
idea.
true.
But
could you actually land on top of the door?
yes, there's the waterfall middle smoke. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Unless Nart was lying, but I don't think he was lying. Unless he's fabricated.
Well, that'd be quite amazing because there was always a compromise in the past. So there must be one that bounces. I mean, you could definitely do one that probably lands on the hinge and falls off as it's blooming. But I do question. We're so early into the life cycle of this map. Do either of these teams have any of this stuff? They've had to be up overnight.
I don't know. Yesterday, all I'm gonna say, yesterday in Nemanja from Pleasant's aware. There you have it. That's not a waterfall smoke, but it's still good enough. It's going to be interesting to see if we're gonna be surprised by anything on this too. And again, as we said, the nades on this map haven't really changed that much in the last couple months, so everyone that was playing the open beta might have a pretty decent idea on how to approach it. Flash coming up, and Fade is somehow still alive. Gonna try and get out of there. I have no idea how that's been a successful mission. But an opening kill going in favor of the MS. First buy round for the CS squad, so fairly important to make it work.
It's got to be said, of all the maps ever swapped into the competitive pool and go into two, this is probably going to be the smoothest transition of any of them.
Yeah.
Because even when an Inferno or a Nuke comes back, the map they're subtle, but they're big changes. Dust 2, functionally to me, is equivalent to how it ended on its time on Go at the moment.
Yeah. Minuscule
changes. It doesn't change how you default. It doesn't change much of how you set up a CT side. And as mentioned earlier, for a team like Alliance that has more long-standing players, it probably favors them a bit, being able to slip this glove on as it was.
You can feel like it. Smet under a whole lot of pressure. He should be dead. Molotov, nade on top. Avid holding. That's the end of the round. And yeah, I think you're making a pretty valid point here. I mean, you look at the number of officials that the DMS players have played on Dust 2. You combine it, you're probably not getting 25% of the officials that Twist has played on this map, right? You're looking at people like Twist and Rob and Pleasant that have been playing. Well, Pleasant's been playing the game since 2015-16 when he joined Fnatic Academy. You're looking at Twist. This is someone that has been playing CS:GO for as long as CS:GO has been out there, right? If you wanna go down into Twist's career and the history of it, there's just so many different teams and organizations that you're going to be feeling so awkward that he's actually been part of. I mean, you look at 2013, 2014, you're looking at SK, you're looking at LGP, you're looking at Flipside, for God's sake, in 2014, 15. So, yeah, it's a guy, he's a guy that's played a lot of Dust 2 in his life. And as you said, concept-wise, it's pretty much the same map still.
It's probably conceivable that some of the DMS players have never played a high-stakes official on this map.
Some of them have never played a high-stakes official.
It's quite possible, yeah. I mean, some of them probably haven't played at a beyond an ESEA main level on Dust 2. Quite conceivable.
Yeah, it could be. They have been on advanced for a couple seasons now, but
yeah, if we're talking mid 2022, they need to be
not
playing
Dust 2. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is a good point. Oh, we'll see how they do.
It might be why Alliance picked it. I mean, I still think it's quite a big risk that it didn't need to take, but there's no doubt they're going to have the experience card on their opponents. Look at this. Through the tunnel of smoke. Kalash is gone. Height. Outside of the site. Can't connect. And that might have been his best opportunity. Now the util's flooding in. Keep that one up.
Spot it. Smetters was seen. Oh, might be able to stay alive, but the MP9 you gotta feel like is gonna go down any moment now. Smet will try his absolute best to get his hands on that AK of Twist. Not that he really needs that fight too much, but long range prioritizes over the SMG, and this is scrappy. Okay. Sure. Right.
Just let Avid take the fight. What's he doing, Twist? I guess he's just full of confidence at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we were a little bit critical. Maybe scratching our heads on the pick from the Alliance, but the truth is, they are 5-0 in the lead. Yet to drop around here on Dust 2. Another buy coming up for the CT side, of course, as that was a bit of a hard bite that they were running with some safe weaponry, but it has been a good start for the Swedish side.
I mean, there hasn't been a competitive round yet. Really. And certainly for a DMS in this position, I'm not sure they know what to change. I mean, have they got anything on the defense? Have they got different setups they can drop into? I'm not sure about that. Okay, well, they have a long spawn, and that does net them a frag.
Oh my god. Well, not ready for a Kalash to be on top of the box, certainly. Avid with a good opening, but look at Bowden. It's already out of mid, though. Fate has no clue, and now you know you have the B player completely isolated. Smoke, Molotov behind. There is a little bit of a gap on top of it, but you should be good to cross, and Kalash has no idea if there's one more coming in from the tunnel. So this is going to be extremely uncomfortable for him to go into that fight. And he's getting no support from his teammates. Met was looking for an angle over the smoke, didn't see anything, and Kalash is not good for a single one. So this could be another save, and even if it isn't, Bowden's position is so difficult to clear out. It should be an angle that nets him at least one kill. Never mind, they know he's there. But he's still alive somehow.
Out of kit. It still doesn't feel possible. And yeah, not really shaping up for this one. Okay. Well, Alliance manipulating the map. I think it was it Fade in towards CT? Wasn't ready for the AWP on the angle. Yeah. It's always going to happen, but maybe some inexperience showing on Dust 2. For the CT side, Alliance loses a few numbers, but they got cash in the bank. They're way ahead. They're loving this.
Yeah. And as you said, sometimes it's maybe not even that big of an inexperience, but it's just, well, it is an experience playing in that situation because you're not going to be aware of some of the timings that are possible, and that's what we're seeing right now. The fact that Avid just goes through the smoke, gets a kill, then Diop is just holding the line, and you walk in unsuspecting that he could be there, really. It's just some small things that obviously you can't really over-criticize those young boys for, but it is a map that they're playing for the first time, potentially in their professional careers. As
yeah, there's a big difference as well between,
yeah,
you'll call it, be it pugs or even lower end officials, you're just not going to get pushed and pulled in the same way as you are by a seasoned team.
Yeah.
And whilst Alliance, you know, when they're playing some peak competition, might look flawed, they've still got some very experienced players. They know how to play a Dust 2 to a decent level. I'm sure they do. At least with a historic meta, you might call it. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to be able to manipulate the map in a way that DMS will not be able to when they get their chance on the T side.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? It could do a whole lot of good actually to have Dust 2 into the map pool for Alliance, right? Because you're having that conversation. Obviously, you're running a risk picking into it, but what if it turns out to be an extremely comfortable map for them? And this is something that they haven't had, right? A comfortable ground to rely on. I mean, the game against Bait was actually quite good from them. Able to steal away that Mirage, kept in competitive on map 3 on Ancient. Inferno, which was their map pick, was never really that close, but we did see some promising signs, especially on that Mirage, which conveniently enough ends up being the second map in this series too. But yeah, if you're the Alliance, you just need a map on which you feel like you can dominate some teams. And this could be the one for you. Now, obviously, it is a little bit too early to say anything about it. Still, just 6 ahead. DMS could still make this one a competitive one, but they need to start making those rounds close. At least that setup is not looking too bad. You have Fate in towards the back of the site, and now he's rotating away, so certainly the setup has become a little bit weaker.
Nothing's changed here. Same smokes as always. But they haven't got the old flashes. They're going to use some of those. Height connects. Avid praying for a duel, but he doesn't get it. Bomb plant here alone would be quite a result. And, yeah.
Alrighty.
You can do jump flashes that land behind the single box. Lands just behind. It lands behind the ramp, so that you can get out.
Yeah.
And not get whited, and the CTs do. Didn't see any of them.
They didn't have a single flash.
They must have had one.
I was looking for it. I don't think they did.
What do they do with them all?
That'll be a mystery. I mean, they might have had one, but I think if they had one, it must have been on the player towards long, because I was looking for it. Didn't see it. Boost foreboded. Oh! Sorry. That was quick.
This is their only way to win this. Is someone getting aggressive and just caution to the wind, because slow defaulted rounds, as noted, gonna favor Alliance. And Height, that was beautiful. Finally, someone taking this map in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, take him to the face of depths, my brother. That's where they don't want to be against you. Playing with confidence, going for fights, showing them that individually at least you can step up to the occasion and show up in the server. A 5v3 now. You'd be hoping to convert. A lot of steps being given away. You don't want to be baited into going for the peak, though. Pleasant's on the other side of this, and he's waiting. Fate up close and personal. Double peak gonna come in. Great headshot onto the first one. Pleasant nails that refrag, but unless Twist just gets that kill instantly onto Smedin towards long, this round is still looking like it should go in favor of the CTs. Oh.
Don't count your chickens. Okay, trade is good. Twist is gone. Pleasant would do well to get a plan out of this.
Not again.
Why not? Why not? Nade finishes the job. But still, Height, MVP of that round, no doubt. And if they want to get back into this game, they need to be a bit wild. It's probably their best chance.
Yeah, I mean, is the standard conversation you're going to be having when you see a team like that who's more used to playing best of ones, right? You're looking at open qualifiers, you're looking at ESEA and stuff like that. You know that those guys are going to be demons individually. Firepower wise, they're probably going to be better than some of the really good teams that we have in the tier 2 and tier 3 space, right? Or some of the players on them. It's other things that make the difference. So you got to be a little bit wild. This is where you feel like you can thrive. And if you make the mistake of giving too much respect to your opponents, they will outplay you and just beat you in a CS way. in a fundamental way, but the Alliance trying to get the pace up too, and this time the Open won't quite connect.
It's good to have you back, Dust2. This is what I remember. Madness, long, smokes everywhere. Everybody's flashed. And everyone's in pit at the moment. Avid gets another smack. Yeah. That was never going to end well. It's good to have you back. Good to have you back in the pool. That's going to take some getting used to for me.
Yeah, it's cursed. It is cursed. Ooh. You know what? Every single time I see that, I have the Call of Duty target acquired sound play in my head. Because it kind of feels like this is the software that they're using to target a drone or something like that.
In game? Presumably you can.
I hope you can. I haven't checked. It
is a bit. As much as I'm enjoying seeing it, I don't need to see this again. I don't need to see this anymore.
No, you know what? It actually is useful. I feel like this is one of those things that you rather get used to than you just disable fully. Because I already saw a couple lineups of nades using the...
Oh, yeah. I mean...
the XY axis.
For those that weren't around a couple of years ago, quite a few people had the weird binds. You know what I'm on about? The crosshair binds, where they just go absolutely nuts and massive and cover the whole
some people are
screen.
still using those. I mean, there was pros using those up until quite recently too, right? Yeah, so I feel like having the abscess and the ordinate present in Counter-Strike is a good thing.
I don't mind it being there. I think it's a good addition to the game. Anything like that where, you know, it's like jump throws. Anything that makes it easier for a casual player to be able to do it is good.
You're just like, okay,
it's
so
just,
you
as a
line this
spectator
smoke
experience,
up.
I don't think I need these massive lines on my screen.
Right, yeah, that's a fair point. But imagine the tutorial. You just line up the smoke with the -3Y and the +4X, and you get a perfect smoke.
That's what I need. Grid coordinates for the Swedish stand, and then and then a bar chart. Show you where to throw my nade. Trading okay. By the looks of it, out of short. The bomb's not with them though. The bomb is still way back on Cat.
Yep, and it's gonna stay there.
And Twist has been dropped and round in the open. And Alliance. Safe to say this was a sloppy one, wasn't it?
Yep. Smet shuts it down. It's a double kill for the man. Kalash with a double too, and yeah, that was a little bit disjointed there. I mean, it didn't feel too bad, but again, it felt like they were trying to go for a lot of fights simultaneously at different parts of the map and just hoping that one of them works out. B didn't work out, middle didn't work out, bomb gets dropped in towards top mid, and even though you have the bomb side on offer after Robin catches that good timing and the refrag comes in, the bomb was in towards top middle all of the time, so it was kind of unjust for Twist. It felt like he had to go all the way back from his solo mission in towards long to collect that, and he was exposed to that peak from middle. So yeah, DMS now getting 3 rounds on the CT side. There could be a way back here into that first half. You get 4 or 5 on CT. T side notoriously a little bit better when it comes down to Dust 2, so there could be a way back, and it's not too bad of a 1-for-1 in towards short. But issue is Smet is still the only other CT in towards the A bomb side, and he's not necessarily on the bomb side exactly.
Doing a lot of this at DMS. They're really favoring getting height into mid and taking fights rather than loading up short. And this is the risk you take. You see a lot of control. Nades out yet again. Ledge smoke. What are we calling the smoke on the box these days? I think it was the
a Vanguard
smoke. A Vanguard, that's it. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's been a while. It's been too long.
Yeah. A couple years. Yeah, I think we can stick to a Vanguard. Sounds good to me.
It's a good one. Just sounds good.
Yeah.
Feels good.
And Zoomers, by the way, that have started watching Counter-Strike in the last 2 years will have no idea what a Vanguard means.
I think it was the Jame team. So.
Yeah.
There you go.
Jame, Buster, Kicker. No Norbert, sadly. Twist. Gets that kill. Retake. Not going to be an easy one. They still have a smoke for the bomb, but it goes over towards short, so it's not for a bomb anymore. And with the position of Avid, he gets 1 kill. Flash was good. And Smet running through that Molotov would have been perfect to have a smoke for it. Unfortunately, not quite there. And he's going to try and stick it, but Twist just goes for the swing. Kill is his. 8 rounds on the board for the T's. DMS still hoping to get at least 4 at the end, but money's not necessarily going to be perfect going into the final round of the first half, even though they have been able to recover slightly.
Okay. Rock and roll, baby. So Alliance falter a little bit. See, they're on the HUD at the top, but they're in a great position. If they get 9 out of this T side, that'd be unreal. And I certainly think their CT side will be a little bit more stable. And this looks like a good moment to call a long take because the CTs are elsewhere.
Yeah. It is quite standard though, right? I mean, you know that the money's going to be troublesome. They have actually decided to go for the rifles rather than the util, which obviously is usual Dust 2 approach. It's one of the maps on which you can get away with not too many nades, but you still know there's not going to be an AVP on the other side. You can just post Bowden with the scout into our spit, I guess, and make the AKs close the distance. Hope for things to work out.
So old school this, I love it. Throw one smoke, wait for a reaction, then creep up.
Yeah.
Wish they're getting peppered. And look at the stack from DMS. I think they know what's up. This will not be a surprise when Alliance starts swinging. Side smoke makes it ever so difficult. Height and the scout kill at the same time. Twist is trying to hold the mid lurk, but can't get engaged. Those kills, though, are good. Kalash on the greatest flank in history. These two on Catwalk getting flanked by Twist. There's so much going on. Bowden actually finds the kill first. And Kalash is wondering, guys, I gave you all the information. How am I the only man left?
And he has to clutch it up in a 1 versus 2 with a scout too. Bomb's gonna get planted for a short. Kalash, 71 HP to work with. 1 player to look for in towards the back of the bomb side, and he's not ready for that angle. Not in a million years. Gets spotted out. Couple shots wayward, and Robin will finish it off. It's 9 on the board for the Alliance on the T side of Dust 2. And I can officially say, I'm loving this so much. Welcome back, baby boo.
It's entertaining. I don't think...
Yeah.
Dust 2 was ever short on punchy games.
No, you know what?
The problem Dust 2 had, at least towards the end on Go, is that there were certain things that you could do. Like, for example, if you're anti-eco, you just go long.
Yeah.
You just go long as T-side. It's just the easiest thing to do. It doesn't matter what the CT, unless the CTs get up a great double nade or something. It's just impossible to hold. And that's the problem with what Dust 2 was towards the end, is there were certain things you could do that were just the best. They were very good. And you don't want that.
Ooh. Alrighty. That's a quick and fast-paced pistol round right there. Kalash with a nice double opener. Pleasant does fight back, so keeping it honest. And that fast flank from Robin could be everything. He needs to win the fight against AW. If he goes down, round should be over. Might have a bit of a timing to get close and comfortable, but the angle from AW is really, really good. And Twist, 1 versus 3, all the experience in the world might not be enough in this case scenario. And DMS should be getting away with the second pistol round. Yeah, don't give him fights, boys. Doesn't have a kid, doesn't have the time. And doesn't have the round. He's gonna stick around, try and get a couple kills. AW shuts him down in the end. It's a triple for him. 4 rounds on the board. Let's get it.
Okay. Feeling like a Force Alliance.
Percentage-wise, what's the chance for you for DMS to make this one a really competitive one? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take this one even further to win it.
0.
Right.
Sounds
that
harsh,
was cynical.
but I really... Now that I've seen that Alliance have some stuff, I just don't see it. I mean, we're going to need everything to go right for the T side.
Well, Robin's disconnected. I guess this is one of the things that you can classify as going right. He's not in the server.
And I guess if they keep getting good long spawns... And the Alliance don't have a good protocol. I mean, that's the way to look at it. If Alliance played to the same sort of level as the first half, this map is going Alliance's way. But there isn't a little assumption in there that Alliance are reasonably well versed in this map and have options and can play a good CT side. There is a bit of an assumption, I'll admit.
Sure. I just feel like in general, T side Dust 2 is a lot easier to get accustomed to than CT side. Because CT side wise, you really need to have some ready protocols for some stuff. And yeah, T side, you can carry on with good communication with the flow, just having a couple decent ideas, knowing a couple nades, and that's about it. If people are hitting their shots. CT side though, as you said, you gotta have really good protocols and be able to deal with some stuff that could be really bothersome and people can abuse, such as the notorious I've got a spawn for a long, boys, just give me 2 flashes over and corner smoke and I'll win the round for you. Might get a prime example of it now.
With the Vanguard smoke, that obviously in Go you'd one way over it, and that was maybe the biggest strength.
Yeah.
That smoke, there's not an option really now. So I'm not sure that will be adopted by all teams moving forwards. What you're seeing in front of you, viewers, is Alliance are basically, their T side was pretty close to what the last remnants of a Go T side would look like. And obviously they have players of that tenure and who were very well versed in Dust 2 at that time to just carry that stuff over.
Yeah, Pleasant being one of them. This time, a scout in his hands though.
How is Twist up mid?
I have no idea, and they don't know either. Kalash doesn't know. Scout doesn't really need that fight too much. Look at Twist. He's going to get a free kill onto Kalash for sure, and that's going to be a Galil to work with if he spots him out, but they have lost Pleasant, and that's one of the scouts, so Twist might not even get to be that useful here because they have no idea there's a player up short. Well, now they do. Ooh.
Okay. Well, Twist gets his kill. We definitely need his teammates to hold on a bit longer, so we'll be DMS's round, and yeah, to give them credit, they are closing the scoreline here pretty quick with this pistol round and conversions.
Yeah, I mean, T-side is a whole different thing, right? You just, as we said, get good communications. You need a couple of guys to hit the shots. You get a couple nice spawns to go out long and just shoot, pretty much. And things could start to work out for you. Now, this is going to be 5 on the board, potentially 6, as the eco is coming up right after that for the Alliance, and it's just Twist with a Galil, and unless he goes absolutely nuclear, that should be a pretty done deal, and they're actually looking for him, surprisingly enough. And they have found him out, and AW shuts him down. That's a big kill. No rifles for the CTs, no hero guns. Maybe just a couple pistols, but it's probably just going to be the full eco here. There's a replay, a great opener by the scout. Instant headshot, follow up from the rifles, looking solid. EMS giving us something on Dust 2.
This is around as old as time. Everyone face mid. Try and get a kill on the USPs. Even the MP5 is out to reminisce. Why not? We are losing a couple numbers here. Smat as well is very low. And we'll do well to wait for his teammates before he peeks long. Habit's looking the wrong way. Okay. 6-9. Couple gun rounds and we could be very interested where this game is going.
Yeah, the first one is really important, right? If you want to go back to when Dusty was in the active map pool for the last time and just throughout in Counter-Strike's history, it's really important to make the T's feel like they have no options when it comes down to the most basic calls that you can make. So make them feel like they can't just run out long and just mow you down. Make them feel like they can't just run up short and mow you down. Make sure that you have those bases covered. So if they want to make a round like that work, they need to have some more layers to it. You got to try and force them into playing defaults.
I think everybody just missed their smokes. For everyone missed their util for long at the start. Everybody, both teams. I'm pretty sure. Pleasant, I mean, weren't on board. I assume that was a full spam through the smoke.
Yes.
In mid.
And I think it was through the door too, a little bit. Well,
Okay,
B play might be coming up. They might want to go up lower into our short too, but it kind of feels like you've lost any presence towards mid though. This is a big kill though. Twist goes down. Smet just swinging through the smoke. It will be the B play still. And Avid is all alone.
Yeah, his teammates are peeled off to clear mid. They've lost long. They want to re-clear mid, but at least Avid exposed. Molly out in the open. He's a dead man. Timing is brutal. And this could quite quickly become a save. For now, sticking around. Nade is Smoke's always dispersed. Yeah, they're going to save. DMS are quickly bringing themselves back into this game.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened with Twist on that long fight, because that looks so bizarre.
Yeah, I think the T was just trying to play on the edge of the smoke, right? You know, where you're not burning, even if you hear that there's a Molotov on the other side, and he tried to catch a timing with the peak. It's still extremely risky. I mean, if Twist has his gun out, which supposedly he didn't, and he wasn't ready for that type of a fight, if he does have his gun out, it's a free kill. And then the rotation doesn't go away from middle, and yeah, or from the B bomb side, so you would have had someone to support Avid. That was really scrappy there for Avid, though. Just hitting himself in towards the bomb side, not really being able to get himself into a good position. Wanted to deploy that Molotov, but of course that level of comfort, especially on CT side, as we said, is something that you need to get used to, even if you have played the game. And you know what? If we're making that point for DMS, we can make the same point for Avid. Avid is 22 years of age. He hasn't played too many important Dust 2 officials in his lifetime. Unlike his, well, pretty much all of his teammates.
Alliance should start pausing soon. This is getting... They were so far ahead in the first half. They were dominating. Such poised control of the map, and clearly hasn't been the case for a while that they've had such a clean-cut advantage. 4A start for Alliance, now back into more of a standard setup. Bowden's posted up on short. So this is not a look we saw from DMS.
No.
DMS even got
too
an
many
Xbox
setups.
smoke. I mean, they might not even know an Xbox smoke lineup.
That would be interesting, by the way. So far, they've just allowed the op to look for fights. So it could be just them wanting to give some space to hide, right? They might not know an Xbox smoke. But at least they know this one. Problem is, there is a bit of a gap on top of it, and AW does go down to the AVP. So yeah, I am afraid you might be right, my friend. I think they might not know it. And Pleasance just pushed through their smoke and dropped the bomb in towards top middle. So this one is falling apart a little bit here for the T's. Looking for some solo peeks around the map now, hoping that someone brings some life back into this round, but it doesn't look like we're gonna see anything until the end of
might
this.
start double AWPing if they get a good... If they start to read that there isn't a lot of util from mid clears and things. Double AWPing suddenly becomes so powerful. It's also, if they don't know the hinge smoke, I mean the one we just saw.
Yeah.
But can you still do it the old way where you right click?
Yes, it's just a different lineup. You can
Okay.
do it. I'm not sure if it's... No, I'm not sure if it's just the right click. I've seen it with a left click. I've seen it with a left and right. I haven't tried the original one. I don't think the original one works, like the last one that people were using.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a possibility anymore. But you can do it in a similar fashion. It's just a different lineup.
Remember also that more of the Alliance players would have had beta access. All this stuff factors in.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure the DMS guys have played a lot of DM on this map, no doubt about it, but there is a difference.
Oh,
and a big
there
difference.
is doubt about it, by the way. Dust 2 deathmatch right now is not good for your FPS, no matter what type of a PC you've got. And Bowden will open things up this time around. So, yeah, as you pointed out, no smokes present still for the T's. And you got to start feeling like it's a lack of comfortability with the util. Knowledge, Pleasant, a great off angle in towards middle, and they don't really look ready for this. Pleasant is going to get away with a free kill. Does he get a second? Absolutely not, but still lands the dink, and considering the fact that they were already a man up, that should be good enough.
So in the other game where Dust 2 was played, was it pick or was it the third map?
It was a pick for Zero Tenacity.
Right, okay, so there is somebody else that's willing
Yeah.
to go all in.
You know what? It actually looked good for them. They had said, you know, they had cool concepts of the pistol.
Well,
Like
they've been have they been a team? Have they been a 5? Were they a 5 when Dust 2 was out?
Yes, they were.
That's why the King just
No,
playing.
hear me out. Hear me out. There's a little bit of history in there. So the only difference is that they didn't have AVN on the active lineup. It was Ficus who's the coach now. But the entire, like, the 4 people outside of AVN, they were together. The last time they played Dust 2 in 2024. 2022, sorry.
That's actually mad.
Zero
It's very
tenacity,
funny
man.
how that will fade. I mean, if you've been around long enough as a team, you actually can just play Dust 2 again. Oh no, this round should have been done. What's happening?
Bomb. Gonna get planted. Nade on top. There's a flash, and Bodemaster gets the kill. Alrighty. We're seeing too many flying rifles right now, and that was through a smoke too. Why is that happening so much? I mean, I'm expecting people to attempt it a little bit more.
They want to see
The
the
animation,
scoreboard, the
yeah.
kill count thing. Yeah.
Want to see the
I really
wings.
don't think it's a coincidence that that comes in as they re-add Dust 2. I don't think it's a coincidence.
No. You want people to remember the legacy of Cali. Right. All right.
Well, I guess that's allowed. Why not?
Yeah. So is that. An opening kill going in favor of the
Alliance
T's.
don't have amazing money. They can't. This could still be quite a close map if they do this.
Yeah, just let Hyde go, and we are yet to see an Xbox smoke, so I'm pretty convinced. It is a case of not really knowing the Uto. CT smoke, though, in place for the T's, and they have a 5v3. Gotta convert it. 1xbet at this point heavily favoring the Alliance to close it out, so were we a couple rounds ago, but DMS are making at least some notice of themselves.
Yeah, I'm not sure they know an on-the-block smoke for mid either. So
No.
for those that weren't around, you throw the lower smoke like we just saw where Robin is now, and then you do one on the box to stop somebody.
You know
being
what? In
boosted or playing further
CS2,
back.
with the dynamics, you just need the on-box smoke, and it covers everything.
Well, this works.
Yeah,
Let
what
Hyde
a round
post up.
he's having.
Alliance run into him. GG. Love it.
Feels like we were playing Source again. Who needs smokes? Early day CSGO. You just give the man an AVP, send him on Dust 2, and if he has a good round, he's gonna win it for you. And it is a save. Twist. Gonna get the hell out of there. Oh, picked up some Uto for Avid 2, an AK-47. So they will be good for another reinvestment. As you pointed out, money is not necessarily perfect for the Alliance either. So they have one more in the block, and then they could be running out of steam. So that's the reason you see those DMS players go for the hunt. Now, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of this, actually.
Yeah, their money's so bad, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. And it's not like if you get those kills, it's justified to lose 3 players. The Alliance still will be able to muster up a pretty decent investment, even if they lose those 2 guns. It could be a little bit more dire, but it could be more problematic for the T's here if they were to lose a couple players than it could be for the Alliance. And I think they've realized it. So yeah, keep all 4 alive. Everything's all right. Money's looking Gucci. Great round by Hyde. Hopefully, for DMS, that will put a start to something special here on Dust 2.
Okay. I'm starting to get
Okay.
interested. Starting to
Alright.
get interested. Ooh, tag onto Pleasant. And it's a long take. Back in business. Top spawns. Corner smoke down. Flashes over. Foden here behind car. Has to full sight. And what are you going to do, Alliance? You need to take a risk. You're going to push mid. You're going to gamble. They're going to come out of long. You're going to 4-stack A. Got to do something.
Yeah. Posting Twist into our short right now, just to have some line of sight in towards lower, but I mean, Pleasant deep in towards CT. B-side just holding the long cross with an M4. He's crossed towards the other side of the map, but DMS have slowed things down massively right now and just sending the cleanup crew in towards the tunnels right now. You want to make sure that the CTs haven't posted a player in there and you're not running into a stack in towards A. And that's not the case, so getting a confirmation of that. Those two players probably won't be able to catch Avid on the timing. The moment that he's passed out the first one, Molotov's going to come in. And they shouldn't really be in a position to challenge, but this is just a ruse right now. It should still be an A play on the cards.
Still feels like Alliance are really badly positioned to deal with any of this, to me. 2 layers of smokes there. Allows for the cross. We've still got player pressuring B, and yeah. Fade walks out mid. It's 1 for Bowden. And with 17 seconds, is there a safe plant? That bomb's got to go down right now. What is going on? Bowden getting flanked from short. Fade is gone. Plant is behind the box.
Wait.
Oh, what is happening? This is madness.
Did he forget that there's one more alive?
I think he assumed height would be in pit.
Yeah. I guess. Well, either way, it did not work out, ladies and gents. We're going into round number 21 with 2 rounds separating those two.
Yeah,
DMS making
soon as well.
Yeah, DMS making a game out of this one. I mean, there's no money left in the tank for the Alliance. I completely overlooked that after what we just witnessed, but DMS are making a game out of this, and now we're starting to have that same flashback. Well, it's a flashback for me. It's a first time for you, but that we had 2 days ago when they were playing up against Bleed on Anubis, because it was a pretty similar story. Bleed just looking really comfortable in the first half, looking alright in the second, but then DMS just started getting rounds on the board, and it started feeling like the individuals were getting hot on their heels. It started feeling like it was going out of control for Bleed. Of course, this one a little bit scrappier, this one a little bit more out of reach here for both teams to try and get a grip specifically on what's going on and what the situation is, but DMS going for their tactical timeout, second one, by the way. Did end up using all 3 of their tactical timeouts on both maps against Bleed, and so far they've been using them quite a lot here too. So yeah, this could be a way back. I mean, a force buy coming up for the Alliance. It's a full investment with a couple M4s, with an AVP, an MP9, and I can smell the B rush from a mile away. No.
He bought it and then sold it, and it was stood there for ages, and I was like, please.
He was pitching the idea to them. Whoever the IGO is, he had a really tiring conversation with Kalash to try and make him second guess his decision to go for a B rush. Right. But it is happening. It's coming.
Better pray that I get picked on the cross.
It's coming.
Oh, the molly's really late. Pleasant, though, holds firm. It's a good defense in the end. We probably needed some flashes, guys. That might have helped.
Yeah.
You can just flash in the cubby on the left as you go in and then look a bit right. You're probably going to be okay.
Yep. Falls a little bit flat. B rush. Exciting. As they called it off, and you witness the MAC-10 and the P90 get brought into the round, but not as exciting in the moment that you just see them get mauled down by the rifles as they're running through the smoke flashless and completely naked and exposed to everyone on the other side of things. So 12-9, the Alliance. It was a great hold from Pleasant. Nice double from him. Great protocol util. Flash doesn't really catch Avid too much, and it was an easy double for himself too. So 3 map points in the end of the day for the Swedes. A much better position now. A potential reset was in play here for the Alliance had they lost that previous round, but they end up converting, and now Fade is the one downgraded to Tech9 in order to have that util that they haven't really been finding too many ways to utilize.
We've got strats on the defense. 4A start. Clear long. Obviously, they just won against a B rush, so pretty safe call that it's not going to be a fast B round again. That's why they do the long stack. It's like the good old days.
Yeah.
Except they weren't so good because we were playing on Dust 2.
Well, ooh, that's another big nade. That's 2 now in the round, and Bowden's posted on the angle. They need to flash him off. Smoke's gonna come in. That's another one. And even the shot of Diop for good measure. Fade was not getting out of there alive. Not in a million years. And AW. Is he fading the smoke? Is he trying to look for a gap? Or is he considering dropping down into towards CT? I'm still trying to figure that out.
All of those things simultaneously.
Thank you.
That's my prediction.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. There's the drop.
Okay. Now this gets interesting. What have we got? Twist is pushed long. And he does get the kill. Bowden's falling out. He's not get caught in transition. Of course, he'll know a player could be lower.
Oh, they're so ready for this.
Oh, the timing could have been really bad, but now it should be okay. More swings for... It's actually Plesson that kills him. Alrighty. So man advantage now. Bomb being planted on the short side of default. What nades have we got for the CT side? There's a molly that can go up on short. Got a clear height, though. He's the key man. Get past this barrel, and it should be okay. Molly goes behind default. Height connects.
Ooh.
Trade is good, though. Now it's on Kalash. Out in the open. And faces both at the same time. Alliance, a little bit labored, but they do win Dust 2 in the end.
Yeah, that was one of the more squeezed wins that we've seen so far in the tournaments, I guess you could say. A 9-3 first half, a 13-9 victory, though, for the Swedes in the end of the day. And this is pretty much what we expected, right? Experience playing in, a lot of guys that have played multiple important officials when it comes down to Dust 2. And even though it's a different game, it is... well, context-wise, and in terms of the main concept of the map, it is pretty much the same map, right? So we expected them to be a little bit better. It was a bit of a wild decision for them to throw it into the pick, but they make it work. With that being said, though, ladies and gents, we're throwing it into a short little break, and we're going to be right back in just a couple of minutes with the map pick of the DMS boys on Mirage to see if they will be able to translate some of that firepower that we noticed on Dust 2 into map 2 and potentially take us to a third.
Changing quickly. Sector clear. Copy. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much.
One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back, folks, as we're ready to jump into map number 2 of Mirage in that second game of the group stage of day 3 of the RES Regional Series 3 Europe. We have the Alliance that Alan threw in a bit of a wild card going for that Dust 2 pick. Worked out for them in the end. They were able to close it out. It wasn't the most comfortable. Well, it wasn't the cleanest. It was comfortable, not the cleanest victory ever. But now we're moving into Mirage, and if there's one thing that we all know, that is when you spot out a CAS team on Faceit that's playing a lot of open qualifiers and is 5-1 on Advanced, you don't want to play them on Mirage, but unfortunately, the Alliance couldn't really avoid it. So are we expecting DMS to be able to take this one to a third?
I expect it to be very competitive. I mean, they of the HLTV games, they've only got 2 of them. They beat Bait, that was back in Feb, and then they beat Apex, was that about 2 weeks ago. So yeah, I mean, they've got some tenure on the map. Certainly missed smokes and lack of knowledge is not going to be a problem here. So yes, I expect it to be competitive, but all in all, I still think Alliance should be a class above.
Yeah, you gotta feel like it. I mean, they by the way, they ended up losing that Apex game. It was an 11-13 though. It was really close. But yeah, a little bit of experience playing the map against some good teams. They had a 13-7 win on Inferno, by the way, against the Eyeballers, which would have been must have been an interesting game to watch. But yeah, we know that those guys can shoot heads, and this is still a cursed image. I mean, just look at it. Imagine you can hear the target acquired. Looks rather natural. Early U2 in towards the B-bomb side. It's not a commitment, though. It is a fake, but the bomb is still in towards TV, and Pleasant will somehow probably drop that. And yeah, 50 seconds, you faked B, you're out A in jungle, but the bomb is in T-spawn and Pleasant has it, but you don't.
But it is a 3-on-3 again. And it's not like Pleasant's in the craftiest of positions. He gets one, though. Still got 90 HP. Teammate now on toe, and yeah, it's looking a little bit better. Looking good now for Alliance. Twist backing off. Totally unexpected. That is brutal.
Wow.
Ooh. I could watch that all day.
Yeah, you could. That was as clean as it gets. And yeah, as you pointed out, it's not the craftiest of positions, but still, on 50 seconds, the fake actually works out really nicely if you originally had the bomb in towards one of those players in A, right? Because you're able to get that one player in towards jungle. You have another palace. You have one more on the bomb side. You have the bomb side itself, but yeah, things just don't work out. So an eco coming up, and I was going to give you enough time to go and check out 1xBet. Click the banner below the stream and take advantage of our code, which is 1xRESEU. Gonna give you up to 130% deposit bonus on your first deposit. Of course, you gotta be of age and stay responsible, as that's what the Alliance will be trying to do in this round. Well, not the staying of age, just being responsible. They are all of age.
Are they going to be responsible?
Yes.
All right. How would you do that? Seen some wild anti-ecos in the series today so far.
Oh, you have no idea what happened yesterday, by the way. Yeah, yesterday was a wild day. That Sinners 0 Tenacity game? Yeah. I'm just gonna say yeah.
Sad I missed it. Quite a display. Okay, right. Well, 5 alive. Okay, they're pretty clean, to put it lightly. We're going to carry forward these MP9s to this gun round. So maybe some aggression. Play fairly standard. Got 3 rifles.
Yeah, as clean as it gets, pretty much.
See how much does DMS have? Do they have set rounds? Is it more defaults? Do they have?
Oh, for sure. I mean,
map control. I want to see what's up.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'd put my money on it. You're looking at a team that's 5-1 advanced, is full of CAS players, and you know that those guys on C9 Academy for sure played a lot of Mirage. Kalash, when he was on bait, surely played a lot of Mirage, so it's not like they don't have team experience playing that map. I feel like we're gonna see an alright game. It was looking alright on Anubis yesterday, and Anubis could be considered a tougher map to look good fundamentally on, especially on on CT side. And they were fairly alright. So yeah, expecting this one to be a little bit closer, but they're still playing up against a team that's extremely capable of having a competitive Mirage on the other side. And they will try and make their way in towards middle early on. You still have one person in towards A, one B, so keeping your options open right now if you're DMS. Just rocking the default. See what it nets you. Oh my god.
That's just not fair. That's unfair. Oh no. This isn't the best start. Picked apart in the open. And for DMS, you can already see it on these remaining players. We're just trying to spread out and look for picks. It's kind of what got them into this trouble in the first place. That one doesn't work out. Avid might have been felled, but there's a lot more that has to go right before this round is on. Bowden doesn't get caught.
Yeah. Great awareness, and Twist has got a good angle to work with. If he goes down, that's going to be a bomb plant for Hyde, so you can at least guarantee some money for your team into the next round, as Plopsky's not going to be in a... Well, Plopsky? Pleasant is not going to be in a position to do anything about that. Losing Swedish players here a little bit, but Pleasant actually walks back as they say that, maybe getting a little bit mad out about the confusion. I do apologize.
But the other day, I learned that Plopsky is half Spanish.
Really?
Yeah.
How? I mean, I know how it works,
draw a diagram
but...
if you like. I'll explain where he came from.
Sure.
But, yeah. And he used to play for some Spanish teams. He must speak pretty fluent Spanish.
Oh,
so
yeah, that was Existence,
Plopsky
right?
could join Movie Star Riders.
He was playing on Existence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've all seen some rumors on social media about Plopsky and being part of Nine's rebuild plans of an international team. I think it was. But yeah, he did play on that Existence. Oh, I've just opened his profile. His name is literally Nicola Gonzalez
Yeah, you just never
Zamora.
really thought about it. No,
Yeah.
Nobody ever clocked it.
Yeah, no, never looked at it, actually. I mean, never looked at the name and expected to see something that I didn't expect, you know? It was just hiding in plain sight.
I need Plopsky to 9Z. That's what I need. That'd be the most
join in with
unbelievable
Martinez.
roster move.
You know what? I actually think that would rock. I'm quite fond of 9Z. I don't mind him. I like the team.
They produced a lot of good players. Unfortunately for them, probably their best lineup at the start of 2022 didn't last that long.
Sure.
Lost try to Double O Nation.
I'd say that they're playing legit CS right now, by the way. Even though they couldn't qualify for anything, pretty much.
Well, that's unfortunate. Twist might be more fortunate. He's very fortunate. He's very, very fortunate. How is he not dead? Okay, he's dead.
Okay.
He's dead in the end.
It was supposed to happen. It was eventually, when you're out of that position and you just spray your entire AK clip at them, you get a couple kills, but you were supposed to go down. There was 4 people on the other side. Thankfully, Pleasant was there to the rescue. So a 4-0 start for the Alliance. So Hypes and G just as the money's not really there for the T side, but now we're gonna get to the nitty-gritty of things. We're gonna get into the business end and see if DMS can actually pack a punch against the Alliance, because, you know, Mirage hasn't been the most awful map for the Alliance. It's just been really inconsistent as a lot of their other maps. But the most recent time we actually saw them play on it, they were able to best bait in a 16-13 fashion, and that was considered a bit of a surprise bait. Usually a pretty proficient Mirage team themselves. So there has been some close calls for the Alliance, playing some really difficult oppositions, but this one starts off really nicely for the T's.
How does Alliance react? For now, we're just playing the sites. Twist is going to come off B. Avid's thinking about getting aggressive in towards ramp. Robin doesn't have a flash for him. And Alliance is making a heck of a read. There was nothing to prompt this, I don't think. I don't think they've had any noise cues. Avid blocks his teammate's smoke.
That's big.
Wins
That's
the duel.
massive.
That is huge, and it's an early warning system. They are not going to move out of the stack now.
No, you still have the AVP into war short, right? And this is what inserts that level of confidence. And oh, this is such a massive reposition from Avid. They have a couple of Molotovs. They can molly him out of position, but I'm not sure if you do. Sandwich could get overlooked, and this is massive. Another Molotov in towards the Ram. That's going to slow down the play. Avid's position is perfect. Even though he's low on HP, he can get away with potentially more than one kill. And the Oper's actually holding for it. They are aware, but Avid is going to play this one extremely patiently, and they're going to get off of the angle. Avid, timing's everything. The swing comes in, doesn't get a single kill though. Absolutely denied on the defense, even though they had the stack.
Can't believe they only got one kill out of that. Good patience from DMS. They didn't rush it onto the site. They killed the player coming through the jungle smoke. You can see all the X's on the minimap. CT player as well. So, good round. It's a bit of work to do as Alliance have money in the bank, but that's a good start. That's a baseline to build off now.
Yeah, it is. Even making sure that Bolden doesn't hold on to that hope. I mean, it doesn't make that big of a difference for the round coming up, but in the long run, if you want to reset the CT economy. By the way, you know, I love my fun facts about teams and players. So obviously, as you might guess, there isn't too much information on DMS out there, but I have a fun fact for them that has nothing to do with that game, has nothing to do with any game they will ever play, but it's, I just found it funny. So Kalash's nickname on Face It is CR7 Mentality.
Wow. Okay.
Sublime, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's got that's a lot to live up to. So
Great fact. Fascinating.
I need to see it on the server.
So
Well, Alliance clearly think it was going to be a mid default. 4 players on location. Twist is already burnt his smoke to block apartments. At some point, they've got to come out of this mid stack. This is Molly the top box if they've seen nothing. Robin is going to join Twist nearish B for a second. No, he's actually throwing his palace smoke.
yeah, you feel more comfortable with that setup in towards middle, right? You know you have 2 people in towards short ready to pounce if there is any need of support for Twist, and he hasn't really been tested that much. They need to be wary of under though. Fady, he can just walk out any moment now and catch one of them off guard.
Time's
So
going to be an issue for this team.
yeah,
They've
eventually
not
have to
got
undo it,
much
but
wiggle room. They need to go.
30 seconds. You gotta make your way into the bomb side, and Boda's actually holding it towards short with the AVP. This could be big, but oh, gets caught off guard, spotting too many people on his screen. Then what he was ready for. Twist needs to go absolutely massive. 1 kill is his. It's so scrappy around the place, but there's 10 seconds. Time is running low. They need to get on the bomb plant. They need to get it now, and there's 6 seconds. 5. They might need to get the kills. Avid, a 1 versus 3, low on HP. They're going for the kill. This is absolutely massive, and somehow the round goes in favor of DMS. What in God's name is going on?
Nobody knows the answer to that question. Alliance should have won that round. With that much time left, they were quite well positioned as well for a B split. Yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, Plessin doesn't finish his food in apartments. Bowden misses his shot on the AWP, and from there it's just dominoes. Money's gone. DMS finally net themselves an anti-eco.
You know what? Quite rarely I'm in a position where something happens in a round and I just get lost in my own brain and trying to cover what's going on. That was a pretty good example of it. That was all over the place. But you know what? If you're a DMS, this is what you want, right? You want a game that's all over the place. You want a game that just feels unorthodox and messy and impossible to explain, just wrong to the side of the Alliance. You want to drag them down in the depths. Make them feel uncomfortable, make them feel like they're playing a game of Counter-Strike that they've never played before. one that they haven't seen and they probably won't see in the future. And so far, you've been able to do that, especially in that previous round, as you pointed out. It did look like it was supposed to be a CT side round. Doesn't end up coming into fruition. And that's going to be a clean one. Just one player survive, or one player going down, actually, for DMS. 3 on the board. Another buy coming up for the Swedes. And that's 3 in a row now for DMS. Looking, as we expected, competitive on the T side of Mirage.
Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, obviously the start of Dust 2 wasn't like this. The start of Dust 2 was Alliance way ahead, and then DMS mounting a pretty good start of the second half to get back into it. This is much more of a back and forth affair. Alliance under more pressure here early on in the game to make changes. God almighty, look at mid. It's 5 players.
Yeah.
And no times when they've been stacking mid is DMS actually come out for control.
Yep, and they even have the posted on the angle. This is perfect. Plessing goes down, and now surely you know there is some space to be exploited in towards the bomb sides, and the D's are in a perfect position right now. You've caught Pleasant off guard. You have one player going in towards under. You have presence in towards the A bomb side. You have presence in towards the B bomb side extremities. You just clear out that window player. They're not moving. They still have 3 people here.
I kind of rate the double down. I mean, got to take some sort of risk. It's quite plausible that DMS now would come in for mid.
Yeah, no commitment issues.
Problem is that bomb's going towards B apartments. Fade is going to bide his time. Twist is out of position to defend B proper. Nade's now coming over. They kill the lurker. But unless Twist can find a kill and stay alive, this surely doesn't go well. It does not. Kalash, AK in hand. Drop peeks it in the window. And I think Alliance are going to have to save.
Oh, you spotted the player in towards Palace now. So are you giving this one a thought? You know you have a 3 versus 3 retake. Bomb has just been planted, so you can consider. And yeah, okay, they're not giving it a go. They will just make sure that they get that kill. Get one more AK. This round is done. As good as done. And the AVP needs to make sure it gets the hell out of there, because there's already T's on the prow for those guns. And Smet has dropped Robin. This is actually not great. You look at the money for the Alliance. It's quite troublesome if they lose any more. I mean, even by itself, losing Robin in that situation is far from ideal when the AVP might go down any moment now. AW coming in from behind. Kill is. Oh, not in a recoverable position for Avid. And he might go down too. Well, still gets that kill. So you have one M4 going forward. But this is 4 in a row now for DMS. It's starting to look dangerous on the T side.
Certainly is. Alliance will have to half buy. And individuals are warming up. I mean, it's fairly simple rounds from DMS, but
yeah,
if Alliance are just going to keep loading up mid early for no real gain, they're going to have to take losses elsewhere and give lots of map control for free outside of mid. That's been the result in the last couple of rounds. Avid is in the right location. He hits first, still behind triple. As we know, that position is pretty hard.
Nova
actually being discovered.
And Zeus misses from behind here for Bowden. Kalash doesn't really like the fact that there was a Zeus attempt on it. Still, it was just an attempt. And DMS officially on fire. Anti-eco works out wonders, even though they had the M4 towards the correct bomb site. He would have loved to have a flash for the reface here, right? He gets the first kill. If there was one of his teammates that had bought a flash for whatever reason going into this round, he was probably getting a second out of there. And from that point on, who knows what would have happened. And yeah, of course we had to take a look at that. Amid Zeus, we can't miss out on.
Why didn't Bowden change gun?
I think the moment that you miss the Zeus, you just accept your fate.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, well, back on the full buy. Double AWP for Alliance is the change up. Bowden seems to be faced. There are players up close, but gets out of dodge. He's going to swing. Oh, he really thought about that. I'm actually disappointed.
He would have gotten one kill, by the way. No one was... Both default players were not holding for it, and Robin wasn't in position towards jungle yet. Wait a minute. Magnolia coming in play. Kalash gets the first one. Oh, misses it. Oh, it's so awkward. It's so all over the place. Robin gets mollied out of position. Bomb is making its way back in towards B. What's going on? No one knows. But the B bomb side has been compromised.
Alliance
Are they running away?
really gonna save?
Yep. They weren't even considering it.
These guys do some funky stuff, honestly.
Even before the orb goes down. I mean, as the orb goes down, it makes a lot of sense, right? But you have I guess you have a double orb on the retake. You don't feel too comfortable, but they weren't even thinking about allowing the orbers to stick around for a little bit longer to look for a kill in towards the bomb site. It's a straight up commitment to the save. And this game is starting to look really bizarre for the Alliance. That's 6 in a row for DMS.
Bad streak of rounds.
Yeah.
Just look at the cash in reserve for DMS. This hasn't been a match. If the Alliance hadn't won pistol, this would not be close whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, loser also goes out. Alliance clearly have better organizational support. They're better players, more tenure. They cleaned up Dust 2 in the end. And, you know, this might be DMS's map pick, but I still expect more from Alliance than I'm seeing at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like... I think the reason you could be a bit disappointed going into a game like that is the fact that you're not even getting the feeling that DMS's players are going crazy, right? It feels like they're playing a pretty standard Mirage, pretty, as you said, simple approach, but just executing it to perfection. And the Alliance haven't really been able to pack a punch against that, which feels like an awkward thing because you are getting a pretty standard style. I mean, you exclude that one round that was pure chaos in towards the B-bomb side. This is the only one that was really all over the place. A tactical timeout. Hawk might have something to say about what's been going on so far. As we pointed out, the Alliance, and by the way, this is an interesting statistic that I have for you. They have not been able to get consecutive wins on the board at all. In the recent couple weeks. The last time they were able to win 2 consecutive best of 3s on HLTV was 22 best of 3s ago for them.
Might as well be a different lifetime. Not
Yeah.
far back.
So if you can get a clean 2 over a team like DMS, you need it. And this is a good start. A much needed start and a 5 versus 3.
Absolutely.
This is much more like
first
it.
kill was a little bit of fortune, but that was nice. That was nice. Puts DMS on notice. Bowden's going to relocate with that AWP. Now he showed it. And for DMS, don't throw in the towel just yet. I mean, you're definitely buying next round, whatever happens. So let's try and rummage something up. Let's conjure. What can we make happen?
Oh, 60 seconds to work with. Some Mewtwo. Smokes, Molotovs of plenty. Maybe a smoke in towards the top of connector and the short walk could be in play, but Bowden, right before the smoke blossoms, will be able to shut down Smet. And AW is just called a godlike timing walking through the smoke to catch Robin off guard. Still, the round should be out of reach here for the 2 remaining Ts. I mean, either way, you're going to be walking into 2 CTs on respectively both bomb sites, no matter what you choose. And any moment now, the sound queue is going to give it up. Bowden is fairly deep in towards CT, but Avid is just hoping that the Oper is going to have his cross. He doesn't realize there's a player in towards triple. Now he decides to have a look, and Pleasant shuts him down from short, height, a 1 versus 4, 10 seconds to work with. Bomb drop towards the back of the side. That should be 5 for the CTs all day long.
Okay. That's more like it. It was nice to see Alliance taking command of this round and not just loading up mid with numbers. The best rounds have been the aggression on the sides. Getting Bowden activated on the move. Fairly easy clean up from there. If they can get 6 out of this half, that's pretty good going, given how dominant the DMS 6-round streak was.
You know what? I have a take about this. I feel like you're getting out of the first half with 5 going into the T side. You should be thankful if you're the Alliance. if you get up to 6, this is a dream come true, honestly. Because you're looking at a map, as you pointed out, they have all the factors that are going to make this game heavily favored towards the Alliance side of things. You get the pistol round, you get a 4-0 start on the second map on the back of winning your map pick of Dust 2. The fact that you still have lost 6 in a row, and as we said, it wasn't like all of the rounds were all over the place and crazy. A lot of them were just DMS winning them comfortably and getting them over the line without too much contest. If you're the Alliance, you realize that could have easily been a really one-sided first half that could have actually put you in a position where no matter how good your T side was, you could have had no chance to actually show that. So yeah, 5-6 rounds, whatever it is, you've at least made it doable for yourself in the second half if you have something more to offer on the T side.
Okay, a bit of a tech pause. Robin, his PC not having the best day of it today. Could well be recent updates. It always throws a bit of havoc into the mix. So we hope we're not here too long. Okay. So we've had a match medic. Should be back underway soon. Players buying up. And yeah.
Okay. Should I get to my fun facts about random animals?
Go for it.
All right. So the one that I have on offer today, let me know if you like it, is raccoons.
And what is the fact?
They are opportunistic eaters. And they wash their food before they consume it. Which I've never thought about, but apparently they do wash their food. So they go to a little lake or river or whatever, and when they want to eat, let's say, a fruit or whatever, they just wash it. And then they eat it.
There you go. Hygiene.
Yeah. They're pretty. They're solitary animals, so they stick to themselves. They like keeping their circle close. Lone wolves, you could say. Yeah. Enough about raccoons for now. We're gonna get back to the server. Technical difficulties have been, or technical issues have been resolved rather. So we're back to the OVO fight in towards the B apartments, and it's Bolden to come out short, but still living in the server. Just receives a bullet, but stays alive, down to 15 HP on the back of the tag. And this time, the mid setup might actually be a little bit more fruitful here for the CT side.
Fade. Praying for a duel. Robin is still in a very open angle. Out in mid, Bowden connects first. Fade peaks. Totally unexpected. Still almost kills Robin. Okay. Well, they get away with that one, but that didn't feel good.
Yeah, it was a little bit scrappy, but finally, you've been running those mid setups for such a long time, and finally it all comes down into play. Yeah. You just try again and again and again, and eventually you get away with it. And this could be the round. Smet and Hyde, a 2 versus 5, 28 seconds to work with. You just gotta feel like there's no way for them back into this. Tap on the bomb. Not even tapping it right now. Hyde, he's, well, he's attempted it a couple times. Eventually, doesn't even need it. The CTs will start initiating, but with Robin coming in from T-spawn, even though Hyde picks up that one, the round should be done in 3, 2, oh no! Right.
Okay, right. We all held our breath for a second there, didn't we? If they'd lost that. Oh, I guess we can laugh about it now. That was, this has been a wild game of Counter-Strike Alliance. Though, they'll know themselves that was not a good half for Counter-Strike. They'll know that they got caught out too many times. Endless mid setups, even though DMS barely came mid. Plenty of that. But to get 6 out of it, as you mentioned, it does feel like a result, given how badly it was going.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, there's two ways to look at a game like that. First perspective, you look at how scrappy it was and you're just getting into your head about it. Second one, you just look into how scrappy it was and you're like, you know what? It was not the prettiest game of Counter-Strike we've played so far. It hasn't been the prettiest game of Counter-Strike ever in our lives, but we're still able to stay competitive. 6-6 is tied up, so we can change it up and play a much better T side. Now, this is the bomb, so this is a little bit risky, and Pleasant's all alone. Bomb's been dropped, and my oh my. This round is already looking quite precarious.
Well, Bowden does his best to force a one-on-one, but it's always going to be tricky. Twist. Checking around. And loses his scalp. This pistol looks pretty well nailed on. Look at that. What a sequence from Mr. Smat. 3K for him and DMS. Now with that pistol round. They're not far from winning this map. They just need clean, consistent CT side. Pluck away.
Yeah. I mean, you're just pretty much hoping to see a solid CT side from DMS, and the things that we're wondering right now about are, I guess, whether the Alliance will be able to present a cleaner and more logical T side than what we did get in the first 12 rounds, because as you pointed out, it was a little bit scrappy there for the Swedish side, especially for a team that's so well drilled, and we expect them to have some decent protocols, good fundamentals, good reactions. To be fair to them, they did attempt a lot of setups on the CT side, just not a lot of them working out towards middle. And now it's just the eco and potentially a max 7 galore for some eco kills for Kalash. Robin trying to bait out some util. Does not really happen. And the T's are just walking around, having a tactical timeout.
Why not? No rush. Have a discussion.
And some beautiful cinematics. Look at that.
Shout out to Half-Life After Effects.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever used it?
No.
It's good fun.
I'm not too much of an editor, to be fair. Yeah. My experience with it falls down to thumbnails and Photoshop, and that's about it. Anything else?
Well, I've used it for production. I haven't used it for any other reason. But yeah, that's how you observe like that. That's the secret, guys.
And you got that without having to pay anything for it, by the way. That's usually precise information that people pay for. Well, moving into the next round of competition. It finally is the first buy round of the second half. The Alliance have the AKs out, a little bit of util, approach. Gonna be interesting to see what they want to go for. It is looking like a pretty standard 2 mid, 1 in towards B, 1 ramp, 1 palace default for now for the T's. And DMS, we're thinking about trying to go for something more aggressive, boost up for AW. Or for Hyde, sorry, with that AVP. In towards the ladder position, he's just gonna get posted on the angle, and it is a waiting game. No one in towards B as of right now for the CTs.
Quite a risk. It's not like they've got 3 MP9s and a scout and they have to take a risk. Now we're looping back. Slightly bizarre util usage out of the CTs, but you do you. Height though connects. Robin gone. Bomb routing back to A. I guess in some senses, even at a man to the deficit, at least the numbers have gone. Still though, we've got to kill Kalash, and that doesn't happen. He farms, smoke goes down, make it free. AK in hand. It's just Pleasant and DMS are creeping ever closer to winning their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, that was so close to running out of control there for Kalash. I was starting to get worried on the Jiggo. He was just starting to walk back. What happens if he doesn't see that first player, doesn't deploy the smoke? He could have gone down, and the player in towards CT was exposed to the palace peak too. This could have easily fallen apart, but look at that from Kalash. First one, it was the jumping. Of course, the jumping MP9 switches to the AK, turns around, deletes, twist as well. A godlike sequence by the young player from Kazakhstan. On the side of DMS, not even close to the bomb side here for the Alliance, so you're down to the 8 cheese in towards window, the good old top mid smoke. We try and get a kill with the nade, but it doesn't really net them anything.
Ooh, left hand. Been a while.
Oh yeah. There's a couple people that are changing hands like that. Cypher was one, by the way. Fade is...
I think didn't Go have a command that locked its right hand for spec? Am I remembering wrong? It must have. Must have. I don't know if CS2 has that. Probably not.
It's just an I'm not sure. It's an instant bind now. You just press H and it switches hands in game. For everybody.
Even better. I mean, it sounds like small stuff, but if you're like a new player and it's...
Yeah.
Can you even imagine playing Go and be like, how on earth are they jumping? But it's from left to right here. And you can go for Reddit and get your config, and it's a lot of palaver.
And now it's easy. Now you just press H. Another buy coming up. Bowden on an AVP. It has been a troublesome day for the Alliance, all things considered. A pretty tiring first and second map, I'd say. Quite slow on both these sides, by the way. We haven't seen too much high tempo from obviously DMS being a CAS team, I guess you expected, but the Alliance have been playing a pretty slow and methodical game themselves. And again, just throwing at the fake, trying to bait out a reaction out of the CTs. Nothing really going on the back of that Yuto though, so no over rotations for the side of DMS. There's the rephase of smokes though, and it will just be a recommitment in towards the A-bomb side on the back of the Yuto. I love that. They've just allowed him to walk away.
This is tough now for AW. Still going to be scared of mid. As this CT side, Pleasant comes through the connector smoke nade. Disperses that one.
Oh!
Free for Fade. On the Fade. And Alliance might be done here on Mirage.
Gun barrel? Did you see it? I think so. Wait. Oh, that would have been interesting if Twist gets that third kill, but still, Avid was already in towards top middle. Already no time on the clock. This is going to be 11. They are taking us to a third, are they? And that was a 4-0 start for the Alliance. This is 11 out of the last 13 rounds going in favor of DMS. And the last 5 in a row, now they're on fire officially.
What are Alliance going to do? Are they going to eco? Give away 6 map points? Or are they going to force up? Okay, there's your answer. All in. Fully invested. 5 in a row for DMS. We came into the second half thinking Alliance had given themselves a chance. Well, those chances are dwindling. If they're going to make a recovery, it's got to start here. The call is an A round. Set play. Robin left to lurk. He gets picked. That's the mid lurk gone. It's a big part of this after plant already by the wayside. Pleasant above the stairs slope. Comes through. Finds 1. Make it 2. Doubles up onto the connector player. CT to be 4-4 soon as this bomb goes down default. Smoke out from Smet. Kalash finds 1. What is going on? How's Kalash got 2 in that position? Smet spams the smoke. And it's been all, as it's been all half.
Wow.
Everything goes wrong for Alliance.
It's another big round from Kalash, and this kid deserves to play a third map, man. It's 2 rounds now. He's had phenomenal impact in towards the A-bomb side. Back-to-back triple kills. He had one with the MP9, switching to the AK for the third, and now it's just the rifle. I'm not sure if it was just clean through the smoke or he was just on the edge of it. Because if that's just a double through the smoke, this is too much there, but he still makes it work. We're gonna see the replay. Fade opens things up in towards middle. Reaction from Pleasant. That's exactly what they needed. Getting the kill. Fade away. Then a double up. It felt like Pleasant was doing enough, and it was, yeah. It was straight through the smoke, and Smed as well joining in through the smoke from CT. And Kalash is playing a P. Yeah, he really did that. He threw away the AK that he had, or he dropped it over to a teammate and purchased the P90 to push under with.
Youth. What am I going to say about that? Well, I think DMS should stack a site here. 2 on B, but probably be better just to go with 3. Alliance, on the meantime, are just going to pump the brakes real slow. They're clearly gearing up for a B split by the look of it. Smad is up close. Avid behind this corner. Bowden's looking towards A site instead. With a jiggle. Avid comes out. Right eye. Headshot found. Height left alone. Got a great map.
Right.
But doesn't get involved in that engagement. Avid is crisp.
Yeah, and you're feeling so sad that this round comes in at 6-12, right? Because as you pointed out, even if it comes out at 6-11, you still have some kind of leverage. You still have something to look forward to. You can potentially lose a round. You can potentially, if you're perfect, even win it in regulation. But now you know you need to win 6 in a row just to force OT. It's not like we haven't seen that so far today. I mean, we literally saw it in the first matchup on map number 2, but this one could be really troublesome. And again, it was an opening kill going in favor of Fade. Avid with some great shots, though, on the AK. Looking crisp. Gonna need a whole lot more where that came from. And DMS go for their first tactical timeout of Mirage. Haven't really been that troubled so far. Not really a lot of reasons to go for attack. Things have been going fairly swiftly.
Yeah, just have a discussion. I like this. Just they can just pause before every gun round. Or maybe every second gun round here, and take their time. In this sort of position, they're gonna get an opportunity where it's a 5-on-3. They're gonna get an opportunity where, you know, Kalash gets aggressive, finds a kill, Height plays an unusual position and gets them an opener. They will have their moment.
Yeah,
and that moment might be right now.
Great play, Bowden. Looking for an early opening, wasn't ready for the opener, and they're going to try and react in towards the A-bomb side quickly, but AW in a great position. Look at the amount of rotations, look at the amount of CTs in towards that A-bomb side.
It's a nightmare. Flash is perfect. Shredded our alliance. And this is going to a map 3. Twist Robin. Licking wounds at this point. Not a lot else can be done. Bomb is scooped. I guess B-bomb site is undefended now that Kalash is removed, but it's still going to take a litany of errors from the CT side for us to even remotely question this round. I guess it's just Smet loading up B at the moment. He's tagged up a little bit, but yeah, with Robin gone. Good luck, Twist.
Good luck indeed. 1 versus 4. Double flash, double molly. That should be 13-7. DMS coming into the tournament. Their first proper tournament as the team outside of an open qualifier. And they come in with 4s. They get 11 rounds off of Bleed in their first series. Didn't clinch up a map, but they do so against the Alliance. 13-7 on Mirage. They level things up. And suddenly, this one doesn't look like a clean cut anymore. Enshin is coming up. It has been a comfortable map for the Swedes in the last couple months, but looking at how scrappy this game so far has been, and to be fair, how comfortable the CAS team was on Mirage, you got to be giving them the benefit of the doubt. Ladies and gents, we're throwing this one into a short little break, and we're going to be right back with the third and final map of the series to figure out which one of those 2 teams will be exiting the tournament and which one will keep on fighting for a spot in the playoffs.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Welcome back, folks, to the RES Regional Series 3 European Edition. Map 3 of the game between the Alliance and DMS about to kick things off. And in case you're just joining in and wondering, Alliance and who? Well, yeah, you're pretty right. And yeah, we're going to the third and final map. DMS, the young CAS team, making their debut in the RES and making their debut in a legitimate, proper HLTV tournament, Alan. Not only were able to push Bleed to their limits on one of the maps in their opening game, but now have taken the map off of the Alliance, winning their map pick of Mirage fairly comfortably, and now we're moving into an Ancient. Are we expecting the standard 2-1 for the Alliance that we were talking about at the start? Or you're starting to see a bit of a loophole, a bit of a lean way for DMS to potentially run away with this?
I mean, I certainly still favor Alliance. Mirage was a bit of a mess. But yeah, Alliance, they really should be winning this series. Of course, DMS have played pretty good CS, given they're just on this level of competition for the first time. So it is very impressive. Maybe they will bear out to be a top 100 team in the long run. But Alliance, they need to win this series, man. If they don't win this series and they go out of the tournament, there becomes a point where you start asking questions of what's the longevity of this lineup, because I can't imagine any team playing for the Alliance organization. Surely the sights are higher than this. They need to win this series.
Yeah, and this is a really fair point to make, right? Because you're looking at some of the other tournament runs that they've had. You're looking at the Compass Spring, they exit in group stage. You're looking at the rest number 2, where, again, they were able to get 1 victory off of the 9 Pandas that were playing with a coach back then, too, and they still exit in group stage. You're looking at the Elisa, I guess, the main stage. This is where things are looking a little bit better. They're in the 2-1, so they'll have 2 chances to qualify for playoffs there. But then you look at, even if you want to go a little bit back in time, you look at the European Pro League, the last season that they played, I think it was season 15. They exit 9-12. So again, you don't go out of groups. And yeah, the list goes on and goes on. The last tournament that they were able to actually make playoffs in was the A1 Gaming League season 8 that ended towards the middle of April, so around 2 weeks ago. And they just qualified for the playoffs and lost their opening game there against Bad Boom in an 0-2 fashion. As we said, 22 best of 3s since we've seen consecutive back-to-back best of 3 wins for the Alliance on HOTV, and the list goes on, right? I don't want to be the guy to just be calling for their heads, because I actually like some of the players on that team, but it has been a difficult state that they have been finding themselves in time and time again, repetitively in the last couple months, and I completely agree. I feel like being eliminated by a team like DMS, and this is with no offense towards DMS, is just the thing that you expect from the Alliance as an organization, as names on the lineup, being eliminated from that type of a team in this early stage of the tournament would be a massive disappointment.
They expect more, we expect more, and on the flip side, it's DMS that have no pressure.
Yeah.
If they win this series, they'll get some more ranking points. Alliance is ranked pretty well at the moment. And they'll continue to cement themselves potentially as a top 100 team. They'll get invites to other events potentially. Add all this together. And they're doing everything right. It's Alliance who are asking questions. DMS, whatever happens from here, they've already played some really good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they'd be hoping to. Hyde opens things up. Robin will go down, and already another Goosh onto Twist, who's down on 11 HP. They were actually thinking about making their way in towards the B-bomb side, but now with that first kill in the initial Goosh, considering A little bit more, and this one is already looking really good for the CAS side. Avid will collect the double kill in the midst of it, but it won't be enough to change the picture of the round. It is a 1-0 start for DMS. Their first engine, by the way, on HOTV, something that we didn't bring up. Of course, there has been a couple of Mirages, a couple of Infernos that we talked about. The Anubis that we saw them play against Bleed. Engine is one that they haven't really played too much. Engine is one that they haven't really played that many times in Advanced either, because they usually go for the standard Inferno, Mirage, Anubis. It will be interesting to see how they do.
I do not like the Julies in left hand. This doesn't look right.
I was going to say, by the
bizarre.
way, yeah, it's a bit cursed. You know what it feels like? You know the feeling when you take a selfie with your normal camera, not Instagram, not just normal camera. Discord, I think, has this. And your face is just reversed. It's supposed to be like that. Like that's supposed to be
I thought
how
my hair
people.
was that way. What's
Yeah,
going on here?
exactly. No,
I mean, you can't relate, but yeah.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say with me is I thought my face was that way. It's that's the feeling that you're getting out of it. You know what? I actually could relate. A couple years back, I could relate to it. I've seen myself with reverse haircut. Now I just see the same thing.
Just get some implants.
No, really. Have you seen the needles? Have you seen the amount of needles that you need to experience for that? No.
I have a friend of a friend that did it, and it was 7,000.
Yeah. That would be a pass for me, Chief. You know what? I'm gonna rock my boldness with pride. I like it.
I think you do suit it. Some people don't. But
Thank you. That's because of the beard. Yeah. If
Yeah.
you don't have the beard and you're still around 60, 70 kg, then it might at times look like you visited an asylum a couple times. But hey, that's why I have a beard.
yeah,
We
do
never
need to hit the
shave it.
gym as well. I mean, it
Yeah.
has to be a bit jacked. Doesn't work otherwise. Okay,
You gotta look like Vin Diesel pretty much if you don't have a beard.
exactly. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And then just keep making the same film, and yeah, pump it out every year. Print some money.
Let's get it. See you in the future in Fast and Furious number 20. And talking about the Fast and Furious, that was a Fast and Furious peak from Fade. And let's not overlook this. That was a full investment. It is a force buy with a Hero M4, and it all falls flat for the Alliance. It is 2 rounds in, but you're already seeing a lot of confidence from DMS just running around winning fights and not really letting this one look too competitive at the start. And you know what? This is really important because in the end of the day, we are, again, looking at a map that we expect the Alliance to be even fundamentally better than they are on Mirage, right? It is a map that they play quite a lot. You look at 2024, you've seen 18 entrants out of the Alliance. And even though it has been a 50-50, you're looking at some of the games that they played. For instance, they played it 3 times in the previous res, in the 2nd edition. They lost it twice to Namiga and Bait, which I'd argue are really good teams on it. They won it once against the 9 Pandas, but again, you're expecting them to be a bit more solid. What you have going on for you if you're DMS is the fact that you can try and carry on the momentum and the good vibes from that previous map of Mirage into Ancient, right? Especially on that T side, where you get to pretty much set up the tone.
Full eco. And Alliance have guessed wrong. It's not A. Bomb is heading to B. Where's the Mac 10? It's in mid. All right, Fade. Get in there, brother. And get farming.
Get farming. That's a sick USP craft, by the way, I was going to say. Works well with the stickers.
Oh, no.
Ooh. Right. Thank you very much. Says Pleasant. Runs away with an M4, which is good for the money. Obviously, round can't be won by the CTs no more, but they are doing some decent damage. Unfortunately for them, it's just the M4 to be saved up, but I feel like considering you just stacked the wrong bomb site, getting away with a rifle is going to be quite ideal. So a bit of a money injection going into the next one. Bowden's got plenty of cash to go for an APP if he wants to, so he can lock in that a bomb site, and you can be heavy in towards middle if you want to fight for that lane control. And of course mid alongside it. Clean start for DMS. Time for the Alliance to show us that they're for real. Show us that this was all just a big jump scare on map number 2.
What's the call? Default nades out of the start. And we are going in mid. Flash is over. Fade for now. Not going to commit. 4 players grouping for DMS towards these A tunnels as Fade walks mid. What have we got? Bowden's on site. Twist is in donuts. Really needs to connect on this first engagement. The boost might fell him. Oh, he's a lucky man to be alive. And DMS are going to commit. Nades in now. Need some towards CT to deal with Bowden. Bomb not going all the way out. Fade kills one of the mid players.
Has he heard the steps? No, they're still committing A.
Why pump the brakes, then go in again? I'm so confused by this round. So are Alliance, no doubt. Yeah. You're either going all in or you're not. And they've somehow found a middle ground and lost one of their players for free.
Yeah, that was a little bit awkward. It felt like they had the timing to go into the play, especially after tagging Bowden on that initial boost. You could have triggered the play. You had the kill in towards red, but then you slow it down. You don't fall back. You try and recommit. That's given enough time to Bolden to reset to a better angle, get a kill. Twist deals with the red pressure, and now you've just sent it back in towards the B bomb site. Smoking towards long coming up. Flash is going to give it away. Avid's in a great position, though.
It's one good fight. Twist is on location. All right. Alliance have survived this one. I guess we can't criticize DMS too much. They are, I don't say this in a disparaging way, but kind of newbies to this level of competition. When you kill one of the rotators from B, add it up, which is the lesser defended side. It's not A, it's B. They should have cancelled. They should have waited. They went into the most defended position with one player way ahead of the others. So yeah, a little bit of an error, but this is the only way to learn. Play better teams and make mistakes. We've all been there.
Yeah, especially those of us that have played professional CS. Oh, all right. He just finished off his meal with the nade. That was perfect. That was perfect. And Fade even adds up with another kill.
Alliance are going to lose this series, man. They're going to lose this series.
That looks so scary.
I just feel it in my bones. Okay, Alliance are winning this series. Alliance are winning this series, guys.
I've
never bandwagoned.
Well, Kalash, one double kill away from making you feel like Alliance is losing the series. And he just walked inside of the smoke. He's been spotted. Robin shuts him down. This round has just collapsed in a matter of seconds. For the T's, height, a 1 versus 3 open hand, bomb on his back, and I guess that's what he has going on for him. The fact that Bolden will be on the other side of the map. He still needs to deal with 2 people here, and he's gonna give this one a bash. 1 player in towards long. Twist still residing in towards the inside extremities of the cave, so not really a possibility for Hyde to get that kill. He's looking for the second player. He knows that Twist hasn't moved, and Robin has given this one a little bit of a jiggle. It all falls down to the timing. If you get that kill onto Robin, if you hard clear it, could be getting away with it. Bomb plant, not really a possibility. It's actually Twist on the spam to confirm it, so Robin not really needed to secure the round even towards the end. A second round on the board for the CTs, 2 in a row, no bomb plant. Half buy with a hero rifle coming up for DMS.
Give Twist some credit. That 2K in towards cave. Flip the round. He's looking really dire. Can we see it again? Here it is. Yeah, I mean, he's literally backing out of a Molotov when they swing. Quite incredible. He gets 2 out of that. And of course, mops up in the end. So, Alliance, still for me a bit less than convincing in the team play department, but Twist can play at this level individually. Maybe this series can be recovered.
Yeah, he's starting to show up right now. And you know, Twist's multi-kill potential has never been in question. Ooh, that's a bit in question here. AW picks up an AK-47. It is, of course, just a half buy, so you don't want to let them make it too expensive. I mean, a half buy, 2 of those T's have invested fully, so this is a little bit precarious. Potentially another half buy coming out of this one. I'm not sure if you don't get a bomb plant, you're going to have enough money. And with Bolden picking up that kill and the high-low happening in towards cave right now, Alliance should be good.
Okay.
And they are.
Very clean. Very clean. And as mentioned, DMS went pretty heavy into that, so we're not buying here. Alliance starting to stabilize.
I just got a Galil with full nades and armor, so I think we might be buying here.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they had, I'm pretty certain they had 3 people below $3,000. And we are buying here, yeah. Look, I'm no financial guru, but that doesn't add up.
No. No, it does not. No, it really does not. And now it's been robbed away. This is a bit of a disaster. How many rounds are we going to go before DMS have a full investment? We've just bought so aggressively as of late. Yeah.
I mean, I was trying to find a way to justify it. You could be looking at the angle of the Alliance not really having too much money, but that's not the case.
It's not low enough, is it? It needs to be
it's not fragile.
sub 500 on all of them.
Exactly. And then even then it would be an interesting thing, but I guess then you can say, okay, but we did go for the half investment back then and the half investment here, and I don't mean half investment as in leaving yourself with some money, but just going with 2 rifles, 3 Tech 9s or whatever to keep the CT side economy low, because we've been getting really close. We've been getting bomb plants, or even if it's not for the bomb plants, we've been killing 3-4 people per round. That hasn't really been happening so far, so yeah, you're just putting yourself into an automatic handicap right now. A disadvantage that doesn't end up working out. Pleasant just waiting for the contact to have it. Swing will be imminent. Contact not made yet, but any moment now Sped should be going down. He was anticipating Pleasant from a different angle, and you know what? If he was there, that would have been spectacular by Sped. Unfortunately, not quite the case, and Bowden was shut down high. Another investment doesn't work out. Yet again, a half buy coming up in the next for DMS, and the Alliance have already won 4 in a row.
Number 1. Hang on.
No. Please. They're buying again, are they?
What's happening?
I don't know.
Why? Is there chronic inflation in the DMS camp? Why are we spending everything all the time? Why are we doing this? They're actually going to fall by.
Oh my god.
Well, a few of them have. A couple of the other guys have the right idea that we should go all in and think about future gun rounds. If they don't get much more out of this half, they need to hire a financial advisor.
Yeah. Chronic inflation was a good example of it. Alrighty. That's one more gun to the good. Kalash will pick that up. Not quite a Kalashnikov, but still a rifle. Still a good one. And yeah, that finance class has gone in an interesting direction for DMS. Now, thankfully, if they're able to get a bomb plant, everyone's going to be all right because of the loss bonus. But it could be a long shot, especially considering you're going into the
money on drinking. you just
look. That could be considered a wise investment, according to the. Well, no, don't listen to me, kids. No, never do that. I mean, you get the social experience.
Katy Perry said it was cool, so why not?
And she knows.
What is happening? How is the Lions losing to this of all the rounds? Bowden, Deagle in hand, salvaging this round for his team, and Alliance. I don't think they deserve that one, but they survive.
Oh, you either say that they deserve the round or not. I mean, they don't deserve to have Bowden on the team. Honestly, what an investment that was from DMS, and they nearly make it work. But Bowden is there for the rescue, and that's such a massive triple kill, by the way. That's so big for the Alliance and Bowden to survive that jump scare. Buy round finally coming up for DMS, but look at the replays. 1v1 after 1v1. They're just winning every single one of them. Up until Bowden, even after missing the first shot, just switches to the Deagle. And then the third one was the big difference maker. Twist, of course, nearby to make sure that Bowden didn't have to do all by himself. But the Alliance officially on fire, winning 5 in a row. Now, we are witnessing a full purchase with 5 rifles in util for DMS for the first time in ages.
Is this allowed? I'm not sure. We should get these PCs checked. Bowden. With a jump spot. Baby's going to walk into the angle. Bowden gone. Map bisected. What the heck do you do now as these CT players when your rotations are cut apart?
You got to deal with them.
Take a risk. They got to do something.
Yeah, you got to deal with them, fend them off. And you know, this one might actually work out. Well, never mind. Robin knows that he's not in towards red anymore, but what he knows too is the fact that he's dead. Twist. 1 versus 2 in towards the bomb side. Gets the first one, and this locks it down a little bit. The double push coming in towards middle. If they're able to catch a W here, they might have a quick rotation in towards the B bomb side. They know there's one more in towards Donut, but they need that kill, and they need it cleanly. Smet is just gonna play his life right now. Bomb's gonna get planted any moment now. Smet is just being a threat while staying alive, and Twist is a dead man as well.
I can't believe he's still going. How is Smet still alive? He was the sacrificial lamb here to ensure the B plant. And somehow, it looks like he's going to out-survive them all. Pleasant. Can't find the kill. Smet even frags him back. That is some karma. I love it.
Inevitable. He is inevitable. Well, back to the buy rounds we go, and the end of the streak comes in. DMS with a fairly good one. You get away with the opening kill in towards middle. As we said, you send a couple players in towards the A bomb side to create a bit of a diversion, and the B play was never really taken into account there for the Alliance. So the Alliance go for their first tactical timeout. Unfortunately, even though you did win 5 in a row, this game hasn't looked too much cleaner compared to the one that we saw on Mirage. I mean, there was a couple of good rounds in the mix, but still, you want to make sure you keep this one under lock and key. You want to make sure you stay in the driver's seat for as long as possible. Well, preferably for this entire map. You don't want to let it go down to a couple individual plays in the latter stages, as we said. If we go to the later rounds, there could be a little bit of pressure for DMS, but all in all, the Alliance are the ones that are feeling like they're obliged to actually win this game. For DMS, of course, if you're able to eliminate the Alliance, that would be great, but you're not the team that's feeling the pressure right now.
No. They should be fine. Should be fairly happy with it. It's gone so far. Alliance is going for a pretty heavy B lean here. All the players now clearing from the ledge. In the meantime, DMS numbers out towards A. Twist is the nearest player, and he's on the mid portion of Donut at the moment. And Alliance going to be in for a bit of a surprise, I suspect.
Yeah, Bowden is aware of the possibility of this, but the boost is something that he might not be ready for. Now, the nade should give it away. There goes the smoke. Flash in. Hasn't spotted the player on top of the boost yet. He's going to move in towards the left-hand side. Flashes. Going off. Bowden completely blinded, but he's found himself a really good position towards the back of the smoke to get away with a kill and even get out of dodge. This is big.
Okay, kill on the alert. Kalash. Bomb still yet to be planted. We know how difficult it can be on this bomb site. The smoke is almost hurting more than it's helping. Fade gets in front of it. Still, though, the bomb site not necessarily going to be easy to claim. Fade, though, keeps finding frags. And check out Kalash. He's starting to flank Donut. Height finds another. Why plant the bomb when you're just going to frag out all of these defensive players? Robin gets swung, and wow. That is a brute force way to play Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I like the patience and the composure to just tap the bomb and realize that you're not in a good position to find a comfortable post plant, right? You were just risking too much. You know that the Alliance in that situation might want to bring the fight to you, so you're just waiting for it with open arms. Bowden does really well to get a kill and get away, but in the meantime, the play in towards middle grants them another one. Then you have instantly that one player that can just be a massive threat as long as he's alive for the CTs and make life more uncomfortable. You have the push in towards tempo. They were in no rush, and they knew it.
This could get interesting.
It's great.
We take those.
Nice.
That's a better investment. That's more like it. They've been reading their handbook.
Yeah, I mean, arguably, when you've won 3 in a row and you're up against ESPs, it's really hard to make a wrong financial decision when you have all the money in the world.
Just go on the Instagram of kids of rich people and you might change your mind with that statement. A surplus of cash does not guarantee wise investment.
That is a fair point.
I did see a good one the other day, right, of this dude who's like clearly born into a lot of money.
Yeah.
And then he's like trying to sell his like fitness, whatever, workout routines, diet stuff. And
Yeah.
he's like going through like his lifestyle and like him at the gym. And it's like, this is not going to work for anyone else. This is just completely stupid. Nobody's ever felt healthy doing this. Oh, and he's like hired like models and stuff to pose in all the shots.
Yeah, sure.
It's perfect.
It's the American dream.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm at the gym, it's not like this.
No, never looks like
Not
it,
quite.
right? Never looks like the advertisements. No, not the ones on Instagram. What is looking like the advertisements though is that T side from DMS, because now you're looking at 7 rounds, and that's a whole lot of
They're gonna
issues
win
for
this.
the Alliance.
They're going to win this. They're going to eliminate Alliance. DMS will place higher than Gaming Gladiators in this tournament.
How does that sound?
Yeah. How does that feel, Danes? DMS taking out the Nordics. Okay. Well, it would do a lot of good to get Alliance off to a good start this half. That would help.
Yeah, I mean, you get away with they did lose the first half paced round, and that could be a little bit problematic if it happens again. It's essentially an MR12 best of 1 at this point, and Payday opens things up really nicely. There's the pickup from the USP. 4 people with towards middle, peeking it towards the top of shelf, and if you're the Alliance, you're just hoping that barrage of CTs ends, and Bowden and Avid getting those 2 kills will make life a little bit easier, but you're still in a big disadvantage. You look at him disengaged. They're not going to give you more fights. Smet is just holding for the cross right now. He's just going to peek on timing. If he catches the right one, he can drop the bomb and just fall back, and that's exactly what goes on. Exactly what will happen, Smet. This is dangerous. This is a disaster. Smet actually gives Avid that fight, and with 1 minute on the clock, bomb is still dropped, but Avid might have something to say about it. 44 HP to work with. Hand change to the right hand side. Modo. All right then, Avid, we are listening. He's trying his best to keep them in this. Bomb still dropped in towards the middle position though, and he feels so uncomfortable. Kalash hasn't been spotted, and look at that from Kalash. He's just committed to a decision. He's gonna stay B, and Avid doesn't know it yet, but he has the right idea. Pushes in towards red. There's no chance he goes B, right? You could catch him from
I
behind.
wouldn't bet
Kalash
on
is not
anything at
thinking
this
about
point.
it.
He doesn't have a clue where the CT is.
Yeah. No, he's going
Probably
A.
a reasonable guess that the player was B, but he doesn't know. He's got to take his time clearing. And from a 1-on-3, an borderline impossible 1-on-3 given the CT positions, this is quickly becoming T-sided. Kalash is a long way out. Avid can choose any afterplant he likes. And this could save Alliance's series. Already the bomb plant.
Check him out just
Is a huge
sticking the
value.
defuse straight up. Avid doesn't know that he's got a kit, and Avid is low on HP. You might not want to go for an instant P. Kalash, though, is going to take his time clearing those angles, and eventually, the time is going to start running low. He needs to get a move on. He's wasting a lot of it right now, even though he's got the kit. He needs to get the kill straight up, and Avid nails the shot. It's a 1 versus 3, 4K for Avid. Ask him how he just won that. He couldn't give you a clue.
Ooh, does DMS need a pause?
I think so.
They really should have won this. It
Yeah.
was so shrewd to back out of the ledge and then play deep in towards elbow and then
Smet
red
is
room.
saying sorry right now.
I mean, it's incredible shooting Havid. Makes it work from the almost impossible, but I still wonder whether DMS could have made his life more difficult.
Yeah.
Look at the money, look at the buy. It's a disaster for DMS.
An in the mix. It's Mr. S Fade on it. He's gonna get tested. Bowden walking in towards that position. Molotov to force him out. They do have the right idea. And with the UMP, and a pistol. Close range into or escape. This could get really sketchy there for the T's really quickly. Now, the Molotov will force the first player out of position, but the second one won't quite catch AW, so he's still in a pretty precarious spot to potentially get away with a kill from. And the smoke will slow them down a little bit more. Alliance really taking their time with this one.
Smoke fades. Fade goes with it. Bit of an early warning system. But for now, it's just AW on this side of the map. Oh, makes it one. Can't. Finishes food with a second. Flank gets engaged. Still a very messy round, but I think Alliance are stabilizing A-OK. Bomb is rushing off towards A.
Is it?
It was.
No. They realize Met is alive, and he's the A player, but that might actually make it a lot easier. Bowden! Looking the wrong way. As Met is coming in from the ramp, they have no idea. Bomb's gonna get planted. It's a 1 versus 2. First player spotted. Second one planting behind the pillar. Double P comes in, and Pleasant shuts down Smet. Oh, you can feel the sweat. You know it's there.
It's on me. What's happening? Oh. I mean, the Alliance fans at home must be nervous wreck at this point. Just seemingly every round has to go ever so close. But they should have done the hard task. There is a fairly heavy eco now behind this for DMS. So an opportunity for Alliance to breathe, and let's hope for their sake they keep this nice and clean.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, once again, you're just after some relaxation in the server, if that makes any sense. You need a calmer round. You need some level of comfort. It has been too crazy of a game. And yeah, this is still a cursed image. Oh, yeah.
You know, in films, when they have, like, some horrible rendition of, like, a sniper scope, but it's just a camera, and they put some stupid overlay on it. That's what this looks like at the moment to me.
I'm just looking at it. I'm just having Abscissa ordinate flashbacks from a coordinate system. Yeah. Got told yesterday that apparently in English that was just called an XY abscess. No, axis.
Axis,
Yeah, with an X.
I was a bit confused there.
Yeah, no, because I've always called it abscissa and ordinate, and I thought that was completely normal. But then I got told this was actually not what people called it like usually. It's cool.
I've, to be honest, called it the Euclidean plane because why not?
The Euclidean plane. That's nice.
I'm pretty sure that'd be an accurate description.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, I think it is.
It's 2D space.
Yeah.
I do
2
like
dimensions.
Some 2D space. Ooh.
Although, you could have a coordinate system with vectors, and then it could be a 3D space.
Yeah, well, that would just be a 3D Euclidean space.
Yeah, and there's vectors. Yeah, you know what? You are right. Let's not have more talks about maps. We're here towards CS. Not about maths.
I didn't do much geometry. I was more of a analysis sort of boy.
Yeah.
There it is again. I'm just waiting for the Reddit threads of nade lineups of -6 in this brick and -4 in this tree. That is the future, boys and girls. Gotta find your coordinates. Land your smokes.
Yeah, and you always put the X coordinates first. Just a friendly tip. There is a rule to it. Early kill, going in favor of DMS. AW is so low on HP though, and Avid finally levels things up, and now the T's are suddenly in a great position. They can actually capitalize on that B take. They don't realize it yet, so slowing down the pace a bit. And rotations will start coming in. A lot of information towards middle. Fade not really spotting anybody, makes those 2 players in towards the B-bomb side feel a lot more secure. The thing is, they don't have any util to get in closer, and AW is still 1 bullet away from death. Hell, 1 scratch away from death.
Smoke out from Fade. Very well timed. And Bowden might need to go through this on his teammate's contact. Entry is good from Avid. And now we go. Smet out towards long. Flashbang arrived a little bit late. Deal with him, but the molly at least does the job onto AW. And without a kit in
Flash
play.
over.
Without a kit in play.
Ooh.
I don't feel this retake. Plug is pulled. Out of dodge. It'll be 9 for Alliance. They are having to work for this series.
Yeah.
Even Dust 2. Even Dust 2, the second half of that was a grind fest. That was hard work.
Yeah, for those of you that are just joining in and wondering how we got here and what exactly how are we doing? Well, this is the Group B elimination match of the RES Regional Series 3 Europe, and what Alan is talking about was the 13-9 victory on Dust 2, which was the map that the Alliance picked into. It was the 9-3 first half that they had on the T side, then had a little bit of struggle closing things out. That thus was followed by a 13-7, dare I say, convincing, comfortable victory for DMS on map number 2. And now we're stuck on the 3rd and final map. Loser of this one, as I already said. Loser's matchup, so loser gets eliminated from the tournament, and winner gets to play the loser of the winner's matchup of Group B, which will be whoever out of Bleed and Bait loses that game later on today.
Graphics if you've lost track. If you've lost track of all of this, we have some graphics.
We're gonna have a conversation about it after this game's over. Yeah, don't mind. We're just adding up some information right now, just keeping you updated. We're gonna get back to it later on. Now, let's focus on what's happening right now. Let's focus on the present, because that's why it's called a present. It is a gift. Triple MP9. Famous and an AVP for the CT side, and oh, this is unfortunate. Pleasant through the smoke. It was a straight up spam through the CT smoke. Nets him a kill onto AW. That's not great. It was one of the SMGs. The open, the Famous still in play, but you look at the investment. Not a single defuse kit, just 2 smokes and 1 Molotov to work with on a minute 22 4v5 disadvantage situation.
I think they need to stack a site, DMS. This doesn't feel like a high percentage way to play this round. Okay, Fade is pushing A. That information, if it comes in time. Ooh, this is looking a lot better now. Okay. B being loaded up. Especially if someone can join height in towards cave. Execute from Alliance. They want to come up ramp, but the counter smoke is so well timed. Bowden has a HE. And through we go. Kalash called upon. Entry flash is perfect. And with these frags, the stack starting to feel like it's not going to matter. 1 for height. But now Alliance on red alert. Still though, back in the plant. Fade's coming in from behind the trigger. Discipline. How many can he get?
No.
1 down. Can't make it anymore. Good try, man, but that was too many bodies to deal with.
Yeah, that could have been interesting. I mean, if he has a rifle in that situation, that's an entirely different round. Unfortunately, just the SMG. There's the replay, though. The Alliance starting to look a little bit more convincing now on the T side, and this is the first time that we can say that. This is the first time that we can say that they've been looking comfortable in the server so far in this series. Maybe the first time after the first half on Dust 2, I guess. The 9-3.
DMS just buy.
Yeah.
That's the motto here. They just buy.
And Robin just jumps through smokes. Pleasant's found a double opening in towards middle. This game is all over the place right now. It's complete and utter chaos and carnage. But you know what? We're here for it. We're loving it.
This is my guilty pleasure. It's just... my brain is struggling to absorb this, and that's all the better. I will have nightmares
pleasure
about this game, but Good nightmares.
Right. So, in a masochistic way, you like it.
Yes.
Sure. That's completely fine. People like what people like.
Everyone to themselves, you know.
That's fair. Kalash, quite sure he didn't like that bullet in the head. Because that could be 11 rounds. And as we said, the CT just keep on buying and it keeps on not really adding up. And yeah, that could be...
I mean, at least if we save here, we can drop A1Ss and have a good buy. But the game's just getting too far away from them now, isn't it? And the money is ridiculous for Alliance. They are buying for so many gun rounds to come. Avid did a great map. I know we said I talked about this earlier, but he really has spooled up well. Plessin, of course, in the last couple rounds. A good collection of entries in mid. So, yeah, some individuals for Alliance coming alive at just the right time to avoid elimination.
Yeah, you gotta feel like it's supposed to happen, right? We had that conversation with Twist in the first half. He had a couple of good rounds on the CT side. He's cooled off since, but it's nice to see that, as you pointed out, Avid, Plessin are starting to come back to life. Avid, obviously, I think, even though he's the least experienced of the lot, I actually feel like he's maybe the most skilled player on the team in terms of the ceiling, right? The thing is, obviously, Twist is going to be better as a player, but you've seen the ceiling of someone like Twist, you feel like, for all those years. Whereas Avid, still fairly young, still 22 years of age. You never know how things could work out for him if he gets his shot at playing big Counter-Strike one day. And I feel like he's been really uncomfortable so far this year in the server. Of course, numbers can tell you the story, I guess. But he is a player that I truthfully believe is incredibly skilled. It's nice to see him getting hyped up.
Fade out in the open alone. I'm not sure that's looking so wise now. DMS, again, we never expected them to be competitive in this sort of series. They've already played some great CS, but it does feel like we're running out of steam here. A few too many errors creeping in. Alliance tightening up their Counter-Strike. T-side lends itself to, you know, simple stuff together is going to work well. Not seeing the same mistakes we saw on CT, and but as long as Plessin keeps farming this mid area of the map, there's not going to be a way into this half for DMS, unfortunately.
Yeah, now you're starting to get fired up, and it's it feels like it was a long-waited wake-up for the Alliance. A long time coming. But finally, it feels like the Alliance are looking like the more solid team. Finally looking like the team that has the edge that we've been talking about since the start of this matchup. Finally looking like themselves a little bit more. It's nice to see that they're going to be able to close it out in a comfortable way. Now, it does make me a little bit sad for DMS because they've been able to put up a really good fight, and I think they would have liked to at least make sure that they keep it competitive until the very end of it, but I think you can still be proud of the fight that you've been able to give some of those teams so far in the tournament. Of course, this one not being over, but you get 11 rounds off of Bleed, you get a map off of the Alliance, make them work on their own map pick even though you were down 3-9 at the half. You make him work here on Ancient even though the ending is looking really clean on the T side. And as we pointed out, this is the way to learn. It's your first proper tournament on HLTV, so you gotta play against those teams. You gotta lose, you gotta fail, and that's how you learn. That's how you get the best learning experience. And the better Counter-Strike the team on the other side is playing, the more you learn about it and about yourselves.
Well, losing is learning is what they say. It's definitely the truth. But it's a tough reality, and I'm sure for DMS, they're excited to get into this tournament. Again, they've had some good map and series wins coming up into this. They, of course, won a very convincing map in map number 2 in this series. So I'm sure right now they'll feel disappointed, but in the long run,
yeah,
it definitely could do them a lot of good
in perspective.
series.
For sure. Well, this one is not over just yet. They could be able to post another couple rounds on the board before getting eliminated. Unfortunately, Just a couple SMGs and one lonely M4 being brought into round number 20, and the Alliance are just taking their time and burning through the usual of the CT side, making it a lot more uncomfortable as the time goes on. Pleasant finally shut down in towards middle. Refrag is instant. Are you ready for the second player in towards shove, though?
Ooh, that's a big kill. Next frag, so critical.
Oh.
Kalash wins. Robin gone. Maybe there is some life left here on Ancient. Still, though, Avid's in behind. The flank is taking so long to develop for Height. You can see Bowden's already moving between cave, posting on ramp. Smet does find Avid, though. They leave just Bowden. Smoke is pushed, and DMS will go for at least another round.
All right, they're still alive. I mean, is there enough time on the defuse? There is, right? Yeah. Okay, that was
closer than I thought it was.
Yeah, I was starting to, you know, in my mind, I had already accepted that they'd won the round, and then I'm like, wait, the defuse is not coming in. They didn't have a kit, right? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, everything's all right. They stay alive.
Nobody panic.
Yeah.
Nobody panic.
Yeah, we're good, boys. The ship, it was getting close to sinking fully, but you know what? The boys were able to get the buckets out in time, and they got to work. So we're still going.
At the moment, the Titanic almost going under.
Yeah, you just have Leonardo DiCaprio with a bucket.
Myself at the moment, it's not going great. Mayday's been called. We're getting the kids and the women into the life rafts. And these remaining lads are doing anything they can to keep this ship. We're going to the Durkee depths.
Ooh, Pleasant. Gotta be careful. Down on HP already. There was a player on the other side of this smoke. A lot more aggressive in towards middle in those 2 rounds. Of course, now they have the rifles, and the money situation has been an issue for those guys so far this half. But Bowden is on the prowl for a kill. Now, this flash is dangerous, but he doesn't get spotted. Haven't seen him yet. A lot of damage exchanged on the spam, but they're yet to spot out the AVP, and this could be an issue. Oh, did AWC him? Not sure about it.
Alliance is just going to keep hammering this B bomb site. 4 players on location. Twist is lurking, though. Molly flushes AW out. And Twist, yeah, he's never ever clearing this corner this late into a round. No chance. And he'd already called the cavalry over. Foot race now to try and get onto A, but look at this. Smet can hold from CT. Fade plays behind big box. Smet doesn't last long, but Height is on location. And yeah, cleanup crew is here. DMS, stay alive.
For one more. I mean, the money reserve is good enough for the Alliance, so they can keep on buying. Of course, with the loss bonus racking up, we highly unlikely will see the Alliance run out of money, but DMS have now won 2 in a row, and that's going to bait out the tactical timeout for the Alliance. You don't want to make it sound like a possibility for this game to go into LT right now. We were already having that entire conversation, you know, the goodbye speech for DMS. You should be proud of your performance. This is how you learn. It's just a part of the process. And now suddenly you're realizing they're not out of it just yet.
And if they were to shock upset this and bring this OT and win it, we are not having the same discussion about Alliance. The discussion isn't, oh, Alliance, they did well, you know, this is Children's Sports Day, they came in, they gave it the best try. No. They lost. They lost, and they lost against a team that doesn't have the advantages they have. So they need to clean this up. They need to clean this up. Their ranking will drop as well if they don't pick it up a little bit in some of their tournaments. Okay. What's the call?
A lot of pressure starting to build up. And for DMS, you're just having fun playing with a lot of confidence. The Spade goes for a wild swing in towards A main, but it's one that works out for him. Twist out in no man's land, not ready for that aggressive play. No one nearby to even attempt to refrag, and they're slowly falling apart, the Alliance, losing another one in towards middle. This is scary. Fate not looking ready for another player, though, and this is dangerous. Pleasant I guess, pulls out a nade, and this one is crumbling really quickly.
Is this going to be a save?
It should be. I think so.
What on earth did they discuss in the pause? Whatever it was, it hasn't worked. For now, Alliance still shaping up like they want to at least test mid. Problem is, if they don't get a bomb plant, these guns are pretty high value. And Avid's taking some damage for his trouble. There he goes. And this could be a long old save, I think, for Bowden.
He still looks like an Oper that's thinking about attempting a find in towards that A-bomb side, by the way. It doesn't look like one that's... Okay, now he does look like a saving Oper. Or maybe not. 20 seconds. He's hoping that they give him a reason to go for this clutch. And yeah, now he's realized the time. Just gonna stick around in towards main. Try and hold on to the big green DMS. Stay alive for one more. They reached double digits on Engine, so no matter what happens, as we said, it was important for them to be able to put up a fight until the very end. They have been able to do so. Showing great resilience for such a young team. Unwilling to go down.
Alliance should pause again. This could be their last full investment before overtime. Guns dropped over. Twist yet to buy in, but yeah, with a plant, they'd be just about okay. Tech pause is in. Hopefully nothing too extreme. Looks like all the players on the server for now. That sounds like we're having a little bit of a mouse issue on one of the guys, so obviously going to get that sorted before we're back and playing again. Yeah. Again, whatever happens, DMS have played much better Counter-Strike than a lot of people would have anticipated.
Yeah, and it's a pleasant surprise, right? Because it's not like they've just done it against the Alliance. They were really competitive in that Anubis against Bleed, and you know you weren't there to see that game, but obviously if you check it out later on, you look at AW. By the way, he was absolutely outstanding, but the team on a team level didn't look bad on Anubis. It wasn't just AW. Yes, he was going crazy individually, but it wasn't just him going crazy. And it's not like Bleed is a bad Anubis team. It's not like Bleed is a bad team in general. So now you've been able to take them to distance on one map. You've been extremely competitive throughout this entire game. And you could easily say that the most comfortable map so far in the series was actually the Mirage in favor of DMS. You can be proud. You can certainly be happy. And it has been a pleasant surprise. 2 more rounds. That's all that you need for an overtime. And if it goes into an OT, then anything could happen realistically.
Tends to be that the problem with all Cinderella stories is it turns back into a pumpkin. And DMS...
Hopefully, if it does, it's going to be a tasty pumpkin.
Well, the point is, if many a team like DMS now can't get it back, can't get it all the way to overtime, this one's going to be the toughest. And at least for them, at some point, they'll start realizing this is really on. Maybe the pressure mounts a little bit too. Flash is going to get aggressive. Flash gets aggressive. Molly makes it ever so awkward. Robin is gone. Players through the smokes. What is happening? It's a disaster for Alliance. They need a bomb plant as well. DMS are millimeters from overtime.
Yeah, it just looks inevitable at this point. It could be a clean round right now. Twist finally gets one. But surely it's going to be a one and done, son. They didn't spawn the bomb. They didn't see it, but it doesn't make a difference. Hydro will just shut him down with the AVP. 12-11. There's no way. Certainly. And you look at the money right now. You need to take some sacrifices. Khalil's in the mix. You need... that util.
This one is borderline, but win this and it'll be 5 gun rounds in a row for DMS. That is a lot. That is a lot. 5 gun rounds, if we're at the start of the half before Alliance have money, that is an entire half. This is a disaster for Alliance.
It almost sounds impossible. You couldn't write a better script if you tried to. I mean, it's that would be an insane story for DMS if they're able to bring it back. And it would be horrifying for the Alliance. Technical timeout is off. There it goes.
I mean,
12-11. One last chance to close it out in regulation.
I think it's very fair to put those questions to Alliance of, what are the long-term prospects? Does this lineup fully make sense?
Yeah.
Is this what the organization expects? And if you lose in this fashion after being up big, those questions only get amplified. Okay, round 24, last chance for Alliance to save their blushes before we hit overtime. And given the streak from DMS, given the aggression, the confidence on some of these players, fades up to almost 30 kills. This has got the hallmarks of an overtime to me at the moment.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't look like the Alliance believe in themselves. It doesn't look like they think they can do it right now. Lurk smoking towards the B-bomb side. Oh, posted on the other angle. Good Yuto to take him off. And Bowden is the first one in line. No one to be spotted by Bowden for now. And they're actually walking their way onto the bomb side. The CTs know this is a possibility, but they haven't spotted anybody. Need to be careful about it. They're going to get caught with their pants down. Bowden gets the first one missed shot by the Oper. And Bowden Master might be the one to get him over the finishing line. And he does so with a triple kill. And towards the B-bomb side, the Alliance might be able to save themselves in the end.
Impossible situation. How do you even encroach on the bomb side, let alone recover this round? Alliance are going to win this series. And it's been a slog. An absolute slog. 13-11. And for now, they keep alive their tournament life.
Wow. I mean, that was probably the craziest series that we've seen so far in this tournament. Not the previous one, for certain. And you know what? We kind of had that conversation already, but I was overly impressed by the young CAS boys. I feel like DMS provided a high enough level for us to start paying attention to them when we see them in tournaments in the future, right? And it's going to be really interesting to see them in the future, to see how they bounce back. As we said, it's just a learning experience in the end of the day, and they can be proud of their performance here at the Res. And even though the Alliance win it, you are still worried considering they will be playing against the loser of Bait and Bleed in that deciding game of Group B, right?
Yeah, well, at least compared to the other group, this one's kind of going with the expectations. Yeah, Alliance, whatever happens, going to have a tough game. I think if they get Bait, I watched Bait the other day. That lineup on paper looks really good, but they're just a little bit too young in their life cycle as a team. 2-3 months, I'm quite confident they'd give Alliance a lot of problems. But if they played Bait in their current shape, and Alliance maybe pick Dust 2 again and upset the veto, I could see them standing a chance. I definitely favour Bait, but there is a world where Alliance still makes the next round.
And there could be a world where Bleed lose that game against Bait, and then if you're Alliance, you suddenly need to play against the two-time runner-ups of the RES in a deciding game in the group stage. But we gotta wait and figure out whether that happens or not now, Alan. That has been an incredible game, but we are running behind schedule a little bit, so we're gonna rush into it. We have 2 more games coming up after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Alternate Attacks taken on Passion UA, and Bleed taken on Bait. I believe it will be Jay and Dweck taking you through those two. So yeah, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back in just a couple minutes.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Rest Regional Series. Our third European Series is on to its third day. And as we go to the second half of the day, we look towards our winners' games of Group A and Group B. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne. By the way, mate, what a hell of a day we've had so far.
It really has been that. Really surprised with how competitive the games have been. For Gaming Gladiators, they have to look at this Rest tournament and think, what's happened? How have we come out in last place? How have we not even been able to take a map?
Especially after we saw 9 Pandas and how awkward they looked against Passion UA in their opening game. I did not expect them to beat the Gaming Gladiators, let alone beat them in 2-0 fashion. So, I mean, hey, I guess inconsistencies can sometimes spike up to be very good for the Nine Pandas camp. So they move forward to the decider game. Alliance, meanwhile, have eliminated DMS, which was the expected result. However, being forced to a third map and that 13-11 on Asian, Dwayne, I'm not sure the Swedes have made a good case for themselves in the group stage.
Yeah, not really. They're in a tough group, and they'll look at the rest of the competition, and I would say it's quite unlikely that they make the playoffs. This has been an entire situation where we're looking at some of our favorite teams and the teams that we expect more from. I mean, I saw Seized on Twitter, actually, after beating Gaming Gladiators, saying that they're on boot camp and that they're glad that the streak is over. So maybe that could be a helping hand to a run to the playoffs, is that now the guys aren't just playing online and they're all together.
Well, they have made their way into the decider game, and all they're waiting for is their opponents. Alternate Attacks and Passion UA will be taking each other on in our second half of the day as the winners game of Group A is about to unfold. Next up on stream for this one. So a key opportunity for Nine Pandas to sit back and start to take stock in who their opponents could be, start to do a little bit of studying as to how today's are going to go down compared to what they'll be facing up in 2 days' time. And for us as well, obviously, focusing on who's going to be the first place team out of Group A here. I think we had a decent rough idea that Alternate Attacks probably were the team walking in as the kind of favourites in this matchup.
Alternate Attacks, I look at them after the 13-8 that they had against the Danes, and they've shown quite a lot. They were a team that I felt has been quite unlucky with some of the draws in previous Rest tournaments, facing off against BetBoom and Fnatic in their first one, going up against Bleed and Mouse NXT in their second one. This time around, Gaming Gladiators, you beat them, and now Passion UA. This is the best draw yet that Alternate Attacks can have to make the playoffs.
And they did a stellar job at the start of things. We were so surprised at that Gaming Gladiators result just off the basis of where they're ranked in the world. Alternate Attacks had a leg up in that victory. However, seeing them being eliminated in last place in this one, does that sort of hamper the German team in a certain capacity?
It might do. This is the game to prove it, I would say. Depending on how the result goes to Passion UA, we can get a little bit more of a gauge of where Alternate Attacks really sit.
Well, lately, their run of form has set them up on a 2-match winning streak, and going up against the Passion UA, who just ended their 3-match winning streak, this is a key opportunity for them to try and turn things around to their own right. A team that, of course, been in the Rest tournaments over the last couple so far, made top 8 in the last one, probably not the strongest of runs of any of the teams from the playoffs, but now's their opportunity to take on some serious competition and try and insert themselves against that. They've already beaten out the Nine Pandas. Can they beat out Alternate Attacks today?
For Passion UA, they've won just 8 out of their past 20 best of 3s on HLTV, and even the teams that they have beaten, Havu, Lasercats, Espionage, Permitter, Young Ninjas, we're not talking about the higher-end teams of Tier 2. So they kind of remind me of a squad at the current moment of time, Jay, that can make the odd playoff run here or there, might be able to upset one good team, but consistently, they're not in a threatening position yet. Now, if they can go back-to-back top 8s at minimum, maybe the conversation starts going that we're seeing progression at the higher end of Tier 2 for these guys.
And look, they are taking on a team that maybe sort of weakened Tigers to a certain capacity. Alternate Attacks as of late haven't been playing with their full 5-man unit. Perks has been, I don't know if he's standing in or whether he's sort of like being a new permanent 5th at the moment against the likes of, for the likes of Sky, who's sort of come out from that that big loan. But from the bench now, being a main staple man for the last 4 best of 3s, he'll be in this server today as well for the Alternate Attack side. So I'm not sure what we make of things. I mean, I guess it could potentially corroborate with the recent spike in form and rest.
I would say that the first 3 events that he played, or 3 best of 3s that he played, he stood in for Azek, and then the last one that they played against Gaming Gladiators, he stood in for Sky. Now, Perks is familiar with the system. He's played with Azek and Freeze for a very long time. They've been teammates in different rosters. They've also been together for 18 months or so. So I think him only just coming out of the roster, you check the last 3 months on HLTV, and he's actually got officials pretty much on the border of the 3 months. So he actually hasn't been out of the lineup for that long at all.
Well, he was out of the lineup for the 2 matches that they had against Passion UA in previous, and I want to discuss those very briefly because we were about to see the vetoes, Dwayne, and Overpass was a key map for Alternate Attacks during their last head-to-head. That is out of the pool for this event, so Dust 2 perhaps? We've seen it once today.
Both teams hate Nuke. The insta-ban is Nuke for both squads, and Anubis or Overpass normally gets picked, so can't have Overpass. You probably have to go into Anubis. And for Passion UA, they like to go towards their Ancient a lot.
Okay, so Anubis and Ancient seem to be the targets in terms of the opening picks. Let's find out whether that will end up being the case or whether big alternate attacks rather want to go towards a bit of a curveball here in this one. They will have pick of the litter. Inferno is taken out by the Mirage for the Passion Camp.
Yeah, so straight away, no one's banned Nuke, and are we going to get it for a third map decider? We're not. So I would really have loved it to have Nuke, because we have not seen it for either squad in a seriously long time. We've seen 31 instabans of Nuke and 33 instabans of Nuke for alternate attacks in the last 3 months. So we go into a veto process here where both teams are just punish picking of the bans. They're legitimately just getting the best maps out of the pool.
Well, I mean, you did say obviously Ancient and Anubis would be targets, and the fact that they were banned out by their respective sides obviously indicates that they were respecting of those positives. So perhaps leaning back on some secondaries. I will admit that for alternate attacks, Inferno does seem like it's a pretty positive secondary pick back for them because of the nature of how many times they've won it in the last few months.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what gets me though, Jay, is that we saw both of these maps against 9 Pandas in that opening game, and to be honest, the Inferno one, Passion UA were up 12-8. They should have closed in regulation. They didn't. It got sent all the way to overtime. It was a bit of a scrappy affair. They get into Mirage. It wasn't the cleanest of performances either. So that worries me, because I think alternate attacks will look at that last best of 3 and say, do you know what? 9 Pandas probably could have taken both of those maps. So let's go out here, put in a good shift, and try and get a 2-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, the fact that it was so close is encouraging in terms of their recent run of form. I mean, Mirage probably isn't the map that I would rate alternate attacks all too highly on, so
True.
I don't necessarily place the idea that they can take the upset victory on that. I do have a lot of faith in the Inferno at least, so I can see them possibly coming out on top in terms of like pushing it to getting their own map pick on the board. As it goes to map 3, though, I feel like that as we looked at that Vertigo, things are going to get a little bit more messy from here on out. So I guess we'll just start things off in these proceedings and sort of see how the day goes. Your predictions for this one, Dwight?
I'm going to go 2-0 just because it's a very one-sided veto into odd maps in the pool. Because we're not looking at strengths, I think the alternate attacks may just have enough to be able to edge it out.
I'm going to go 2-1 for the alternate attacks side. I'm going to give at least the credit of Mirage for the Passion UA side, but Inferno should be pretty easily taken by the German squad. So let's see how far they can take it on the CT side to start. Pistol round for our third best of 3 of the day is now going live.
Now, alternate attacks, 9 wins and 3 losses on Inferno in the last 3 months. Perks aggressively out from brackets. The only point of contact is going to be Jambo out here into the apartments.
Wasting no time with their position. Fear is suspecting there's going to be a CT wrap, and he was looking to look up from Speedway, but opted to back off at the right moment here, suspecting something's going on with the mid-face of Zerofix. It feels like info has been pretty staunch for them. Jambo in the apartments, however, has to check Azek at the right moment. The Glock has been baited. That's info to take, but the frag goes the way of attacks.
Yeah, just excellent positioning there from Azek. Zerofix can get the trade, but for alternate attacks, they've got options. They can wrap Moto into long and into A. They can also press CT and lean out to B.
CT's a full dominion of mid control, so they have to try and commit from the bomb sites from these positions here. Taps from Jackasmo getting nothing out. Arrow forced to fight out. The casualty taken for the T side. Man advantage regained for alternate attacks. They close the gaps against Fear. Will overwhelm S-Chiller at the same time. And Zero Fix, as great as his weapon play was, 1-on-4 for him now.
Julie's best option just to hold on to the save, bring that armor into the next round. The hunt from Arrow comes in close to trying to deny those Julies from going down. And there's a clear difference in game style between both of these teams, Jay. For alternate attacks, they play really good CS. I would say they play by the book CS, and it's no surprise that they're a German team. They play numbers advantage really well. They've got extremely good patience. We saw that in the pistol round. They're out towards CT, and it just gets quiet for what, 20, 25 seconds? It forces the info play. For Passion UA, where they might be able to create a bit of chaos and try and get under the skin of alternate attacks is the raw sharpness. You've got Jambo as a very good AWPer. You've got Jackasmo as a really strong, aggressive rifler, and then S-Chiller, a very encouraged, supportive piece that I've seen in recent history.
1xBet odds to agree with us that alternate attacks are the favourites in this series. You want to make a punt on this game, then you can use the code 1xRESEU. Get up to 130% on your first deposit at 1xBet, of course. No such stake of the money here for the Passion UA side. Force buys in, trying to find the early responsive to alternate attacks, but Hyped is going to find the opening kill pretty easily towards Fear. Damage has been done to that Mac 10, but the man is alive.
And they made that look easy because there's not really much of a crossfire there for Passion UA. You've got 2 players deeper in the bomb site and a single player to the top of Banana. Overwhelmed. And Jambo can re-smoke off to long or from brackets. And this is not encouraging for the Force buy.
pistols fighting close, unable to connect these kills. However, Jambo eventually caught back through that smoke, overwhelmed by just the sheer spray. A side taken. Easy pickings for alternate attacks.
For alternate attacks, Jay, we could get into a bit of a conversation of where the roster is right now, that Perks has kind of come back into the roster. He's helping them out in quite a few best of threes. Could it potentially be that bringing those two players out on loan from Big Academy, that it was successful in the idea that they could grind and that they could get deeper runs, but something was still missing. Something wasn't quite there with those roster changes. And it's always very difficult because when those changes came in of bringing Arrow, bringing Sky, bringing Hyped, it created a new core. If Perks comes back for real and actually stays, that old core is back together again.
I wonder whether they prefer the dynamics with him. Certainly the results have been a bit hit and miss. Some good runs like the deepers in the qualifiers in some capacities, but nothing really of major note at the B tier level, particularly in the last rest events where they have gone out in the group stage.
Yeah, but then again, I said it in the beginning of this game. Look at the draws that they had. They were facing off against teams that their opening game in the first rest tournament, they went up against BetBoom, they made top 4. Their elimination game against Fnatic, they made the grand final. They won the entire thing. Opening game in the second rest tournament, you go up against Bleed, they made the grand finals. I do not think that they've had that many chances to make the playoffs because of the teams that they're playing.
Well, perhaps this is one of those chances that they'll gain. Passion UA in the winners matchup of this group. A victory here will send one of these two teams to the playoffs. And alternate attacks improving on positions. Dead last in EU1, the 9th to 12th, the 3rd place in their group on EU2. Maybe top 8 is calling for number 3. The Eco is calling for Passion UA.
Yeah, this is an alternate attack side that's been grinding hard across the last 3 months. One of very few teams on HLTV that have got more than 100 maps played in that time window. Fear. Jump spotting out from Coffins. They've got a fairly heavy stack on B, but not many upgrades to deal against it.
Smokes setting up the default positions. Molly sent back lines over at the B bomb site execution. Mac 10 will be the first player forward to Azek. Jack in Jackasmo. Hyped will get Jambo, the USP of Fear, unable to connect any sort of trades. Two players will get tagged relatively heavily, but ultimately it won't lead to these kills on the Passion side. Very confident 3-0 start for alternate attacks.
And for alternate attacks as a whole, this map change has probably hurt them a lot, because if they don't get Anubis in a best of 3, they always get Overpass. And now you've got to kind of change your map pool. You might think that your second best map in the pool starts becoming Inferno. Try and see if they can up their game. I mean, one aspect that I would say is that German CS has always liked Dust 2. Big were very good on Dust 2. The old alternate attacks was very good on Dust 2. Sprout and co, they were very strong on that map. So while we might not see it immediately, give it a few weeks, and I reckon we're going to start seeing a lot of Dust 2 picks from alternate attacks.
It's been a long time since he's been in the competitive pool, though. Brand new game's been released in that time, so several things may have changed in terms of the viable strategies. I mean, one of the things we talked about a couple of days ago was the possibility of the single smoke to crossover at the doors in mid.
Yeah, you remember Holmes that played with Dav and Simki and those kind of guys in the Serbian scene? He actually released a tweet and a video this morning about some of the newer smokes and lineups, and it is crazy how quickly pros are starting to jump on it to get some really good utility usage on the map of Dust 2.
Could be a very different map in between this, so I guess we'll have to find out as time goes on. History might not apply too heavily, but the present is certainly strong for the attack side. Azek combining with Freeze's HE to get the opening on Jackasmo. Fear is able to respond to that, though.
A change of pace there for the Germans. Very aggressive out to top Banana. They get a 1-for-1 trade. S-Chiller boost up onto Quad. You've got a player in Boiler, another one in Brackets, and a bit of a regroup from the Banana players.
Perks' eyes set. Careful to position. Zero Fix and S-Chiller. Two men on short presence. Or shoulder been seen. Arrow pops out, not wary of the quad presence. Zero Fix will be responded to by his own trade attempt. Azek with the Mac 10 to a 2 versus 2. Bomb on his back can get planted. Retake for Passion UA is unsupported with a kit.
A lot of tidy trades here for alternate attacks. Now, Azek's got an incendiary that he can put down to Moto. Hype's in a good off angle at the graveyard, and Azek's just given enough of a jiggle out to Library to bait Jambo.
If Fear's got an incendiary of his own, if he puts that to the bomb site, then maybe you could force him out. He's going to use it towards Pit instead, which is not where Hype is holding from. Fear so suspect of where they could be holding their nerve from, with no further util or the smokes to extinguish the flames. And they're driven them back now. Save called in eventually for Passion UA, being given no access to site and therefore no round on their board. Alternate attacks connect 4.
And I legitimately think, Jay, that if Passion UA play quite standard, play quite default on this city side of Inferno, they're just going to lose. They are a team that can create a lot of chaos, and that's what they need to be able to achieve here in the first half. They need to be constantly making info plays. They need to be quite gimmicky with overextensions. If they just sit back on the bomb sites and try and trade, alternate attacks are going to show what they did in that last round of comfortability.
Need to force them to be discredited on their own map pick. Passion UA yet to do that here in the opening portions of the CT side. They've at least held on to the 2 rifles, but can't afford any major investment around it. We'll see an SMG out for Jackasmo as the hero MP9, in fact. Upgrade pistols for the other 2. Really not much to speak of here.
And the results that we've seen in the last handful of series since Perks has come back in, they haven't looked all that encouraging. I mean, a win against Ents Academy, huh? So what? Win against Enterprise, yeah, doesn't really matter. They took 1 loss in there against Permitter. The one against Gaming Gladiators, though, that is one that you look at and say, how's that happened? How are you kind of edging out against teams at the mid-pack to low end of Tier 2 and then instantly get a comfortable victory against a legitimate top 20 team in the world?
Seriously dire situations for that squad. Perhaps we'll address that in the coming few days. Alternate attacks. Again, walking into this series with a major leg up because of their opening start in the group. Now to try and close down the group with a simple win against Passion UA as well. Walk Contact in Apartments has spotted one of Jambo. The jump from Fear is also going to get hurt as he missed the boost. 40 seconds on the clock. Alternate attacks are in Brack is going to make their move now.
SRFX is just hoping to get 1 kill before falling out here from Moto. The Deagle's struggling to find any connections. At least they're not running into the trap. Look at this. B split from CT and Banana.
Good call. I think they recognized it. I don't know what information they had, but they've called it in at the right moment. Walk out, dry faces of these Deagles, somehow getting away with a kill on Perks. But he's caught one of the trades. Freeze has also got a kill towards the B bomb site. They're going to storm it now as the Molotovs will clear from the front line. Plant can be secured pretty easily. Another AK to hold for Passion UA. And if they stay from here, I mean, that still would be a pretty good eco.
It would be. At the same time, though, Jay, when I see these rounds where we can look at it and say, oh, that looked quite easy, that tells me the alternate attacks are very strong on this map. They've got a very sound sort of foundation of how they want to play, how they want to call, how they can conduct information. Because I'm looking at that one thinking, there's what, 30-odd seconds? Zero Fix is putting up a bit of a bait. He's trying to draw them in. And then instantly, nah, we're going B. We're just evading that stack completely.
I can't be too shocked that this map is going so well for alternate attacks. Probably not one of their standardized, most played in the pool. In the last 3 months, only 3 losses taken to Fnatic, to Aurora, and Sinners. Everybody else have been pretty nice and pretty convenient victories. One against the Gaming Gladiators and earlier on during the group as well.
And to be fair, listening to those losses, the Fnatic and the Aurora one, you can't be surprised about that one. No. Maybe Sinners to an extent, say, could be a bit of a 50-50 game. But it is a strong map in the pool for them, and it's one that's quite consistent. I mean, even against the Danes in their opening matchup, they only managed 6 rounds in their CT side. So kind of knowing that you're already 5-0, you're pressing for quite a strong lead, we could see that being exploited quite heavily.
Well, guns being brought back by Passion UA, including the AWP on Jambo, and he's had some sick moments over the course of the rest tournaments. However, he's yet to frag here on Inferno, as is Jackasmo, in fact. Azek flashing forward for contact. Fear happy to put the smoke down against his position. The HE will not be thrown out yet. This is all just a ruse. The bomb's yet to commit.
A Jackasmo, I should say, a Jambo, the AWP of this team, I've seen Jay, hang on, I'll come back to that in a sec, as they just pop into B. This could be a safe call already. I know the bomb's still in T-spawn, but there's just no way that they can recover this bomb site.
Someone will go back for it. All they've got to do is cover off mid, which is what Perks will do. And I mean, you're right about the save call. Passion of no presence towards B or towards some B leans. That explosion, it did kind of come out of nowhere, honestly, for alternate attacks, but it worked really well. Jackasmo was caught off guard with it, as with his teammate back towards CT. I think they might have naded the smoke and then tried to generate a gap. Either way, it was completely open from his position at Grill. And there you go, a 6th round on the row for Alternate Attacks. Really confident stuff, Dwayne.
Yeah, and just to go back to the conversation about Jambo, we've casted a lot of Passion UA over the last handful of weeks, and he's a guy that is extremely explosive. We've seen some pop-off games from him where he can drop 30, he can win a map by himself. I've also seen a lot of inconsistent games, and he reminds me a lot of Gangino that was playing out there on Sangul, where can have some really high highs and some huge impact games, but across the board lacks consistency. And for Jambo, the AWP of the team, he was the lowest rated player for Passion UA in the last Rest tournament. He's out here on the CT side of Inferno, where you can get the big green involved, and we yet to see a kill from him.
Alternate Attacks have already been able to hit minimums in the first quarter of the game. Cannot lose the half. Passion UA, very unlikely that they even up the half at this stage. Beaten to the punch in the very early portions of the round, honestly. I mean, even that last one was the simple kill, and that was it. Need to find some insertion point on the CT side, because this is getting a little bit out of control now.
Indeed it is. It's looking quite simple for Alternate Attacks. Work an opening pick and pretty much just close down the trades. Out to Banana. You got Fear and Jackasmo to work off each other. Both of the B players, just one kill between them.
Jambo's lean of the AWP, trying to spot but doesn't quite find anything. HG's up, Freeze turning away from the half. Wall turns right back into a counter flash, but I think the CT's got caught by it themselves. Fear is ready against Freeze, wins that first fight. Jackasmo gets his start in the matchup by taking Azek down. So finally, a 5-on-3 for Passion UA this time.
Aggressive approach out towards the half wall is unsuccessful for Alternate Attacks, and now a pincer in towards brackets.
Jambo's AWP is over here. Zero fix. Be there with extra support as that AWP will take a shot, fall back. The AK or the M4 rather will be left, dish out all the damage. Heights AWP will try and force out an angle against him though. In at long, Zero Fix is holding the tighter angle. Flick does not connect for Jambo. Zero Fix does respond back to it, and as Chiller comes in with a kill of his own right. Perks down, AWP of Hype still landing a leg shot through that flashbang. But surely should get not much more in the 1 versus 4. Overwhelmed by the Passion UA side. They get there first on the board.
And I honestly wondered to myself, are Big Academy going to draw back the loan for Hyped out on Alternate Attacks and put him in the main roster? We know that Big have been struggling. Adding Sirison and JDC into the main squad has not warranted basically any qualifications or even success in the Tier 2 atmosphere. And basically their go-to AWPer that was on the Academy team is just out on another org.
I think the one problem with that in terms of whether Big, the main team, would do that is that they're obviously a very systems-based organization and squad, and right now Big Academy is completely inactive. Protocols might not necessarily be there for them if they slotted them in. Regardless, Alternate Attacks be the beneficiaries of them for now, but not the beneficiaries of the man advantage. Passion UA is starting to get some opening kills now.
And they had more aggressive approaches towards half-wall. AWP from Jambo is just hoping for a jiggle, an overextension in brackets.
Shoulder just been seen, but doesn't connect the shot. The boost of Hype is allowed to look back towards Long, aware that they must have fallen away. Chiller grouped up by 3 more players on the B-bomb site. The walkout from Long is not really being contested too heavily.
I'm really surprised no one's holding Long right now. This could be a really big exploitation.
Round the corner, they'll look to go. Arrow caught by Jackasmo. AWP of Hyped, flashed off blind and looks back in towards Pick the AWP. But the CT side gets away with a tag on Perks, and now he's forced to flash his way out of position. Hyped did see the gun barrel, the crack in the broken wall, catching Chiller for another tag, but unable to find the full kill against the man. The Molotovs will force him away to an open position. Jackasmo lines up on Perks, finishing the job that his AWP had started and extending it against the Freeze now. Hyped 1-on-4. First kill found, no more.
That timing there for Passion UA was actually quite uncomfortable considering the man advantage. Alternate Attacks tried to allow aggressive approaches out there for Moto. It comes down to a scenario where Hyped just needed that full-on kill, couldn't quite just get the damage off. Passion UA making a couple in a row and back-to-back rounds where they've been able to work 5v4s.
Opening starts really starting to go well in these rounds now for Passion. Alternate Attacks. A weapon set. A couple of AKs being held in from these last few rounds, and a number of players staying alive means their own economy has been built, as well as alternate attacks as well a couple of rounds ago. Savings dipped into for the T side, trying to find success again towards brackets. Arrow has a little bit of utility you can use. Smoke down towards long. Jambo still holding that cross.
Jambo completely blinded, still gets away with one, but the trades are even better by the T's. And, well, A side's completely opened up.
All right, 4 versus 2, make it 1. And it almost feels like Passion UA never had any confidence to begin with. Instant response from alternate attacks.
I don't even know what the crossfire was holding there, Jay. Like, how does the AWP that's blind get the opening kill, and then everybody else that's on the crossfire just gets nothing?
Yeah, that one's beyond me, honestly. It seemed like he had the right idea with the player at quad playing anti-flash and all, but...
They had mass players. I mean, 3 out there on the short side? That's perfect against the brackets here.
And yeah, all the kills went the way of alternate attacks. Hyped, Azek, and Perks credited with all of those kills. Hyped with 2 of them. This AWP seems to reign supreme right now in server. Azek trying to challenge Fear at the very end of the round will at least lose his life, so a little bit of protection for that last AK of the CT forces. Won't be hunted down in time. Alternate attacks have won the half.
Now, alternate attacks have been one of those classical teams where every time you try and make progression happen in Tier 2, a roster change is made and you lose some of your better pieces. And losing Slacks out to M80, he's having a great time over there. Built up with Sin, a couple of German players playing on the North American organization, losing Speedy to retirement. It came down to trying to get this core of Azek Freeze and potentially now Perks up and running to get back to the previous level.
Been a common theme with alternate attacks down the years. Good players coming through, moving on to greener pastures. Guess that might just be their place in CS. Has led to some good moments from this team, some good rosters in previous years. And this one, trying to insert themselves into a playoff position in the Tier 2 environment. Perks and Arrow trying to swing together against the AWP. No kills go away to CT side. Jambo is so close to death. They do not rush through that incendiary. He's protected, but low.
It just looked so uncomfortable out there to the apartments, didn't it? You've got 2 players of a rifle and an M4, and all it takes is a couple of jiggles, and it just baits that completely. S-Chiller falls. Jambo struggles to get out of there alive. And now a position where it could legitimately just be a full gamble stack. Jackismo is already overwhelmed on B. This might be another save.
Spray didn't get the kill on Freeze, just damage being done. A Molotov deep against him. The HEs will try to open up vision, but it doesn't go all the way into the smoke. Bomb yet to cross, but it should do now that the ammo's run dry on that AK. It's provided covering fire for Jackismo to escape, so this will eventually be another save call for Passion UA. So difficult to retake on Inferno, and they know it.
And this might be a similar conversation to what we've had with Havu in the last couple of months, Jay, where the HLTV world ranking is actually overinflated for Passion UA. And I think it's overinflated because of the amount of tournaments they're playing and the deeper runs at the lower level. This is a team that I've criticized quite heavily in sort of the mid-pack level of Tier 2 of not quite being able to push it even further. And Inferno is one of their most played maps in the pool, even outside of HLTV. And they are struggling to even keep this competitive, to even hold weight in the first half.
Alternate attacks are hunting, or Arrow's hunting more specifically. Seen Jackismo, can't get the kill against him. No one seems to go down, despite them being so few feet away from each other. Nice attempt, but not to be. Alternate attacks continue to apply the confidence. 6 to the good here. These Passion have got another rifle round involved in them, but the concern is less about bringing the rifles forward from previous rounds and getting full buys and more applying those full buys to the rounds themselves. This could be a very one-sided opening half. 8-4 at best case scenario. Freeze gets 2 down. Banana in an instant. Hype to follow it up. The round's done already.
I think the biggest surprise here is that they legitimately played Inferno against 9 Pandas 2 days ago and got a victory. We're up 12-8. And yet this time around, I can't expect what I'm watching. It's just an owning alternate attacks right now.
The only reason that one came down to the way it did on that 9 Panda series was because of a T-sided comeback from Passion UA. They're going to get a couple kills out of this one. He's got a bomb with him, in fact, so he's going to try his hand at this round. Positional advantage. Second half still going to be quite important to the Passion side. They did it from a 5-7 deficit in that last opening game. S-Chiller doing it from a HP deficit here in this 1v3. Overwhelmed by Freeze, who gets his triple involved, and alternate attacks just storm ahead even further. 9-2, looking for 10. It feels like even despite how well their T-sides were working against the 9 Pandas camp, this scoreline advantage just seems a little bit too staunch.
And do you remember what we were talking about in the playoff game between Passion UA and Bait in the last rest tournament of the mental game, okay? Not closing out on Mirage and being frustrated, being tilted going into that second map of the series. I look at this and think, I don't know where the mental state is going to be right now. I don't know how tilt these guys are, that they're just getting slapped about by an alternate attacks where their 5th player is legitimately just a stand-in, a guy that's now playing his 5th best of 3. Yeah, he might be an old core member and he may have played with these guys in the past, but he's just not been playing officials for months.
And this is the kind of performance that attacks are bringing up as a result of that. In spite of that, in fact. Perks, a man on top of the board at the moment. 9-4 for the T side. Fears at least caught Azek, so the start once again sits with the CT forces, but alternate attacks are hunting him down here. Free specifically over towards Banana, doesn't get smoked off, so can't make any further progress.
We're starting to see a pressure point in brackets now. They've lost Banana. They're going back towards getting the bomb at T-stairs. S-Chiller on the balcony and Zero Fix at long are the only A defenders right now.
With nothing more seen towards Banana, the third player is going to break away from that B defense and start to work back into the A site. So 3 defenders here once again. Alternate attacks are seeing no further aggression.
They're waiting for a slight info play. They're waiting for an overextension out from short from the AWP's perspective, but it's just not quite coming. Still plenty of util for the Germans to work with.
Times are ticking on them though. Not plenty of time. Short established flashes will make their way in. Molotov's deep against the likes of S-Chiller will burn him, takes his fight, wins out the first, transfer to the second, doesn't quite get him. Zero Fix bursting through on the bomb site, flanks involved with the AK, finally Freeze strikes, needs to prioritize that plant. The AWP watching the smoke, but where are they going to come from? Near side or far? Doesn't matter, they got a second one.
Re-smoke down to Moto's going to slow this round in. Even Hyped has got a molly that can slow down the post plant.
Fears Incendiary will try and force them away from position. Thinking of putting it out towards pit. Changing his mind towards site. Doesn't know exactly. Molotov coming in so perfectly on that short presence. The AK of Freeze are going to try and act out towards the AWP. The tension's drawn. Flick doesn't work. Now Freeze left alone. Fought by Jackismo. The spray's orca to the AK. And the kill should come through. The defuse should also come through as well. They struggled a little bit to find the bomb itself. But there it is, a 9-3 half. Small consolation for Passion UA, but still 6 rounds to make up.
Incredibly disappointing for my money, Jay. Just not being able to hold their weight against an alternate attack side that's been very default heavy in this first half. The only rounds that they won was the 5v4 that Fear got in Banana, the 5v3 that I think Fear and Jackismo got in Banana, and then the 5v4 that Fear got in Banana again. So when I look at that, I just think to myself, if they give away an opening kill, there's just zero chance. There's just no way of recovering a 4v5 scenario.
Well, the outcome of first half has continued to keep 1xBet at the favoritism to alternate attacks. Slightly heavier given the circumstances we stand. Again, 9-3 at the turn of the T side, and alternate attacks set to their CT half of things. Passion UA were able to return 6 in a row against 9 Pandas in their opening game to get to map point first. This is alternate attacks we're talking about. Again, their losses have been against some very good teams in this map in the last few months, so Pistol may be the key savior of the Passion UA side. If they lose it though, I think we're going to have a pretty one-sided opening.
Yeah, I think we are too. Alternate attacks might start to see more of Inferno, that and Anubis in the next handful of tournaments, the next, I suppose, couple of weeks of action from them. And for Passion UA, I now consider where their map pool lies, with Nuke being their insta-ban, with Dust 2 in the pool. And do you know what I'm thinking? Teams are going to start punish picking Inferno against them. Looking at how they played against 9 Pandas. Looking at now, they've got to make a tough decision on whether they ban Nuke or Dust 2. I could see a lot of opposition, not alternate attacks in this circumstance, but maybe in a decided game, maybe in a playoff game, saying, do you know what, let's just pick Inferno against them. We know that they're weak on it.
Yeah, by virtue of overtime, they got past that 9 Pandas matchup. Everything else has been pretty shaky on the losses for the most part. Four more rounds for alternate attacks to get dually set in on Perks to try and hold on the pistol. Flashes forward, spotting players at the long ranges, aware that Jammer must be close. What is that? Jumping headshot found on Perks. Arrow able to respond, but he's isolated alone. Backup has only just got here as Jackismo and S-Chiller get those trades. The advantage sits with Passion UA.
Hype doesn't try and swing out from CT. Instead, protects himself to get to Coffins. They might not expect him to be so quick.
Plant put down an instant USP, continuing to fight for Hype, seeing the head of S-Chiller. Flashbang, turns him in, he turns him down, 2v2. Headshot game, backup is so slow to get here.
A fear against Azek. This is going to be the kill that defines the round.
USP round the corner is the Glock. Facing, Azek checks it, gets that kill. Jackismo now heavy pressured, needs a 3K in this clutch. The 1 versus 2, both players face. Azek secures the kill, and alternate attacks secure the pistol.
Do you know what's actually insane? Is that Jambo has purposely tried to jump kill with a Glock. What is that? Like, at least if you're gonna boost, right? At least if you're gonna boost at the half wall, I'd accept it. I can't believe he's actually even attempted this shot.
What is that? That's such a silly shot. I guess you've seen it, you spotted the man, and you've just been like, right, okay, I guess I'll pull mouse 1 and hope for the best.
You'd think about a wide swing, though. Like, surely that's more beneficial than just jumping and shooting. Passion UA get a bomb plant, and they take a lot of casualties down, but they're not successful. So coming into the next, they'll try and buy it up, but it looks weak. You're only working with just a Galil.
Alternate attacks will face against the force buy of Passion UA. They'll bring out a Galil and S-Chiller, Mac 10s, Tech 9s. Second round force buy again for the second half, but will it come out to success? Can they break the backs of alternate attacks? No, they can't do it against Hype, who doubles up with his M4. SMG close, hearing footsteps, catching Fear off guard. Bomb dropped, head of Jackismo just spotted ahead of that smoke, and S-Chiller, nothing he can do about this. This round is over. This map may be over.
And an aspect that Passion UA know is that it was going to be Anubis or Inferno as the map that gets played. So if they would have just banned Inferno and kind of pushed towards Anubis, I actually reckon they would have had a better time. I mean, Passion UA are 9 for 9 in that map in recent history. We've seen some pretty good performances from them on Anubis in the rest tournaments previously. So just knowing that that was an option, they didn't have to try and drive the Germans into Inferno.
I really didn't want to play any of the maps in the last series. Anubis was featured as an alternate attacks win 9 days ago, where they took the 2-1 series. They may look to insert a very confident opening and now play the risky in the second map. It's such a confident stance to be out here for the attacks camp. Force again for the Passion UA boys. Smokes against them here at brackets. Hype's taking a fight. A low HP in the initial spam kill. Zero fix. Max 10 can finish off the job. Perks is fully blinded, but his HGs can catch Zero fix back. Force against Fear and Jambo at close quarters from long range. The M4 strikes. Alternate attacks just do not miss a beat.
A brilliant utility usage from alternate attacks in the very few CT rounds that we've seen from them. The HG timings, the incendiaries to drop. There are so many impact damaging moments in this round in particular. Passion UA just keep forcing. Now get into a scenario where you're up against map point, alternate attacks, about to get the cleanest map victory that we have seen in all of their rest results.
Looking for 13-3. 9 chances to close out this map. It's Just so confident from them, and I can't say I'm too shocked again with this Inferno, their own map pick, and for right good reason. It's demonstrated here, and has been demonstrated for the last 15 rounds. Fruz with a triple, 4 versus 2. Even the flick of the orb landing 0 fix on the tag, 16 HP. He hasn't got much left in it. It's left to S-Chiller and a Mac 10 to force out the basically the play of all plays, with no bomb, with no map control, with no site control. 1 on 4 now as Perks has been dropped in his name. The AK picked up, the AWP watching, the CT's ready for whatever avenue of attack he tries to hold. Alternate attacks have got all their bases covered.
S-Chiller is just hoping for one, and even Azek's got a bit of an off-angle deeper out from brackets. He's going to get pre-aimed, but Hype is there to swing. 13-3, very underwhelming there from Passion UA, and all I can say is a lack of adaptability. They kind of came into Inferno. It felt as if I was just saying the same thing over and over again. They didn't really change much. They didn't create a lot of chaos. They didn't try gimmicks. They didn't try overextensions. The only kills that were coming in the very few rounds were Banana, and this is a shocking result. They could not even hold their way.
And I was just kind of looking at the number of tactical pauses we saw in that last map up, i.e. none from the boys over from Passion UA. Just wondering how early they really wrote that map off. I understand it's your opponent's map pick, but just like they never looked like they were in that map at all. And I mean, I think the scoreline really says it. They've certainly got to try and mentally reset, go to the next one and try recover it from there. But not a very good stance to go into map 2 with.
No, and I said it from the outset. Passion UA's Mirage has been very shaky, and so is their mental. I do not think that tilt-wise they're going to be in a good position going into map 2. And yeah, obviously Mirage is one of the weakest maps in the pool for alternate attacks. I still think the Germans should close in 2.
Well, Passion UA have another chance to try and turn their momentum around and turn their mental around. It's been a big talking point over the last couple of rest events. Will it come into impact on their map pick? Mirage is coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Changing quickly. Sector clear. Copy. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Well, the alternate attacks hype train will just continue running on. The 2-0 in the last series was going to look like it could be a 2-0 in this one with the confidence that they showed over on Inferno. Things are certainly looking confident for the German squad moving into Mirage. Now, this is the map pick of the Passion UA side, but the conversation really comes back to that one key point we've been talking about since the playoffs here, the mental game of the Passion UA. You can't really look at a 13-3 and think that you can't be at least a little bit disappointed in that kind of performance.
Yeah, you mentioned it even with the timeouts. I mean, not even taking tax kind of shows you they're checked out, right? That they just look at Inferno as being a blowout map and looking at Mirage. And for alternate attacks, while it is a lot of losses, I would say a lot of their results have been against fairly good teams in Tier 2. I mean, their recent losses, Zero Tenacity, Bleed, Zero Tenacity again, Amcal, Aurora, Metasport. We're talking about teams towards that higher end of Tier 2, and I don't rate Passion UA in that same conversation. So while it's a lot of red, I still think we're going to be a 2-0 matchup here for the Germans.
And it's a lot of red entries as well, right? There's still about the same number of maps being played for alternate attacks as they have been for Passion UA on HLTV. So you've got a good basis that the protocols will certainly be there for this kind of map up. And in that respect, there is a lot of things that could still go right for the likes of alternate attacks. I'm obviously concerned that it is probably quite a lot of red, which is probably the one thing that sort of sets it back for me. You are right about the levels of teams that they're playing in this capacity, though. Things do still look good, I think, for alternate attacks, given what we've just seen off the back of that first map up here. They are coming into this one with a lot of confidence, coming into this one with a lot of momentum, and look, the 2-0 is not off the table in my eyes.
And for Perks back in the lineup, they just need to have good fundamentals. And that's something that we're going to expect from alternate attacks. Decent timings, strong utility usage. Their CT nades were on point. And I know that Mirage isn't the same to that level, but I'm going to be expecting some really good retaking nades, some really good sort of anti-rush utility as well. So for Passion UA, they now need to look at this situation and say that if we seriously don't up our game, we're going to miss an opportunity of getting top seed in the group and getting straight into the playoffs.
Well, on point just as a positive thing for Mirage in general, because the last thing you want to see is teams missing, like, the top mid smoke or the execution utility or anything of that nature. So for alternate attacks, I don't see that being a concern. Fundamentals or otherwise, Perks was a man to watch out for in that last map up. 14 kills, top fragger of the board. Let's see whether he can replicate that here and now as the pistol round goes live for Mirage.
Zero Fix out from main with quite a couple of teammates, but 3 on A to start, and Hype has been able to get to Sandwich undetected right now.
Set piece execution of the pistols, the utility thrown down, the Molotovs towards backside, and at Dark Aze forced to peek out early. Hype gets checked over at Sandwich. Freeze has caught one back at CT spawn. Fear fallen, I think, just ahead of the Palace control. Tag up on Freeze should eventually get him overwhelmed, so Passion UA should look to take the A site and the pistol round.
Zero Fix putting in a world of work with those couple of kills instantly on the A main entrance. Perks with the Julies has caught Zero Fix, but a flash around the corner.
Gets him in with a headshot. Perks, nothing to be found of that one. USP of Arrow at least getting that 1 versus 4 started with a kill on Estrella. Might as well give it a shot, but caught off by Jammer leaning in from the other side of the bomb site. Goosh down, kill found. Passion UA with a pistol start.
And just slightly too quick, caught alternate attacks off by the pacing. You've got Azek that got mollied from under Balcon. As soon as Freeze is ready for that flash assist to get him involved with the contact towards A main, it's already a swing. Zero Fix is basically already out and towards Temple. And then right there to Sandwich, it's just an immediate dome. So good round from Zero Fix and rewards himself with an AK come round 2.
The force back from alternate attacks will be responding in that round 2 as well. All the forces came in the opening portions of the first and second half of map 1. Not surprising given that from alternate attacks. Trying to disrupt this early momentum. Set Passion UA on the much earlier back foot. Couldn't do with the pistol. Let's see if the steal is in.
Arrow keeping eyes on the chair position. Very heavy stack to the B-bomb site now. They've got a couple of players in the apartments directly, and if they just start leaning further forward, it might be enough of an info play to start moving that stack away. Passion UA quite happy to run the clock, and Freeze, we saw some good reads from him out in the first half of Inferno. Could this be the read to start setting up a stack? And we got a stop call.
I think we do, yes. Don't see any reason why Passion UA have 3 players with Nice pulled out in mid.
A good thing there wasn't an early casualty.
Yeah. Good thing indeed. So should see the round get run back. Passion. Unfortunate situation, but it is what it is. It's a good thing it happens in the early game and not at a later portion where momentum could really matter for you.
And typically for both of these teams, if they don't ban Nuke in the opening wave, let's just say an opposition, it's their permaban, or if they want to try and float it, they normally ban Mirage for the alternate attack side and Passion UA ban Inferno if they don't get Nuke. So when you've come into a position in this best of 3, where both teams have banned the opponent's best maps in the pool, you are going to be working into a weakened pool. Inferno is an okay map and was a very good result. I would say that Passion UA's Mirage is an okay map. You look at Vertigo, if we get that to a 3rd map decider, it's another sort of okay, middle of the pack, average map. And that always scares me in important games, because typically you want to go into something safe, you want to go into something that you're familiar with, but that has not occurred in this kind of matchup today.
Both Ancient and Anubis were banned out in the first wave. No familiarity in this rivalry, in the map pools involved in it. New territory for everybody involved. Let's see whether Passion will continue venturing on into the lead here. Again, this is still going to be a force buy for alternate attacks. Will not adjust the buys even with that tech pause and that stop. Scout still setting for hype. The Deagle's out as standard. Passion playing careful as usual.
Hyped, aggressive with the Scout to try and work in an opening kill from the apartments. And Freeze had an early prod into A main, but didn't see anything at all, as it can maintain both Connector and Palace. Damage done from Zerofix against that Scout. Not a kill though for Hyped.
Scout ringing out his shot. Zerofix tagged initially. It's one of the AKs here. Alone back in the apartments. That is a lot of firepower that would get negated in round 2 if he goes down. That much mid-presence, though. The Scout is forced to turn his attention back towards short alongside the backup of Arrow. And even Azek can join the fray if he needs to. He's playing mid from passive at Murder Hole. Freeze is all alone on the A site here.
Now, this is all about the readability for Passion UA, whether they're going to run into the stack or not. Now, with the bomb coming T-spawn to A main, that does give an idea that it's an A play, but Perks is making the info play and clearing out all of the apartments, so that stack's going to go back to A.
He's just going to miss the mark on getting Zerofix on the casualty. The bomb's already in over at ramp. And now Freeze braces for impact, as does Azek. Molotovs sent in towards Tetris. The Deagle will start facing in towards Jack as well. That's a hell of a headshot. Attention drawn his direction. Will they check for the 5-7 that did so in the pistol round? But S-Chiller gets a lot of damage against him whilst taking the casualty back to a 4 versus 4. Zerofix has got hyped in the meantime. The backstab closing in real quick. Azek's Deagle turns up. Mac 10 in his hands. Jambo. Kill found and Perks just slow walks it. Kill against the man. Gets Zerofix. He spams down. Denies the plant. There's no time for fear. There's no life for fear. Alternate attacks have stolen it.
And you always know that the percentage of winning the round in anti-force buys when you've got the read and you've got the stack is extremely high. Passion UA are running into a complete trap. All it takes is time stalling, because Perks is going to win the round. He's going to be the guy that denies the bomb, has Drinker Discipline to multi-frags, and Azek just stalled for enough out there from the triple box to make that backstab successful.
And that's exactly what they were biting for. Stolen round, no money bonus with the bomb plant, no recovery chance for Passion UA. They force back into round 3. Alternate attack standard evens early in this game.
And they're going to test the mental once more, aren't they, Jay?
Yep.
That was a very convincing and easy pistol round where Zerofix ran out of A, won it by himself. You go into the anti-force buy. It's a chance to go 3-0 and get off to a positive beginning. And now, it's probably going to be 1-3 down. This is such a tough round to win because of the lack of investment.
M4's trying to take contact, and Azek has seen that Eagle.
Not
Didn't
even
see
an
the second
SMG.
man.
That's the thing. Not even one. They are all rifles.
Not even an SMG for Passion UA. They're all pistols plus the Scout. Hindrances in terms of the middle of the road weapons not coming to effect, and alternate attacks being a key and clear effect against the T side. S-Chiller caught by Hype as he swings in from spawn, again protecting his teammate over at Dark. Nades back on Fear, they're going to check for it. Kill found against him, no need to add to that rifle yet. Drakazmo is hoping that someone pops out of jungle. No one's moving though, 30 seconds, Passion have to act.
And 3 players towards A. I'll be surprised if this bomb even comes close to getting planted. I don't think it's going to go down at all.
Zero Fix. Caught off by Hyped again. The perfect timing on all these peaks. The perfect angle's taken. Freeze finally does strike back for one. Taking a little bit of the luster away from Hype. The Scout can't get any of those trades. Still a triple from the man himself and a second on the board of attacks.
And realistically, for Passion UA, you do not want to be going up against 9 Pandas in a rematch. A team that's at boot camp, a team that would have recognized some of the mistakes that they made in their opening game, that have just beaten the Gaming Gladiators. Going into that decider game, honestly, I mean, maybe it's difficult to call, but I would say that this game is an easier matchup than going up against 9 Pandas again.
Passion facing difficulties regardless of the alternate attacks. They ground the position. Focus now on the wrap on the rounds themselves. The HEs at least won't catch them, but decoy pistols for this one. The M4 has spammed down the damage. The AK and Perks. Many players to face around that corner, so that pick does allow Jammer with the rifle to work with. Drakazmo gives himself up to Arrow. Backup's a little bit slow to get here, so a plant could be secure, but it's still in the apartment. They're trying to get bodies close towards the CT side, and just no further casualties are taken. The M4 should upgrade to the AWP. Alternate attacks will indeed connect 3. Passion UA with a buyback.
And I've got a lot of credit to give to Arrow in that round, Jay. I know it's just a Glock round, but with Perks getting overwhelmed, if he goes down in a 1-for-1, that round is on. You've got a bomb plant and you've got 2 weapons on a T side. He just does a very good job of not over-peaking, staying alive, buying time for those rotations from both short and from market. So well done to Arrow.
Ensuring that no further damage comes in at the very most of the Passion UA side. If they got a couple kills, 3 kills would have been lovely just to keep the economy low for the CT side. That's not what's going to happen. Instead, a couple of half-bought pistols around the 3 AKs. Passion UA are going to go fast again. The Tech 9 overwhelmed of S-Chiller. Drakazmo does get to the backside and overwhelms Perks back. The M4 fighting from Arrow gets so close to Zero Fix's kill. Azek moving in from short will eventually get one of those rifles. Second player seen and tagged. Zero Fix still in the site itself, though. They know that he must be low. Freeze has got incendiaries coming. The AK looking to take a fight, but he goes falling with the Molotov support. Zero Fix still on 14 HP, still undetected here on the boost. Fear gets out of the apartment, draws attention to himself and turns it to a 2 versus 2.
Zero Fix is just so damn low. That's the concern right now.
Smoke on the bomb. This is perfect for him. He's undetected, Hyped. 4 upon Zero Fix whiffs his chance. Stray bullets flying his direction, but he gets out of there alive. Fear making moves. AK fights, and Fear with the support. Hyped on the defuse will not get away with it, as Passion UA will find 2.
I don't even know what to think about that buy. First off, I don't even know why it's a half invest. I don't even know why it's not a full-on gun round, considering it was a full Glock the previous before. Some very good entries on the bomb site. The Tech 9 getting 1, and then it's the kill with the AK. This is the one that cleans up the round.
I'm surprised that that Tech 9 got as much out as it did. Like, again, why they didn't go for rifles, I don't know. It doesn't affect them in terms of the round win itself. And I guess that bonus cash will certainly aid them with all 5 players going down. Still low money state here for the T side. The HEs are landing well enough to begin for alternate attacks, who they themselves have limitations of the SMG for Perks. The execution coming in very quickly. Passion UA picking up the pace real quick, but Hyped just beats him to the punch. The smoke blooming a little bit late, so he gets that kill in. M4 has seen what a Tetris swing forward as Freeze gets involved with a double. Azek caught one over a sandwich. Freeze runs out of ammo, but 1 point of health for Jambo. He will not make it out of this one alive.
And there was actually only one player on A directly, which was Freeze. Hyped had to rotate out from Connector. He had to try and strike on the edge of that smoke. Really well done from Alternate Attacks to defend against an A exec when you don't have players in position.
Perk's going to start hearing this man. Have to play slow. His teammates will not beat him, so the bomb plant should come down at least. He stalls out a little bit, so actually might allow the chance for the kill to come in his direction. Indeed, Arrow gets that pick back, so not even the cash bonus going to get allowed for Passion UA. Alternate Attacks, instant response.
And this is where we've got to be very careful with the rounds that we see getting won for Passion UA. They've won a pistol, they've won a half buy, and they're down 2-4, which should be 2-5. This is an explosive start from the Germans, and I don't think there's actually going to be that many more opportunities left to come back in this series for them.
Well, certainly not in this half. How early are they already calling quits on this map up? They'll talk about that from Inferno. Mirage be a similar state. They've lost this map from very awkward circumstances before. Quick out into the open of the A sites. Razor awkward for the M4s. Freeze at least gets that one pick, but Jambo, his USP should have been enough to turn it back at the T side pistol. Instead, Arrow forced to trade his casualties against his teammates. 2 versus 2. Bomb is with the CT side as well.
And this is a really messy round. Very pacey from the T side of Passion UA on these half invests.
I know where they're coming from as well. Orp sent in. Fears found. Hyped with the kill. Falling back to Tetris. Jackasmo. Got a smoke to play with, but needs a rifle. Has spotted his contact. Both players in at ramp, and the man not 100% certain of that. Smoke to the cross instead. Going to try and provide himself some cover to the bomb site. Spams away with that deagle. Catches Arrow back. M4 now picked up. M4 around the corner. As Hyped gives himself up, and Passion UA, their pace is starting to get to Alternate Attack. Get under their skin a little bit. Hasn't been always successful, but in this round, it's an all-important counter steal.
And probably the best thing that Passion UA can do is keep it scrappy against Alternate Attacks. Don't give the Germans comfortability of Freeze struggling, Fear cutting the rotation out from jungle, and then right to the tail end of the round, just a little bit of pace. I think what Hyped was expecting was that bomb to get picked up and then just instantly go into Murder Hole and try and get that bomb down on B.
Broken force back of Alternate Attacks. This time Eschella's going to start things off against Hyped. Easy pick into mid. The AWP of Jambo's watching for further face of Freeze. Actually, it's watching onto Connector. Man himself prodded, but didn't see anything towards mid. Start putting the utility down, though, so they're definitely out here.
And for Passion UA, this should start becoming a bit of a round streak. This is a super uncomfortable round to win. Now, they do have a Palace Walk of Arrow, who's been able to go all the way almost to T-Spawn, and because of that, they're going to gamble B. That does leave Connector open for an A-split, though.
And they've got cap presence, they've got short push. That bomb's still down there in main mid, but the rest of the T side are not, so perhaps this is the right gamble to make.
It's all about the setup of driving them forward, and it does look like a B split. 50-odd seconds on the clock, this looks promising. This looks very likely for a round steal for Alternate Attacks.
Jump face has spotted one. Freeze, and the second jump up. Giving himself up to Jackasmo. SMG round the corner with 3 to deal with. The backstab closing in from Arrow's going to be very late on this. Jackasmo swing. Kill found. Perks in at the balcony. Forced to fight. Loses his life. No steal available for Alternate Attacks today.
Just some key jewels being won. First off, Freeze out there from Van just gets annihilated. And then that breaks the crossfire. That breaks the Trapper 3 on B. Passion UA should be able to get close to 6-ish T rounds. I mean, 4-4, anti-eco in the next 5-4 lead. Alternate Attacks will not have a strong buy come the next gun round. They won't have the NWP in the hands of Hyped.
Oh, taps of Jackasmo. What an adjustment. Sick stuff. Alternate Attacks were always down the weapon advantage here. They forced into this round. Like you said earlier, Passion UA should start to convert this into a bit of a streak, should start to push this forward into a lead on T side when it was looking so awkward to begin with as well. They find their own steals, they find their own workability. Alternate Attacks cannot afford to rebuy.
Well, legitimately, that 1v2 that was won with the Deagle, if that doesn't come in, we're looking at potentially a 6-2 scoreline for Alternate Attacks, and at that point, you may be expecting 8 or 9 CT rounds to be won. Taking your key rounds, taking those key moments can offer you survival and sometimes success in a best of 3.
Arrow trying to win a key fight down there at Underpass, unable to do it with the FAMAS though. Giacosmo spun for the damage, got the kill in the end. Might be a tradable player if they find the right position and they find the right moment of timing. Unlikely here with the pistols in play from Alternate Attacks though, as Freeze gets overwhelmed. Known to his position on the center of the bomb site, which he's played several times over the course of the CT half. Won't find any effect for it in this one. See if Perks and Aztec can get anything out of the round. Any sort of exits would be nice, but the round itself, it's passions.
A lot of teams have recently been punish picking Mirage against Alternate Attacks, and I'm sure now with Perks coming back into the roster, the Germans want to keep this map more solid in the pool. They don't want it to be one that's just constantly being lost. Yes, it's against stronger teams in Tier 2, and at times has been very competitive. But at just 3 wins and 13 losses in the last 3 months, teams are going to look at that and say, do you know what? Let's play Mirage. Let's always push this to a 3rd map decider.
Mazek's recovered this FAMAS at least. He can hunt down Zero Fix, and that would be a Galil to drop. Unfortunately, not an AK. Nice exit to at least force the rebuys back on the T side. Heat money at least a little bit limited for Passion UA, doesn't end up getting his chance in the end, so. Advantage back in favor of Passion. First time they've been in the lead since the pistol was won. Now the guns come back from Alternate Attacks, who can still edge them out of the turn.
And we saw Passion UA getting a 6-6 half on the T side against 9 Pandas on Mirage a couple of days ago. Edging their way closer to a similar result at the half. Freeze with some util to allow an aggressive underpass play for Hyped with the AUG.
AK of Fear involved on short, looking in towards the bomb site. Giacosmo with the kill on Hype. Jambo's caught Azek elsewhere. 5 on 3. Freeze is forced to fight back alongside Arrow. Flashes forward against the AUG, tagging him even further. Fear using util. Freeze should be known towards Dark here by S-Chiller, or at least somewhere on the bomb site. I'm not sure exactly where he got that frag from. Continuing to hold aggressive stances over at Palace. 4 on 3 still remains for Passion.
Zerofix, is he aware of Perks aggressively into the apartments? A duel that Zerofix is just backing off of.
Freeze presses in towards Palace. Bomb being out towards Min. It probably should rotate in safely from that position. No one's covering it from short, so this information play will be misinformation. The plant should be secured. Alternate Attacks. I don't think they go for this retake.
Yeah, it should be a safe call here. Unless Freeze can muster up a kill in A main, hold on to the weapons, bring them forward into the next round.
That seems to be the early call from him and his teammates. Passion. Get to 6 rounds here. Working off of several awkward buys, yes, but it's already a far better performance than we saw from that last map up. I know that's not saying much.
But Alternate Attacks, they'll be annoyed at themselves at that 4-2 scoreline that they lost the anti-eco. That one round was pivotal. And it could be very much so that you reflect on it and say that was the round that we missed our chance of getting a 2-0.
A lot of question marks around this map for Alternate Attacks. Despite the successes and the close affairs they've had against top-end Tier 2 teams, there have been some outlier results which make me think, maybe it might not be as simple as that. You know, losses to the likes of like TSM and Sprout, who certainly aren't top-end Tier 2 teams, one of which don't even exist anymore.
And they are quite brawly teams, though, that are international.
Passion. Run of the brawl. It's the Alternate Attack side here and now. Minimum 6 taken. 2 more left in the half. Seeing whether the CTs can equalize and go to their T side with it. Pushes in from mid, specifically for Fear and Azek. Azek is making some noise, known to be close here. Fear is trying to catch his contact. It's Jambo in support of the AWP, and the kill is found to start.
Arrow trying to see if he can trade out from short. Needs to get some assistance from his con player too.
Ian Hype does back off, as does Arrow. Tanking nades, flashes sent. Jackismo not affected by it. Easy picking onto Hype's headshot. Fear's on 5 HP, but Arrow's now down to 10. Jackismo getting freeze elsewhere. Both players grouped up over towards the B-bomb site. I don't think Zerofix has got that info yet, but he will do soon enough. Arrow caught dead. Adjustment to the spray. Can't make it a 2K. Don't think it matters, though. A-site can get taken. The T's can set up to close this one out later on in the round. And Passion UA will have the half.
And they should go 8-4 here. I mean, this is a Jackismo individual that's caught our eye in quite a few series, but is actually the lowest rated player for the Ukrainian squad on Mirage in the last 3 months. And he's 11-6. He's created some good opening kills. He's created openings to round victories. Very clinical kills out there in mid for him.
He was lowest rated player of map 1 as well. Turning it around in this series and on his map record. Passion. Now with one more in the half to try and take, and they know that they've done some serious damage to the CT side in their buy-up. The M4's only available for Arrow and Perks. Everybody else on FAMAS is here.
And it's been quite consistent for alternate attacks of the weakened buys. A lack of AWPing potential, lack of full M4s and util sets. Always been a few FAMASs involved into the mix. Flash assist into A main. Slightly too early. S Chiller is still deeper.
Smokes in. Pressing contact of Azek. Well, no HEs that can try and clear that up. Hyped. Trying to press in to grab some vision in from Con, but nothing seen ahead of the smokes out of there. Ramp control trying to get taken by S. Instant smoke from Freeze. Noticed all the time there.
Azek waiting for a cross out from top Con. Zerofix needs to deal with Azek before focusing into the bomb site directly.
Smokes on. Hyped. Hearing the Molotovs coming his direction, seen the bomb carrier, focus fire against him, double up on the sandwich player, who's distracted by Freeze, sacrificing himself for a pick. Jambo Zorb, traded back by Azek, who swings out the strike. Arrow has no idea of Fear's insertion point, but Azek has gone massive in this round. 2 kills to him, Flash keeping both players blinded. Fear doesn't get the kill either, but it's 10 seconds left. Both CTs hiding, stalling for time. Azek killed off, and Perks just runs for it, save his life, hold the round, take a 5th to close the half.
For Passion UA, that's actually a very good result at the end there. 7 rounds on T side, they'll be quite happy with that one. They'll be satisfied with a good return on their map pick in the series.
Two to the good for Passion UA. As they enter the CT half, the 1xBet odds still have alternate attacks as favourites in the series, mostly because of their map win already. But this could be their moment for Passion UA to start to turn that around and force out a 3rd map in this one. If they can do it, you can place a bet. 1xRes EU over at 1xBet for 130% on your first deposit. Pistols out for the second half. Passion UA to win it here would put them on a major advantage. Molly's in, taps Jambo, trying to insert, but unable to get the opening kill.
Zerofix maintaining vision out there from short, but getting smoked off. There's a player close towards stairs at Jackismo.
Perks frag found, Zerofix and Jackismo get easy pickings between them. Jackismo with the lineups at a double. Can't make it a triple towards Azek, who knows that there's players somewhere in the edge of that smoke. Fear revealed ahead of it, as it does get a little bit of gaps being made up there. Damage done to Azek. His P250 is desperate to get this player to fall. The bomb's been dropped in a connector, so it's this fight plus many more that need to come through. And as Azek drops, Arrow is all left to do it. 1 versus 3. The first kill going his way. 2 more to find on the crossfire.
CT's just not giving him much opportunity at all. They're just jiggling. They're not even fighting from jungle or connector. And Arrow has a lack of info.
And know where he is. He doesn't know where they are. Shoulder baits. Now one player has been seen. Arrow starting to run out of time here. Needs to press, needs to catch Zero Fix. Now the man's been seen. Now Jambo starts to make his play. Arrow swings, sees the player over at the stairs. Focus on Jambo for the headshot. Can't quite get him. Expecting Zero Fix to continue pressing. Footsteps being made. He rushes up to try and close the gap of the space, but ultimately loses his life as Passion UA connect 8.
Jackasmo makes such a sick play in a position which really is just a 1-for-1. You get there, you maybe strike with the first kill and you instantly get traded. And instead, he gets 2 kills very quickly and sets up the rest of his team on the crossfire. Alternate Attacks even had the opening man advantage. They had the pace out there to con. But back-to-back pistols being lost on Mirage, and without a bomb plant, they can't force in round 14.
Forced in the last half won't do for this one. Go to the early rifles, because that's going to be your better bet to get something involved in the rest of this map up. SMG of Zero Fix. Ready to make some money. Kill found an Arrow. Perks. Azek. Next call off. Triple foul for the man. Freeze. Lost the bomb. Can't even get the plant out of Palace. Fear will close him down. Knight for the Border Passion, guns out for Alternate Attacks.
And Fear knows, win this first gun round, and we clean this game up quickly. We move into the last map decider of Vertigo pretty quickly. So let's put in a strong shift. Let's make sure we don't allow the Germans to slide back in and keep this competitive and maybe end up getting a scoreline of a 13-10, 13-11. No, we want a 13-6, 13-7. We want it comfortable.
And Passion. Lead by 4, or they lead by 5 and 6. Alternate Attacks. Chance to close the gap here with the execution set piece coming in as standard. Smokes down ahead of CT, allowing a kill for Jackasmo. Jambo caught one straight through the smoke. Low HP from Jackasmo, eventually traded back by Arrow. He almost got caught by Zero Fix though. Flashes continue facing forward. The man is known, he swings out dry. Kill found. Double up for Hype though. Returning to a 2 versus 2, but both players on the T side are tagged up low.
Off angle being held for the AK. Just needs to try and put in some more damage to set up Freeze.
Jambo going to reveal his backside. It's an easy pick for Hyped. 3 kills for him at 6 HP. That should have been an easy one to return to. Now Fear's left alone, 11 points of health. Alternate Attacks. Casualty filled in this round, but ultimately a round that should go their way. Fear has caught Hype back at least for an exit. Will not, well, actually barely just get away alive. Freeze going in for the M4 to hold into the next round. Alternate Attacks, an all-important opening round of their half.
And because Fear stays alive, he can actually drop an AWP into the hands of Jambo for the next round and not allow him just to go glass cannon. Very good opening picks, but Jackasmo, as soon as that molly went down, got forced aggressively, and then Hyped recovers it with a pretty clean spray transfer off angle on 6 points of health, and then once they get into that 2v1, they just don't peek again, do they? They really hold their ground.
Attacks. Now have the next task to take 2. Rifle rebuy of Passion still strong. You mentioned the AWP in the hands of Jambo. Still a couple of SMGs in play for Estrella and Jackasmo, but the rifles do their job. That might not matter too much, in the AWP indeed lands that first kill. Perks down, reface does burn down a low HP. He's gonna get away alive though. Azek can't catch up to the man. Molly towards backside should force him even further back. Refacing for the kill, which he lands on Hype so well. Even triple dipping against the T side. The bomb is on site though and can get planted.
Now Freeze is trying to cut rotations immediately from Market, but he doesn't have anyone on the crossfire. If they swing him from the doorway or from the window, it's pretty much just up to him to make the kill happen.
Azek hiding, another Molotov comes down. stops them from pressing into the market doorway. They're hearing all sorts of footsteps back here. Freeze, ready for them to take face. Eschiller checks that corner. 1 for 1 on the trade counts there. Galil sprays very awkward there for Azek. His teammates fall in the meantime. Arrow took one with him. Zero fix draw on site. Where's the last man? Fear. Footsteps being heard. Swung upon for the spray. But running out of ammo, running out of HP, and running out of the round.
And the in-game leader may not have been able to win the previous 1v2, but stands tall in that last 1v1. Key round to win. Money state is awful for alternate attacks. If they buy up, there's going to be huge limitations. Jambo, that secondary kill onto Hyped on low HP. Such a difficult shot because of the HP difference.
Buys will be bought in by alternate attacks. It will look broken. But they recognize where they'll stand at the deficit if they can't win this kind of round. They don't want to take that grind back. They want to risk it here on round 17. Might be a very fast play out the B-bomb site as well.
Eschiller gonna get pressured. Incendiary at the ready. Players coming out fast.
Flashes sent players on the T side more blinded. Zero fix provides support in from short, and Eschiller at jail still hasn't been dealt with, so he's allowed the kill on Perks. Zero fix involved now with a third teammate, not even being required here. Freeze with 2 back, can't isolate the triple, and alternate attacks are just locked out of sight. This one looks to be done.
And this is back-to-back maps in the series that have been very comfortable. We haven't seen much press at all. For alternate attacks, they had a good first handful of rounds in that first half. But as an overall first to second half performance, it has been them pretty much getting outclassed.
Respective sides with their respective map picks. Alternate attacks' map up of Mirage might have to be looked at in the future as a slight concern. Yes, they play it a lot. And yes, they do test against the higher end of Tier 2, but there's only 3 wins in the last 3 months, so that will not get extended to 4 at this juncture. It certainly doesn't feel like it unless some major miracle happens here in round 18. They're forcing again. Passion UA closing in on the win.
Just so many rounds across this entire map that Hype does not have the AWP. And the economy's always been getting shattered. Fear aggressively in towards Con, line up for 2.
Easy enough. Azek down on Eschiller's part. Hype Deagle desperate to trade, getting nothing out of it. Freeze his own Deagle. Versus 4 players. AWP of Jambo ready for him. There's the shot. And there is the map point for Passion UA.
Now, all I'm wondering right now is how many rounds is it going to take for Passion UA to close? They're one of the teams here in the rest circuit, Jay, that are probably the weakest at closing map and series points. Now, luckily enough for them, it's a pretty weak buy for alternate attacks come that next round. So this would be the perfect one to do it in. You've got pretty much Galils for everyone, a scout out, almost no utility. This is the one to win.
1 out of 6 chances they're going to get. Zero fix mows through 2 instantly in mid. We had concerns about Passion UA's mental in this series, given how checked out of Inferno, how early they were checked out of Inferno. Here on Mirage, though, they are checked in, they have checked up, and alternate attacks are moving forward to a 3rd map against them. 13-6, what a performance for Passion UA.
And much better there from Passion UA. They'll be happy with that performance. They'll feel confined that they can still threaten this series. They'll look at that decider of Vertigo and say, okay, didn't perform well on Inferno, really brought it around on Mirage.
And it's as you said as well, right? 2 confident map picks from the teams that picked them. So where does that leave us now going into the 3rd one?
Yeah, I mean, it probably could be quite competitive just because, again, neither team really picks Vertigo. Both teams often shape it for a 3rd map decider. It's not one of the strongest maps in the pool, so because of that, we can have a bit of a scrappy affair and quite a competitive 3rd map decider. And
it would be a hell of a way to get these respective teams into the playoffs as well. So one more map will decide who will be the first squad that make their way into the top 8. Passion UA have pushed this far. Can alternate attacks close them down on Vertigo? We'll find out after the break.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much.
One move. One push. One touch. One love. one click. 1xBet. respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
We go all the way on our third match of the day as Alternate Attacks will continue to do battle with Passion UA in the final best of three of the winners best of three rather on Group A. We were looking at possibly a confident affair for the Alternate Attack side with a 13-3 that they gained on Inferno, but a clapback response 13-6 from Passion on their pick of Mirage. Now Vertigo is where we'll do battle for our final map up of this series, Dwayne. And look, as we said before, two comfortable maps are two comfortable teams. It leaves us in a very 50-50 situation, I think, for map number 3.
Yeah, it does. I've been quite impressed with the recent Vertigo results, though, for Alternate Attacks. I mean, just last week, they took on Mouse and XD in the decider game for the last rest tournament, and Mouse and XD are probably one of the best Vertigo teams in Tier 2 right now, and Alternate Attacks got away with 11 rounds against them. So just knowing that they played that well against a very strong Vertigo team, I think Alternate Attacks should take it in the third decider.
Equally, though, the win rates are pretty good for the Passion UA camp, and they've defeated teams like Young Ninjas, for instance. I know, obviously, that team's going for a little bit of a transitional period as of right now, but obviously they've still beaten out a team that did great things on the rest circuit in the past. They got a victory over 3D Max on it, which probably is the more pertinent one in my eyes. Yeah. And as well as that, they also have just as beaten Mouse and XT out on this map up in the past at the same time. So a lot of confidence from both of these teams in my eyes. I think a lot of it might have to come down to, like, the little intricacies, right? And I guess the key question now to ask, I mean, I know, obviously, 50-50 coming into this final map up, but is there anyone that sort of played stand out now coming into map 3?
I mean, as a third map decider, you're going to look for your key pieces. I think Jackismo is going to be very important for Passion UA. I would say that Hyped is going to be quite key on the AWP. We didn't see much AWPing from him on Mirage just because of the way the economy was. For Alternate Attacks, I think they missed a couple of key rounds out there on Mirage, and Passion UA, you could probably say the same on the first half of Inferno. So it's going to come down to some good what-if moments, maybe winning some clutches, maybe getting on top of the economy game. Winning pistols are going to be very important too, because we saw for Passion UA, they went 2 for 2 in that last map.
Yeah, ran away with it in the end, especially in the second half where they didn't lose the conversion rounds there. I guess Alternate Attacks will have a couple of licks in when it comes to those low-level buys. I have to say that the key pieces are certainly ones to watch out for, in my personal opinion, on the Passion UA camp. Zero Fix, 21 kills over on map number 2. What a man and what a monster he was there for against Alternate Attacks.
Yeah, he played well, didn't he? And out on Vertigo, Zero Fix isn't one of the higher-rated players, but it doesn't mean that he still can't bring good moments. So we'll probably expect some decent individual moments from him.
Indeed, yes. I'm just sort of like I'm trying to see if we can come to some sort of conclusion as to who we think is the favourites in this kind of map up, which is an extremely difficult thing to do. So, unfortunately, I don't think our pre-match has made any sort of progress in that direction. It still feels like it's very up in the air in my eyes.
Yeah, I would say that Alternate Attacks have played it more frequently. They've played it, let's have a count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times in this month of April, whereas for the opposition of Passion UA, they've only played it 5 times in the same time window.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more rehearsed there from the German team, and in my eyes, the favourite coming into this matchup. Perhaps I'm just going to decide to go with them because it seems like the simpler option. Passion UA, however, have proven us out in quite a respectable fashion, and they have made runs to the playoffs before. Let's see whether this will end up being one of them here, Dwayne. The pistol round of the final map of this series about to go live with Passion UA taking onto the CT start of things. And every moment is going to count here.
And for both teams, once more, this is the best chance to get into the playoffs. You go down and decide a game. I actually don't know if either squad is going to be able to beat 9 Pandas. I know that that's a team that's been on a bit of a losing streak, a team that's had it tough recently, but the way that they performed today against the Danes and the expectation of an important series to win to get into the playoffs, I'll be surprised if Passion UA or Alternate Attacks can beat them.
Well, this will be 1 or 2 chances to make it in regardless here. A victory is obviously preferred in this final map of the winners game. Passion UA brought it back from the brink. Alternate attacks stand on the brink as the pistol of Vertigo goes live. By the end of the next hour, we'll find out who is our first team through to the playoffs.
And maybe a good start is going to give us an indication of who takes this map. We've seen some really good leads at certain points and some very good composure in round streaks. A Fear with a defensive flash for any B maneuver. It's basically all out towards mid, and it is a halt for alternate attacks. They're trying to force in an info play, and they are trying to see if they can run mid into Guardian.
Tons of noise being made. That flashbang catching S-Chiller completely whited out. A second one in towards Spawn. His teammates got to provide support from the site itself, and overwhelmed is Fear, as is S-Chiller. Pipes and Azek combining. Jackasmo alone on the B bomb site. Overwhelmed with the numbers game. Arrow Shadow's giving himself over towards Zero Fix, who spams him down, but that's one trade out of 3, and the bomb plant secured.
I love that smoke that came down to the elevators. You don't see it all that frequently. It's a bit of a gimmick smoke, but in that scenario, with the 2 flashes to work with, they just completely exploit the CT and the Guardian angle and get into a lot of success taking that bomb to B.
Pistol won very early by the T side. Alternate attacks with a start in this matchup. Exactly where they wanted it to be. Jambo and Zero Fix will look for exits. The Julies pressured by the likes of Freeze, though. The USB now also known about. Hype to make his way around that corner. A couple of decent picks in from Jambo, but nothing really of major value. It's only the pistol losses, and the round taken by alternate attacks can set things up early.
And for both teams, they're at a similar HLTV world ranking as one another. Alternate attacks at 71, Passion UA at 67. Getting into a top 8 and maybe upsetting in the quarterfinal, getting into a top 4 position is really going to help out the campaign of getting closer to maybe a higher end of tier 2 position, in and around the top 30 and 40 position where we kind of rank that level of competition. The second round on the force buy, Passion UA would be keen to get an opening start of a kill.
Return is still like alternate attacks did in the second round of Mirage. Well done to that early start, that 3-1, eventually that 4-2, which you mentioned may have been the moment where alternate attacks lost their chance to make it a 2-0. How momentum worked, you can see the logic and the reasoning there. HE is going back on the T side line. The aggression from Passion UA starts to work out well enough against Hyped. S-Chiller also involved with his MP9 rather. Mac 10 and Freeze are overwhelmed in an instant. A 4 versus 2 is gained.
Just when it seemed as if there was a matter of control for alternate attacks, Jackasmo's defensively playing up at Guardian, so he's actually going to give the freedom of the bomb plant.
Smokes to cross, Azek challenging, aggressive, but he had the bomb on his back and now it's lost to the T side. Pubs needs to move and S-Chiller says otherwise. A quadra for him in this round. What a response from Passion UA.
We've seen from both teams across the series so far success in the force buy rounds. Just to be able to reset the economy, force the double eco. Alternate attacks won't be happy with that one. Setting up some util, getting an opening kill, and then instantly just getting swarmed out from Crane and Mini Ramp.
A counter buyback from alternate attacks will come in. Deagle's on 2, Tech9's on 2, Scout on Hyped. Respond towards the force of the Passion UA side by seeing HEs come their direction, unable to catch the player at sandbags. Suppressed by the smoke.
Zerofix jiggling down, but getting quite aggressive out there to the tops. Azek is hoping for some movement out on B, hoping that he can catch an opening kill with that Deagle. Across the map, though, it's pretty silent.
The fear that's caught off Hyped. Azek now being pressured in over at the stairs. Nades against him. S-Chiller is trying to make his way around that corner, but successful in backing off for the T side. The walk up from ramp, meanwhile, will start to get set in by Arrow. Where they smoked off alley. Made noise towards ramp as well.
And that re-smoke towards Gap's going to slow down any progression that alternate attacks can have towards that area of the map. Instead, Freeze is just going to pin himself for a kill.
It's 4 players here on Passion. Scout can't connect. Wary of the headshot angle. Just more reasons as to why this should be a A-site execution from alternate attacks. The incendiaries come down in the standard default position. Fear faced upon by the Deagles, fight back through that smoke, unable to connect a kill for either side. The MAC-10 forces forward. Azek can finally get one back, but now needs to recover that bomb. Now needs to get it planted safe.
They need to get some protection for that crossfire. Players try to put the incendiary down, but it comes in late and doesn't really spread all the way.
Azek will fall through the smoke anyway. 4 versus 2. A couple of players are low HP, so a couple of good body shots could be lovely for them. But Freeze eventually has to fight the headshot on Jackasmo. 1 man down. SMG is close. Freeze is tagged, so he's going to have to do it all with the automatic smoke in the way of things. Face in, scout damage done. Jambo gets one back though. It is TK involved against Zerofix, leaves it to a 1 versus 1. And Freeze, he's up close and personal. His knife is pulled out. He's ready to go for it, but no, Jambo just baiting him and seeing him, I believe, at the edge of the smoke for the headshot and for the round.
Oh, that was nearly a trolled round there from Passion UA. They were in such a good setup. The weaponry advantage, the man advantage, util on the retake. And then all of a sudden in a 4v2, Freeze just starts fragging out from the sandbag. Well, that got extremely close when it probably shouldn't have done.
Scout of Freeze deserves a lot of credit. Jambo almost thrown the round away. Yeah, Freeze just moving through that smoke just enough to get the information. Passion. Still have to face the rebuy of alternate attacks. They bomb planted, they got 4 kills, so of course they'll have the rifles available to them for a force buy. They're going to commit towards it. The 4-man firing squad phases and Fear will fall.
Zerofix is still aggressively hearing a lot of these footsteps towards Crane now. Rotation coming over from Jambo, re-smoke down to Gap, but they're already up on the bomb site.
Well, Zerofix has caught 1 kill on Azek. Jambo's overwhelmed towards Sniper's Nest. Zerofix still doing work. 9 points of health. Freeze up close. Jackasmo gets away with the counter casualty. Hype Scout does also frag back, and Perk gets involved towards the low HP of the alley player. S-Chiller now is all that remains.
I haven't seen him in many clutch situations so far today, but even this one, he doesn't even have a chance. This is a very messy start to Vertigo, and the back and forth force buys work out for alternate attacks in the end.
Broken the backs, the economy state players and double eco status I can see for Passion UA. Zerofix, man, he is just putting in absolute work in these map ups, and it's been the case over the last map in the series, and this one here. Sequence out towards alley. That damn near won the round, honestly.
Passion UA have a very aggressive stance out to the B stairs. And for the T's, they're just running ramp. So they can set up backstabs, but it might be already too late in this round.
Heavy-handed for Passion UA, could set up the backstab of their own. 3 players moving as a unit, mid covered off. Jackasmo going to start to make his way back into the A bomb side. The execution's already come forward. Alternate attacks have wasted little time, so it'll have to be a retake.
Yeah, this should be a save insta. As soon as you go for that maneuver and it's a quick A play, that's it. There's just nothing you can do. It's a risk to go in that heavy to the B stairs, but if it's any other default, if it's a slow play default, we probably see more success in the round. So that call for Freeze to be more accelerated to ramp has actually won them probably the easiest round of this entire best of 3.
We'll see whether they can get away with any exits. They're probably going to be the only real goal for Passion UA at the moment. Players are going to start backing away over at 51. There is a man, a Zerofix there. We'll try and get some damage in against. I don't think he's going to catch the tags. I think they covered off well enough. Yep. All 5 stay in, as the same applies to Passion UA. So even though it will be no investment in this round, they're still going to have a fair number of weapons to play with.
And Passion UA would still like to make this damaging. I mean, anytime you force buy and you hold on to everything, you need to treat it as a force buy round where you can do economical damage. You can get yourself in positions where strong crossfires can upgrade yourselves to maybe a Galil, hopefully an AK. And they don't know that there's only one in play, and that's on Arrow.
SMG set. Nades. received on the part of Jambo. Kill found at Azek. Another start out from Ali's position. The SMG quickly rotates back out towards the open area of the ramp entrance. Freeze, frags, found. Jambo down. Jackasbo comes in from side alley though, pushing the smoke. Arrow's forced to trade it back to a 3-on-3. He is low HP though.
Yeah, Hyped is keeping eyes on for the sniper's nest, and S-Chiller on the backstab is going to get peeked in by Perks, and Arrow's seen him on the jump spot.
Swing from both players will come through. Get little fights. Frag found. Easy pickings. The pistol not able to hold that much against the automatic. Plant still not quite secure. The jump up. Can't see anything above the smoke. They will start to clear though. Arrow's finally going to get caught off. Quick burst and taps to the second. Doesn't quite line up. Perks responds. Deagle back at Jackus Mo. Can't adjust to the headshot. Now they know where he is. They can account for the bomb plant here. There is no util for the man to deny the plant itself. Hyper's going to keep his head tucked away as he starts running out of ammo. Caught on the reload by Perks' narrow swing. Alternate attacks will connect 4.
And with the way the rounds have been worked, Jay, I would actually say that Passion UA are at the advantage, which is wild to say when it's a 2-4 deficit. But the way to beat alternate attacks is to keep it very messy. This is a German side that likes to have respect given to them. They like to be able to work timings, to be able to not constantly get pressured. And with it just being so scrappy, with both teams trying to reset one another, that might give Passion UA an edge in this final map decider.
I mean, the idea that they had the buy that they did in the previous round and they still got 3 players worth of damage, it keeps the economy lopsided here. You'll still have the likes of Perks on 5800 and Hype to 4500, so there should be a buy in the next round, but chances will be available for Passion very soon if they can make it a confident return around 7. Incendiary's down against the likes of Hype. Small damage done, but players pushed out, which is the more important thing here for Passion UA. Jambo taking a bit more to the Molotov that was put out there from mid. Gonna hide as Arrow starts things off against Fear. The swing against Freeze is unsuccessful.
A very good default here from alternate attacks. Entry kills at ramp and from mid. Zero Fix cannot get dropped by the in-game leader. And now for S-Chiller and Jackasmo, there is legitimately no chance. I even wonder if they're gonna be able to survive.
Well, S-Chiller won't. Jackasmo took damage and he's known about. The flank's coming in towards spawn as well. He's going to get discovered soon enough. Yep, he goes down. What a confident round to return from alternate attacks. Nothing scrappy about that at all.
No, that was really good. I'm surprised how deep they got into mid. I know that you've got Jambo from Guardian who's been smoked and mollied, so he has to be defensively. But just knowing that Freeze legitimately almost gets to elevators before a contact comes in, that tells you how much respect was given in that round.
Tactical taken by Passion UA. Time to take stock of the 1xBet odds. Still favouring alternate attacks. They have been favouring them all series long so far. Perhaps if Passion were able to capitalise on their chances, it might have been favouritism to them. With their chance to turn it around if you think they can do it. Use the code 1XRESEU over at 1xBet for a bonus 130% on your deposit. And this round is probably not going to be as staunch on the buy-up, however. Only the pistols, the half buy involved.
And for alternate attacks, they need to look at this position where it was quite similar to Mirage. You were up 4-2, and you missed that one good round that was going to elevate you to 6-2. Now you're on an anti-eco. They need to maximize potential because they are in a strong state.
Passion. Receiving the execution very early on towards his B bomb side. Jackasmo caught between Molotovs and eventually killed off by Arrow. AK's at least stalled out for the time being. The 5-7 does fight from S-Chiller at the end of the smoke, but doesn't get away with much more than just HP tags. A little bit low on Hyped and Perks, but they're the men to get those 2 kills. PT50 of Jambo next up to task. Does catch Azek by popping open that smoke with the bullets, but ultimately unable to get much more than that. Still suppressed. Still at the 4 versus 2. Still low HP for the man as well.
A Passion. Just one more would be nice. It would be an added bonus to at least helping the reset come, maybe not so much in the next round, but the previous or the next couple of gun rounds. And they need to put their foot down. They can't allow alternate attacks to get sort of close towards 8-4. Because I actually think with an experienced squad like alternate attacks, if you give them an 8-4 T-side of Vertigo, they are just going to close down the best of 3.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Jambo goes falling. Fear will take one more pick with him, but unable to make it a triple. And with the confidence that alternate attacks are posted up in the last round as well. Things are going to really stack up on this streak to a significant money state for Alternate Attacks. No punishment in the economical reset, which is what Passion UA were looking for quite frequently. Kept the hurts up for the moment, but not forever. Yeah, significant battle back. The rifles will be back in play for them.
And I just want to know, come this gun round, who's going to be the guy to strike for Passion UA? Who's going to be the one to work an opening kill to try and set themselves up for victory? Jambo out to the sandbags. AWP is very aggressive. Oh, the timing didn't quite work out for the AWP duel, but it worked out against Zerofix, and Jambo misses an easy shot. The trade from Hyped is very good at close range.
No sick moments from the CT AWP, but this time M4 of Eschiller now being discovered as he takes his fight back from the center of the bomb site. Incendiary tries to drive Hyped back. He'll be successful in that regard as smoke comes in against his name, though, so he won't be able to stick around. Fall back behind it. There's a mid-walk also coming in from Perks, who should catch him off sooner or later. Either way, 4-on-2. This round should fall the way of Alternate Attacks, especially if they lean into A.
I love the patience that Perks has in mid right now, and even Azek. It's a 4v2. You could just pack and trade, but they are so disciplined of forcing an info play.
There's the AK headshot. There's the man to fall. Eschiller discovered soon with a fight that does go successful for him, but now that's all the info that Alternate Attacks need to plant that bomb and go hunting.
Now, Alternate Attacks, they're not throwing any rounds away, are they? Look at that last situation where you could say, okay, maybe if they were a bit eager, there might be a chance for the last couple. Nothing. Passion UA. I can't believe this was 2-1 at one point. Like, I know context is important with the back-to-back force buy rounds that force the anti-double eco and everything like that. But to go from 2-1 to 2-7, that feels like the game's gone. That feels like this whole map's just disappeared.
And the whole best of 3 as a result on map 3. Certainly you look at that streak line and it's like, okay, well, Alternate Attacks have mounted up quite an effort against Passion UA, and Passion have been unable to respond. The bottom line is that, yes, you can talk about ecos and those force buys, but Alternate Attacks have to get those force buys over the finish line to make it even plausible. And there were some damaging moments. Those are no longer being seen by Passion UA. There were some times where they kept the hurt on Alternate Attacks, but now the economy is built. There won't be any such concerns. They probably buy for 11 and 12 regardless of what happens here.
Fear boosted up in a nice headshot angle. Very difficult to fight against that boost where you hide behind the pole. Perks, Arrow, Freeze, all in positions where they're watching the boost, they're watching out Crane, they're waiting for overextensions.
Incendiary's on, Molotov's back, Jambo. Try and boost Eschiller, they've heard it. Arrow knows what's going on, tried to go for the wallbang initially, is forced to fight with a flashbang sent. Azek with a kill back, Perks with a transfer, unable to make it happen. Zerofix with his kill, Fear with 2 back. The AWP of Hyped in a 1 versus 1, knows exactly where one man held from. The second player is an unknown to him though. Smoke down, AWP leaning in, catching Zerofix for contact, but unable to catch the kill against him. Because once again, he becomes the impact player for Passion UA, ending the 7-round streak.
They're not really sure how that actually happens. Alternate Attacks got the first kill, but then all of a sudden when the sight hit comes, I know that you're looking at an A gamble, and there's a lot of players in close range, but it felt as if there was just kills so quickly. Eschiller, and then here for Fear and Zerofix, they get 3 kills in the span of, what, half a second?
Small setback for Alternate Attacks. Passion UA can still make the scoreline look decent to the turn. AWP set for Jambo, forced to fight on Arrow. As he starts things off well, Fear's ready to account for the mid-presence of Perks. Can he get Hyped next? Not quite. Flick to return, the single-man advantage remains.
Azek needs the entry and gets it straight away out on B. Eschiller's going to be worried about Guardian and B main now.
Countermolotov's forcing him forward. Both players in this context are tagged. Actually, Azek does go burning in the end. Wasn't aware of his casualty coming in. Freeze now waiting for Eschiller to make a mistake, hoping that he over-aggresses, and over-aggression will come in from Zerofix elsewhere instead. The AK keeps prodding. Eschiller's going to get spotted as he gets a little bit too hungry. Now Jambo is going to hit to hold round 11. His AWP has allowed Freeze to cross. There'll be smokes coming down, so one player will be revealed. The AWP versus the AWP of Hyped. Shot on, one-on-one, aware of the player. On a default, the flick doesn't connect, and Freeze holds the clutch.
And it's moments like that, Jay, where I do wonder to myself, are Passion UA missing one more roster change of perhaps bringing in a veteran player, bringing in someone that's got a lot of experience? Because they get themselves in favorable positions, but they just can't seem to close rounds out. I mean, just as an example, bringing someone like Bondic in, as someone that's played a high tier 2 level, a tier 1 level in the past, none of these guys have played consistently outside of Fear at any boundary of where they are now.
5 rounds to the good and alternate attacks. Decent HE damage done by the CT side. They're actually going to try and extend upon that damage, do some casualties on towards one. Azek and Hype to immediately respond. Freeze and perks are low, but it's a 4-on-3 for attacks.
And when you gather the opening man advantage, you're expecting a bit more with the overswing. Alternate attacks can count themselves quite lucky that they've actually been in a 4v3. Now, Hype is waiting for more over-aggression. He's waiting for someone to expose at gap.
Swing forward. Hyped. They'll be wary of both contact angles. Estrella times it well enough when the orb was looking the wrong way. The SMG of Jackismo down at the ladder. Overwhelms 2 more, and now Freeze, 16 HP for this clutch here. Jackismo, only man to get known about the HE, will get sent towards him. The Incendiary will try and drive him back. But Freeze is now known, and this will waste time. He can't grab the bomb without the extinguish. He just burns himself. Oh dear. That's not an encouraging way to end the half. But at the very least, it's 8-4 at the turn of the half.
I like it how you're shaping it up for it to be anything else. I mean, he's legitimately in a 1v3 on red HP, and Jackismo's looking down the ladder. There was no chance in that round whatsoever. A very unfortunate timing. I mean, that AWP just widens up the angle and actually comes close to spotting both the player down gap and the AWP at the mini-ramp sandbag.
Well, T-side behind us now for alternate attacks. Now comes the defensive half. Passion. And they run back that Brawly style to sucker punch alternate attacks in the face and close out 4 rounds in a row. Tacticals are taken by the German team to discuss how to ensure that doesn't happen. Get ready for the pistol round here. The second of this map up, our 6th in this series, our last in this series. 5 rounds for alternate attacks to make it into the playoffs. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Jackismo was my go-to guy in the last rest tournament to hype up, to be able to look at him and say, yeah, he's going to be a player to perform. He's had a quiet series and a quiet third map decider. I'd like to see more impact from him on the T side if there's any chance of a recovery. 3 CTs on B up against a lot of T side players at the bottom of the stairs.
Glock's expecting outer aggression as one player has pushed in over at Danger. That bomb is not opting to commit towards it. The 2 players on the A side will now start prodding out towards ramp, seeing a couple players, including the bomb carrier, Arrow. Shoulder baiting for even more contact. Jammer's been a lot of breathing room up here. They have no idea how aggressive this player is. Jackson catching kills back. Perks and go diving into the man. He's caught himself a double. Freeze. 1 straight back on Jammer with a lurk out. A triple for Jackismo, though. You said he was quiet. Well, you just got loud in that one. And he's hunting for more. He's hunting for 4. Freeze knows that he's in trouble, and Jackismo gets quadra kills in the pistol round.
And it's a crazy round from the idea that they legitimately both drop on the B stairs to trade him, and he still manages to stay alive. He still manages to deal with both of those players. It's not as if they gave individual fights at all there.
That one fell apart very quickly. Alternate attacks opting against the 4 spies. We've seen them time and again in this series in the second round. This time around, though, Stack from mid, expecting to hear footsteps. Heard some coming in, stack up the A-bomb site and hope that they can get some kills out of this, but very unlikely both that or the round.
And Passion UA are going to get tested in this opening gun round, that's for sure. Alternate attacks, if they can drive them into a walk contact up at mini ramp or gap, there could be 1 or 2 picks being granted.
Fear. Many players around this corner for the MAC-10 to find, but should be able to mow through them all. Freeze caught. Not quite dead. He's dead. But MAC-10 lost. Execution comes in off the back of it. Easy pickings for the rest of the Passion UA side. See what damage they can do in this post round.
ZeroFix just needs to maintain that they don't fly into the bomb site and keep this expensive. Losing Fear was enough against USPs. You don't want to lose any more.
Back away for the time being. Rifles to take face and fight and ultimately get all the kills that they require. No further casualties, no further concerns. 6 on the board of Passion UA now. 2 more to make up against alternate attacks, but the gun buy is inbound now for the CT side.
Now, alternate attacks play a lot of vertigo. And I would say the players to watch out for on CT side is typically the in-game leader for Freeze and Hyped on the AWP. We won't see it here in round 15. We'll probably have to be round 17 when the melee gets stronger. A lack of kits, so retaking scenario could be very uncomfortable for the Germans.
Quick up at the rifles, Freeze combining with Arrow to get the kill on Jambo. Arrow's going to extend out very far forward to that flashbang. He's blinded by it though. Counter flashes to the T side and Molotov will try to drive him away. Hyped close quarters over at Ali. S-Chiller is caught off guard. 5 on 3 with no damage to return to the CT side until the Molotov and HE start landing. Further flashes, trying to get those players off. Instead, ZeroFix runs right into the blindness. Kill found for Freeze now. 2 left alive on Passion.
35 odd seconds into the round, Jay, and it's already a 5v2. Passion UA brought aggressive maneuvers. They brought pace up to top ramp, and it's very much unsuccessful. Good workability between Freeze, Hyped, and that for Mars from Arrow. They're all chiming in.
Hyped with a kill back on Jackersbo. Next time, 4 left to Fear. 1 on 4. Alternate attacks applying their brick walls up in the rifle round success. Might have considered the pistol in an awkward stance, but will not hold any awkwardness in the gun buys here. AKs can start coming in for the CTs as well. Only 2 of them for Hyped and Arrow, but more than fine.
And for Passion UA, they need to get the feel on how they want to play. Is it heavy pace? Is it slowing rounds down? Fear needs to work with his pieces and get an understanding of how they can attribute round success, how they can punish alternate attacks. Right there, accelerated pace was not the answer. And come to round 16, because of the lack of success and no bomb plant bonus, they really don't have a good buy to work with.
Arrow. Forward contact. Galil of Jambo trying to tap against the players that are facing in from the sandbags. ZeroFix tanking HE's down against him. Further damage will come forward against his teammates. And only a tall amount towards Jambo and Jackersmo. ZeroFix actually allowed to strike. Freeze will fall first and foremost.
And they know that he's got to be so low. They had 2 HEs towards his position, and Freeze was able to get a bullet off. Hype to the jiggle, has just seen that bomb, and Arrow's been able to catch off Jackersmo.
1-for-1 trades. And still that low HP on ZeroFix that they have to be wary about. Alternate attacks moving heavy-handed towards this A bomb site as well, thinking that it has to be an A play. Nothing seen towards B. Mid-control established by Azek. The walks forward will catch S-Chiller. Jambo into the top. It's going to have to be accounted for. One of the AKs. Arrow gets involved with that one. Kills found on Hyped. Fear involved only for a moment. Perks with a responsive. So quick, so easy. Alternate attacks continue confidence into 10 rounds.
Yep, I'm convinced this is done, Jay. This has been 2 back-to-back gun rounds that's been really convincing. That Passion UA have not posed much of a threat at all. They get an opening kill, and what do they do with it? They allow alternate attacks to retake map control. They allow them to pressurize from the front side of Crane and mini ramp, and there's no one on a crossfire that can even battle against it.
Yeah, I can't argue against you. 3 more to go for alternate attacks, 4 for Passion UA to equalize the scoreboard, and they've got only pistols out for this one. Their rifles in the next will really be their last chance to get this series in their favor, get this map in their favor. The lead will extend to 5 as Fear will fall. Jambo's already been tagged by the utility damage done towards the early contact. P250 round the corner. Hype is so ready for it. Casualty taken. Jacka's most similar story. S-Chiller and Zero Fix. 2v5 for them. 1v5 for them. S-Chiller. Nothing you can do.
Now, alternate attacks are starting to farm up their money, aren't they? Get themselves closer into a position where they can strengthen their economy basis into being possibly unbroken. Flash around the corner, maybe able to generate 1 kill, and you know what? That's actually not too bad, but it does mean the Hype's going to get the AWP. If they actually maintained all 5 rifles there, we would not have seen an AWP investment for Hyped.
We will now, and that should terrify Passion UA because he's on 16 kills. Top fragger of the board in this map up. Top fragger of the board in this series coming into this map up as well.
And the concern that I have is the lack of success in the mid portion of the halves and only early game success. That 2-1 beginning that Passion UA had and the 2-0 beginning they had in the second half.
Alternate attacks will be more the beneficiaries of it. More than happy to receive these streaks and have this confidence, this awkwardness affect the Passion UA side.
It's so active, constantly moving on the CT side and taking map control away.
As if the hurt wasn't enough. Start wrapping in and the backstab, the push forward from Spawn has recognized that nobody's over on this B half of the map. I think some footsteps were heard there in mid as well.
Now, Arrow's got a HE that can dunk right down to these Crane players too.
Azek's getting ahead of the curve on the defensive, though. Out at side alley, his teammates back site utility sent in as the flashes start coming over for the T-side line. Fight on Azek, kill found. Jambo supporting S-Chiller with that casualty back. He doesn't last long. Perks and Arrow get their kills. Jambo with one responsive, trying to make this manageable for Passion UA, but the bomb is dropped. Someone's got to go back for it as Freeze looks into their back. Tapped once, Fear caught, fragged out. Jambo, 1 versus 3 on his AK. Can't get past Freeze. Alternate attacks on map and match point.
Just the whole readability of that round from alternate attacks is pure brilliance. The aggro play into mid, stacking up the A-bomb site, having the util at the ready, the incendiaries, the HEs, the crossfire and gap from Azek. And once they get that 3v2, they just know, as long as we don't overface and we kind of jiggle, we waste some time, our in-game leader's going to win that round. That backstab's going to close it.
And now alternate attacks will look to close it in this map. S-Chiller does catch Hype to start, at least a small positive for Passion UA. It's one small positive to contribute to an overarching 6-round comeback into overtime. The jump face of Arrow also saw 3 players and the bomb. Yeah, backed out of position. They start rotating back into that A-site play as the Passion UA side start pushing up from mid.
Now, Arrow needs to waste time here because Azek's setting up the info play. Re-smoke down from Gap. Fear. Oh, is he going to play on the edge of this?
He will. Arrow will get discovered first. Galil to a 5-on-3. S-Chiller now finds Perks in from mid. Fear fights on Freeze, and it seems like we play on for Passion UA.
That's a good round of opening kills. Individual success, Fear with 2 very critical ones. Azek, he's just got to try and make it expensive.
Fear doesn't even let him go that far. Triple for him. Hero of the moment, hero of the game for Passion UA, who will hold on to lifelines here at the tail end of Vertigo. Money is lopsided for alternate attacks.
And they are in a position where Freeze can drop quite a few pistols or even some MP9s to get as much out of this round as they can. Instead, wants to drop it all the way to the buy round. They want to close this early.
Still got 5 more chances to do so. Passion UA now overwhelmed. They've been in these rifle rounds as well. It makes a lot of sense. This Vertigo. Alternate attacks have found their success with the M4s. Zero Fix. Hearing the player out from ramp, the jump face of Arrow's not going to receive anything as of yet. The incendiaries of Freeze. Shooter for Zero Fix to utilize his smoke. The spam comes in against him, though. Arrow knew exactly what to do.
Freeze can get out towards 51, flash around. Oh, it's perfect. They're all going to swing together. Trades are pretty good by the T side, but the HP numbers are low on Jambo.
Yeah, Hype had to escape 3-on-3. Didn't want to have to risk losing the man advantage because that could have cost them the round. He's even wary that they're taking ramp and they may be looking onto the execution soon.
Azek's got a smoke that can put down towards Gap on the front side of Crane. Jambo to smoke off the right-hand side. They're going to commit with this.
Molotov's the backside, Perks closes the backstab. It's being watched though. Fear, the bomb on his back, the shoulder seen. Perks, headshot instant, that buys an escape plan. That gives him an option to go back to the B-bomb site.
Yeah, they're going to split the bomb sites evenly. Hype's going to rotate out to B, but they are going to leave Azek out from the sniper's nest. This is not an easy recovery from alternate attacks.
Well, they heard that rotation from Hype and they recognized that continuing to commit towards A may be the best call. Are they going to start to gamble? Azek is playing double duty to the bomb site, to the mid defense. And eventually will join Heights on his rotate towards B. No one to resist Passion UA, who will plant the bomb and continue to play on.
Back-to-back impressive rounds from Fear. Without his kill at that lower portion, that round probably goes the way of alternate attacks. That could be the bomb dropped at the forklift. Even if he's not holding it and he's coming up to ramp, you'd expect that backstab is going to find success in the late portion of the round. So really well done from Fear.
Two out of 6 covered in a row. The M4s will continue fighting against Azek and Hyped. Azek we're dropping, so they won't hold on to the FAMAS. The M4 should stay, but it will have very little in backup around it. Alternate attacks starting to concede a bit more back to Passion. The gap is closing slowly, and it should close even more so. That was a forced buy in the previous round. That first stage lost bonus. Second stage means that there's no real reason to force it again. Keep the M4. Insert Hyped into a casualty-filled position. Remove as many from Passion UA as you can and go towards the rifles in round 22.
Now, alternate attacks have got 2 good chances of closing. Round 22 and round 24. So they know, let's get this done in regulation. Let's not have to play out for overtime. M4 plays out to mid in the early portion of the round, but accelerated pace is coming in from Gap.
Freeze didn't see that coming. Zero fix called instantly. Eschiller with a follow-up. Fear also gets a kill. Hypes M4 gets away with 2, but no more than that. Now Perks, USP would have loved an upgrade at this place, or maybe if that weapon to be dropped a little bit more back towards the CT side of the site. Continue to force the fight though in the end. Fear lows him down with another triple to his name. Passion UA continue the hype train.
Now, Hyped, 1 extra kill would have just given him the kill bonus required for an AWP with body armor. Because it didn't come through with the triple, he goes down to an M4, doesn't want to risk the glass cannon. Passion UA will feel for the first time in this map that they're actually starting to show consistent success in gun rounds. Have not seen a huge amount from them. 3 rounds to overtime for the Ukrainians.
They're going quick into this default as well. Molly's set in towards alley position. Zero fix got further to try and drive them deeper into the bomb site. Counter incendiaries will try block, and that Molly doesn't even land actually. Does allow Freeze more map control for a little bit longer. The HEs are also evaded by Passion UA. They're doing all they can to just dodge this damage of alternate attacks.
They're very heavy in ramp for the T side, but it's unknown right now. And Freeze is going to get an incendiary for a teammate, so he can jiggle, and as soon as he sees a shadow or any kind of contact from Gap, he can just drop it. Same for Arrow with the smoke. Lack of info play from alternate attacks in round 22. They're quite happy to sit back and play deep.
Two, 1-2 split. The mid rotate's going to be rather slow from Hype to the A site. Smokes come in to suppress them as Molotovs will drive Freeze forward. Zero fix suspects it. Edge of the smoke. The FAMAS gets the kill.
Oh, that's an easy duel. No flash, no teammate to peek with him. That's a freebie for Freeze.
So much damage done on the returning wall bank. Damage is on 16 points of health. Arrow was also returned back. Utility in Freeze's hand, sacrificing himself. Arrow doesn't go checked all the way. Hyped provides support beyond the smoke. 30 seconds. He's on the center of the bomb site. Passion UA running out of time to sustain their lifeline in this series.
There's so many CTs all control around A. Crossfire locked on Gap.
Hard rotations, Arrow involved alongside Hype's casualty. Jambo can't do anything about it. Alternate attacks have closed it down in 2-1 fashion. 13-9 on Vertigo. They move on to the playoffs.
And it's the result for alternate attacks since bringing Perks back into the roster that they make the playoffs for the first time here in Res. That's got to be a positive outlook, Jay. Yes, we can look at this group stage and say that they had weaker competition, but you've got to beat the team in front of you. And for alternate attacks, they've gone undefeated in this group.
Indeed they do, and it's such a wonderful situation for them to be at, considering how confident they were looking at phases, right? Just think about how that second half was able to transpire off the back of that CT side. Consider how they dispatched of their opening matchup in a 2-0 fashion. Things that look so positive for this side as they continue to try and work their way back up into a confident position in Tier 2. And it's very encouraging for them, right? It feels like they've made a new substitution back into the team that seems to have a positive effect on the attack side.
And the only negative was Mirage, and we can look at that in hindsight now and say, well, this is what, 3 wins and 14 losses in the last 3 months. If we get a veto of any other map in the pool, we're expecting some good stuff. We saw a strong Anubis for them against the Gaming Gladiators. We've seen back-to-back strong Inferno performances, and their Vertigo very tidy.
Indeed it was. 2-1 in the series, 2-0 in the opener. They are the first team forward to the playoffs for Passion UA. They have to rematch against the 9 Pandas in the decider game. And you were saying, Dwayne, that there's a good chance they might not be able to pass that best of 3.
I actually think they're going to struggle to take a map. And I know that sounds wild, right, because you've already 2-0'd them. But that is a really experienced squad on boot camp that will not be happy with the recent run of form. And I think that one win against the Gaming Gladiators, against a high-end Tier 2 team, is going to just spark a bit of momentum. It's just going to spark a bit of confidence for 9 Pandas to come here and all honesty, look for a deep playoff run. They are a team that should be making top 4 at minimum at this event.
Well, they'll have a chance to do it against Passion UA in a couple days' time. Of course, Alternate Attacks, the victors of our 3rd series of the day, which leaves us with one more winners game. Bleed and Bait, a semi-final rematch from the last series, Dweg. All the stakes are up on this one. Everyone's eyes should be on this final match of the day.
And for Bait, they can taste success. They know how close they got last time around. They'd love to be able to take first seed in the group.
But will they be able to do that? Will they pull it off against one of the top teams in Tier 2? We'll find out after this very short break. We'll set that one up for you. Do not go anywhere. It's our final match of the day when we return.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
Well, as Passion UA fall to the decider game, we'll see whether the Ukrainian brothers in Bates can avoid the same fate. They're in action in our last matchup of the day as they take on the rematch of Bleed, a rerun from the semi-finals. A lot at stake because that one was close to certain capacities, Dwayne, and this one could be exactly the same case.
And both teams are going to look at that previous head-to-head from Bleed's perspective and say, man, we didn't give our A performance. Let's really come here and show what we can do. And I'm sure Bait will also look at that one and say, man, they stole that 2-0 away from us. It was there for the taking. We just couldn't quite do it.
That it was 13-11 to the opening map-ups. Yes, Ancient did go towards a blowout for the Bleed side, but the fact of the matter is that there was probably a good couple of rounds in which Bait probably could have taken that in 2-0 fashion, and for Bleed, that would have been a major setback in terms of their rest campaign. But the fact of the matter is that they did win it out. They did go to those grand finals, and now they look to make the playoffs here against the exact same opposition that they beat during that semi-final matchup. Dwayne, I want to sort of bring back some conversations from that last time about, because even though the scorelines look close, people might say, oh yeah, that definitely feels like it would have been a close little affair. I have to say, in fact, the majority of that matchup, we were very down on Bleed.
Yeah, Bleed were in a position on map 1 where they were down 4-9, and they won a force buy that basically at least allowed them to keep map 1 close. And then map 2, their map pick of Inferno, they were down 5-10, and only with a few hero rounds for Hampers were they able to pull it over the line. Cirque was a monster, though. Not only in that series, but the entire last rest tournament. That felt like his breakout tournament since joining up with Bleed.
Yeah, I definitely want to see him as the guy to watch out for the most in the Bleed side. But just as a general sort of level of formation, just thinking about how rest went for them in the last series, right? That Bait series was certainly a catalyst to sort of discuss further potential consistency issues, right? Because you look at what happened against the Mega during the grand finals for Bleed and how flat-footed they looked. And it's sometimes it's like, well, you looked at the previous few days of rest, you looked at the week coming up to that position, and they looked like absolutely lights out. So I'm worried that there's going to be some on-the-day concerns for this team.
Oh, I have none. I have literally zero. This is a Bleed side that have won 26 out of their past 32 best of threes on HLTV. They've lost to Fnatic, Bet Boom, 3D Max, Sashi, and Omega, and one Enterprise, okay? Every single loss that they've taken is basically been one of those fringe teams at the higher end of Tier 2 and one upset out of over 30 games. That is a crazy record.
Well, Bait obviously trying to build up their own markers and build up their own record here. This roster have been having some question marks about the potential longevity of it with the nature of the fact that Alex is not quite the signed up player, but it feels like right now they've got themselves a pretty nice opportunity to make him a permanent fifth. And to me, I'm just going to treat him as a permanent fifth because that's what it seems like for the rest events. And look, they look good against Alliance. Yes, there was that Mirage where they let the lead go back towards the Swedes during the opening game, but Inferno and Ancient look confident. I would have seen him take a Mirage, and a couple of rounds went differently again. So in my eyes, coming into this matchup, they have a lot of momentum, just like Bleed do.
And that's not saying much, though, is it? That's Alliance. That's the way that I look at it. For Bait, I was much more impressed with their last rest tournament. The way they bounced back against Passion UA in the quarters after being at a deficit, their performance against Bleed. This is a team that I actually do think can be really threatening in Tier 2 in a few months. It's still the kind of testing periods because Hetrick's so new into the roster, because Alex has only played literally a handful of games. So for that reason, Bait are going to be at the disadvantage for the majority of head-to-heads against teams at the higher end of Tier 2.
Well, they weren't at the disadvantage when it comes to head-to-heads against the Bait side. Again, the one best of three we have on record on HLTV is the one we're going to probably use to pull the majority of our history from it, basically. And therefore, it kind of makes me question whether or not the veto will remain the same. Will we get Anubis? Will we get Inferno? Will we get Ancient again?
We'll probably get a Vertigo ban from Bait, a Nuke ban from Bleed. I actually think we could get a Mirage pick for Bait. Looking at how their Mirage has been in recent history, looking at how close Anubis was, they might feel, let's go Mirage this time around, and I'm pretty confident that Bleed are going to move into Inferno.
Well, let's find out if that's going to end up being the case. The Vertigo and Nuke bans indeed do come through. Bait get first pick of the litter, and they will go straight into that Mirage Inferno as standard for the Bleed side as the opening maps of the series.
Anubis as a decider is quite strong for both teams, but it's opted against, and probably for the better for Bleed. I rate their Ancient quite highly. Their Ancient third map decider against Bait was very convincing, so I kind of look at it from Bait's perspective and say, do you know what? I actually, from their point of view, would have preferred to have seen Dust 2 floated to not play Ancient.
Yeah, I could see a world in which they would have loved to have done that. I don't know if Bleed would have wanted to take that risk. We've yet to see an official from them on Dust 2, as we've yet to see officials from many teams on Dust 2 here in the rest circuit. It's only been a few days. But that risky sort of play, I mean, you wonder whether or not any of these teams would have been able to, or either of these teams would have been able to put it in as like a curveball in some sort of capacity, right? Like the idea that it was so close in that last matchup, and whether or not it would have been a good idea to do that.
Well, I think it's a mistake from Bait, because even if Dust 2 got floated, I'm sure that Bleed probably would have looked at it and said, let's go Anubis. Let's go from that decider, a map that we're both comfortable on. For Bleed, the recent run of form has looked really good. I mean, they're best of 3 against the Guild Eagles a couple of days ago, 13-4, 13-4 in back-to-back maps. These guys are hungry for success, and knowing that they've got to grand finals twice and missed out, there is nothing in this tournament that is going to be better than a tournament victory. Any sort of quarterfinal exit, semi-final exit, it's not good enough. Not even getting to the grand final. It's legitimately winning it now. That has to be the point of view and the perspective from Bleed.
Yeah, that's the one thing they haven't achieved, right? They've gone grand finals twice, so it makes sense that their next step is to get a tournament victory on the board, and what that would do for their rest points as well, because they are within that top 4. They're now tied up among the top 4, with Nemega also finding themselves alongside them and Fnatic. So there's going to be a lot of action when it comes to movement room in terms of the deep runs that Bleed would want to have here. So it starts here and now to get on the points board overall. You mentioned the 3-match win streak they're currently on for the Bleed side. That's ever since they faced off against Nemega. So they have turned the victories back in since they lost the last grand final, and the momentum certainly does feel like it could be towards them. I am obviously picking into them for the series. It makes the most amount of sense given them for the favoritism. I'm just sort of there's a little feeling in the back of my mind, just wondering whether or not we're going to see some key issues again, like we saw during that semi-final match.
Yeah, I don't think there will be. That was the first time that Bleed had been properly tested in the bracket, and for the first time was a bit of a wake-up call. I actually think it could be a fairly clean 2-0 for Bleed today.
Well, you've said that before, and it hasn't always worked out in that respect. And again, it is against the team that gave them that first test, right? This is the Bait squad that was able to push them quite far in that last matchup. So I'm looking forward to seeing how well they'll respond, how well Bleed will adjust as we get back into proceedings between Bleed and Bait. Our final best of 3 of the day. Winner goes to the playoffs, and it'll be Mirage to start things off.
And in some of the very early tournaments that Bleed were playing, they were actually picking a crazy amount of Mirage. We saw it quite frequently in the first rest tournament against Young Ninjas and BetBoom. So Bait, there's a risk going into this map because it is strong in the pool.
Pistol round sees Bleed on the CT start. Farthen in his way up towards short, and a contact angle to watch from the window. What's he going to get out of this? Alex, feet seen, Essential core, headshots perfect to kick things off and draw out first blood. Bomb also noticed here as that 1 kill will be it for the time being. Cypher does get overwhelmed by MPL, so it's 4 versus 4.
Hamper's expecting some aggression out from Market, so he slows down that reposition. Farfen in the short angle from him and Cirque need to get involved with a kill.
Slow prods of Vladen, head trick watching, USP trying to check out for Alex. T's continue their walk-ups. Vladen just checking corners. Head trick has been seen. Damage will be done by Captain Kirker getting his kill back. Hampers did find one of the own tree, and Cirque gets turned back upon for his backstab. Captain Kirker makes it a triple, and Bait make it a pistol.
And I remember thinking back to that previous head-to-head, Jay. Captain Kirker was kind of missing. He did not have a good showing on the first or second map against Bleed previously, but he's always the guy that we look at. He's a very fundamental player for this Bait side. He's incredibly strong on the rifle. So if he delivers more, if he gets more impact up on the board, that could be a very good success position for Bait to be in.
Perhaps that lackluster showing was part of the reason why Bait were the losers of that series overall. Lead Facing resistance again, Farvan's pistol trying to take on the SMGs and Galil's of the T-side line. There's no real force fight from the CTs. They get away with one pick, but that should be about it. A second kill for Hampus as well. Taking one rifle out of the hands of Bait, but nothing major conceded by the T side. 2-0 start. Bleed get to the guns.
And I said it at the time when we were casting that previous best of 3, Jay, where Bait were the far stronger team in map 1 and map 2, and they should have won in 2-0. So this is going to be a very good taste of revenge if they can make it happen. Putting Bleed potentially in second place of the group could actually make their playoff run more difficult. Always what you want when you're a favorite team is to get yourself a good quarterfinal where you're facing off against a weakened end team. It can give you momentum to get a 2-0 and sort of start that campaign. So Bait know and Bleed know that they are the two favorites in this group. I mean, Alliance in that decider game, let's be real, I doubt either squad's going to even be able to get tested by the Swedes.
Probably not, considering what we saw against DMS earlier on tonight. More than likely looking at the two squads will be in the playoffs out of a Group B. But in which order? Who takes first? And who takes an all-important win over the other? MPL just spotted there over in the apartments by Vladin. Smokes down again, so we'll just suppress. Similar story towards mid.
Hampus, very active player towards mid on the CT side. Him and Cypher to work out in the crossfire. Cypher gets an easy kill against Alex.
Starting the game for him. Headtrick further smokes onto the window. Trying to suppress, even though I think there was still a couple seconds after the original smoke. Not like it matters. T-side players holding their nerve. 60 seconds on the clock. Bleed are just waiting.
Bait are shaping up for a B split with the lurk into the apartments that's been seen on that jump spot. Hampus in at ladder is in a really powerful position.
Bites on to Captain Kirk. Doesn't quite get MPL, but he's easy to pick up for Cypher's part. And he can even double up onto Headtrick. A triple for him in the round. Bomb dropped and everything. Essential. No clutch.
And not much workability in the gun round at all. That was quite comfortable from Bleed. And this is going to just skyrocket the economy into absolute shambles. And not only is money low on the reserve for guys like Alice and Captain Kirker, but you're going to be in a position now where a saved AK is being brought into the next round.
$200 for Essential. He's lucky that there isn't an aggressive hunt from him. So I'd imagine that Bleed would be able to make their way up and get that kill after time. And if they did that, then it would just be even worse. Stay nothing that he could afford. And even be worth it to drop him a rifle. We'll see what the buyer will come up with here on the Bait side. Bleed, couple of free AKs, actually 3 free AKs being gained off the mid-fights. Just so well coordinated from Cypher and Hampus.
Now, Bleed had a very good showing on their opposition map pick in their opening series against DMS. And that Inferno, and why DMS picked Inferno against Bleed, I will not know, but it allowed a 11-1 CT half to close down that game 13-1. Got some very strong CT sides in their pool.
I admire the confidence, at least.
Oh, I don't at all. That's just silly. Literally picking into the best map of potentially the best team in the comp.
Oh, Bait. Essential to take fight first and foremost. Is AK trying to get involved here. Good for the first pick and the second. Cirque and Hampus do find some trades, and eventually they overwhelm Essential to a 3 versus 2. Alex finally gets involved, though. It's even man stance. Farvan well known about. Tucked away behind the ticket booth. Vladin gets tapped up. Advantage now for the Bait squad. The bomb plant will be seen. Alex fought upon. Farvan revealing himself again. They'll start swinging together into the open. Farvan gets caught and Bait reinstates.
Bleed were actually in a very strong position. They had maintaining players in connector and from jungle. They had the man advantage, but it seemed as if a couple of strong raw kills from Headtrick just had enough to recover that round from Bait.
Two to the good as a result. And a broken bite to return from the Bleed side. M4s on 4 players and a pistol out for Vladin. Santheon, probably the reason why it was able to get forced out in the first place from Bait squad. 1 player playing from mid. The T's are just going for another very early execution here.
Cypher giving himself a lurk smoke to buy some cover. Flash completely. Very aggressive into jungle from Captain Kirka.
Yeah, they're extending out quite far here. They don't see Cypher. They're aware of the players in a connector. Senthiel also roughly read upon. Cypher could still deny this bomb plant. Indeed, he does. See the second man sprays a bit awkward, but comes together in the end. Senthiel gets back through the smoke again, doubling up his connector presence, able to dish out the damage. Farven tagged up as well. 3-on-2 still favors Bleed.
Senthiel in a position where he wants to try and drive this kill away from Farfen, but it's so difficult with the smoke down, and the backstab out from Ramp should deny the entirety of the round.
Slowly but surely, Hampus will creep. MPL started checking, but the M4 catches the timing. Senthiel now in for the ace clutch here. Pistol of Vladen also around this corner. Should see him soon enough. Shoot him in the back of the head and get the round together. Bleed, respond again.
And the most impressive part of Bleed is how quickly this team has skyrocketed to the higher end of Tier 2. Not only is it a brand new international squad, but it's one that hasn't even had to make many changes to get into this position. Lonks out and Vladen in is the only player change. And in the span of literally 3-4 months, they are getting closer to a top 30 position on HLTV.
Bait back into the A execution. Another force buy for them.
And this is a must-win round.
It's going to be a quick round at that. Utility sent in so early. Incendiary is immediately for Farben to try counter-rad. That is seeing Captain Kirka. Oh, he's going to hear the bullets fly away from him. Flashbang's almost caught Cypher completely off guard, but still finds the spray anyway. Senthiel answers back, as does Alex. Farben has to get involved ahead of the CT stairs. Tech9 from range overwhelms him, so damage will certainly be done towards Bleed, but Bait need to go for the round here, and MPL, I don't think he's got the HP to muster this clutch.
No, I don't think so. Can try and put some pressure onto Hampus. Tech9 at close range might be able to get a decent dome to the headshot.
But not the kill. Hampus himself stays alive at single digits HP. We go 3 apiece. Bleed. Finally breaking the backs of the Bait squad. They did tons of damage in that previous round, but without the bomb plant bonus, can't equate to rifles here.
One aspect of Bleed's overall roster that I did notice in the last Rest tournament was less impact out of Farfen, and I do wonder if that's maybe setting him up differently to get more impact out of Cirque. It will be an interesting tale to follow over the course of this group stage and playoffs to see, was that just a bit of a one-off, or is it a team composition that we're not seeing as many highlight rounds and as many highlight moments from Farfen?
Well, it's Cypher taking the spotlight in this map up for now. Top frag only by a margin of 1. To his credit, Farben is not exactly that far behind him. Cypher has the positional advantage right now here for the Bleed side. Bates could overwhelm him with the numbers game, but they're all going to have to pile their way through that doorway, and the M4 will just hold mouse 1 and get them. Damage down towards 2, 3 kills. Also get found out by Hampus here as he also provides support. Van Cypher will go down in the end, but shouldn't mean much to the T-side round itself. The nades almost getting head tricky. We'll get away with a bit more damage as well. So respectable efforts, but doesn't make much of a difference in the matchup for Bait. And the lead gets gained for Bleed.
And you'd imagine that there was definitely a chat between Kassad and Vladen after that grand final of the last Rest tournament to just say, it's all right, you know. And Vladen had a really poor game. He was being punished quite a lot. But you also need to look at it from the outset of everyone had a bit of a poor game. No one was even contesting against Omega. That would have been a real wake-up call after the Bait series of what it's like to legitimately just be trashed around.
Now to get some symbolic revenge against the Bait squad who tested them initially. Advantage taken on the scoreline, and now in round 8 it goes their way as well. MPL fought upon from underpass, sprayed through by the crossfire. Essentials walked his way out of the bomb site. The CTs don't know, but the spray is awkward anyway, and Cypher can still get the kill.
Essential needed at least one there. Hampus out from CT, jump spot for information.
Damage being done to Hampus back at spawn. HG's coming in against the T side. Captain Kirka has continued his press. Blind fire of the M4, just trying to tag them, take them. Spot for information of the jump faces, continually putting utility down. They know that Bait have walked pretty deep ahead of Ramp, but they're not sure of the exact positioning here.
Captain Kirka is desperate for a kill, and out towards Connector. Both of the CTs have just backed off.
Molly sent deep, a Connector in jungle. Farman going to burn a little bit more. Hamber's getting close to his demise. The bullets flying through the ticker booth. Head trick. Bomb plant can get denied. Captain Kirk gets the kill against the man. Cirque forced to fight 1v1. I think the captain makes it an even stance.
And Captain Kirker has actually revived this round. Vladden with the backstab out from Ramp or Palace. Head trick on the bomb site, not over peaking.
Vladden slow to the approach. This will be a very last second retake. And as Farman and Cypher get mowed down by Captain and Alex, Vladden realizes it's best to hold on to the AK. A triple for Captain Kirker, really saving the bacon debate.
Well, he is the only reason that Mirage is being as competitive as he is. He's having some sick individual rounds. Now, that whole one from Bleed looked like they were at the advantage from the get-go. They were up by 1. They had a crossfire in CT, and Captain Kirker just deals with Cirque and Hampers like it's easy.
Wonderful shot on the Connector player. Plenty of credit to the captain. Not able to shift the odds of 1xBet though, still heavy favourites towards Bleed. The 4 apiece, it could still go either direction here, especially with the swing round involved for round number 9. M4s and the AK of Cypher backed up by the AWP as Cirque, but no money in reserve. Similar story for Bait without the AWP, but also no money in reserve.
Bait want to try and get themselves back to land. Farfan wants to get himself back into an opening man advantage. Aggressive from A-Ramp. Captain Kirk is going to get forced away.
Barben. Flash in to allow the kill, does not spot him ahead of the graphics there of the incendiary spray through. Does get Captain Kirk, a head trick able to respond. Cypher trying to keep himself away from the dark position. Cirque pulling attention in his direction. Cypher's now forced up the ladder, but into the hands of Alex. He's at the end of that smoke swing back to head trick. Has just back, spray blinded, has caught the man, forced him back away, but unable to get the kill to Alex. 4-on-2 situation for Bleed.
MPL has been able to work out B, but what can they do with it? With the bomb dropped in A main and Hampers looking back into short, MPL's now been given up.
M4 of Vladden gets involved. MPL down and out. Alex now in the full-blown clutch here, but has to save onto the gun because there's no way he's winning said clutch, and Bleed will answer back.
Now, the scoreline might show at the end of this round that it's going to be 5-4 in favor of Bleed, but when I saw that previous head-to-head, Jay, when I saw how close Anubis was and how Inferno was going down, I got the vibe that Bait were pressurizing, that they were leading by example, that they were making it quite uncomfortable for the economy. They were really making Bleed kind of counter and adapt. Out here on Mirage, this hasn't felt like that kind of game. This has actually looked quite comfortable for the international squad, and that's the worry that I have right now.
They've had the better streaks, they've had the more confident rifle rounds. The economy has at least been limited by Bait to a certain capacity, but not enough to tip it over the edge for them. The swing round goes the way of Bleed, and there's only an eco set of pistols for the Bait squad. Look for the guns in round 11, but potentially could be conceding an 8-4 half from this position.
Cypher maintaining, watching the boost out there from mid. This is very passive, so it allows Bleed to take all of this map control in mid for free.
Cirque swap set. Bait try and move on towards the mid presence, and actually Cirque does get caught off guard by the Deagle of MPL, so credit to him. Hampers instantly in with a response to Captain Kirk. Not able to get much out of this. The nade's back against MPL, actually causes his own demise, and the Sentinel's just left to try and see whatever headshots he can gain. Only the one casualty taken for Bleed. The AWP will stay in all the same. 6-4, minimum hit by the CT side.
Yeah, Bleed have got a higher HLTV world ranking than NIP does, and I'm sure that feels good to Hampers. I know there's been a lot of changes to that organization, but they are still, in quotations, a tier 1 team that play at tier 1 events.
In the same way that Fnatic are a tier 1 team, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you are right. But I don't call it that. Other people do.
Two to the good. Trying to extend to 4 at the turn of the half of the Bleed side. 4 on the border. Bates, Essential. Now Cypher immediately opening start. But with his own lurk out of Palace, he's now going to be known to be the only player on this side of the map. Farvan's going to press towards spawn and see absolutely nothing.
It's a good info play, but they need more off of it. They need to find some success with Jules themselves. Now, Circa's going to try and back up the connector position and at least scope in and watch out for that area.
Farvan has to get this kill. Cirque can strike. The M4 adjusted towards so quickly for Essential. And now Cirque may start to feel some pressure. He's leaning in for more contact out towards connector control. Teammates are nowhere near rotations. He's got to do this all on his own.
You've got to be wary about that player out towards Palace and Main and just moves the timing away. And they should be able to take this A bomb site pretty freely.
Taps on. Man's got to get away. Flashes against him, keeping him blinded. T-side players will continue facing around the corner. MPL flashed against. Kill found by Alex's hands. 4 on 2 for the bait squad. Vladim's going to try and start, as will happen. Spray does come together in the end against Head Trick, and damage will continue to come in for Alex. Damage to half HP. The sprays will continue bursting down for Vladimir, but he's unable to get the next kill that evens up the man advantage.
Happers has got an incendiary from CT, and if he can place it correctly, it could force one of these T-side players out in the open.
Flashbang instead. NPL faced in upon spray through. Damage is going to get done. Alex can get lined up. They know where 2 are. They line up for Vladimir instead. Last player. Footstep not heard. Essential gets away with the kill. Triple for him. Crispy adjustments that lead to 5 for bait.
Oh, that is risky for Essential. I can't believe he's gone that aggressive in the 3v1. The last player you want to give a clutch towards is someone like Vladimir, who's the best clutcher on Bleed. Rather than just falling back and playing A main and playing the time. Farfan's very unlucky. He'll look at that one and it will probably be a bit tilting because he's actually got himself in a really good off angle, and yet Essential was still somehow able to catch him.
Bleed. Leading by 1 Cirque. Inserts against NPL. The HG's down on Cypher's position in the sniper's nest. Does get him overwhelmed. The SMG damage done by Vlad, and the HG is just going to be evaded by Essential. 31 points of health for him. He has to escape in this 4-on-4. It's good to see that AWP insert itself. Circus currently the bottom fragger of Bleed.
It hasn't been in many positions where he can strike. Even that previous gun round out from CT, he's just eating flashes. Farfan once more making an aggressive info play. And they're going to work the AWP out to the B apartments.
Pressure Farvan clearing out Palace mid uncontested, so A could still be a target, and it seems to be the likely target here for bait.
Hampus might be able to catch off this lurk player of Essential. 31 points of health, could be an easy kill.
Utility put out towards that B bomb site. Apps, however, does not see any further action from the bait side. Vladimir was considering making a move in. Instead, Molotov start getting sent towards CT. He's left Sniper's Nest open, so Head Trick could find himself through the murder hole. The plant will be secured. And for Bleed, the retake is on.
Now, Farfan needs to catch a good timing here. He needs more distraction from his teammates rotating in to set up the Palace play.
Head Trick isn't moving an inch. So, gonna have to win this the hard way. Quick shot through the wall, doesn't connect. Farvan closes in the pincers, trying to look where the T-side players are at. Hampus out of position. Farvan does get caught off guard. Essential drops. Captain Kirker found another kill in the meantime. 3-on-2. Oh, the AWP doesn't connect it. Hampus needs to move. Ferg finally dealt with. Footsteps heard. Adjustments from Alex. Dealing with Head Trick all the same. 6 apiece as Bleed are standing at evens on the CT side.
And for bait, they can actually consider themselves quite fortunate that they get that scoreline at 6-6, because that was not an easy half for them at all. 3-1 at the start and then end up at evens. I would say both teams will be fairly happy with what they brought. Maybe Bleed looked at that and said we should have got more. With some of the ways they set themselves up in the rounds, they probably could have got 7-5, 8-4.
Or was 6-6 enough? The side is much more heavily rated for the Bleed camp in terms of the last 3 months, but this map has been very successful for them the last 3 times that they've played it. So if they find the success now against bait going into the T side, pistol All-important way forward of this. The USP of MPL struggles to get the opening duel. Hampus and Co can overwhelm as Cypher gets his kill involved in a round. Head trick down, 5 on 3, plant secured. That's easy.
There should be no chance here from Bait. Map control's been taken from A main and from jungle. This is a done deal.
They're going to try and prod regardless, but smokes down towards Connector will keep Alex suppressed. Captain Kirk needs to make a play. He gets his headshot in the end, but Hampus takes him down. Alex will get followed up upon from Connector. Essenthio on the site, 1 on 4. Diffuse tapped for a second time, trying to force out more fights in the open though. That's going to get you nowhere. Hampus with a triple, Vladden with the closer. Bleed back in the lead.
I've actually been very impressed by the individual performance of Essenthio out here on Mirage. He's been a guy that has been fairly underwhelming. He's actually struggled out here on Bait, and I imagine that it's only going to take more time to see more from him, just because this is his first ever pro team. Haven't seen that many games where he's led by example, but right now, 11 and 11, he was involved with some really key duels in that first half.
We know comparatively little about Essenthio, like on contrast to his teammates. Hampus, a lot more known about him, obviously, taking the opening kill on Head Trick and backed up by another lesser-known individual of Vladden.
I would actually say that he's probably one of the most unknown players in this entire competition.
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't disagree with that. Unknown what Bait can do to try and get round 14 together for the steal. They've already lost that first pick, and the stack towards the B site isn't moving. Utility will come down towards mid and Connector.
It reminds me a little bit, I was going to say, Jay, of Avid out on Alliance, where it's kind of like the new breath of the generation from the region up against some experienced guys that have played at the higher end of Tier 2. Unfortunately for this Force buy, with Hedrick falling early, it turns into a B gamble, and we can already tell this round is over.
And nothing Bait can do about that. Might just be best to hold on to these weapons into the full eco buy round in round number 15 and just have 3 SMGs basically for free in that context. Do some damage, build your money state into a rifle round of the next. It will allow Bleed, of course, to get to 8, maybe contested to deny their 9th, but all par for the course in the early portions of this half. Bait better recognize that and account for it when the true rifles come in. When that buy comes out, that is where anything can be decided.
And do you know what does excite me thinking about a team like Bleed is new organizations coming into the space. With the cancellation of partner leagues at the Tier 1 level, we're slowly, over this year and moving into next year, going to start seeing maybe previous orgs dip their toes back into CS, and guys like Bleed that are involved in other games for the very first time.
The very exciting time coming up in CS. Because, make no mistake about it, there are some Tier 1 teams that certainly will fall apart to the Tier 2 guys coming up right now.
A Big are already one of them.
Even Fnatic, I mean, in terms of the roster stances, I can't really look at those guys at the same level of experience that would be required to compete at the Tier 1 level.
I'd agree with that.
Tier 1 team by virtue of the partnerships alone. That will not apply in 2025. Bleed would love to make their stance known in 2024 and plant their flag ready for the open circuit. Is what they're doing right now in the rest circuit and all the other tournaments that they play online. Got a handful of very experienced individuals in this roster that can certainly bring the necessary framework into this squad.
I do wonder if the rest LAN could be their first one. I mean, we've got to expect them to qualify at this point with back-to-back grand finals and another deep playoff run on the cards here in the third event. Now, that's out in October, so could they maybe get a qualification elsewhere before then? We'll have to see.
Oh, no doubt that they'll be trying for one. Their first attempt was to go towards the major and then try their hands at some other Tier 2 events, but we digress at this point. Cypher and Vladden Want to get action going in server, and they will be successful in doing so. Just as successful as Headtrick with the 5-7 to take a couple picks back. They have dropped the bomb for it. His Galil gets involved for a triple now. Bates want to try and take the spotlight away from Bleed, and they damn near make it happen one-on-one. Alex just have to fight a single fight on Cirque, and he's running out of time.
And this has been an excellent round from Hetrick. Alex could even upgrade out to the AK, but thinks that the rotation has occurred from T-Spawn out to B. He'll be wrong.
Cirque's big-brained him. He's taking his sweet time with this, though. Alex holding down the bomb site. Cirque needs to make his move into the plant right now. He'll be able to secure it down at default. Smoke's involved just in case here. Swing in towards short. Cirque spotted, tagged up. Better weapon sits with the CT side.
Cirque's got to be able to slow play this. He's got a chance of going all the way back out to the murder hole and getting back in from jungle. Alex, does he tap or does he stick? He doesn't have a kit on his pouch.
Taps it. Cirque's called his bluff. Starts moving. Bursts through. No armor on the helmet here, so Cirque can get an easy spray headshot. Alex faces the corner, though, gets the casualty, and is unable to get the defuse, unfortunately. Make it an expensive round, at least for Bleed, but number 9 comes in for the T side.
Hetrick will be annoyed because he has had probably the most mental sequence of the day, and it's not rewarded with a round victory. If just somebody else could get one kill, there was 3 SMGs and upgraded pistols. There was enough of upgrades to be able to just edge it out. But no support came. It was just the Hetrick show.
How quick did that headshot came on the 4th man as well? Like, that was tick differentials. And you are right, that was a mental sequence for Hetrick. Quadra with a 5-7 and Galil combination. And it does set up for potentially a reset against Bleed, so Bait just now have to take the opportunities that they've been presented by the man himself and try and fly through with it. 9-6 on the board. This would lead to 10 and 11 if Bleed are able to get it. Bait could easily close the gap if they were to gain it instead. All sorts to consider. Early advantages will not be in the man advantages. HP down on Ascenthiel.
At the same time for Bleed, win this gun round and you pretty much win the map and probably close in single digits for the opposition. Bait, this is a must win. Very heavy outside of the apartments with the bomb for the T side. Had a bit of a contact in top mid from Hampus. And him himself is having a great game. 18 and 8. A lot of impactful kills for him in the first half and now transitioning into the second.
Slow walks into short. Cirque's not ready for the corner. They almost line up, and Hetrick eventually gets his double, again starting things off for his team. Now Bleed forced to act out of the apartments. Hetrick given another opportunity for another kill. He only gets the tag damage on Cypher. The orb is now in his hands. He looks to continue fighting. Only tagged Ascenthiel, eventually overwhelmed, but he got one kill on the way out. Cypher with a double now, swinging in with a triple, but hearing footsteps to left and right. He gets the kill on Captain Kirker. Triple for him found. And finally, Hetrick closes him down with 3 kills of his own. And Bleed lost one back to base.
And it's a very good effort there from Cypher because that round is basically over on the crunch in B when the short players fail. Hetrick with the tucked angle on the left-hand side gets 2 kills almost instantly, and you know from that point onwards, you can't really win the round. It's going to be so uncomfortable to even get the bomb down. So Cypher made it expensive and means that on the force back, he's actually going to be able to get an AK.
Heavy investments from Bleed, so Bait their chance to equalize the board. They found their breaking point. Cypher has been one of the top fraggers in this team thus far for Bleed. Will he make the biggest difference? With the automatic in his hands, he creeps towards underpass. Bait playing away from him.
If he gets an opening kill, that may just be able to get an M4 into one of his teammates' hands. Resmoke at bottom con, but Cypher's going to disrespect it. He's just going to start walking.
Long-range game being played by Bait, so Gotta get MPL first and foremost. Molotov's in, Cirque overwhelmed, Cypher gets back. The Molotov's burn at Captain Kirk, and the AWP known about. Ding down his head trick. Alex gets involved on Hampers, so 3-on-2 is still maintained. Essential pops with a murder hole. Cypher with that kill. Head trick burns back at the ticket booth. And Alex all the way back at the B bomb site. Indeed, Cypher has made the impact. Now Vladen has an AWP to work with.
A really poor communication there from Bait. They know that Cypher was around top con and stairs. You can't get a player rotating into the murder hole like that.
Alex moving. Vladen position now has baited the info he requires. Cypher will set up with the crossfire himself, hearing footsteps. No one's got the bomb planted for them. The AWP shot misses. He's going to get on it with a kit and all. Smoke involved. Alex! Oh my God, I can't believe it! Bleed had the steal and everything. But that may have been the worst post-plant positions you could take.
Oh, I don't know. They still should have got him. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know the bomb's not planted for them, but Cypher beats him to the defuse. All they need to do is just connect the bullets, and both of them whiff. The Tech 9 and the AK struggle to find the connection, and that's the reason why it falls. Cypher had, what, 6, 7 bullets with that AK, and it's not enough for the kill.
Ah, Bleed. Still could be around and sets them back massively. Bates, tactical taken. At least they got a couple of free rifles. 1-4 to the previous. The AWP passed off to the hands of Cirque. Farthen still rocking a deagle in this because Bait know.
It's even mental that Alex attempted that 1v2 once he got jiggled against the AWP at CT.
Made it work though. Broken economies for both sides. Another swing opportunity for Bleed to shut down this returning streak at the Bait side early on into it. For Bait to continue working up to evens and most likely to the advantage as well. The defaults are careful. The press specifically over at ramp for the CT side. You've got Cypher inserted behind stack in mid. And it goes quiet.
Both teams know that round 18 may just be the tell on who's going to win Mirage. It's a key opportunity. It was a key missed opportunity in the last for Bleed. And they'll know that we can't take this round lightly. Alex maintaining short and both window from ladder. Hampus is going to work connected with Cypher.
Molotov's out on short just in case. No responses of Bait. The AK ready for head trick. Spray through, doesn't quite catch all the damage on Captain Kirk. A response available.
They don't know that that bomb is outside of A ramp, and Hampus is actually going to get a boost into window. No one's watching for this, so this could actually be a playmaker round for Hampus.
Spray damage done towards MPL, tagged through the wood window. Hampus walking his way forward. MPL's back's turned, quick burst through, but Alex caught another kill to keep the man advantage at evens. Now it's Captain Kirk isolated, fighting onto Hampus. He overwhelms him, and that should be the bomb site taken.
And this might have to be a save call. This is a tough 2v3 to commit for Bait. Money is not ideal.
Swing forward, Alex still caught on a spray, facing right back into Hampus, who just held his nerve. Ascenthial now left alone to hold on to it from us, because there is no way he's winning this clutch. Does get Hampus at least. Go back for the AK or the M4. Molotov out though. He just doesn't have the time to work with.
And that is an overwhelming round from Hampus. He's done that so damn well. Very clean on the timing. You can even see the macro decision making. So they realize we've got a good timing and space creation out from window, and Cypher just spams enough, doesn't he? He's spamming towards that wood corner out in connector, and it's pulling attention from MPL, makes it a bit of a sitter kill from Hampus, and then just from that point onwards to keep fragging, to keep the pressure up.
Bleed deny the even stance of Bait. Hampus again, well placed on his frags. Credit to him for being the difference maker in the difference making round. Harsh reset against Bait. Again, swing available for the Bleed camp, and they took some casualties in that, so we'll see if Ascenthial, head trick, or MPL with the M4 and pistol upgrades can dish out any further damage, keep the economy low for the next rifle round, which is pretty much what Bait need to do. Counter reset Bleed in round 20. Cypher walking his way up to the bomb site, catching Captain Kirka. P250 back at the site itself. MPL seeing what he can do.
Just one kill would probably be enough in this scenario.
Gets away with 1.5 on Vladen. Should go for the safer plant soon enough here. They've got time to play with. They're just making sure that there's no CT threats. Head trick, meanwhile, has snuck forward towards the apartments, grabbed the M4 that was dropped by the hands of the AWPer. No Kevlar in play for either individual here. They're just hoping for an extension that offers up another kill back, but Bleed not opting to bite. We'll just get the plant in. Bait look for exits.
And while the scoreline is actually very close out here on Mirage J, I don't think Bait have played particularly well against Bleed. I actually think they've been outclassed in the majority of gun rounds. Remember the 2 rounds that they've won on the CT side. So first off, we had that really good 4K to shape up on the eco from Hetrick and A Main. We then had the next round where they're kind of in a position where the T side from Bleed are B splitting. They have the 2 players of Cirque and Hampus that falls to just the single M4. And then the round after that, Alex has to win a 1v2 and literally stick a 5-second stick. Those aren't easy rounds to work at all. So for Bleed, they'll look at this foundation and say that we've worked hard enough that we should close out Mirage, that we shouldn't allow Bait to have any kind of threat to the tail ends.
2 more to make it happen. They have 3 to make up on the contrary. This last rifle round available to them to try and keep this map held together. Bleed trying to take Bait's own map pick. Didn't get nearly close to doing that over on the semi-final matchup. AK involved for Hampus, unable to stabilize his spray, so Alex finds him first.
Yeah, Hampus Cypher put that smoke down towards top mid too late, so Hampus had to fight, had to get forced out in the open. Off angle from bench, no B rotators though for Bait.
Oh, they find a small angle of attack there for Cynthia. Farven caught next. Molly sent his general direction, gets ahead of the bench instead. Onto the bomb site. He might be hunting for even more out here. Incendiaries are thrown, the AWP watching, and Vladen drops off, bomb on his back. Head trick is caught, dink down, damage done over on short presence. The AWP get fought upon as the Sentinel does get involved. Vladen to fall, Cirque now feeling the pressure. Must be aware of how close that man could be. Gets a dink off against him. Cypher can strike back. AWP needs another good shot. Now Alex pressure from both sides. Cypher trying to protect his teammate, but can't quite get it in time. MPL comes in with support. Alex hugging the edge of the Molotov. Cypher still set into this clutch, has 40 seconds to work against them. They start swinging together, and he swings right into them. Bait maintain their lives.
I'm actually surprised that that was as close as it was. It seemed as if it was going to be almost a cancel immediately. Losing the opening pick in top mid, losing to the off angle out from bench. Cirque has got to deliver with close range for the NWP, and Cypher needs to come up involved with kills from short. Definitely a round that looked to be over a lot earlier than it was.
Timing on Cirque couldn't be any better. And even then, MPL, if he hadn't adjusted that spray, if he kept his eyes on looking for the swing out from the AWP, then perhaps that would have been a different story. Buybacker Bleed is looking shaky. 3 players with rifles, 2 players with pistols. Set piece seeming to set towards the A site.
They try and get the Palace dive involved. Captain Kirk just needs 1.
Engaging on the CT spawn player, Vladen crossing, Cypher does get caught. Captain Kirk with a double, triple, quadra frags. Hampus, Deagle answers back, and now has an M4 on his back, but needs to go pretty huge with his Deagle instead to fight on, taking Alex down, swapping out to the AK, trying to catch the next CT contact, but unawares of how close MPL was, how much breathing room they had closed down, and there's no bomb plant available for Bleed here. 10 to 11, Bates still trying to catch up.
And that is insane. I can't believe the captain gets 4 kills in Sandwich. That is so tough. Anytime you play Sandwich, you know you're going to get 1 for 1 most of the time. That was such a good entry out from Palace towards CT. If they got that 1 for 1 trade, that's probably Bleed closing the map.
More than likely, honestly.
Crazy rounds.
Even in deficit situations, they are still able to force out as much against the bait side as possible. 3 players fell in that previous round. You even saw how Cypher and Cirque in the round before were getting as much out of that one. Also, 2 players maintained their lives of the CT side. And now a hero AK comes in from Hampus. Initial insertion towards the apartments. Comparatively little damage done to Ascenthio. He's down at 67. Could be way worse, but Bleed. Another bomb out there. This is all just to play for kills.
And they're just searching off for this one. There's going to be a boost on the right-hand side. Ascenthio, if he goes aggressive, he's going to die.
Down he goes. Cypher sacrificing himself for the sake of that. Alex caught back double up for Hampus. His spray works well. Is he going to become a hero again for the Bleed side? They're going to have that rifle on Farvan's part. Bomb Plonk can get caught as Cirque caught diving out of that. Hampus fought upon MPL with a pick back. Farvan adjusting from the box. Double nearly found Hedrix. 1 point of health. The swing comes in from Captain Kirk, and now Vladen, he's got the M4 of his own right, but in amongst the smoke, the captain reads him. And Bait are once again so close to losing these rounds, but they are just getting them over the finish line.
I actually don't know how they're winning some of these rounds. Hedrick is on 1 point of health from Market. If there is just one stray bullet, it means Captain Kirka is alone coming through from the apartments. Very good effort from the hero investment, and probably should have been a steal. Hedrick, so low HP.
Bladen's going to be miffed about that. Completely blind spraying, and he knows that those small instances are making the difference. Yes, it was a hero rifle round, and he himself didn't have much to play with outside of that M4. But just the notion that if he went around the corner, if he held the front side of the wall, then maybe he could have protected himself.
And this all comes back to that 1v2 from Alex, of what the ramifications have had of that round. That was basically a sitter in the post plant.
I believe Bleed have certainly played the better map, but it's again that finishing element of Bait. Look at the frag counts for Hampus and Cypher, 25 and 22. No one is on even 20 for the Bait camp. Now, where's the extra oomph? Where's the winning play? Where's the winning element for Bleed?
You'd expect it to be Hampus. He's been so involved with some of the key frags. Cypher's been involved with the entries. Alex, out from ladder. Captain Kirker making an info play into Palace. Not extending though, just jiggling out on the wide ends.
Slow in the smokes. Stopping progression from the T side. Bleed continued their walks into mid. NPL and his M4 is watching from Khan. Minutes on the clock. They have been unable to force out the opening fight here. AK's lean as they start to make their way forward. Alex get forced out of the way. It's a beat split, whole and true. Ascenthio holding his nerve though. His head drinks all that strikes first and foremost. Blind sprays against Hampus. He gets that kill away. Alex and Cirque and MPL and Vladen go back and forth into a 2v2 retake.
Captain Kirker and Hedrick are still alive. These are the 2 guys that have been great in retaking scenarios.
Orb opens up the smoke with the HE, but can't see the man that crosses. Looks to the backside, Hampus hearing those footsteps, catching him with U2 in hand with a burst. Doesn't get the kill against him. Vladen turns away from the flash. He still turns up that kill. Captain Kirker falls. Hedrick's pistols pulled out, and it's a 1v1. The Orb thinking that Hampus is still close, but he's pulled him for a fast one. Repositioning to the short side of the site, getting the Orpa to drop, and taking Bleed to map point at last.
Oh, what a closing moment from the 2 players that used to play with one another, Hampus and Hedrick. Out on NIP, we're in a close range, 1v1 to the tail end there. That was so close with the trades. Both teams giving it all.
And look at the buy state for Bait. This is the impact of all those damaging rounds that Bleed were able to put up on their board. But 5-7 to close range, we saw what these can do. Captain Kirky gets overwhelmed in an instant by Cypher.
Hedrick to try and get the trade. Banging shot onto Cypher.
Is there any more out of it, though? Is the Eagle out in the open? Cirque seen. Hampus. Smoke's about to clear towards disconnected positions, so you're going to have to turn back attention towards the A-bomb site here. MPL is going to try and catch him. It's all case of timing. Headtrick's even involved in his position, so they're ready for it. Oh, the Deagle shot comes into the man advantage. Bleed whittled down.
And just when they started to reposition themselves out to T-Spawn, they now lack map control, and MPL is going aggressive with the AK down here at Underpass.
Timing couldn't be more perfect. Bait. Check position. Cirque full upon the spray does damage, but not the kill. Now it's Alex in a jail for Mars, waiting for backup to get out here. The Molotovs and flashes will start to get sent. Molotov hits the roof of the site itself, but in the back corner, Vladen still goes falling. Alex overwhelmed by Cirque in the end. Father with a double up, but he sprays through to Ascential to close out the map at 13-11. Perhaps some issues with closing, but ultimately they do close it out on map 1.
Well, that was entertaining. I really thoroughly enjoyed that one. For Bait, I felt for the most part of this map, they were out of their depth. But honestly, that last little round streak, that last few key rounds to the tail end, they actually started driving in a pretty good comeback to try and push it to overtime.
Yeah, they certainly did from the rounds perspective. And again, I think they had that little bit extra oomph from Bleed in that little streak that they got. But you have to consider exactly what Bleed were doing throughout the course of those rounds. Remember how much damage the hero AKs were getting, the 2vx scenarios and all the casualties that were taken with it. When it came crunch time in round 24, when they got that 12th, when they got that map point, Bait were completely broken because of how much more proficient Bleed were working in it. Yes, there might have been more oomph for the Bait squad, but there was more consistency for Bleed in my eyes.
And while we've seen a slightly different veto for both of these squads this time around, the result is still very similar with the map picks of extremely close and competitive scorelines.
Yeah, 13-11 on map 1, but the key difference is that it was a map taken by the Bait squad, won out by Bleed, and now we go to that Inferno, which was also won by Bleed in the last head-to-head. So will that repeat? What have Bait done to try and contest the 11-13 that they lost out in the semi-finals? I guess we'll all find that out after the break.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet. Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Well, how similar things worked out for map 1 of our best of 3 between Bleed and Bait there. 13-11 over on Mirage, which was the Bait map pick, but it went the way of Bleed. And now we move to much more familiar ground in Inferno, which also went 13-11 at the last time around in the semi-finals of the second series. So, Dwayne, what's the chances of repeating the exact same thing once again?
For Bait, I would say the chance is actually fairly decent that they can throw this to a third map decider. I just need to see more consistency from them and not just round victories off of massive amounts of X Factor. I mean, my mind is still kind of rolling back the 1v2 that Alex won, the huge 4K that Captain Kirker had with the M4 in Sandwich. And I think while those are impressive moments, that's not going to be enough to be able to take a map. That's not going to be able to have enough to have backing to send it to Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's characterized by the way that things played out in the end of that, in that second half of the map, right? Like in the second half of Mirage specifically, the idea that you've got those opportunities that give you a chance to bring the comeback, but again, all that damage that compounded from Bleed wore down the Bait economy, and then they found that reset, and then that was it, basically. We need more confidence out of them. We need them to hold their nerve, and Inferno obviously is the map that we've seen the most out of the Bleed side. It is the one we call as the best map in the pool for them. They've picked into it, as they rightfully probably should do. I know there have been some concerns when it comes to the wins that they've been having, but look, so far in the in the regional series, they've had that one result against the likes of DMS, which puts a lot of confidence back on their board to a certain capacity. Are not the best team in the world, obviously, but the idea that as well, the last time around it went to 13-11. It was still a close little affair. Now with confidence being restored in terms of the gameplay in my eyes from the part of Bleed, I feel like that things are still looking pretty proficient for them from this map.
Yeah, I can't pull anything from the DMS result. I mean, those guys are just nobodies, right? So for Bleed, they'll look at this and say, this is a very consistent map in the pool for us. It's the most picked that we have. So we had some threatening moments out there on Mirage. They probably should have closed a lot earlier. Even that hero AK round that Hampus had on map point looked as if it was going to be enough to get it over the line. So just some discussions about making it a bit easier for themselves and having a bit more of a cleaner performance than being stretched all the way to round 24.
Yeah, I feel like Bleed off the back of that Mirage want to try and certainly put some more confidence on their board of their own right. I mean, in terms of like the gameplay itself, I feel like it was the more confident game from them overall. There was a chance, I think, honestly, they could have closed it out a little bit earlier, to be honest. And with that nature involved, with the fact they're going into comfortability, if they get a positive start, if they could just hit the ground running, then that might be enough to tip it over the edge. But as you mentioned before, Bait have a lot of that X factor, which still could come into effect in this one. And a couple of good round steals is enough to turn it all back in your favor, as we just saw on map number 1.
And I'm really liking this battle between Hampus and Hetrick. I think both guys performed very well in that first map of Mirage, and knowing that you are ex-teammates, that you went to Pro League together, that you played at IEM Cologne, you played at a couple of Blaster groups as well, there's going to be that rivalry between the two of them to kind of be like, right, we've separated from NIP, but whose project is better? Whose project is more experienced? Maybe who's more successful? Because the head-to-heads that we're getting between these two squads is a really fun and entertaining best of 3.
Yeah, both players were top fraggers of their respective sides on map number 1, so it's a good comparison to make. I think the key thing to factor in is the fact that Hampus has that X factor as well as the consistency of the numbers game. He's also got a good backing in Cypher right behind him. Both players were able to out-frag the top of the board of the opposing force. So in my eyes, there's a little bit more around it for the Bleed side, but certainly an interesting dynamic when it comes to those two individuals, because I think that those were the guys that put the most impact for their teams.
Yeah, Hedrick would have felt underwhelmed again that he wasn't able to win that round with the 4K and A main, and I'm sure as an overall picture from Bait, this has got to be looked at as a really good positive. Not just that you're here and you're fighting in the tier 2 atmosphere, but the fact that you are legitimately in back-to-back head-to-heads against Bleed, giving them a proper run for their money for a brand new roster that's only recently signed a Senthiel, only recently got Hetrick. You've got Alex that's not even a permanent fixture of the team. The outlook for Bait looks extremely positive.
Indeed it does, and that makes me excited that we could get back to the bait of old, if you will, right?
Sure.
The one that went towards the RMRs in Paris and were able to insert themselves as a top-end Tier 2 team. So it's still got a little bit of journey to get there. Certainly a victory above Bleed would be enough to at least put themselves in the conversation. But look, the outset is still fantastic for the bait side regardless. And as you mentioned before, I feel like they're still going to make it out of Group B regardless of how this result comes down. But they've already shown that they've got that punch through them. Can they punch out Bleed and take us to a third? Can they try and edge out the winners series in Group B? Let's find out with the pistol of Inferno.
There's such a difference in how frequently this map gets played in the last 3 months. 7 maps for bait and 21 for Bleed.
Julie's on MPL and Alex. Smokes and flashes into that A bomb site attempt. Hard stack over at the B bomb site for the bait defense. So only really Captain Kirker to try and dish out the damages. USP stands alone, fights on, takes several contact players, unable to get any of the headshots as Hammers overwhelms them in an instant. The round already might be won by Bleed.
It's surprising that Captain Kirker only posted 18 kills on Mirage, because it felt as if he had some serious high-impact rounds. I'd love to see him get involved in this Inferno map. Unfortunately, you've got a B stack, and Bleed have got in for a quicker A-Wrap, straight away with the util over the top from Long and denying Captain Kirker even a 1-for-1 trade. There's nothing else in the round.
Hold the Kevlar for the next round, potential force buy. If not, the Julie's into a bonus eco, and then not even bother with the force investment at all. Could be an option for them. Regardless, the pistol will go the way of Bleed, and to carry on the conversation of Captain Kirker there, just to call back to how he did on that Inferno during the semi-finals. Bottom of the board for his team on the rating counts, so perhaps that might be something to watch out for here.
It definitely could be.
Ooh, wow. Okay. I wasn't expecting that from 1xBet. A lot of favoritism towards the Bleed side, despite efforts that Bait posted up, so if you think they're wrong, then go ahead and prove them wrong. 1xResEU on the 1xBet website for a bonus 130% on your first deposit. Bait will certainly be spending their money here. Force invest for round 2 will come into effect.
And we've seen a lot of successful forces in that last best of 3 series with the Attacks lads. Giving a good run for the money for Passion. But it ended up being quite one-sided in the map victories. So kind of weigh up what the Ukrainian squads could be. We'd like to see a bit of a rivalry between Bait and Passion UA. Could one of the two at least make the playoffs? I would say that Bait have got a very high likelihood of making the playoffs. Passion UA, I would say, are a more limited chance.
Well, both teams may end up in the decider matches for the group. Depends on if Bait can turn this situation around from here on out. Upgrades still involved with this and the pistol apartments for the players that saved them in. The SMGs and the FAMASs will now take center stage though. Vladden's back 10 takes center of sight, and Sentiel's going to get caught off guard for it. Captain Kirker is good for the response.
Spams up towards Coffins are just denying much ability from the CTs. Hetrick's got to wait for that smoke to clear before he can strike with a contact with that FAMAS.
Plant secured, retake. Trying to get set up here by the CT side, but Captain Kirk gets mowed down by Cirque. Instant headshot gain. 3 HP for the man. Cypher also known to the back, but his spray blinded against NPL is going to dish out some more damage. And without a kit, they're running out of time here, Bait, so they know. Save their weapons. Concede it all the way to the Bleed squad. Decent damage was done to the HP, but nothing that will catch him in the bomb blast, so they'll get away. That 1 kill against Vladden, only dropping the MAC 10 to the CT forces, and the force buy going awry for Bait.
I actually do think with these map changes for Bleed that it's probably a positive outlook for them. I didn't rate their overpass. I thought it was one of their weaker maps in the pool, even though they got quite a few wins on it. International squad, higher end of tier 2. I'm sure they'd be keen to get some D2 in their map pool. all about the teams and how quickly they want to introduce it. Because I would say with the majority of the field here in Res, they're playing in a lot of other tournaments. They're playing in CCT, they're playing in Alyssa, they're playing in Yellow Compass, and all other tournaments don't have Dust 2. So it's very difficult to start scrimming it and to start adding it to the map pool when you're still playing Overpass in other tournaments.
And that will change with time. But for the here and now, you are right. Lead. I have to deal with the basics of the base squad again, holding on to the 3 FAMASes. So we'll be seeing the key weapons of the previous round, the key rifles of the previous round involved for bait. No major investment in this round though, so it's just a case of whether or not they can catch players off. Walk forward over at Banana and Bracket, seeing nothing right now for the T's.
It could be quite difficult if they NB, just because of the amount of re-smokes that are down there at CT spawn. A smoke off Arch for Hampus, Essential could swing on the contact with the FAMAS.
USP in his hands though, Farven has both those kills onto him and Hedrick. Hampus did fall back in return, so advantage still taken by the Bleed side, only by a margin of 1 though. Taps on Cypher, tagging him up quite heavily. And the third FAMAS also involved out of the apartments, bursting through. MPL make a swing up. Alex catching his casualty as well. Vladen with a pick to return to the mat 10, 2 versus 2. Bleed will have to make the move in soon because Captain Kirker is on the way. Alex going to get pressured out into the open by the Molotov. Vladen swinging with a spray, still unable to get that kill. Finally, Farven able to strike, but Captain Kirker has picked up a FAMAS, turning into 1 versus 1. Vladen such low HP, and the mat 10 at range can't seem to get the damage output here. Plant tapped, forcing Captain into the open, sprayed back. Vladen will just keep the round held together.
And honestly, Jay, when I've looked at Tier 2 in previous years, I always named Rainwaker as the best clutcher in Tier 2. No one even came close. But over the last couple of months, I'm actually now starting to feel that Vladen may well be the best clutcher in Tier 2. He is incredible in 1vx scenarios, and his success rate is so unbelievably high on Bleeds.
I'm honestly stunned he got that clutch together. That was mental. Three kills to his tally, but for bait, I don't think they can be too fussed with that. 3 FAMAS safe in the previous force buy. It was an eco that leads to a gun round, and the damage output certainly is there. So once again, trying to look for an early reset.
And try and put some emphasis a lot quicker into brackets.
And they're just mowed down by Hedrick and Alex. Cirksorp can clap back onto one of those individuals. The counter HGs of NPL out at long as Alex rather gets overwhelmed by Vladen out of the apartments. He's tagged extremely low, as is Cirk here, 2v3.
Yeah, not an easy round to work at all. Cirk can re-smoke off towards long. Essential on the other side, same for NPL. Backstab from Captain Kirker as he's pressed Banana.
Bombs picked up in the meantime, so Bleed will get the cash bonus out of it. Watch for that gap in the smoke. Vladen backing away from Apps, not swung upon from short in time. The Molotov of Cirk driving away from short, unawares of how close they really are. Now Vladen's got the impossible 1v3, isolating that first fight. The second one out in the open is never going to go well for him, not with that HP differential. And Bates will find their first.
And there we go. It comes into just a change of pace there from Bleed. It's been fairly slow from the outtake. They go into an explosion to brackets, and immediately the crossfire is in favor of Bates. So the first round comes in, but it's now about whether they can follow up.
Damage will still be affecting the Bleed rebuy though, so Bait with a key opportunity to really swing things to their favor, as you mentioned, with the follow-up. Only the 3 rifles for Hampus, Cirk, and Farven. Vladen and Cypher taking Mac 10s and Tech 9s. Cypher yet to start in this matchup. HGs are standard to go on to the CT forces. Bleed leaving Banana pretty much entirely.
Now Alex with a pixel angle. As soon as he spots anything on the jiggle or even a contact, he can just drop the smoke immediately. Vladen is going to be very close to trying to charge against him, though.
That info also catches rotates of the CT side. Senthiel joining a 3-man unit on the A site, a 4th man even on the way as they have full dominion over Banana and Hedrick's angle. The AWP Bleed making their way in quick.
It looked to be the app spot, but because of the smoke and the incendiary, they actually cancel. They maintain brackets. Bait have not made an info play. They've kept 4 towards A, but there's not a lot of movement from them.
No info that Bleed can play with. They're running into the trap and they don't know it. Incendiaries over the arches or block off the wraparound potential. Cypher's going to try and extend against that man regardless. Captain Kirker might get flanked here. Smokes against Tech9. Tap to the back of the head and that will send them right into the B site. The AWP now going to play double duty here. Vlad's going to lurk out towards top mid. Hedrick has had some impressive moments over the course of this series and he gets the kill back on Cypher. Now opposition closing in against him. Mac 10 jump phasing, just forcing Hedrick to try and make a mistake, but he doesn't do so. Bomb site compromised. Plant needs to be secured and Cirque picks it back to a 3 versus 3, or does he? Essential back in with a kill wrap back over towards Banana. Hampers struggling with his pick now. Cirque's got it all to do. 1 versus 3, isolating a pick, but no more than that.
And that's actually crazy that the NWP does not get baited. So all Vladden's trying to do out there from Banana is allow that AWP to fire and then trade it instantly. He tries to jiggle, he tries to jump face, he does everything and it just doesn't happen. The AWP does not get baited. That is a lovely round from Hedrick. He's playing seriously well.
A Bleed. Find a way to mitigate that man and the rest of the buy that's coming in now for the CT side. Bait got exactly what they wanted. The damage done, the reset opportunity, the force buy to follow up on the second. Hero AKs on Cirque and Cypher now for Bleed. They're getting a bit desperate in the early portions of the matchup. These hero weapons have done decent impact in the past. The HE sailing right past one of them. Cypher pressing. Got util of Captain Kirker. Dry face. AK better check these sandbags. Better do so. No. Quick burst to the head. Easy pick.
Yeah, all that investment gone. Not in a recovery ball state, and even if anyone else picked it up, the lack of armor just means the aim punch is going to be ridiculous. Cirque. He's got the other one. He's going to get boosted up on the logs.
He does catch Captain Kirker back. Essential removing that AK from position. Ampus going to lead the T side into contact over at Banana. Second player joins the B side defense. It's still a 4-on-4.
Now, Senthiel does not have util to kind of pummel that is going to cancel the hit. It's only Hedrick that could do so, but he's got the scope in.
They found that second AK for Bleed, and they're just going to back away with it. 3 flashes, 1 smoke. Apps pop may have to be the play. Cirque and Vladden are going to pull distraction over to that B bomb site. No util for either man, just peek for the boost. AK to look for them. AWP of Hedrick ready to receive. Both players with the Kevlar down and out of the round. It's now down to the aim punch players to try and get these AKs to have effect, and it's just not going to happen for Farv and Hampus. At least able to double stack and get the trade, grab the AK, get the bomb towards the bomb site, but 10 seconds, Siege goes down. Vladden, an impossible clutch to win. As great as he is, it's not to be. It's 3 apiece in the first quarter.
Yeah, Bleed actually played that 4v4 quite nicely. They just give themselves enough where maybe if Cirque gets a kill, it's going to force enough of an over-rotation. They protect themselves behind the wall and give a lack of presence out there in brackets. So decently done for damage, but just not maximizing the potential. 3-3. Now, I look at the outset here from Bleed and say if they get 5 to 6 T rounds, that should be enough to close it in. That should be enough to allow this to go in 2-0 fashion for them.
Even stances for now, and the broken buy to follow up from the 2 hero weapons they took in the previous. Vladden, Mac 10 alongside Cypher, baiting out the AWP, rushing down Alex. Oh, a no-scope for Hedrick is sick, but it's not enough to get more than the 1 trade. MPL is alone on this A bomb site. Backup will start to rotate, and the prod of the AK has revealed his exact position. Farman's just going to wait for him to overextend, and if not, they'll just rush him down. Smokes towards Moto will now start to set things up for the Bleed execution.
And they could even spam him out towards his default box. MPL needs help, and Farfan gets 1.
MPL responds back to him, though. Does he expect any more out of the apartments? He does do now. Hampus drops in, damage done. Ascenthiel with a pick, a double, not quite secured against Hampus, who pops his head up for the headshot. And Bleed hold the lead.
And just when Bleed, for a moment, feel like they might be not giving the game away, but allowing an opportunity for a round streak to turn into a lead, they just answer so quickly. Really good trades. NPL only gets away with one, and then Ascenthiel just gets overwhelmed completely. And there is not a lot of cash. The money is super tight for Bay.
Again, Bleed doing all they can to wear down the economy state. And that's precisely what they've done. Just like it was a Mirage, it will be the same for Inferno. And now their chance to punish that damage and put Bait on a true and defined back foot. MPL up first, Farven dealt with.
Hampus out from brackets, might want to try and find that response, but Alex just is in a scenario where he's trying to recover like at least the aggressive approach, but I don't know, trying to get that extra weapon, it actually cost them.
MPL, quick scope as Cirque was ready for him. Wasn't scoped in, didn't need to be. His reactions quick enough. Advantage now definitively for Bleed. Headtrick is trying to hunt for a pick back at brackets. His teammates are also closing in a banana to hopefully converge upon the T-side. Hampus, util in his hands for a moment, but switched back to the AK at the right moment. Headtrick did his damage, but got killed off. Bomb now making his way in from the apartments. Captain Kirka undiscovered as of yet. Swing of the SMG, Vladen overwhelms. 1-on-4 for Ascenthiel.
And it must be such a good feeling from an in-game leader that you can play at the tier 1 level where you're going up against the gods of the world, right? Your donks, your Zywus, your devices, and yet you can come down to tier 2 and you can start farming. You can just have individually some really good games. Hampus has constantly pressed the issue as being one of the strongest riflers on this Bleed side.
And truly what we call a fragging IGL. Brilliant stuff from him. Posting up the numbers as Bleed post up the rounds. 5 on the T side board, beginning to pull ahead on this T side line. 1 to hit minimums at the turn of the half, and well, best case scenario still sits at 9-3 for them. They'll make some decent progress towards that because, again, the economy is still not great for Bay.
Yeah, even Vladen trying to press that he's one of the best players in Serbia right now. I know his ex-organization of iNation, where he made a name for himself. They've just actually created a new roster. It's a Serbian core with Emmy, Collins, and Dragon, and a couple of the North Macedonian players of Aidkit and Zikos that we've seen in the Tier 2 scene. So nice to see iNation's name back involved.
It's kind of a curious background for him, considering how well he was able to do after he left that team. Obviously, the stand-in scenarios for the likes of Ents at the CAC really caught everyone's eyes, of course. Ascenthiel catching Hampus's head in the early portions of this round. Hero rifle engaged at the second pick. Cirque forced to respond, but once again, a big moment from an individual working up an advantage for Bleed. Will it continue down that route? The Orc about to get pressure by the CT side. Headtrick's got the AK back in his hands, and Bleed are down by a man.
I don't know how workable this eco really is. So Cirque can tell that they've taken both of the rifles at top banana, and they're in a scenario where, yes, you've got upgrades, it's the lack of armor. That's the thing that really gets me in this round.
And all you got to do is get the headshot quicker. And if you do that, that's the small margin that makes the difference, but you have to have the accuracy of a god to do so. Another AK also there in banana. They want to try to see if they can get rid of it. Orp even passed out by Cirque. He wants the automatic weapon for this one.
And they've got only a single molly to the bomb site directly, so that's going to have to go out towards First Orange's Nubox or Dark.
Smokes towards Coffins and Cross will come through. It'll be Nubox to get Molotov away by Headtrick. He's one of the AKs in play. Pistol of NPL outside of the bomb site, back at Cross, 16 seconds. Flashes come forward, Headtrick spam down to low HP. Vladen takes some tag damage, but one good kill at the right moment will be more than enough for Bait here. And Captain Kirka tries to hold his nerve. Farther and Cirque, 2v2, bomb plant, secured. NPL cannot deny it while blinded. He had to try, but he doesn't make it work.
They might as well still attempt as far as this as they can go. Unfortunately, Alex is trying to look for that rifle in Banana and it's gone.
MPL faced upon by both. Cirque and Father timing it well. Casualty taken. USP does get a headshot back on Father. 1 versus 1 against Cirque, but not quite as similarly good with the Dinks. Decent damage done there by Bait. You mentioned it being the eco, so hats off to them on that respect, but money is still very good for Bleed. They will rebuy without many issues. 6-3 on the board as well, so Bait can no longer win the half.
And we could very easily see this rematch once more in the playoffs. And just knowing that it should be first and second in the group being rewarded to Bleed and Bay. I'd love to see that in a single elim bracket like we saw in the last tournament.
Very plausible position to be at. Cirque shots on the Captain Kirker. His HE is combining with a Senthiel to get Cypher from beyond the grave, though. So not exactly a clean opening advantage for Bleed. Responded to an HP advantage for the CT side. Vladin caught on timing as well. In from the boiler peak of MPL. And Bait now up by a man.
Bait need to get a little bit more out of this, though. You've got a slow walk contact from the apartments and doubling up. MPO and Alex are extremely close to one another.
Start to spread out. Hold the pit crossfire. MPL starts making his moves. Alex gets challenged by Hampus. Head tricks quick and close to the bomb site. Now to provide support to MPL. They've evened up the man advantage to 3-on-3. But again, those HP bars of Bleed do not look pretty. The HE, in fact, will catch Cirque to prove the point.
There's still misdirection on where the other couple of guys can be. Farfan with the bomb from short, timing his head tricks, overextending long.
Sees him, sprays him, does damage. Farfan re-peaks to get the kill back, and Hampus is not surviving the swing of MPL. So Bates works slow, but work well.
Yeah, Cypher's actually having a pretty quiet performance on the T side of Inferno. A guy that's a space creator. The entry fragger is the highest rated player for Bleed in the last 3 months on this map. Being punished from Bates. Bleed, their economy now in not a strong position.
Damage is very much heavy onto both sides over this series. Bleed will suffer as a result of that for now. Fortunately, the one guy that had the AKD seed, so obviously we'll have a stop call being taken there. Vladin be required to any success in this round, of course. The Bait squad should be able to hold confidence over them. Again, it's a case of how much damage Bleed can do and if they can try and force one back against in the last round of the half. They certainly would love a 7-4, I'll give you that.
And just the outset kind of looks here for Bleed is win this game, try and see if you can get yourself into another deep playoff position, give yourself a good seeding. Could we see a Nemega versus Bleed grand final? I mean, it would be nice to see it once more. It'd be great to see a rematch. We've got a lot of top-end teams that have come from the last tournament that have come here to the third. Zero Tenacity being one of them, Sangle another, Mouse and XT, Nemega, Bleed and Bait. Teams that I would say there's a few that might be able to contest at least the grand final. Not contest the win, but contest the grand final.
Wonder if there's any other surprises involved in those. Bleed. May surprise the Bait side. Still got a couple of weapons dropped, I assume, from Vladin's part of things, given how much money he had. 3 rifles to work with in this round. He is chief among them. Can he force out an entry? Can he force out an opening advantage? He certainly would love to. Bait, however, recognizing the danger of the force buy, not going to opt to play too aggressive. I say that, and Banana will be taken by them. But behind those smokes, they don't see anything.
Well, they know the buy is weak because of the lack of utility. Cypher might be able to catch Captain Kirker if he aggresses through this smoke.
Spotted, Tech9 taps away at the headshot, M4 again, and perhaps Bait could be the architects of their own downfall here.
Now that seems wild to make that play without even a flash. Legitimately no utility. Captain Kirka, boneheaded play, allows an opening man advantage for Bleeds.
Smoke on it long, Ascential's going to try to beat him to it. AK swinging, flashback sent, Vlad trades it back. Ascential strikes back to 2 though. 3 on 2 taken, he dives right out of the way. M4 of Alex forced to fight on Cirque. Even stance once again taken, backstabs closing in. A site itself is going to get taken because they've read the exact positions of where Bait are holding from. Retake will be on.
Now Cypher looking to try and take this duel against Long. AWP strikes, and now it's a 1v1. AWPers up against one another.
But both with automatic weapons. AK slightly better for the CT side. Cirque challenging him though. Gets the headshot he requires and brings the half in for Bleed.
I actually really feel for Ascential in that round. He's had a unreal moment to get 3 kills out there from Long while distractions being pulled. He's played, I actually reckon, the best of 3 that I've seen from him so far. And this has been a guy, once more, Jay, that hasn't delivered to the same account as a Captain Kirka, as maybe a hat-trick. So to see him putting up this sort of individual performance against one of our very best in Tier 2, that's impressed me.
Ascential catching the opening. Cirque is very fast to respond towards him as he tries to have another massive moment, but is unsuccessful in that regard. 4 on 4. And they stall.
Cirque is hoping to catch a spam on another one of those aggressive maneuvers in from mid. NPL could get flashed into brackets once more from hat-trick. Bleeds. They know. Stretch this to an 8-4 and it's a done deal. You get to that kind of scoreline on T side, there might be a bit of threat, but you are going to win.
Bleed. Just taking their time with this. No need to rush. Until he sent down the smokes towards Coffins and Cross. The press forward of Bait gonna try closing the pincers against them. They'll pick up the pace. They have a reason to play fast in this, but I think they'll miss their marker. Captain Kirk are gonna miss any chance and any vision of the T side. Father now sees what's going on. 3 on 3. Plant will need to be prioritized here. All elements from Banana, and Bleed will set up for that.
They try and come in very quickly from Banana. You've got a lot of riflers that are still pinning the info. They try to tap that bomb to draw the fights.
Flashbangs forward, the kills start coming in for Hedrick. 2 kills, 4 in Vladen. That adjustment catches his 2 and holds the round together for Bleed. 8-4 for the T side.
And again, you might look at the score lines of the previous head-to-head and now compare them to this one, Jay, and say, well, map 1 was very close. I still have not had that same vibe from Bait of the real threatening team. Again, you reflect back to what happened in the last tournament in the playoffs. It was a 9-4 scoreline out on Anubis where it was an anti-force buy round. If that gets won, Anubis is probably 13-5, 13-6, that kind of scoreline. Out on Inferno, it was a lead for Bait of 10-5. They had many opportunities to close that game down. It feels here on Mirage and Inferno today that they've always been on the back foot, that they're always trying to come back.
Yeah, certainly Bleed are looking far better in this matchup than the previous one. And the notion that they're after their CT side with a 4-round advantage. It was on the CT half where they took the majority of their rounds in that semi-final on Inferno. And they played from the deficit, they still won it. Now the pistol round of the second half will ensue. Smokes come back to counteract the initial prod to the base side. They look to go ahead of it anyway, and Cypher is going to get overwhelmed. Farben's USP takes one back with P250 support and walk contact out. Oh my god, Bait have pulled a fast one on them.
Yeah, Sentinel getting close towards that spam in from CT. They are going to know pretty quickly to start the rotation back over. This actually might not be possible for Bleeds.
Farben calling in the position. Dead PL aggressed already, however. Vladen's Julies here going to get fought upon very nicely down to the headshot. Alex now held back in the corner. Hampus caught back for it. Farven's one responsive is not going to be enough. Bait, an unorthodox strategy, but it is going to work out for them. They take an all-important pistol on Inferno.
It helps that they dealt with Cypher, doesn't it? That one player out from CT who smoked the cross, who just tried to jiggle out and stall that crossfire between him and Farfen. If they didn't drop Cypher, they might not have been able to sell it. They might not have been able to pull those over rotations.
Not even Cirque stays alive. Up to 5 for Bait, Bleed. Pretty miffed at that because they played it pretty much to perfection if it was any standard strategy.
Something to add as well, Jay, is that they won that round due to explosion before the kills, so they actually get a little bit more of the round bonus.
Cash in hand. Buys up on the T side. Bleed, the same cannot be said. Hard stack in at B. And we'll just hope that Bait run right into the trap.
Gonna try and make it somewhat expensive. 1 or 2 kills would be nice.
If that does come through. Damage done towards Head Trick. Initial prods of the pistol players doing enough work. Lay down the HP bars. Captain Kirker does see the double stacking. They recognize now it has to be a B stack.
Start getting those rotations off quickly from both the T-side perspective, but also from Bleed out from spawn. Not to say that this round is workable, because it certainly isn't, but it could be on for at least another pick.
Oh, MPL caught off guard by Hampus. Cypher around the corner of his Mac 10 turns it into a kill of his own. Alex struggling to deal with Vlad, and the accuracy of the bullets not exactly there. They overwhelm Alex. No. His spray continues to compound the damage with the Sentinel support. The plant can be secured. Cirque itching just for this one more frag, just to isolate Head Trick if possible and get the damage his teammates had already done to him. He's very far away from contact, though. Alex will be the next best bet. Trying to spot Cirque. Check position against the man. USP doesn't get away with any more than just the 2 casualties, so... Bleed, good effort, not to be. Let's go to the guns.
Even for Cypher, one of those kills came from the Mac 10 that got dropped, so that's an extra $600 of the kill bonus. That allows him to have extra pieces of utility. All the small differences can make quite a big impact when we're talking about the money situation.
Allows that little bit extra for the Bleed side. Bring in their guns, the utility will be limited, but less so thanks to the Cash of Cypher. We can afford the incendiary as well as the smoke. M4s across the board, although Vladan actually does opt to go back to an SMG with a little bit extra util, so...
Well, here's the apps player. Got to remember, right? He's going to be playing close range angles. He's going to be being in apartments, on the balcony, down there at Big Pit. So prioritize the util over the weaponry.
He's backed up by 2 other teammates. Peek towards mid very early on in this. Sprays of the AK of MPL revealing himself in the corner, and he pushed himself back there so Cirque could eventually find that kill. HE's down on Captain Kirker, but they go towards the left. He's over to the right. Jump face. Cypher did spot him. Tanks a nade to the face. The AK starts swinging. Farvan's there to protect his teammate.
2 kills within the first 25 seconds of the round, and for Bait, they need this round. They need it for survival, and they've given away freebies. The traces of the kill was easy for Cirque, and then out there at Banana, it's an aggressive duel from Captain Kirker alone. No util and no teammate to peek.
Campus. Contact gives himself up to Alex now. Cirque has to play outside at CT. Vladan's SMG at range. The M4 is going to come in at the right moment. Vladan drawing attention towards himself. Essential has a good back turn. Vladan now could get pressured. Cirque pops out. SMG finds the kill through the gap of the broken wall. Alex seeing the jump faces. Vladan pulling him for a loop and still wins the fights. Who needs a rifle when you've got MP9s?
And Cirque has actually been a rifler, Jay, that has kind of gone under the radar on Inferno, and probably because he hasn't had the AWP in his hands that frequently. They don't utilize the AWP that frequently on T-side. We'll see it a little bit more in the second half. But he is 17-9 and was involved in some really good clutch situations too.
Giving him all sorts of praise for the incredible showings that he's had in the last week or two. Cirque that we all loved. Back in server for the Bleed side. Cypher Most for Essential first and foremost, the AK in his hands, just easy pickings. M4's the crossfire towards brackets. Alex about to take face. Both players playing pretty passive in this one. Cirque pointing out ahead. Hamper's going to have to get aggressive. There's a player also on top of quad. They're struggling a bit in the first contact, but in the end, Vladen gets his 3K very nicely and efficiently held together. Beta just wiped out.
I don't think we'll ever know the true reason of what happened to Cirque and Breeze on EG. I mean, both of those guys were incredible on NRG, and both of those players had underwhelming back-to-back years of legitimately no success individually and as for a team. So it's nice to see Cirque coming back home to Europe and being able to get a second chance and being able to prove that he's still got it at the highest level.
And he's the man that has won top-tier trophies. Make no mistake about it. Not the most decorated trophy cabinet, but certainly a man that's hunting for another handful. Farvin with a triple in that round, holding it all together for the CT side. Dealing with the eco rush of the bait camp. Now the guns will return from the tees here. And they have this one final buyback against Bleed to try and equalize here. Very similar situation to what Mirage had as well.
Now, Captain Kirker, I wonder if it's a stylistic thing, Jay. Our go-to star player has struggled in back-to-back head-to-heads against Bleed. He's just been quiet, been punished.
Galil in this one. Farvin again with the HE stacks alongside Cypher, catching the captain. Casualty. And still only on the single-digit frag counts for this side. Considering they're down by the margins, they need more out of guys like him. Guys across the entire T-side board. Flash against the AWP. Sug does not connect his kill. He's going to double dip though. Count flash to the CT side, and MPL's dead. Player in apartments could try and act out. Galil again gets absolutely nothing out of it.
Cirque is still looking in for another. Does get baited, so it's Vladen and Hampus on the side directly now.
Spray through, half HP down on Alex. Vladen's finally going to get overwhelmed. Cypher's still on the bomb site. Headtrick got one more pick out of it, but Cypher's 2K now leaves it all onto Farvin. One-on-one against Essential.
That bomb going to go down. Does he expect the wrap so quickly? He's pretty much already going to be in shorts.
Smoke flash for Farvin, smoke for Essential, watching the position, dived out of the way, up towards Graveyard. Oh, this is all timing. It's positioning as well. As Farvin's caught in the open, Essential will keep bait in the game.
A Hetrick very involved in the mid-round trades, but Essential the one that closes it out. And for Bleed, that was probably the ticket, right? To close 13-7, give bait a very uncomfortable round to close out in 19. So there's survival for a minute, not for too long.
Still a better buy for Bleed. HE's down on Hampus. He's hearing footsteps coming in from second mid. Cirque still got the util pulled out, and Alex is going to punish him for it. Hampus now, so many players out of this position. He only gets the one frag. Alex and Essential overwhelm everyone. And bait insert some confidence.
Just beaten by pace is legitimately what happened there in that round. You mentioned Cirque still with the utility, trying to back away, but timing off. Hampus needed a bit of a multi. Vladen, the big site anchor that was out there to the short angle, he just gets overwhelmed, can't find anything. Bates with probably the quickest round of just pure acceleration that we've seen all Inferno. We haven't really seen that many rushes, haven't seen faster maneuvers. That is just a pure explosion in brackets.
And the slow start wasn't working out for them, so switch it up. Fifth gear, hammer down, and just make mincemeat out of Bleed in that A bomb site. Loss bonus really starting to hamper here on the Bleed camp, so these two weapons will at least be some sort of firepower around. A lesser buy though, probably not even a buy at all.
Now Bleed need to look at the scenario and to protect themselves, so I agree with you. Now, Vladen's the A player, and Farfin's the B player. Oh, I should say Cypher is on B as well, actually, excuse me. So both of those rifles, I wonder if they try and mind game it. Because from the perspective of bait, they'll know who survived. do you get both Farfan and Cypher to move to A? Do you maybe set them up on a bit of a crossfire in the apartment? Sometimes you do that on a CT side just to have a little bit of deception on where those rifles actually are.
Let's see what the setup looks like. 3 rounds that are good on Bleed right now. Bait. To face each rifle on each bomb site, there is no fancy plays involved. We'll see Cypher still trying to look for the entry over at Banana itself. His aggressive stance. Alex facing Vladen and Farvan. Flash sent. Both players down.
Yeah, excellent flash there for MPL. Hampus to try and work out with the USP. Just gets nothing. Overwhelmed straight away.
Cirque's going to get isolated soon enough as well. Bomb will commit towards the A bomb site. Smoked against Cirque. Adjusted towards all 5 alive. 11-9. Bleed still hold the lead, but for how much longer? Bait are catching up on them just like they were doing over on Mirage Leg.
Indeed. Holding off right at the tail end. Bleed, though, they know that they're the experienced team to close. They know that they've got the rounds to work with. Cirque on the AWP, Cypher down to the MP9. Yeah, there are limitations to the buy. Only 1 kit in play, too.
Out on Cypher if he needs it. Hopefully Bleed will just hold the defensive itself, though. Bait. Back to the passiveness, back to the careful default styles. Incendiary's on, smokes up, Cypher pressing, counter Molotovs. Keep the aggression from Bleed at bay for now, but only for now. Flash sent, Cypher is not blinded. Captain Kirk is dead in an instant.
Yeah, once more, Captain Kirk is just giving way too many opening deaths away in Banana. Just always getting punished. The Cirque out with the AWP, off angle from Haykart.
He himself going back to passive. CT start the walkout over at Banana. 3 players out there are going to have to converge on the A site soon enough. Head tricks Orb leaning into Cirque, who gets the 5-on-3.
A perfect start to the round, and Cypher's even got the backstab. So the A players just need to stall for time and stay alive, because this round's going to be over because of the stab.
Oh, long is uncontested, so the wraparound towards the B site could still be an option. It might be the best option for Bait right now, because slowly but surely the CTs are closing in the pincers, but they continue on to this A play. Essential, low HP with the first man in and the first man down. Vladen drops that bomb. MPL tagged heavy. Cirque turning his attention towards that contact. Unaware of how close Alex is, but Cypher's there for the response. MPL, 12 points of health. No way he wins this clutch. Cypher takes a triple. And Bleed take map, match, and group points.
And the readability of that round was just key. Opening kill Banana, secondary frag at short, and then the 5v3 to just pincer to start allowing the A players to go even more defensive. Cypher so quickly to the act out there from short. Just when Cirque was getting pressured, just when Alex tried to drop him out there from the pit position, as soon as he gets the kill, he can't do anything else. He's traded immediately.
Fast up of head trick, Orb involves, sees the shoulder of Cypher, who gives him just a little bit more for the kill, and the double up of Farvan, he'll burn, and Farvan will not be able to trade anything more than that. Hampus is the next port of call towards the bomb site. Captain Kirker makes quick work of him, and Bait will get 1 out of 3.
And that's a miraculous round to come through from Hetrick, aggressively with the AWP, providing impact, providing opening kills. And Captain Kirker knows if they're only starting 2B, just run it. You're going to beat the rotator. You're going to beat Hampus. Caught with nades out, trying to come from CT, and everyone drops. So this means for Bleed now, they have to protect themselves to round 24. We're going to go back-to-back round 24s.
Now, will we go to overtime with it on Inferno? Bait have again demonstrated the X factor on head trick. Even Captain Kirker with that extension like you mentioned, and well, like we've been talking about all map long so far, underwhelming on his frag counts, constantly giving away opening picks in Banana. Not this time, though. Bleed. Pistols only, upgrades on 3 players. You're right about protecting themselves, and the economy state needs to mount up to a buy at the very tail end of this map up.
And they're giving themselves a little bit of an investment in hopes that they can save an AK, in hopes that they can get an opening kill and bring that rifle into the next round. It seems unlikely, though.
The Eagle misses. Tag, not the frag. Not like it matters, honestly, for Bait. They are going to have full dominion over this. Bleed. Not like it matters for them either. Need to get those guns in play, need to get those rifle rounds out for the last of regulation. Ampus. Just looking for exits, just looking for damage. If they can steal an AK away and keep it into the next round, that would be wonderful for them, but the chances are so slim. Hampus is the Eagle, does strike back. Hedrick able to respond towards him. Sir doesn't time it well. Hedrick's looking his direction when he peeks. Kill found. 1 man left of Vlad, and USP should do nothing else.
Even Hampus has had a slightly surprising underperformance. You compare 27 kills in map 1 to only 10 going into now the last round of regulation. The Bleed are going to have to be required for some of their impact players. Now, Cirque has got enough money for the AWP and body armor, same for Farfan to drop it over. So the buy will look strong.
It's what the eco was all about. Strength in the rifles. But now we need to see that oomph from Bleed once again to close this out in a 13-11 fashion in a 2-0 series. 2 map points burned, 1 more left. Cirque is going in for the AWP. Vladden's SMG has done work over on that A defensive. Hampus pressing that M4, doing initial damage to Captain Kirker, but not quite the kill.
A back and forth with Util out from Banana. The spam comes in close towards Cypher towards a car. HE's come in deep, but the T's actually haven't taken Banana. They're still quite defensive off of this.
Evading the util this time. Captain Kirker won't die in the B-lean. Cypher's going to prod back and realize that nobody's out here. A slow approach from Bait once again. Hedrick's AWP seen by Farvan. Cypher also involved in that. Both players spray, but neither man gets the kill or damage against the big green gun.
And not putting the re-smoke down to Banana means that they're probably going to do some either retaking util or hold that smoke from CT against the exec. I actually do not remember the last time we've seen someone on the boost up. It's been very, very much not used in this map of Inferno.
Maybe this is the linchpin. Maybe Farvan goes uncontested. Cypher, smoke down. We'll put that out of the 40-second marker. The AWP of Hedrick fires, and now he's allowed to cross into the bomb site. The crossfire held. He'll draw attention to himself, and Farvan will have to strike, but these are the only 2 players out here. Cirque starts to make his way in, though.
Cirque can flash over high. He can try and support Farfan and Cypher on the bomb site directly, just with a single flash.
Body blocker, Farvan, tucked away, flashes against his position. Captain Kirker is just going to get covered off. Cypher holding the position. Captain Kirker knows. Spray of Cypher, good for the 1 pick. AWP behind the smoke. Is he going to press it here? His footsteps all around him. MPL could get caught. Bomb plant denial. That's what Cirque's looking for. Will he get him? No. Blind the shots. Hedrick connects Hampus. 4v2 for Bait.
Cirque trapped, spammed up out here from Coffins. Needs to try and get some help from Vladden, still rotating in from CT.
HE is trying to provide information, but no, Cirque is down and out. Vladden, clutch master of this team, but a 1-on-4, that's so impossible to do. Hedrick closes, and we are in overtime on Inferno.
This was an 11-6 scoreline from Bleed, and they have not closed like they did previously at round 24. Bait have had to work extremely hard to bring this back into a scenario where now they could look at it and say, honestly, we could send this to a 3rd map decider.
It's very possible. Very, very possible. X Factor versus Cohesion. Bait versus Bleed in overtime today. We've seen plenty of it over the course of the day. Not us two specifically, Dweg, but Bleed still rated as favourites at this juncture by 1xBet. The double ops broken out for the first time in this series on Bleed on Cirque and Farven. Cirque still holding top frag positions. And Bait just bring it out on Headtrick alone.
A Cirque aggressive approach into mid quite quickly from the util aspect. They are going to continue to accelerate here into brackets. AWP duel goes the way of Cirque though.
All important start, Vladen. Held back though, Bleed not willing to offer up another potential trade to Bates. Pop out against Farven, whose orb is also set in. MPL did catch Cirque meanwhile over on the brackets take, but with that one response, it's still 2 for 1. The favors Bleed, hampers seeing MPL popping out, the M4 adjusts, and now extends the advantage by 2.
The MPL knows that that's a risk. Knows in a 3v4 that if I aggress long and I get caught, rounds over. But he also hopes that he can catch a timing. Double up towards long. Cypher can now trade.
Alex doubles up of his own. Vladen finally takes him back, but now Ascenthiel is working his way up from brackets. Footsteps heard. It's a 1v1 fight to get into the bomb site itself. AK round the corner, Vladen gets caught. Farven one-on-one with the orb.
It probably needs to drop the AWP and get out to a rifle at long.
Bleed. A 4v2 at one point, offered up 2 picks towards long. And then from there, Bait started to fight on. Farven creeping up closer. Bomb in the open as well, and Ascenthiel will know Farven will be exposed, and he'll be very twitchy as a result of that. Check position on the defuse, tap it, hold it all the way. Ascenthiel gonna peek into the man, get the shot that he requires to clutch the round and the lead take for Bates.
So well done for Ascenthiel, because from Bleed's perspective, they've done everything right. They've been able to challenge brackets nicely. They reface together. Alex gets a couple of ripper kills, and then Ascenthiel's got to win the 1v2.
When Cirque and Farven had started so well, when it was a 4v2, didn't do anything, couldn't do anything to deal with Alex there. And then the closing element of Ascenthiel has given Bait an advantage on Inferno. Will it stay that way?
A Headtrick getting mollied. An aggressive play from Hampers. Haven't seen this before.
How deep he is in mid. And HE's come down to the CT side. Headtrick wary. Cypher has struck first. Headtrick is caught off guard by Hampers. Double up on Ascenthiel is not possible. Another trade back on the T side. And NPL starts making his own aggressive moves.
Back-to-back 5v3s. I've seen this before. In towards Boiler, doesn't have a teammate in sight. Bleed, the last couple of rounds, they've done so well for the initial challenges.
MPL just working his angles. Vladen, tight gap above the hay carts. Incendiaries heard NPL get tagged.
Now Farfen would have called out that MPL's tried that previously. The walkout from the long smoke. Circling the bomb site directly, only needs to keep eyes on short. He's got a teammate from Vladen that's keeping eyes on the apartments.
Flashes against him will keep him blinded. Smokes up to siphon both players off. Cirque still watching short presence. Shot on. Second player seen. Ascenthiel gets one back. Alex can follow it up, but Vladen still contests here at pit. Ascenthiel, another 1 versus 2 clutch for him to win. He's caught Vladen above the smoke and everything. And now it's Cypher up to task here. Bomb in the open. Was he heard? Ascenthiel checks position. Spray through. He's done it again. 2 rounds in a row for Bates. A 1v2 clutch.
Oh, Ascenthiel is life gaming in this best of 3. The lowest rated player for Bait in the last tournament. The lowest rated player for Bait on Inferno. And he has had insane impact. Back-to-back clutches.
Mental. And it's pushing Bait up piece by piece. Round by round. 2 up now. Bleed when they invested so much. Even at 12.5k, they're going to have money issues in overtime. SMG of Father and M4 of Cypher needs to swing, needs to strike, will get that opening kill. Captain Kirker, he's nailed it down. Incendiary is against his position, forced to use that explosion. The AG's coming in against Cypher. No, Farven strikes, he's out of ammo though. The B site is open.
The Hampus can start rotating in from spawn, but it's already too late. This is actually looking very likely the 3-0 on the T side of overtime.
Hampus leaning in, sprays of NPL, providing covering on the cross. The bomb will make its way in. 3v3 for the retake here. Bleed standard evens at least, but Bates, they worked hard to bring it back to OT. They may go 3-0 on the T side.
Hetrick, if he gets mollied out here from the new box, that could make it very uncomfortable for the post plant.
Amber's going to try and bait him. He has an Incendiary to work with, his shoulder seen. The Incendiary finally should force him out into the smokes in the way. MPL strikes. Orpa close. Head trick down. 2 versus 2. He needs Vladden to get involved because time is ticking away. His SMG in close. Solo switches to the M4. Sees the gap. And MPL and Alex played the perfect crossfire to make it map point for Bates at 15-12.
Bleed had 3 series points, Jay, but now Bait have 3 map points to get it to the decider of Ancient once again. I cannot believe from 6-11 down that they are now 15-12 up. Bleed struggling to close. And we have seen in every single round so far in overtime an opening man advantage. Gassard, Hampus have got to be fuming, saying fundamentally we're having the right starts. How are we not closing these rounds? We should have at least, at the very minimum, won the first and second round of overtime.
Cohesion versus X Factor. Cohesion won map 1. X Factor may be about to win map 2. And Bleed must feel frustrated on this being their map pick, being their best one in the pool, because by all accounts they should have had this in 2-0. They should take this on paper and in practice. But Bait are still edging them out. Damage at least tags up Captain Kirk initially over on the banana defense. That one player in apartments has heavy pressure against him. So many players around this corner for Vladden. They're going to make some noise. MPL will not look to strike him. He's going to wait for Vladden to make the move.
Patience is here in the apartments for Bait, that's for sure. Alex, aggressive out for the apartments to jiggle just enough for Vladden to force him out, and the kills come in instantly.
Vladden, Cirque, Farven, coordinated attack. There's the cohesion for you. 1 out of 3 will get gained by Bleed as they try and work their way back into this map.
What a jiggle from Vladden. How much that actually brought the fight in the open, and then instantly it's just a collapse of the A players. Bleeds. The pressure couldn't be any higher when you're up against these kind of map points.
They're taking rifles away at the tail end of the round. Hampus tapping Essential. That's a cut. Fought upon by Hampus as well. All 5 alive for Bleed. Pressure against, and they fight back with their backs against the wall. They still need 2 more. Can't afford to miss a beat.
Well, Bleed want to do what Bait did to them in the 3rd round of the first half of overtime and reset them. Force the CTs down to some FAMASas and some MP9s. A Hetrick. He'll get an AWP from Captain Kirker in the next round, but across the board, if they don't win it here, it's going to be tough.
Incendiaries and mollies. Captain Kirker somehow winning that fight against Cypher. He's 9 points of health, and he's escaped the ire of the HE. Man advantage for Bates.
I don't know that Captain Kirker is low, but that's a great opening kill for Bates. That helps finish off the job. That helps edge out the victory on Inferno. Hampus waiting for the smoke to clear. Hetrick with the AWP out on B.
Cypher's going to be frustrated at that. That was his every day of the week. So nearly was. Flash in, AWP of Hetrick, forced back, didn't even take the shots. Incendiary on Hampus will reveal himself. M4 will try and take the fight back of Essential. Got flashes sent to drive him away. No execution yet for Bleed, but the smokes are coming in real quick. Counter incendiaries and smokes back from Ascencio and Co. Big gap in that smoke. The T's aren't revealed yet.
And they have to commit here. They can't really cancel. They don't have the space and the awareness out to brackets to fake B and hit A in the end.
They did. They'd run right into the one man of Alex, the AWP, holding Ascencio. Blind sprays from beyond the smoke. Vlad's seen one. The head trick orb strikes. Hampus takes him aback. Low HP from Captain Kirk, still caught back by Vlad in the 3 versus 3. Bomb plot down a default, trying to get denied. Vladin saves the trade. 2 versus 2 now.
Hampus out there from Bananas trying to cut the rotation, but both of these CTs are coming in from spawn.
Held back. In at new box, Vladin thinking of swing towards CT. Alex will not be seen. The smoke is still in the way. It will start to clear now. MPL walking. Alex, similar story. Spotted towards tree. MPL on bomb site, making his moves. Vlad needs to get this kill, and that's exactly what he does. Alex is out of there. No time to get to site. No way of winning the 1 versus 2. We'll try and take Vladin down after the fact, but it is a futile effort in general. Bleed. Making this T side work for them bit by bit, round by round, moment by moment. 1 more to go.
And now the question is, has Bait choked it? That was the perfect round to win. So many defenders on B, opening man advantage. A 5v3 at one point. But key Jules, they try and get the bomb plant denial, and it just doesn't happen, does it?
Not when Vladin's bailing his team out. 3 kills for him, top of the board for Bleed. Wonderful position to be at right now, but Bait are still holding control of map point. Bleed need to take us to another overtime, and they know it. They are 1 round away. They cannot afford to make a mistake now. It's still on for Bait.
A double HE's out towards top Banana, land on the corner and not the sandbag, so very little chip damage done to Captain. Very defensive from Bleed, very slow after the half-wall smoke. An opening kill may just decide who wins round 30.
Which is why Bleed play behind the smokes. As far away from Bait contact as possible. They'll start to press on towards Banana though. Crossfire, Captain, and Ascencio, part of the B-side defense. Utilities thrown down towards long to try and indicate some sort of brackets take, but the 3rd man, a head trick, will start making his moves up. Ascencio wins the fight on Hampus. 2 more players around that corner. Captain Kirk steps up with a double, a triple, almost a quadra on the spray. Cirques alone, son. Head trick. Orb shot missing, needs to pop it open. His USP is good enough, and Bait have just edged out Bleed on Inferno. We go to map 3.
I don't know how Captain Kirker does it. He's legitimately a guy that's really struggled over Inferno, and then the round to close, he legitimately just cleans it up by himself. He is actually the reason why they've won this map.
Maximum impact as far as I'm concerned. You are right though, bottom of the board for basically the entire time. I think he just hit 11 kills when we started going to overtime or something along those sort of lines, and there he was with a massive triple that closes it down. You're shaking your head because it makes no sense, but look, he found the sequence he needed, he finds the round that they needed, and indeed, it is Inferno taken by Bait.
And by Bleed, they are going to be extremely tilted off of the back of that one. 11-6 up, 12-9, 3 series points. It doesn't happen. You go into overtime, legitimate first round, lose a 1v2 to Ascencio. Next round, lose another 1v2. And it hits the mental, because we looked at how successful that second half was for them. If they just win one of those clutches, or the one of the anti-clutches, the 2v1s, this is a completely different game. This is probably Bleed closing in 2 and not going to a third map decider.
We are going to do just that in a short few moments. Time Ancient will be up to play. Last time around, they blew Bait out on this map. Can they do it again for Bleed? We'll find out on our last map of the day when we return.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
where things could certainly get a bit more dicey with the overtime involved. So we saw a blowout from Bleed last time when these two teams took each other on this map. Is that going to repeat here and now?
I really don't think it is. I actually think Bait have got a fairly decent chance of winning this series. And the reason for that is that Bleed blew their opportunity. When you've got 3 series points and don't take them, the underdog team is going to be really hungry for the win. And seeing their performance against Alliance a couple of days ago was really comfortable. I mean, not to say that Bleed's Ancient is poor. It's actually very good. I just think that Bait would have learned a lot from that previous head-to-head. And I could see this being a lot more competitive than what it was last time around.
I'm certainly hoping for it to be the case. Obviously, between the semis and finals of the last series, we saw 2 very different Ancients from the Bleed side. One where they blew out the boys over on Bait, one where they got blown out by an Omega. So it is a case of that map obviously still has some question marks in terms of recency bias. I know that obviously they got a one-sided victory over Guild Eagles recently at the same time, so that's also another bonus towards their favor. I'm looking at this one thinking to myself that there's a good chance that Bleed possibly still could have won that overtime. The idea of those first 2 rounds of the team side going down to 1v2s for a Senthiel and getting those ones on the board, if one kill goes differently, literally one single kill goes differently, then perhaps Inferno does get one out by the Bleed side.
Oh, I agree with that completely, but that was also very similar to what happened in the previous head-to-head, where it's going to come down to legitimately a couple of rounds here or there. I would look at the 3rd map decider and say, I'm really hoping that we actually see Bait at an advantage. Both map 1 and on map 2, they were on back foots, always trying to come back into the game. The last head-to-head was completely the opposite. They were leading by example. They were putting pressure onto Bleed. And I just think if you come out to Ancient and it's another slow start, it's another map where they're at the back foot, I think Bleed will just close from that position.
Style over substance has been the case of the debate here in this one. Who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be the flashiness of the Bait squad or the cohesion of Bleed? And it certainly is. Again, both sides have made cases for themselves. So, like, now going into map 3, Dweg, obviously you still think it's going to be close, but style or substance?
Probably style, to be honest. I mean, we just see a lot more success on this map from Bleed. They've played it 23 times in the last 3 months, making it the most played map in the pool for them. 13 wins, 10 losses. For Bait, it's actually quite weak. 10 wins, or I should say 6 wins and 10 losses. Some results recently where they've beaten teams, but not the best of teams in Tier 2. So they're going to have to work hard to be able to close this out in a 3rd map decider.
I think if no other reason than the fact that I want to see a close end to this series and I want to see an epic confrontation between these 2 teams like we've seen time and again, I also hope it's still going to be a close affair. Like, I am going to back Bleed to a certain capacity just because I think that the substance can get you a lot further, but that star power, man, of the Bait side, when it wants to show up, it shows up massively. Even think about guys like Captain Kirker, quiet throughout the entire Inferno. Last round, gets a 3K, closes it down 16-14. So I'm just sort of looking at that thinking that anything can happen in the next hour or so. Anything, one player could make a difference. Any one tactic can make a difference. Any one big opportunity, swing round, momentum, whatever it might be, could make the difference in this Fiesta 3 and in this final map. So I just want to see him play out. I just want to see how it goes.
And honestly, here for Bleed, if they get knocked out of the winners game and have to go into the decider, that's going to wreck their seeding for the playoffs. That's going to actually make it quite tough, where they could potentially be eliminated in the quarterfinals, which would then start overlapping some of the point system for the other squads involved. So Bait need to look at this as not only an idea to get into the playoffs first, but potentially be able to go further in the bracket than what Bleed might be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, like, the idea of that Bleed could potentially take on someone like Nemega in the opening round of the quarterfinals, that obviously is like a big fear factor for them, because those are the 2 teams that we're once again looking at as being probably the grand final contenders of everybody involved in terms of this series. So for that matchup to be a possibility for Bleed, they want to avoid that as much as possible. They have to avoid that as much as possible, because we saw how awkwardly it went for Bleed last time out, and I think that there's a lot riding on this one now. Is pressure going to get to them? You mentioned mental, obviously, with the frustrations of how that overtime went down on Inferno, with their issues to sort of like compound in that respect. Like, is that mental game going to become a factor for Ancient?
I don't think so. Look at Bleed's success when it gets to 3rd map deciders. They've actually had some really good blowout series. Outside of maybe the game against Fnatic of the grand final, the first rest tournament, their last map decider against Bait in the semis stomped them. The 3rd map decider against Mouse and XT in the winners matchup, it was very clean. It was very easy. Even against BetBoom in the first rest tournament in the semis, it was a 13-3 for a 3rd map decider. So on occasion and in the rest circuit, we've seen Bleed really show up on the final maps.
Well, let's talk individuals very quickly. Who's the best bet to put a stop to that on Bait?
I don't know, to be honest. Like, I think for Ancient, when I look at the Bait side, I want to see MPL get involved, and I want to see Essential, right? He's just had such an insane series where he's overperformed like crazy in comparison to previous matchups.
Yeah, the two guys I'm looking at on the Bait side is Centhiel and Headtrick, just because they had one big impactful one big impactful map from Headtrick over on map 1 to really make it close, and then the big impact of Inferno on map 2 for Essential. So let's see how that combination works out for them, if that's going to be the case for the Bait side. In general, however, again, any one man can make the biggest difference in the world. So let's see who's going to make the difference happen here on this final map of the day. Ancient between Bleed and Bait to decide who our second team forward towards the playoffs will be.
And the scariest prospect that I even felt in the last matchup of Ancient between these two was that it wasn't really one-sided in the first half. It just started to get extremely one-sided in the second. Felt as if Bait just didn't have any room to breathe, didn't feel as if they had any ability to come back into the game.
Well, here we go then. Pistol round to set us up on the early starts of things for Bleed and Bait to make light work of the openings of this map up. It was a CT-sided start for the Bait squad. Had to return from the initial advantages for Bait in the last head-to-head. But those 5 rounds they gained on T were all that they were able to gain in the end. Importance of history may still come to factor as Headtrick tries to take the opening duel, as does Hampus over in at Cave. Heavily damaged up by the Molotovs, 41 points of health for him. Captain Kirker, his first port, of course. Second wave of util comes in, flashes to keep players blinded. Cypher certainly is point blank as MPL and Captain Kirker and Essential overwhelm everyone on the B-side defense. 2v5, 1v5, none v5. Pistol taken by Bait.
And Bleed had the read. They knew that that was a B split. You have the smoke down to Ramp. You saw the 3 players in Cheetah. That's the call there for Hampus to get ready. Unfortunately, no one can act on the crossfires. The kills are just instant when they come out of Cave. Even the in-game leader towards Ramp gets overwhelmed. Bait were extremely strong in pistol rounds over the last rest tournament, and when I've looked at their games against Alliance and now seeing it against Bleed, they are very good from the start of the halves.
1x their odds are dead set even for the final map of this series. Bleed had a confidence of favoritism for the entire matchup up until this point. You still want to back them. If you want to back the Bait camp, then you can still do so. 1x Rest EU for 130% off on your 130% extra on your first deposit. 5-on-2 gain in terms of this eco, harsher eco for the Bleed camp. Should be the 2-0 start for Bait as the rifles will come in for the CT side here. No casualty sustained.
They try and get the opening rifles in quickly. Bait. See how much success we're going to get from their T side. The T side of Ancient is the lowest round win percentage out of any map in the pool across the last 3 months, at just 39.5. And the next best map is Inferno, followed by Mirage, which is actually quite a gap. So you're not anticipating a huge amount of success in this first half for them. So if they grant it, that does edge a lot of positives into the seconds.
Consider it default here from Bait. Passive behind the doors. Bleed. 3 players to bolster up the B defense if it fell apart so quickly in the pistol. Make sure it doesn't happen the same case for the rifle round, although I say rifle round, there's still 3 SMGs in play for Bait.
Now going for the B lane. It could be an execute, it could be a split play in from Cave. Cypher and Cirque are actually very close to one another, so they can pull quite a bit of distraction There's a walk ability from Alex. He actually might try and insert himself into red as they hit B.
Smokes on NPL and Captain Kirk can mode through by the MP9 and get very little damage out against Cypher. Only SMGs in that context. Alex starts walking in from red. Will he be seen? Was his shadow spotted? It will be now. Down to the hands of Hampus. 2 players remaining. All sorts of map control taken away for Bleed. Bait. No bonus rounds available for them. Even Cypher looking to continue to engage. He'll burn. He's not expecting that Molotov to extend all the way up on the boost. Not like it matters though. Cirque quick to respond. Head tricks AK 1-on-4.
It's actually pretty well played there from Bait. They got themselves into a really good setup, especially with Alex not taking contact, where if they just go 1-for-1 in cave, if they split B and they're successful in getting the bomb down, Alex is going to win that round by cutting the rotation to Hampus. Instead, Cypher just basically gets 2 kills, and then that's just the ghost being given up. Hampus is ready for that rotation, isn't caught with his knife rotating over. Very strong round for Bleeds.
Well placed. Only 1 AK could stay in for them, so out of the 2 that was brought in, at least Bait can hang on to that much and buy around it with the full set of AKs. Despite the losses in that previous round, it was still kind of the bonus setup. Gives the full guns a Bleed, 3 MAC-10 still in. So buy up in full and try and take confidence from here.
Hampus getting a lot of util towards him, gets a little bit of a burst off, and him and Cirque can work together in Donut and Reds.
Head trick pressing the issue outside of main. Vladen killed back on the first and the second. Ascent deal drops. 2 versus 5. Vladen is low HP, but Hampus is still there at Donut to protect him. No man will fall for Bleed, it doesn't look like. Captain Kirk 1-on-5. Best he can do is trade a response. And that won't mean much.
And that's always what you want from a T-side perspective, is to catch the anchor repositioning, to catch him in a position where he can't hide back to safety and re-peek off one another. Vladen is legitimately just in the open, on the off angle, and still gets 2 kills. Still maintains so much of that round. This has been tidy from Bleed. And honestly, from Bait, I'd like to see an early well, it's just come in now. Just because, again, those rounds have been early losses, where they've just lost opening picks, the round's been over and done with, and there hasn't been much of a response. It might be 2-2, but that's been underwhelming.
I think you and Madden would get along, Dwayne. Great minds think alike in the tact pauses. Chance for the coach to talk to Bait. Knowing that while their start has been positive, Bleed have answered back with sheer confidence. Not just in the bonus round, but in the rifle follow-up. And now they've got 3 AKs to play with. These next rounds are going to suck unless Bait can respond back to them, and it's unlikely a response generates in round 5. There's no money available, so there's no buy available. Bring up some upgrade pistols. But focus on the guns in round 6.
And they've got to get rid of some of these AKs, because that's going to be tough to play against on the gun rounds. Anytime on any map, really, if you're going up against 2 to 3 AKs for the majority of gun rounds, you are going to get a handful at T-side rounds. It's just not going to happen. A DC, so a stop call. Bleed, though, they'll look at this scenario and they would have felt as if they could have closed in 2. And I love the way that this rivalry is starting to build into one another. You've got the Hampus versus Hetrick. You've got a series previously where Bait should have closed in 2. You've got a series now where Bleed should have closed in 2. So it keeps going to that 3rd map decider. It keeps going to that final map to give us that slight edge at the end.
The fact that it keeps stretching the distance is obviously an entertaining time for all of us at home.
And it's encouraging for Bait's future of their potential. Again, they were a team that played at a fairly high level in Tier 2. I remember that they were